Cui Xiangdong signed this divorce agreement. Mother-in-law Wang Yinxia slid a divorce document across the table to Cui Xiangdong. Cui Xiangdong was 24 years old. He worked as a technician at the Agricultural Technology Station in Caizhong Town, Yunhu County. His wife, Lou Xiaoya, was the vice mayor of Caizhong Town, overseeing commerce and industry. Cui Xiangdong sat there with a dazed, dreamlike expression, not even looking at the divorce papers but instead staring at the wall calendar on the table. June 1st, 1992, Monday. Yes, he had returned from decades into the future back to this very darkest moment that changed his fate forever. In his previous life, his mother-in-law had also come to the agricultural station on this day, acting on behalf of Lou Xiaoya, demanding that Cui Xiangdong sign the divorce agreement. After a heated argument with Wang Yinxia, a shocked Cui Xiangdong had immediately hopped on his bicycle and raced to the town government office. When he burst through the door of her office, desperate to find out why she had betrayed him, he saw her sitting on the couch with a young man, her face flushed red, clearly moved by emotion. That young man was Zhao Jian, the son of Zhao Geng, the county magistrate of Yunhu County. The sight sent blood rushing to Cui Xiangdong's head. He grabbed a cleaver off the desk and plunged it straight into Zhao Jian's chest. Then everything went blank. By the time he came to his senses, he was already at the county police station. If not for being a direct descendant of the Cui family in Beijing, Cui Xiangdong would have ended up eating a bullet. After the Cui family pulled him out of trouble, they shipped him off directly to the northwest provinces. He developed a drinking problem and spent the next few decades lost in a haze of regret. Cui Xiangdong, what are you spacing out for? Wang Yangxi's impatient voice snapped him out of his trance. Cui Xiangdong's previously vacant eyes suddenly sharpened. He looked up and asked, "Why does Xiaoya want a divorce?" "You still have a nerve to ask why?" Wang Yinxia sneered. "She may have been your college classmate. 2 years ago, you even gave up a big city job just to move here for her. But now, look at her. She's risen to become a vice mayor responsible for investment and Jiaosong Yinzhu investment promotion. And you?" Cui Xiangdong stayed silent. "To this day, you're still just some lowly technician at the agricultural station." Wang Yangxi's tone turned sharp and bitter. "Cui Xiangdong, you're no longer worthy of being with Xiaoya. If she doesn't divorce you while she's still young, you'll only hold her back. Her career will peak at being a deputy mayor, that's it." Cui Xiangdong remained calm and simply nodded. This surprised Wang Yinxia. She had expected him to argue and throw a fit. But maybe this was better. She continued, "Most importantly, the current mayor is about to retire. For Xiaoya to become mayor herself, she needs more than just hard work. She also needs powerful connections. Fortunately, the county magistrate's only son, Zhao Jian, has been obsessed with her since meeting her, despite knowing she's already married." Cui Xiangdong interrupted. "Zhao Jian is currently in Lou Xiaoya's office during lunch break. That was your arrangement too, wasn't it?" Wang Yinxia froze and blurted out, "How did you know?" "Huh." Cui Xiangdong smirked slightly, picked up the pen, and swiftly signed the divorce agreement. With a loud thud, he dropped the pen and without another word, strode out of the small meeting room of the Agricultural Technology Station. "This feels good to be reborn," he muttered to himself, raising his head to gaze at the clear blue sky. He leaned down and pushed his bicycle upright from the wall, then rode out of the station. It took only 10 minutes by bike from the Agricultural Technology Station to the town government compound. Because it was lunch break, the compound was nearly empty. Lou Xiaoya's office was on the west end of the 3rd floor. Unlike last time, where he had argued with Wang Yinxia for over 10 minutes before rushing over, this time he arrived a few minutes earlier. Judging by the timing, the woman who would soon be his ex-wife hadn't yet turned red-faced with embarrassment. Cui Xiangdong hurried upstairs and reached her office door. Inside the guest area of the office, Zhao Jian was sitting there, gazing at Lou Xiaoya with deep affection, whispering something sweet. Lou Xiaoya, visibly flustered, lifted a glass of water to her lips. Suddenly, the door swung open, startling them both. They looked up and saw Cui Xiangdong standing there. Lou Xiaoya's face instantly turned pale. Zhao Jian blinked in shock, then quickly stood up and pointed at Cui Xiangdong, shouting angrily, "Who let you in? Get out!" Of course, he recognized Cui Xiangdong, and he knew full well that the woman he so desperately pursued was actually Cui Xiangdong's wife. But so what? Even though their secret had been discovered, Zhao Jian still dared to order Cui Xiangdong out. Cui Xiangdong ignored him. His eyes fell on the desk. There was a watermelon on it. Beside it lay a fruit knife. This was the exact weapon Cui Xiangdong had used in his past life to kill Zhao Jian. But this time around, Cui Xiangdong would never touch this knife again. Killing someone over a woman who only wanted to climb the social ladder and destroying your own life in the process was fucking not worth it. He turned his gaze back to Lou Xiaoya, his expression flickering slightly. Lou Xiaoya was stunning, both in looks and figure. In bed, she was incredible too, especially when she knelt like a little puppy, turned her head back, and whispered Xiangdong in that sweet voice that drove him wild with desire. Xiangdong, how did you get here? Lou Xiaoya asked, her eyes filled with guilt but pretending to be composed. Cui Xiangdong chuckled. Am I interrupting something nice? What? Lou Xiaoya's face turned bright red. Damn it, get the hell out. Zhao Jian roared, swinging a punch toward Cui Xiangdong. Though Zhao Jian was tall and intimidating looking, his body was weak from excessive drinking and indulgence in women. As he lunged forward, his steps were unsteady. Cui Xiangdong easily dodged, then threw a punch straight into Zhao Jian's jaw. Zhao Jian groaned and collapsed on the ground. Before he could react, Cui Xiangdong stomped down hard on his neck. As Zhao Jian tried to curse, Cui Xiangdong pressed harder, cutting off the sound. Quickly let him go. He's a magistrate's son. Lou Xiaoya, finally regaining her composure, whispered urgently. Let's talk about this at home. No need. I've already signed the divorce agreement your mother brought. We'll meet tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. in front of the Civil Affairs Bureau. Cui Xiangdong said coldly, then lifted his foot and kicked Zhao Jian hard in the face once more. As Zhao Jian screamed in pain, Cui Xiangdong turned and walked out briskly. He went downstairs to the reception room on the first floor. It was lunchtime. The room was completely empty. He picked up the landline phone and dialed. Soon, a stern male voice answered. This is Su Baichuan. Who is this? Cui Xiangdong replied, Uncle, it's me, Xiangdong. Xiangdong. The voice softened instantly. You're calling about the investment funds from Future Group, right? Don't worry, they'll arrive soon. Once your wife gets that funding, there's no doubt she'll become mayor of Shizhong Town. Cui Xiangdong spoke softly. Uncle, I'm calling to tell you 3 things. Su Baichuan replied, go ahead. First, suspend Future Group's investment in Shizhong Town. Second, I've already divorced Lou Xiaoya. Finally, he added. Third, please inform the Cui family I'm going to be the mayor of Shizhong Town. Chapter 2. Her position as mayor is essentially secured. What? On the other end of the line, Su Baichuan's voice suddenly escalated. Xiangdong, you are divorced? He paid no heed to Cui Xiangdong's mention of postponing the investment, nor did he regard Cui Xiangdong's aspiration to become mayor as anything significant. For the eldest grandson of the Cui family in the capital, attaining the position of mayor in this day and age was as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. Indeed, I have divorced Lou Xiaoya, Cui Xiangdong reiterated. A myriad of emotions etched upon his face. Long before he commenced his university studies, the Cui family had meticulously arranged a marriage for him, one that was socially compatible. They eagerly awaited his graduation to celebrate the union. However, during his university years, Cui Xiangdong fell deeply in love with Lou Xiaoya, vowing that he would marry no one but her. The patriarch of the Cui family was furious, but his wrath was ineffective. He resorted to a last-ditch effort. You may marry Lou Xiaoya, but once you do not expect to make any headway in your career. The idealistic Cui Xiangdong readily acquiesced. Thus, he followed Lou Xiaoya to Rainbow Town. Despite Old Man Cui's ire and his stern decree forbidding any assistance to Cui Xiangdong from the family, a mother's heart ached for her son. Su Lin, Cui Xiangdong's mother, could not openly support her son but was able to assist her daughter-in-law, Lou Xiaoya. In her eyes, if her daughter-in-law could shine in her career, it would indirectly benefit her son and, in turn, their future grandson. Thanks to Su Lin's clandestine efforts, Lou Xiaoya ascended to the position of deputy mayor responsible for business affairs in Rainbow Town within a mere 2 years. Furthermore, in accordance with her son's wishes, Su Lin intended for Lou Xiaoya to introduce significant investments just as the current mayor was nearing the end of his tenure, thereby allowing her to ascend directly to the position of full mayor. Yet, at this critical juncture, Lou Xiaoya, under her mother's persuasion, sought to align herself with a powerful figure to advance her career. All right. Su Baichuan's excited demeanor gradually settled. Xiangdong, both postponing the investment and your mayoral aspirations are manageable. However, if you wish to rekindle your union with the young lady from the Xiao family, that may prove quite challenging. The young lady from the Xiao family was, after all, the fiancée that the Cui family had long designated for Cui Xiangdong. A fleeting image of her crossed Cui Xiangdong's mind, and he bitterly smiled. Uncle, I have no aspirations to pursue a union with her. Very well. After I finalize my divorce from Lou Xiaoya tomorrow, I will come to the city to see you. After concluding the call with his uncle, Cui Xiangdong exited the reception room. Sudden hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. Zhao Jian, with blood at the corner of his mouth, hurriedly descended. Had it not been for Cui Xiangdong's timely intervention, Zhao Jian would have had his long-desired encounter with the beautiful mayor in the office that very afternoon. Just as Lou Xiaoya was about to raise the cup of water, secretly laced with a potent drug by Zhao Jian, Cui Xiangdong barged in. Cui Xiangdong, how dare you strike me? Just wait. Zhao Jian hissed venomously as he passed by Cui Xiangdong, then swiftly exited the room. Fool, you are done for. Cui Xiangdong silently scoffed at Zhao Jian's retreating figure when he heard the sound of rapid footsteps once more approaching from the staircase. It was Lou Xiaoya. Upon seeing Cui Xiangdong, she immediately halted her steps. Oh, by the way, I've been looking for you. Cui Xiangdong regarded her with a nonchalant tone. Let's discuss this when we get home. He sought Lou Xiaoya to gather his belongings as he prepared to move out of the house. After becoming the deputy town mayor, Lou Xiaoya had been allocated a small residence within the town's family compound. Now that they were on the brink of divorce, Cui Xiangdong certainly would not continue to live with this woman. Lou Xiaoya remained silent, hastening down the stairs and exiting first. To the north of the small residence lay 3 red brick bungalows. The easternmost was the bedroom, the middle served as the living room, and the western section was cluttered with miscellaneous items. Though modest in size, it was impeccably tidy and charmingly arranged. I will only take my personal belongings. The money and valuables are all yours, Cui Xiangdong stated to Lou Xiaoya before stepping inside to begin packing. The divorce agreement explicitly noted that Cui Xiangdong could take all the savings from their home. Wang Yinxiao was unwilling to concede to this, yet Lou Xiaoya insisted. She felt that her ambition had wronged Cui Xiangdong, and thus, she should leave with nothing. However, the house belonged to the town and was specifically designated for the deputy mayor, hence it could not be given to Cui Xiangdong. Nonetheless, he had little interest in the savings. He only sought to collect his clothes and the books he usually read. Watching Lou Xiaoya, who had always been attentive to him and provided a sense of security at night, stand at the door, he sensed a momentary disorientation. She truly loved this man. Yet, he seemed to lack ambition. While she was thriving and at the age of 24, poised to become the town mayor, Cui Xiangdong, despite his prestigious university degree, remained a mere technician at the agricultural technology station, languishing in mediocrity. This disappointment gnawed at her, coupled with her family's incessant murmurs. Lou Xiaoya gradually became blinded by aspirations, feeling increasingly that Cui Xiangdong was no longer worthy of her. However, upon Cui Xiangdong's agreement to divorce, Lou Xiaoya felt as though something profoundly precious within her had quietly shattered. Suddenly, she yearned to salvage her crumbling marriage. Just as Lou Xiaoya was about to speak, the rumble of a motorcycle echoed from outside the door. She turned to look. Her brother, Lou Xiaojiang, rode up on a construction model motorcycle, accompanied by Wang Yinxia. Sister, that useless man agreed to divorce you? That's wonderful, Lou Xiaojiang exclaimed excitedly, his face beaming before even stepping inside. Wang Yinxia shared in his elation. Lou Xiaoya frowned and admonished softly, what are you shouting about? Wang Yinxia quickly added, yes. While your sister's divorce is a good thing, it ultimately casts a negative influence. What negative influence could that have? Lou Xiaojiang scoffed, unbothered. My sister is about to become the town mayor. Who would dare to gossip? Unless they wish to be ostracized from Rainbow Town. Though he spoke with bravado, maintaining a low profile was never a disadvantage. Upon noticing her daughter's despondency, Wang Yinxiao swiftly redirected the conversation. Gongzi, go check on Cui Xiangdong. You don't want him to abscond with your sister's valuables. Yes. Lou Xiaojiang hurriedly entered the room and seized the canvas bag from Cui Xiangdong's grasp. Furrowing his brow, Cui Xiangdong inquired, what are you doing? What am I doing? Lou Xiaojiang scoffed, unzipping the bag. I'm merely inspecting to see if you have opportunistically pilfered any of my sister's precious belongings. Lou Xiaoya's expression shifted dramatically as she sternly commanded, Gongzi, return the bag to your brother-in-law. Brother-in-law? He ceased to be that the moment he signed the divorce agreement. Lou Xiaojiang retorted, and without hesitation, he began to uproot the contents of the bag, carelessly discarding them onto the floor. With a sharp crack, a small glass frame nestled among the clothing shattered upon hitting the ground. This frame contained a cherished photograph of Cui Xiangdong with his mother taken before his arrival in Rainbow Town. Over the past 2 years, his mother had tirelessly worried for him, making this photograph particularly precious to him. Yet now, it lay in ruins, shattered by Lou Xiaojiang's negligence. Enraged, Cui Xiangdong raised his foot and forcefully stomped on Lou Xiaojing's abdomen. Ah! Lou Xiaojing cried out, collapsing onto the sofa. Witnessing Cui Xiangdong's aggression, Lou Xiaoya exclaimed in shock. Xiangdong, what are you doing? Wang Yinxia, furious, lunged forward, shouting, You worthless wretch, how dare you strike my son? I will not stand for this. In response to his former mother-in-law's accusations, Cui Xiangdong delivered a resounding slap. The three women from the Lou family stood frozen, taken aback, in their minds. Cui Xiangdong had always been mild-mannered and gentle. However, now he warned Lou Xiaoya in a chilling tone, Should you utter another word, I shall not hesitate to strike you as well, as he bent down to retrieve the photograph of his mother. Suddenly, the landline on the coffee table rang. Lou Xiaojing, seated on the sofa, instinctively pressed the speakerphone button. This is Lou Xiaojing. Who is this? This is Zhao Jin, came the voice on the other end. Is your sister there? Tell her that my father just informed me her position as mayor is practically secure. However, what? Zhao Jin did not elaborate. Chapter 3. I am still unsoiled. Zhao Jin deliberately toyed with Lou Xiaojing's curiosity. Lou Xiaojing quickly grasped the implication and inquired, But what? Two matters, Zhao Jin replied leisurely. Firstly, once your sister becomes the town mayor, she will marry me immediately. Secondly, I want her to suppress Cui Xiangdong right away. Damn it. How dare that mere technician from the town's agricultural technology station challenge me? Absolutely. Lou Xiaojing readily agreed on behalf of Lou Xiaoya, his face a mask of flattery. Brother-in-law, you can rest assured. My sister will certainly assist you in dealing with that useless fellow, ensuring he leaves Rainbow Town quietly. However, I must ask you to speak favorably of me to my future father-in-law. Of course, no problem, Zhao Jin replied with delight at being addressed as brother-in-law. After making his promise, he continued, I am currently with Secretary Zhang. Secretary Zhang will support your sister in taking care of that fool. Secretary Zhang referred to Zhang Lianghua, the party secretary of Rainbow Town, whose former superior was Zhao Jin's father. At that moment, Lou Xiaoya, who had been standing there, regained her senses. Witnessing Lou Xiaojing openly call Zhao Jin brother-in-law in front of Cui Xiangdong and openly declare their intent to collaborate with Secretary Zhang against him filled her with both anger and embarrassment. Just as she was about to scold Lou Xiaojing, Cui Xiangdong, having tidied up his belongings, passed by expressionlessly and exited hastily. Bah! Wang Yinxia spat contemptuously on the ground and said to her daughter, Xiaoya, you should think carefully. It would be best to find a way to expel that waste from the civil service, or better yet, have him imprisoned. Indeed, after finishing his call with Zhao Jian, Lou Xiaojing quickly suggested, I can arrange for Widow Wang from the East Village to find an opportunity to sleep with that waste. Then shut your mouth. Lou Xiaoya stomped her foot and pointed towards the door, shouting at Lou Xiaojing, Get out. Hurry up and leave. What the Lou family was up to was, of course, unknown to Cui Xiangdong. He left the compound with his backpack and rode his bicycle back to the agricultural technology station. He needed some solitude to calmly plan his future. In truth, he could have requested a transfer away from Rainbow Town, back to the capital or to another location. However, he chose to remain in Rainbow Town. This decision stemmed from his emotional attachment to the town and his profound understanding of the local populace's impoverished conditions. He wished to apply forward-thinking ideas that were decades ahead of their time to benefit the 60,000 residents. Furthermore, Cui Xiangdong harbored a grudge against Zhao Jian, who had a county magistrate father, for stealing his wife. As for revealing his substantial background to Lou Xiaoya, he currently had no interest in doing so. The agricultural technology station also had dormitories, though it was rarely occupied. This fact alleviated Cui Xiangdong's concerns about being homeless after moving out. He approached Station Chief Lou Xiaoya under the pretext of the impending wheat harvest, offering to stay at the station voluntarily to assist the farmers who would come to repair their machinery. Unaware that Lou Xiaoya had left with nothing, he readily agreed, praising Cui Xiangdong for his high awareness, declaring him truly deserving of being the beloved of Deputy Town Chief Lou. Cui Xiangdong smiled wryly and began to tidy up his dormitory. Thus, the afternoon passed quietly. The following morning at 9 o'clock, in the county town, Cui Xiangdong emerged briskly from the Civil Affairs Bureau, holding a divorce certificate, standing on the steps and inhaling deeply while observing the bustling street. He was interrupted by the voice of Lou Xiaoya behind him. Cui Xiangdong, what are your plans for the future? Turning around, he beheld Lou Xiaoya. Today adorned in a white blouse and a black skirt, her feet in stylish black-heeled sandals, showcasing her splendid figure. The aura of a mature woman radiated from her, evoking an involuntary response from the men around. Before Cui Xiangdong could utter a word, Lou Xiaoya strode toward her car, saying, "Come, let us find a place to talk. We are already strangers. What is there left to discuss?" Cui Xiangdong scoffed, yet curiosity about her intentions compelled him to follow. As the deputy town chief responsible for commerce, Lou Xiaoya was entitled to a vehicle, and she had obtained her driving license alongside Cui Xiangdong during their university days. Her driving skills were commendable. He assumed she would take him to a secluded riverside or a quiet grove for an earnest conversation. However, Lou Xiaoya led him to a small inn on the eastern edge of the county town. "Cui Xiangdong, you need to use your connections to transfer out of Yunhu County immediately," she stated directly as the door to the 5 yuan per hour room closed behind them. "Otherwise, Zhao Jian will never let you off the hook. Are you genuinely concerned for me?" Cui Xiangdong leaned against the wall, producing a cigarette. "I want to leave. I want to see how your paramour will deal with me." Lou Xiaoya bit her lip, whispering, "In Yunhu County, Zhao Jian is a threat. In Rainbow Town, Zhang Lianghua will also make things difficult for you. If you stay here, you want to have a pleasant experience." "How coincidental," Cui Xiangdong remarked, studying Lou Xiaoya with a sardonic smile. "I actually enjoy rotten fruit. If I didn't tea, why would I have come to Rainbow Town 2 years ago?" Rotten fruit. This insinuation implied that he regarded Lou Xiaoya as worthless. Being quite intelligent, she certainly grasped his meaning. Yet, she did not react with anger. Instead, she lowered her gaze. "Cui Xiangdong, I'm sorry. Deputy Town Chief Lou, you are being overly polite. Is everything all right? If so, I'll take my leave." As he turned toward the door, Lou Xiaoya raised her hand to stop him. "Is there anything else?" Cui Xiangdong frowned and asked coldly. "Before you go." Lou Xiaoya glanced at the bed, her voice trembling as she said, "Let us do it once more. You can torment me however you wish, just like in the movies we watched, binding me, using your shoe to whip me, anything. Is this what you call a divorce farewell?" Cui Xiangdong laughed derisively, his face a mask of mockery. "Deputy Town Chief Lou, do you truly believe I have a particular fondness for rotten fruit? Xiangdong, I am not yet tarnished." Xiaoya suddenly lifted her head, embraced Cui Xiangdong tightly, and rose on her toes to kiss his lips. However, Cui Xiangdong forcefully pushed her away. As Xiaoya stumbled backward, Cui Xiangdong swiftly exited the room. He was aware that Xiaoya was still untainted at that moment. He also recognized that she had spent the entire night awake, ultimately choosing ambition over affection. This was due to her having tasted the allure of power and having developed certain aspirations in her career. Such a woman held no appeal for him. After leaving the modest inn, Cui Xiangdong headed straight to the city. He had initially intended to visit Su Baichuan, but now that he had completely severed ties with Xiaoya, he felt the need to be cautious. That evening, he did not return to Rainbow Town. The following morning, he discreetly returned to Rainbow Town in a small vehicle. When he went to the old breakfast stall, he could distinctly sense the unusual glances from those who recognized him. The workers from various local offices no longer regarded him with the same respect simply because he was the husband of Deputy Town Head Lou. Clearly, the news of his divorce from Xiaoya had spread. Cui Xiangdong remained indifferent to this. However, upon his return to the agricultural technology station, he was summoned to the station chief's office. Inside the office, besides Liu Kaming and the deputy chief, Old Yang, there were 2 police officers. As soon as he entered, the 2 officers blocked the doorway. Liu Kaming, who usually spoke to Cui Xiangdong in a friendly manner, now wore a serious expression. Before he could utter a word, Liu Kaming gravely asked, "Comrade Cui Xiangdong, did you break into the finance room last night and take the 10,000 yuan from the iron cabinet?" Chapter 4. She is as beautiful as a flower, yet her heart is as venomous as a viper. This morning, Liu Kaming, unusually arriving at work early, discovered that the finance room of the agricultural technology station had been burglarized. The sum of 10,000 yuan that was kept in the iron safe had vanished. In these times, a laborer's monthly salary is merely 200 to 300 yuan. Thus, 10,000 yuan is undoubtedly a substantial amount. Liu Kaming was taken aback and promptly contacted the police. Upon receiving the report, the local police swiftly dispatched 2 officers to investigate the scene. Last night, there were only 2 individuals present at the agricultural technology station: the gatekeeper, Old Zhang, and the duty officer, Cui Xiangdong. Old Zhang swore that he had never entered the small building on the 2nd floor of the station, nor had he seen anyone scale the walls to intrude. So, who had broken the lock and stolen the money? Liu Kaming immediately suspected Cui Xiangdong, who was on duty that night. Zhao Jian's pace was indeed commendable. Cui Xiangdong quickly understood the gravity of the situation and vehemently defended himself, asserting that he had not been in Kaihong Town the previous night. His pleas fell on deaf ears. He was taken away. The two officers promptly restrained Cui Xiangdong's arms and, in full view of the gathered crowd, escorted him to the police van. The sirens blared as they departed from the agricultural technology station. The burglary at the finance room of the agricultural technology station was a significant case for Kaihong Town. It not only alarmed Secretary Zhang Lianghua, but also prompted him to convene an emergency meeting. Deputy Town Mayor Lou Xiaoya, of course, participated in this gathering. According to the officers who meticulously examined the crime scene, Cui Xiangdong, a technician at the station, emerged as the prime suspect. Zhang Lianghua, his face a mask of fury, lightly tapped the table with his hand, his gaze sweeping across all present. Of course, we shall not jump to conclusions without evidence. However, we will not allow a villain to escape justice, nor will we wrong an innocent person. His gaze finally settled on Lou Xiaoya's face. Lou Xiaoya, seated, kept her head bowed, scribbling notes in her notebook. Comrade Dong Lei, Zhang Lianghua directed his attention to the police chief. Dong Lei, his tone grave. As the secretary of the Kaihong Town Party Committee, I demand that you solve this case within 3 days. We must mitigate the negative impact this incident has caused and restore a stable and secure living environment for our citizens. Do you have confidence in this? Yes. Dong Lei sprang to his feet, responding emphatically, I assure you that I will solve this case within 3 days. What could possibly give him the assurance to commit to such a timeline? Certainly, it was reliant on certain unspeakable, ruthless measures. The bookish Cui Xiangdong, even with his resilience, would be fortunate to withstand a day under pressure. None of the attendees at the meeting were fools. Upon hearing that Deputy Mayor Liu had just divorced Cui Xiangdong yesterday, and today the agricultural technology station was burglarized with Cui Xiangdong being taken as a major suspect to the police station, they quickly sensed the underlying intrigue. It was rumored that this woman had caught the eye of the son of County Chief Zhao, which prompted her hasty divorce from Cui Xiangdong. If all went according to plan, she would soon ascend to the position of mayor of Kaihong Town. For the sake of her future, abandoning Cui Xiangdong might be justifiable, but orchestrating a scheme to utterly ruin him seemed excessive. Her beauty was like a flower, yet her heart was as venomous as a serpent. Many subconsciously shook their heads when glancing at Lou Xiaoya, realizing they must exercise greater caution around her. A woman who would go to such lengths for her ambitions, even jeopardizing her husband, would surely not care for the lives of others. Lou Xiaoya kept her head bowed, yet she could keenly feel the piercing gazes directed at her, as if invisible needles were pricking her skin. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Zhang Lianghua waved his hand, bringing the session to a close. The son of the former leader, Zhao Jian, awaited him in the office. Secretary Zhang. Just as Zhang Lianghua was about to rise, Lou Xiaoya, lost in thought, suddenly lifted her head. I can testify for Cui Xiangdong. What could she possibly testify regarding Cui Xiangdong? Before she could elaborate, the door to the conference room was abruptly pushed open by Yan Ming, the director of the town government office. Despite the ongoing important meeting among the town's higher-ups, Yan Ming barged in without knocking, causing Zhang Lianghua's expression to darken instantly. However, before he could voice his discontent, Yan Ming hurriedly announced, Secretary Zhang, Mr. L from the Jinxing Electronics Factory has arrived. He claims he will be relocating Jinxing Aluminum away from Rainbow Town. What? Zhang Lianghua was momentarily stunned. Even the soon-to-retire former town mayor and others present looked equally incredulous. Lou Xiaoya was no exception. Jinxing Electronics was a company she had brought to Rainbow Town just last year, with an investment of over $1 million and more than 100 job opportunities created. In these times, securing $1 million investment and 100 jobs was no small feat for an impoverished town. Now, the sudden prospect of its departure left everyone in shock. Lou Xiaoya, disregarding all else, sprang to her feet. Why does Mr. L wish to withdraw his investment? Yan Ming merely shook his head. Where is Mr. L? Take me to him. Before Lou Xiaoya could finish her sentence, a young man from the government office appeared at the door. Deputy Town Head Lou, it's bad news. Mr. He from Cayenne Toy Factory is also looking for you. He says he intends to withdraw his investment as well. Cayenne Toy Factory was another enterprise that Lou Xiaoya had introduced last year, with a scale of investment and job creation comparable to Jinxing Electronics. Now, the unexpected news of its withdrawal was equally alarming. The entire room was engulfed in disbelief. Suddenly, the telephone on the table rang. Wang Linhai. The director of the party and government office of Rainbow Town picked it up casually. This is Wang Linhai from the party and government office of Rainbow Town. May I ask who is calling? Hello, Director Wang. A man's voice resonated clearly through the receiver. I am Zheng Yaowen, the general manager of the Qingshan branch of Future Group. I am calling on behalf of Xiangdong Future Group to formally notify Rainbow Town that we are immediately terminating all investment intentions. What? Wang Linhai's eyes widened in shock. If the withdrawal of Jinxing Electronics and Kaiyun Toy Factory represented an economic shock coefficient of 1 for Rainbow Town. Once again, guided by Lou Xiaoya, the Future Group, which had anticipated an initial investment exceeding 10 million in Rainbow Town, abruptly terminated its investment plans, resulting in a devastating economic blow to the town, quantified at a staggering 10. Just as he was about to inquire further, the other party had already ended the call. Wang Linhai hastily reported this calamitous news to Zhang Lianghua. At that moment, Zhang Lianghua felt as though darkness enveloped him. With the Future Group's withdrawal from its investment in Rainbow Town, he found himself unequivocally among the direct victims. The county magistrate of Yunhu, Zhao Gang, had once confidently informed him that should Rainbow Town successfully attract the Future Group, not only would Lou Xiaoya ascend directly to the position of town mayor, bypassing the dedicated deputy secretary, but it would also enable Zhang Lianghua, the town's party secretary, to finally join the long-desired standing committee of Yunhu County. However, now upon hearing this news, Lou Xiaoya was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. She staggered slightly, quickly grasping the edge of the table for support. Deputy Town Head, it's bad, came the panicked voice of Xiao Ma from the doorway of the conference room. Boss Tian from Tianshan Dairy has also arrived. He insists on discussing the immediate withdrawal of investments with you in person. Chapter 5, Gratitude to Cui Xiangdong for his selfless act of heroism in a mere half hour. The proprietors of over a dozen enterprises that Lou Xiaoya had introduced over the past 2 years convened at the Rainbow Town government, expressing their intentions to withdraw their investments. Despite being acutely aware that unilaterally abrogating investment agreements would entail substantial losses for their businesses, they resolutely chose to divest. The reason? There was none. It was simply an act of withdrawal. Moreover, a conglomerate capable of significantly impacting the futures of Lou Xiaoya and Zhang Lianghua abruptly terminated its investment intentions with Rainbow Town, leaving the entire leadership of the town in a state of utter disarray. It felt as though the sky were about to collapse. The simultaneous withdrawal of so many enterprises would undoubtedly alarm Yunhu County and even Qishan City. Any individual possessing a modicum of intelligence would discern that the leadership of Rainbow Town had committed an irreparable blunder. For Zhang Lianghua and his colleagues, it was not about ascending the ranks, but rather about finding a solution to the crisis at hand to preserve their current positions. Their focus had shifted entirely away from investigating the theft at the agricultural technology station. They promptly summoned all the business owners to the auditorium. Zhang Lianghua, his voice trembling, commanded the government office director, Yin Ming, to act. Yin Ming turned and hurried away. The chaos within the town hall caught the attention of Zhao Jian, who was alone in the secretary's office. He quickly stepped outside and casually grabbed a staff member to inquire about the situation. It was reported that all the enterprises introduced by Deputy Town Chief Liu over the past 2 years were suddenly pulling out their investments. The staff member mumbled a response before hastening away. Zhao Jian was momentarily taken aback. The realization struck him that there was a grave issue in Rainbow Town, one that could potentially implicate his father, the county mayor. As one of the 12 towns in the county, the sudden economic turmoil in Rainbow Town would undoubtedly reflect on Zhao Gang, the mayor, who could not escape accountability. With no time to spare concerning Cui Xiangdong's situation, Zhao Jian rushed back to his office and picked up the phone to call his father. What? Zhao Gang was taken aback by his son's report. Is what you say true? Yes, Zhao Jian affirmed vigorously. I witnessed numerous people in the town hall, including Uncle Zhang, all wearing expressions of panic. All right, I understand, Zhao Gang replied, hastily deciding to head to Rainbow Town to ascertain the situation. With Zhao Jian unable to assist further, he decided to meander out of the town hall, intending to visit Cui Xiangdong at the police station. By coincidence, he encountered his future brother-in-law, Lou Xiaoya, at the entrance of the hall. They exchanged knowing glances and smiled in unison. Let us go together to visit Cui Xiangdong. As they departed, a small pickup truck arrived at the town hall entrance, accompanied by the sound of drums and gongs. Who could this be? It was a curious arrival, and one could only hope it heralded good news. The government office director, Yin Ming, now a nervous wreck, hurried over to inquire about the commotion. Several individuals leapt from the pickup. One individual cradled a crimson scroll in his hands and nonchalantly tossed it aside, revealing a grand red banner. Upon sighting this festive emblem, Zhang Lianghua and his fellow associates, who were guiding the esteemed guests towards the hall for discussions, collectively exhaled in relief. At last, a rather joyous occurrence had transpired. However, as they scrutinized the inscription upon the banner, their expressions swiftly transformed into a kaleidoscope of emotions. The banner bore the heartfelt gratitude for Comrade Cui Xiangdong from Rainbow Town, who selflessly saved a life. Upon reading this inscription, Yanming promptly inquired of the individual presenting the banner about the circumstances surrounding it. "Comrade, greetings. Allow me to explain." A middle-aged man named Zhao Dongsheng, the workshop director of the Qingshan machinery factory in the provincial city, grasped Yanming's hand and began to narrate. Just yesterday evening, his daughter, a third-grade primary school student, had been playing on her way home from school and, while frolicking by the riverside with her classmates, tragically slipped and fell into the water. With the river being perilously deep due to the flood season, although many bystanders were present, none dared to plunge in to rescue her. Just as the child was on the brink of drowning, a figure suddenly leaped into the river. This timely rescuer was none other than Cui Xiangdong from Rainbow Town. Not only did he save the child, but he also ensured she was taken to the hospital. Upon receiving the distressing news about his daughter, Zhao Dongsheng hurried to the hospital, clasping Cui Xiangdong's hand and expressing his profound gratitude. Once the child was entirely out of danger, Zhao Dongsheng invited Cui Xiangdong to his home for a celebratory meal, presenting him with a sum of 1,000 yuan. However, Cui Xiangdong adamantly refused to accept it. Witnessing his steadfastness only deepened Zhao Dongsheng's admiration for him, leading to a series of toasts in a show of appreciation. They continued to imbibe until the early hours of the morning, at which point Cui Xiangdong, having had his fill, stayed overnight at Zhao Dongsheng's residence. This morning, Zhao Dongsheng utilized the company's small car to escort him back to Rainbow Town. As the adage goes, the debt of saving a life is one that remains unforgettable. Yet, Cui Xiangdong insisted on accepting nothing in return, leaving Zhao Dongsheng feeling a profound sense of indebtedness, which prompted him to procure a banner and ceremoniously present it to Rainbow Town. After Zhao Dongsheng concluded his account, Zhang Lianghua exchanged glances with Dong Lei, while the former town leaders also shared a quick, silent exchange. The 10,000 yuan that had been stolen from the agricultural technology station last night coincided with Cui Xiangdong's presence in Qishan City, with Zhao Dongsheng's family available as witnesses. Thus, it was evident that Cui Xiangdong had no opportunity to commit the crime. Damn it! How can such a joyous event be considered a celebration? Zhang Lianghua muttered inwardly, while Lou Xiaoya discreetly sighed in relief, though her brow remained tightly furrowed over the collective withdrawal of investments by the various business owners. Following Zhao Dongsheng's narration, he pressed on to inquire about the whereabouts of Comrade Cui Xiangdong. Indeed, where is Cui Xiangdong at this moment? He was currently detained at the police station. Presently, Cui Xiangdong was merely a major suspect. Without direct evidence to substantiate that he had committed the burglary, he was being held but not shackled. As the door creaked open, Cui Xiangdong, lost in thought while seated on an iron chair, glanced up to see Zhao Jian and Lou Xiaojiang appearing at the threshold. Zhao Jian instructed Lou Xiaojiang to wait outside while he entered and closed the door behind him. "Cui Xiangdong, have you finally come to your senses?" Zhao Jian looked down at Cui Xiangdong with a slight sneer, asserting, "I believe you should now grasp the situation." Cui Xiangdong nodded, inquiring, "It was you who set the trap and framed me." "Correct. It was indeed I who orchestrated your downfall." The 10,000 yuan from the agricultural technology station was divided between Lou Xiaojiang and myself. However, you must bear the brunt of this blame. Zhao Jian's face was filled with triumph as he continued to berate, "Damn it, you, a mere technician, dare to challenge me. To be frank, not only will I take your wife, but I will also ensure you rot away in prison. Only then will Lou Xiaoya completely give up on you. I won't have to worry about any potential retaliation from you." Cui Xiangdong regarded Zhao Jian with an expression of disdain, remaining silent. His composure left Zhao Jian devoid of any sense of achievement. Zhao Jian decided to escalate his taunts. "Fool, relax in your cell. I will take good care of Lou Xiaoya. Just the thought of her delicate features and soft skin makes me weak at the knees. I can hardly wait to embrace those long legs of hers, with fervor." Suddenly, Cui Xiangdong raised his hand and delivered a powerful punch to Zhao Jian's face. Chapter 6 Kid, You need to seek help from Deputy Town Head Cui Xiangdong had already divorced Lou Xiaoya. From now on, regardless of whom she associates with or what she chooses to do, it is of no concern to him. Yet, when Zhao Jian deliberately provoked Cui Xiangdong by humiliating Lou Xiaoya, Cui Xiangdong retaliated with a fierce punch. His sudden aggression was not a reaction spurred by emotional distress, but rather a response to the despicable demeanor Zhao Jian was currently exhibiting. Amid Zhao Jian's agonizing screams, Cui Xiangdong seized his hair and forcefully pushed his head down while swiftly driving his right knee upward. With a resounding thud, Zhao Jian's cries abruptly ceased as he doubled over in pain, collapsing heavily before Cui Xiangdong. What was happening? Lou Xiaojian, stationed at the door, hurriedly opened it upon hearing the commotion within. Seeing Zhao Jian kneeling in pain before Cui Xiangdong, Lou Xiaojian was momentarily stunned before turning and shouting outside, "Someone come quickly. Cui Xiangdong is attacking people." Just 2 days prior, after being kicked by Cui Xiangdong at Lou Xiaoya's residence, Lou Xiaojian had inexplicably developed a fear of his former brother-in-law. Who would dare to assault someone within the precinct of a police station? A few officers rushed in swiftly. "Cuff him." Zhao Jian, enduring excruciating pain in his abdomen, pointed at Cui Xiangdong and bellowed at the officers, "Today, I will not leave until he is crippled. I am the son of the county head of Yunhu." The son of the county head of Yunhu, were it not for Zhao Jian's status. The officers who were meant to detain Cui Xiangdong would never have allowed him and Lou Xiaojian to visit Cui Xiangdong in private. They had not anticipated that Cui Xiangdong would dare to physically confront the county head's son within the police station. This was intolerable. One officer immediately unfastened his handcuffs, preparing to pounce on Cui Xiangdong. "What on earth are you doing?" a booming voice suddenly demanded. Cui Xiangdong looked up to see a rugged man with a fierce expression striding towards them. It was Chun Yongshan, the deputy head of the Rainbow Town Police Station. Upon recognizing Chun Yongshan, Zhang Ming, who was about to handcuff Cui Xiangdong, instinctively scoffed, then report to Deputy Head Chun, the notorious criminal Cui Xiangdong, who stole from the Agricultural Technology Station's finances, is assaulting someone in the detention room. Typically, subordinates omit the prefix deputy when addressing their superiors. But Zhang Ming emphasized it heavily, underscoring Chun Yongshan's lack of standing within the station. Indeed, despite being exceptionally competent in various aspects of his duties, Chun Yongshan had long suffered under the suppression of Dong Lei, resulting in a near-total absence of authority. "Zhang Ming, how can you be so certain that Cui Xiangdong was the one who stole from the Agricultural Technology Station before the investigation results are in?" Chun Yongshan's expression darkened. Moreover, Cui Xiangdong should not have been allowed to interact with outsiders during his detention. How could Lou Xiaojian and the others be in the detention room? Zhang Ming was momentarily at a loss for words. He certainly could not counter Chun Yongshan by claiming that the latter had permitted Zhao Jian and others to privately deal with Cui Xiangdong, could he? Zhao Jian, filled with rage, sprang up and hurled insults at Chun Yongshan. "Do you even know who I am? I couldn't care less who you are." Chun Yongshan retorted, his eyes ablaze. "Even if your father were the king of heaven, dare to insult me once more, and I will teach you a lesson you won't forget." The ferocious demeanor of Chun Yongshan sent Zhao Jian retreating in fright. "Get out of my sight." Chun Yongshan, adhering strictly to the rules, paid no heed to Zhao Jian's status as the county chief's son. If Zhao Jian dared to continue his complaints, Chun Yongshan would indeed slap him. "Forget it, brother-in-law. Let us leave." Lou Xiaojian, well aware of Chun Yongshan's reputation, quickly tugged at Zhao Jian's arm and whispered. Cowed by Chun Yongshan, Zhao Jian hastily capitulated, turning to angrily point at Cui Xiangdong, and departed in disgrace. Is there truly nothing better to do? If you're so idle, then patrol the wheat fields to prevent any fires. Chun Yongshan shouted at Wang Ming and the others. Despite being suppressed by Dong Lei at the police station and lacking influence, he was still the deputy director. If he sent Wang Ming and the others to sunbathe in the fields, and they dared to defy him, it would merely provide Chun Yongshan with an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Wang Ming and the others exchanged glances and dispersed, bullying others with authority. Chun Yongshan spat contemptuously as he watched Zhao Jian's retreating figure. He then turned his gaze towards Cui Xiangdong, his expression one of pity. "Kid, I thought my life was tough, but it seems yours is even more dismal." Chun Yongshan produced a cigarette, tossing one to Cui Xiangdong, and continued. "Not only has your wife been taken by another, but you've also been falsely accused by that very man. The worst part is, he wields significant power, leaving you with no choice but to endure. Listen, I have a suggestion for you. Whether you take it or not is up to you. The news of Lou Xiaoya being courted by the county chief's son and her impending divorce from Cui Xiangdong had already been flaunted by Wang Yinxia and Lou Xiaoya throughout Rainbow Town. It was common knowledge. Moreover, it was evident to Qin Yongshan that Cui Xiangdong had been framed by Zhao Jian. If he couldn't see that, he wouldn't have the qualifications to remain deputy director while being heavily suppressed by Dong Lei. Director Chen, what do you suggest? Cui Xiangdong inquired politely after lighting a cigarette. To untie the knot, one must find the one who tied it, Qin Yongshan whispered. You need to seek out Vice Town Chief Liu and ask her, considering your 2 years of marriage, to assist you in overcoming this predicament. After all, shared life as a couple carries its own bonds. If you can touch her heart, Zhao Jian will likely refrain from targeting you for the time being. Once this matter is resolved, it would be wise to return to your hometown. Lingering in Yunhu County will surely not yield favorable outcomes for you. Of course, you won't be able to meet Vice Town Chief Liu right now, but I can help plead your case tonight. Cui Xiangdong discerned that Qin Yongshan was genuinely trying to assist him. He accepted this kindness with gratitude. Thank you, Director Chen, Cui Xiangdong expressed sincerely. I will not plead with that woman, nor will I leave Yunhu County, and certainly not Rainbow Town. Do you wish to confront Zhao Jian? Qin Yongshan was momentarily taken aback and remarked, Are you still harboring hope for Deputy Town Head Liu? My dear boy, it is not that I wish to rub salt into your wounds, but as a mere outsider who has settled in the countryside in pursuit of love, what makes you think you can contend with Zhao Jian? The most crucial point is that once a woman's heart wavers, her favorite pastime becomes tormenting her former partner. Only in this manner can she alleviate the guilt that plagues her when she encounters you. I must admit, I never anticipated that Qin Yongshan, who appears to be a rough and uncouth man, possessed such a profound understanding of women. I shall not depart. Zhao Jian, as Cui Xiangdong chuckled softly. He noticed Zhang Ming, who had earlier been scolded by Qin Yongshan, approaching briskly once more. Deputy Chief Chen, Zhang Ming stated with a serious demeanor. I have just received a call from Chief Dong, confirming that Cui Xiangdong is not involved in the theft case at the Agricultural Technology Station. He then turned to Cui Xiangdong and said, You may leave now. Chapter 7. The young lady of the Shao family agrees to your proposal. Qin Yongshan was utterly astonished. Based on his analysis, it was improbable that Cui Xiangdong would be released without first securing Lou Xiaoya's assistance. However, at this moment, Cui Xiangdong was not particularly surprised by the outcome. After meeting with his uncle in the provincial capital yesterday, and after a confrontation with Zhao Jian that irrevocably severed his ties with Lou Xiaoya, he was fully aware that he would likely face retaliation in the form of false accusations. Having contemplated this, he had devised a corresponding plan. The individuals sent by Su Baichuan did not depart after escorting Cui Xiangdong to the town. Instead, they discreetly remained, closely monitoring the slightest changes in the atmosphere. Once Cui Xiangdong was taken away by the police, they immediately contacted Su Baichuan to report the development. Upon receiving the news, Su Baichuan promptly dispatched Song Dongxing to Rainbow Town to deliver a banner of commendation. With Zhao Dongxing as a witness, Dong Lei had no choice but to release Cui Xiangdong. Director Chen, I must take my leave, Cui Xiangdong said, shaking hands with Qin Yongshan. After casting a glance at Zhang Ming to remember his appearance, he swiftly exited the police station. Meanwhile, the higher-ups in Rainbow Town were thrown into disarray. Zhao Gang, the county magistrate of Yunhu County, had also hurriedly arrived with the director of the county's Investment Promotion Bureau and other officials. Zhao Gang sought to understand why these business owners, despite facing personal losses, were resolute in their decision to withdraw their investments. Above all, he hoped to persuade them with utmost sincerity to reconsider their stance. Why were the business owners withdrawing their investments? The absence of any rationale sometimes serves as a rationale in itself. The collective withdrawal of over a dozen enterprises would inflict significant economic losses and detrimental repercussions on Rainbow Town and even Yunhu County, consequences that these entrepreneurs seemed indifferent to. As for Zhao Gang's attempts to appeal to their emotions and reason with them, the investors, including Mr. L from the electronics sector, showed little interest. They merely urged Lou Xiaoya, who was in charge of investment, to produce the initial investment contracts so that they could dissolve their agreements. Can anyone explain to me what is happening here? Zhao Gang exclaimed, summoning the senior officials of Rainbow Town to the conference room. He slammed his hand on the table, his voice low but filled with fury. His outburst was hardly surprising. Just moments earlier, he had received a phone call from the mayor of Qingshan City. The mayor, expressing extreme dissatisfaction. Inquired why the enterprises in Rainbow Town were collectively withdrawing their investments and insisted that Zhao Gang resolve the matter at any cost. To speak candidly, the more than a dozen enterprises withdrawing from Rainbow Town were relatively minor players within the broader context of Qingshan City. Even if twice as many small businesses were to withdraw across the 5 districts and 4 counties of Qingshan City, it would not be overly consequential. However, these enterprises hailed from impoverished towns that had been languishing at the bottom of the economic ladder for years, but had recently begun to show signs of improvement. This made the situation considerably more serious. Zhao Gang had never envisioned that the collective withdrawal of investments from Rainbow Town would attract the attention of city leadership in such a short span of time. What he could do was merely thump his chest in assurance, claiming he could resolve all issues. To tackle any problem, one must first discern its root cause. In the face of Zhao Gang's furious inquiries, whether it was Secretary Zhang Lianghua, the soon-to-retire Old Town Mayor, or Lou Xiaoya, who was responsible for investment attraction, all remained mute. Even now, they failed to comprehend why these entrepreneurs collectively withdrew their investments. Cui Xiangdong was aware. After leaving the police station, he learned that over a dozen enterprises, manipulated behind the scenes by Su Baichuan, intended to withdraw their investments from Rainbow Town. He immediately surmised that his uncle was employing this method to exact revenge for the slight he felt after being abandoned by Lou Xiaoya. This realization brought him a certain satisfaction. Without even stepping into the town courtyard, he could easily guess the confusion and urgency that Lou Xiaoya and the others were experiencing. However, he could not bring himself to revel in their misfortune. The withdrawal of these enterprises would inevitably lead to the sudden unemployment of over 1,000 townsfolk, inflicting an unprecedented blow to the economy of Rainbow Town. Reflecting on the fact that his uncle orchestrated this situation merely to retaliate against Lou Xiaoya would affect countless townspeople, Cui Xiangdong felt a pang of guilt. He needed to call his uncle immediately, urging the business owners to find a plausible reason to halt their withdrawal. Cui Xiangdong hitched a ride on a tractor carrying bricks, returning to the agricultural technology station. Upon his unexpected release, his former colleagues were taken aback. Yet no one approached him with concern. They all understood that even if Cui Xiangdong had been freed, offending the county magistrate would lead to dire consequences in the future. It was best for them to keep their distance. Cui Xiangdong paid them no heed, hastily entering his office. Being the husband of the deputy town head, he enjoyed the privilege of a private office and an external phone line. He closed the door and picked up the receiver to dial. Xiangdong, it's not that I wish to withdraw our investment. Su Baichuan's voice came through, tinged with a bitter smile, but rather it is your father's directive. What? Cui Xiangdong was taken aback. Does he not realize that this would deal a catastrophic blow to the economy of Rainbow Town? Once this news spreads throughout Qingshan City, which enterprise would dare to invest here in the future? Of course he knows, Su Baichuan replied. That is precisely why he personally called me, insisting on the withdrawal. Not only did he demand this, but he also instructed that for the next 2 years, I am prohibited from making any investments in Baiyun County. If Cui Xiangdong's engagement to the young lady of the Shao family was a political marriage, then the union of his parents was a result of the Cui family's political standing and the Su family's commercial background. The entire Su family held no governmental positions in Xia country, yet they possessed a considerable business empire overseas. This effectively mitigated the occurrence of collusion between officials and businessmen, which could lead to national losses. Su Baichuan was the domestic representative of the Su family and held a special affection for Cui Xiangdong. The Su family had long since established their development strategy, which dictated that their domestic progress must unconditionally adhere to the arrangements set forth by the Cui family. Therefore, when the elder Cui personally called Su Baichuan, instructing him on the necessary actions to take, he was obliged to comply. The old man forbade the Su family from investing in Baiyun for 2 years. Cui Xiangdong found this puzzling and inquired, why? Su Baichuan elucidated. It is because you are to become the mayor of Rainbow Town. The elder has granted you a maximum of 2 years to assess your abilities. If you prove capable, you will undoubtedly revitalize Rainbow Town, and the Cui family will extend their utmost support. However, if you fail, the Su family will focus their investments in Rainbow Town after 2 years, compensating for the economic losses your ineptitude has caused the community. Consequently, the Cui family will no longer support your political aspirations. With a sigh, he added, alas, this predicament stems from the troubles you stirred up 2 years ago. At that moment, Cui Xiangdong finally grasped the situation and smiled. The elders' provision of a full 2 years to alter the economic landscape of Rainbow Town was, indeed, the greatest humiliation for a reborn individual. Oh, and on another note, Su Baichuan recalled, there is one more crucial matter. Cui Xiangdong inquired, what is it? Su Baichuan replied slowly, the young lady of the Xiao family, who is yet to be betrothed, agreed this morning to the elder Chui's proposal for your hand once more. Chapter 8. The Misguided Affections of Xiaozuo Wat. Upon learning that I had just been unceremoniously dismissed by Lou Xiaoya, my grandfather could hardly contain his eagerness and rushed to the Xiao family to propose once more on my behalf. Good heavens! The audacity of my grandfather is truly remarkable. What emboldens him to advocate for me, a mere second-hand option who once rejected the esteemed daughter of the Xiao family? The most astonishing aspect is that the Xiao family actually acquiesced. Could it be that their daughter is utterly unable to find a suitable suitor? Cui Xiangdong stood there, bewildered for a considerable time, before finally inquiring, Uncle, is that even possible? How could it not be? It was Cui Lao himself who called me. Su Baichuan chuckled and remarked, you must be puzzled as to why Cui Lao is daring enough to seek a marriage proposal again. Cui Xiangdong nodded vigorously in agreement. This is because, during the 2 years you were married and residing in Rainbow Town, numerous suitors approached the Xiao family, all of whom were met with rejection. Su Baichuan elucidated. Cui Lao speculated whether the Xiao family's daughter, who has known you since childhood, might still harbor feelings for you. Thus, the old man decided to take a chance. The outcome? The Xiao daughter, who had previously rebuffed the fervent advances of the young master of the Qin family in Yinjing, surprisingly consented. Childhood sweethearts. Upon hearing those words from his uncle, Cui Xiangdong suddenly envisioned a young girl, her voice sweet and innocent, calling him brother. Decades ago, the elders of the Cui and Xiao families in Yinjing fought side by side as comrades. Old Master Xiao managed the battles while Old Master Cui handled the ideological work. Once peace was restored, Old Master Cui entered politics, and Old Master Xiao transitioned to military service. Nevertheless, both families resided within the same grand courtyard for over a decade. Cui Xiangdong and the Xiao daughter, born merely a year apart, grew up together in that courtyard. The Xiao girl was always trailing behind Cui Xiangdong, affectionately calling him brother. However, when Cui Xiangdong turned 10, the Xiao family moved out of the courtyard to the military district. From that point forward, their encounters diminished significantly. Having spent a decade together in close quarters, it is not an exaggeration to refer to them as childhood sweethearts. Yet, because they shared such familiarity, whenever Cui Xiangdong thought of the Xiao daughter, he would recall the image of a little girl with a runny nose, wiping it with her sleeve after catching a cold. Even as she blossomed into a graceful young woman, he felt no romantic inclinations toward her. Their bond was too close, making it difficult to entertain such notions. He regarded her as a sister, which led him to reject his family's intentions of a union with the Xiao family. Xiao Kuo, indeed, has been waiting for me. Upon this realization, a surge of complex emotions welled up within Cui Xiangdong. Xiao Kuo, this was the name of the esteemed daughter of the Xiao family. Was her name a reference to the misguided affections of her youth? While lost in such thoughts, Su Baichuan interjected once more, Xiangdong, what do you plan to do about Zhao Jian? Although Lou Xiaoya's betrayal stemmed largely from her own foolishness, neither the Cui family nor the Su family would allow Zhao Jian to go unpunished for daring to encroach upon Cui Xiangdong's territory. Cui Xiangdong swiftly buried the image of Xiao Kuo deep within his heart, his tone cold as he remarked, let him die. Very well, Su Baichuan readily agreed. I will make arrangements. However, I suggest that you personally escort him on his final journey. If he is to die, let it be in full clarity. All right, you handle the arrangements. Cui Xiangdong conversed with his uncle for a few more minutes before hanging up the phone. The withdrawal of funds from Rainbow Town by the Su family was an established fact, and it would inevitably inflict a significant blow to the town's economy. Zhang Lianghua's dream of leveraging Future Group's investment to ascend to the standing committee of Yunhu County was shattered. Zhao Gang, who was in charge of the county's economy, would also bear a certain degree of responsibility for this. As for Lou Xiaoya, who divorced Cui Xiangdong in pursuit of the mayoral position and sought to climb the social ladder, Cui Xiangdong could not help but let out a few cold chuckles. Choosing to dismiss thoughts of that woman, he redirected his focus toward how to revitalize the town's economy in the shortest time possible after assuming the role of mayor. He opened the drawer, took out paper and pen, and began drafting a plan. Gradually, darkness enveloped the sky. No one disturbed him. It was only when his stomach growled that he realized it was already 8 in the evening. Formulating an economic development plan was indeed a feasible task. Cui Xiangdong's mind brimmed with golden ideas for establishing certain enterprises to rejuvenate the economy, based on the current situation of Rainbow Town. Having lived 2 lives, he was undoubtedly well-versed in the various struggles of the political arena. Yet, there was one insurmountable issue. A skilled woman cannot make a meal without rice. Whenever he contemplated establishing a factory, the necessity of funds became paramount. Regrettably, the financial situation of Rainbow Town was far from optimistic. The crux of the matter was that even if he became the mayor, it seemed unlikely that he could command the finance department in a short span of time. Cui Xiangdong lit a cigarette, furrowing his brow. Rainbow Town was an ordinary township, with a standing committee composed of 9 individuals: the party secretary, the mayor, the full-time deputy secretary, the chair of the People's Congress, a discipline inspection committee member, an organization committee member, a propaganda committee member, a United Front committee member, and the director of the party and government office. The town government, led by the mayor, consisted of 5 deputy mayors overseeing various departments, including commerce and construction. Among these, the deputy mayors in charge of commerce and social security wielded the most authority. Typically, the deputy mayor responsible for social security, Dong Lei, was the police station chief, a position of considerable power, while the deputy mayor overseeing commerce, Lou Xiaoya, managed the finance department, representing the town's financial resources. Ironically, these 2 pivotal aides to the mayor were both adversaries of Cui Xiangdong, particularly Lou Xiaoya. Thus, without her staunch support, he would find it nearly impossible to extract funds from the finance department. The most ironic twist was that Cui Xiangdong had previously devoted considerable effort to teaching Lou Xiaoya many political strategies to help her secure her position as deputy mayor. Now, it felt as though he was hoisting a stone only to drop it on his own foot, or perhaps losing both the lady and the soldiers. Alas, the elder refused to allow his uncle to assist him. Cui Xiangdong sighed, contemplating the potential for rapid wealth accumulation. If only he could effortlessly amass several million within moments. Then recruit an agent to vigorously cultivate the private sector in Rainbow Town. This era is precisely when the authorities have repeatedly emphasized the necessity to bolster private enterprises. Numerous individuals, once secure in their government positions, have resolutely ventured into business. For those who embark on this entrepreneurial journey now, as long as they do not undermine their own efforts, profit seems almost assured, even with eyes closed. It is fair to assert that contemporary Huaxia is truly a land abundant with opportunity. It merely requires the requisite courage and vision. Suddenly, the phone rang. Cui Xiangdong, who was about to ignite the electric stove to prepare some noodles, casually picked up the receiver. This is Cui Xiangdong from the Agricultural Technology Station. May I know who is calling? However, there was only silence on the other end. After a brief pause, he lifted the handset to inspect it, then returned it to his ear. Hello. May I inquire who is speaking? If there is no response, I will have to hang up. Still, the caller remained silent. Crazy. Cui Xiangdong muttered to himself, just as he was about to set down the receiver. At that moment, a clear, cool voice emerged from the handset. This is Xiao Quo. Chapter 9. This is the retribution for Lou Xiaoya's divorce, Xiao Quo, the one who has always loved the wrong person. Upon hearing the girl on the other end of the line introduce herself, Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. Xiao Quo fell silent as well. The 2 remained on the line, enveloped in a prolonged silence. Clearing his throat, with an expression of palpable embarrassment, Cui Xiangdong was the first to break the quietude. Hey, Piggy, how have you been? Xiao Quo's childhood nickname was indeed Piggy, possibly due to her zodiac sign, or perhaps because she was adorably plump at birth, resembling a little piglet. Xiao Quo's tone remained frosty. Not well. Cui Xiangdong inquired. Why not? Xiao Quo chose not to respond. He scratched the back of his head, a gesture of unease. Finally, she spoke softly. You have told me countless times that you would marry me. Yet, you chose another woman. Cui Xiangdong's expression shifted subtly, a flicker of discomfort in his eyes. He had indeed expressed such sentiments to Xiao Quo repeatedly, but those declarations had been mere child's play, innocent fantasies. After entering junior high, he had completely forgotten those childhood promises. Meanwhile, Xiao Quo, who had always loved him, had never forgotten and had been waiting for him, only for him to marry Lou Xiaoya. When Grandpa Cui came to propose, my grandfather was simultaneously delivering an ultimatum, insisting I accept the marriage proposal from the Qin family. I could no longer endure it. I realized that what I had steadfastly clung to was nothing more than whimsical childhood musings for you, devoid of seriousness. After a lengthy pause, Xiao Qiuo spoke once more. If you delay your divorce by even a day, I shall become someone else's wife. Cui Xiangdong pressed his lips together, murmuring, Piggy, I do not deserve such treatment from you. Xiao Qiuo responded coolly, whether you deserve it or not, I alone shall decide. Cui Xiangdong fell silent. Grandpa Cui suggested that I wait for you for 2 years. Xiao Qiuo shifted the conversation. Let us marry in 2 years, for this time is crucial for you. All right. Cui Xiangdong readily agreed. Suddenly, Xiao Qiuo asked, can you still remember what I looked like? Images of Xiao Qiuo flooded Cui Xiangdong's mind, reminiscent of the night before his wedding to Lou Xiaoya. A beauty, though the term felt trite. Yet, there was no other word that could encapsulate her clean, delicate features, her fierce yet slender waist and long legs. Of course, Cui Xiangdong chuckled. As long as I visit any villager's home, I can see your likeness. These days, nearly every household in the countryside raises pigs. Beep. The line went dead. Cui Xiangdong was left in astonishment. Just because he had jested with Piggy, she had unhesitatingly ended the call. Her temperament was certainly unlike her childhood self. He quickly redialed, but there was no response. Xiao Qiuo, who had always loved the wrong person, was truly angry. The night deepened, and at the stroke of midnight, Lou Xiaoya finally left the conference room, returning to her empty home with weary steps. After an arduous effort spanning over 10 hours, even Lou Xiaoya, the county party secretary of Yunhu County, rushed to Rainbow Town. Yet he was unable to dissuade more than a dozen business owners from their resolute decision to withdraw their investments. The proprietors were willing to incur losses, and Lou Xiaoya found himself constrained by the terms of the contracts. What is most crucial is that, to this day, Lou Xiaoya and her associates remain oblivious to the true reasons behind the mass withdrawal of these investors. Following the completion of formalities at the town government, the business owners promptly initiated their evacuation plans. Strangely, they intended to take with them all their production equipment and all the raw materials that Rainbow Town could not utilize, leaving no trace behind. As their withdrawal plans commenced, thousands of workers in Rainbow Town found themselves suddenly unemployed. In this era, securing a job close to home has become exceedingly difficult. Moreover, these enterprises had treated their workers quite favorably, both in terms of salary and working conditions. The abrupt loss of such decent employment ignited a wave of disappointment and anger among the thousands of laid-off workers, who directed their ire towards the leadership of Rainbow Town. They could not believe that the business owners would withdraw their investments without cause. Surely, the town's leaders must have committed grievous offenses against these enterprises, perhaps engaging in extortion or similar malfeasances. There was even a mysterious rumor suggesting that the collective withdrawal of investments was a consequence of Lou Xiaoya, the deputy mayor in charge of investment promotion, being frivolous and unfaithful, abandoning her husband for personal advancement, which brought about her comeuppance. Additionally, it was alleged that the county head's indulgence of his son, who had disrupted other families in Rainbow Town, had displeased the investors, prompting their departure. In any case, there were myriad theories. Hundreds, if not thousands, of unemployed citizens congregated at the gates of the town hall, vociferously berating the town leaders. Had it not been for the personal intervention of the county party secretary, it is likely that the crowd would not have dispersed even after nightfall. Consequently, Lou Xiaoya chastised the leaders of Rainbow Town vehemently, seizing the opportunity to express his discontent with county head Zhao Gang. In contrast to his usual defiance against Lou Xiaoya, Zhao Gang could only lower his head in silence at that moment. As for Zhang Lianghua and Lou Xiaoya from Rainbow Town, they were further disheartened. With such lackluster capabilities, they aspired to join the county committee or become the town mayor. They ought to first mend their own households. This was Lou Xiaoya's remark as he glanced over Zhao Gang and Lou Xiaoya's faces before departing. Why did he gaze at Zhao Gang? It was because Lou Xiaoya was already aware of Zhao Gang's son's coercion of Lou Xiaoya to divorce her husband. His comment regarding Zhang Lianghua's ambitions to join the standing committee stemmed from his understanding that Zhang Lianghua was an ally of Zhao Gang, supporting Zhao Jian in pursuing Lou Xiaoya and undermining her family. As for Lou Xiaoya's fanciful aspirations of becoming the town mayor, those were utterly unrealistic. Zhao Gang's face turned ashen. Zhang Lianghua's jaws quivered with anxiety. Lou Xiaoya wished for nothing more than to disappear into a crevice. After Lou Xiaoya and Zhao Gang departed, Zhang Lianghua promptly convened a meeting with the senior officials of the town. In the wake of withdrawing investments from over a dozen enterprises, the pressing need to mitigate the resulting adverse effects has become paramount. particularly the continuation of attracting new investments. Previously, during meetings focused on investment promotion, the spirited Lou Xiaoya radiated enthusiasm, yet tonight she felt as though she were ensnared in a dream. She could not comprehend how. Within a mere 2 years, the very enterprises she had personally enticed could all abruptly withdraw their investments right after her separation from Cui Xiangdong. Could it be that these companies were somehow linked to Xiangdong? Was it possible that his behind-the-scenes support was the sole reason for their initial attraction? Their sudden collective exodus, was it truly because of her divorce? Unthinkable. Though Xiangdong held a residency in Yinjing, he hailed from an ordinary family. The Cui family disapproved of his marriage, resulting in Lou Xiaoya rarely meeting them, and they forbade Xiangdong from revealing his lineage. How could someone of such modest origins wield such influence? The enchanting deputy mayor of Rainbow Town tossed and turned in bed, murmuring to herself in despair. It was only as dawn's light began to break that she finally succumbed to a fitful slumber. Mere moments later, in her dreams, Lou Xiaoya instinctively reached out to embrace. Her voice a soft, plaintive whine. "Xiangdong, come and eat. I can't sleep without you." Yet her arms encircled nothing but emptiness. A shiver coursed through her as she slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the vacant space beside her pillow. Tears of regret surged forth, flowing like a fountain. Chapter 10. Thank you, Lou Town, for treating me to steamed buns as dawn broke. Cui Xiangdong rose early at 6 o'clock, embarking on a 30-minute stroll to the town for breakfast. This was an unavoidable necessity, as the agricultural technology station was situated 2 kilometers north of Rainbow Town, isolated from both villages and shops, leaving him with no options for a morning meal. Though the dormitory and office were equipped with a 1-kilowatt tungsten wire stove and noodles, such provisions were only adequate for a single meal. Sustaining a diet of plain noodles thrice daily was simply untenable for the vigorous young Cui Xiangdong. Awakened by hunger around 4 o'clock that morning, he managed to endure until the town after downing a large glass of warm water. Upon his arrival in town, Cui Xiangdong had grown accustomed to dining with Lou Xiaoya, as they rarely prepared breakfast themselves over the past 2 years. He frequented the old Min's steamed bun shop, ordering several buns accompanied by a couple of bowls of rice porridge. As a regular patron, Old Min recognized Cui Xiangdong well, and was aware of his relationship with the town's lady, as well as the recent upheaval that had led to their separation. However, Old Min did not regard him with the disdain that some others might. Instead, he greeted him warmly as usual. "Dongzi, 6 chai-filled buns and 2 bowls of rice porridge?" "No, today I shall have 6 meat buns," Cui Xiangdong replied, using his toes to pull over a small stool, chuckling. "Perhaps I am in a growth spurt these days, and my appetite has expanded. The vegetarian buns are simply insufficient to quell my hunger." "Huh, how old are you now, still growing? At your age? The only thing you're likely to grow is wrinkles." Old Min laughed heartily, promptly serving Cui Xiangdong his breakfast. Suddenly, a flurry of urgent bicycle bells rang out, prompting Cui Xiangdong to glance back. He observed several middle-aged men and women, each accompanied by someone, their faces etched with grief and indignation, pedaling furiously down the road. "Alas, how pitiful," Old Min remarked with a heavy sigh, shaking his head, clearly familiar with at least one of the individuals and aware of their plight. Curiosity piqued, Cui Xiangdong inquired, "Old Min, what's the matter? Do you know those people and what they've encountered?" "The person riding ahead is the brother-in-law of our village's Min Hanji. Just a few days ago, he was here enjoying buns after helping Hanji harvest wheat." With few patrons in the shop, Old Min took a seat opposite Cui Xiangdong and lit a cigarette. Min Hanji, known for his simple-mindedness since childhood and having lost his parents early on, grew up relying on the kindness of others, making it challenging for him to find a wife. Yet, fate smiled upon him. At the age of 31, while returning from a market trip, he discovered someone struggling in the water. Min Hanji promptly rescued her, a radiant girl of merely 18. In a turn of events reminiscent of a fairy tale, the young lady, defying her family's vehement opposition, pledged herself to Min Hanji in gratitude. A year into their marriage, they welcomed a daughter, and 6 years ago, they were blessed with another little girl. Min Hanji's eldest daughter not only inherited her mother's striking beauty, but also excelled academically, gaining admission to the prestigious high school in the county. The young girl harbored hopes of attending university, which filled Hanji and his wife with boundless joy. In an effort to afford her tuition, when Hanji struggled to find work, his wife took a position as a maid in the home of a prominent official in the county. Old Min remarked, everything was going well. However, last night, the official's son returned home inebriated and, Upon seeing Hanzai's wife, though older, still strikingly beautiful, he acted with unspeakable brutality. Yet, Hanzai's wife was of a strong spirit. After enduring such a violation, she contacted the village to inform Hanzai of her plight before tragically taking her own life by throwing herself into the river. Upon receiving the news, Hanzai rushed to the county on his bicycle, only to suffer a fatal accident en route. In an instant, both were lost. Observing Old Min's sorrowful headshakes and deep sighs, Cui Xiangdong felt an unexpected heaviness in his heart. Nonetheless, the details of the events were merely hearsay from Old Min. All Cui Xiangdong could do was join in the lamentation. "Luojian, is that you?" Old Min suddenly rose from his seat to greet a new patron arriving for a meal. After the brief exchange, Old Min sensed something amiss and instinctively glanced at Cui Xiangdong, who, in turn, instinctively turned to look. There stood Lou Xiaoya, clad in a floral white dress and black sandals, her figure elegant, yet her face worn with fatigue, gazing blankly at him from a distance. Their eyes met for a fleeting second before Cui Xiangdong turned back, continuing his meal. He had grown accustomed to dining at Old Min's establishment, as had Lou Xiaoya. Her presence did not disturb his appetite. From the moment he received his divorce certificate, he regarded her as a stranger, completely detached from his life. Furthermore, after receiving a phone call from his childhood sweetheart, who had always loved him misguidedly, it was clear to him that he was no longer available, and thus, he had no inclination towards any other woman. Whether Lou Xiaoya appeared haggard or spirited was of no concern to Cui Xiangdong. Silently, Lou Xiaoya approached a small table nearby, ordering 2 vegetarian buns and a bowl of thin porridge. Cui Xiangdong savored a bun, accompanied by a clove of garlic, then sipped his rice porridge, genuinely relishing his meal. Once satisfied, he planned to settle the bill and depart. He still needed to purchase mosquito coils and a new mosquito net in town. That wretched agricultural station was devoid of any beautiful women, yet swarmed with mosquitoes. "Old Min, how much do I owe?" Cui Xiangdong called out as usual, instinctively reaching for his phone to scan for payment. But, in this day and age, where was his smartphone? Furthermore, where was his cash? Upon reverting to his previous habit of leaving home without money, he found himself without funds for breakfast. Typically, when dining out with Lou Xiaoya, she would cover the expenses. This created a rather awkward situation. He could only smile sheepishly at Old Min, saying, I apologize, I forgot to bring money. How about this? Just keep a tab for me. I'll bring the payment tomorrow morning. Rest assured, I won't forget. Hello, why all this fuss? Even if forgotten. It is merely a few buns, Lao Min remarked, waving his hand as he began to clear the dishes, seemingly unaffected by the matter. Thank you, Cui Xiangdong said, letting out a hearty belch as he stood to express his gratitude to Lao Min, when suddenly, he heard the voice of Lou Xiaoya nearby. Lao Min. I will cover his meal. Cui Xiangdong immediately frowned and turned to look. He saw Lou Xiaoya pulling out 5 yuan from her wallet and extending it towards Lao Min. Lao Min paused for a moment before glancing at Cui Xiangdong, silently inquiring whether he should accept the payment from his ex-wife. Well, just accept it. Cui Xiangdong replied with a smile, casually adding to Lou Xiaoya, Thank you, Lucian, for treating me to meat buns. In an instant, Lou Xiaoya's face flushed crimson, her eyes sparkling with a sudden brightness. The phrase thank you, Lucian, for treating me to meat buns was a cherished expression they exchanged after each passionate encounter, an essential part of their intimate dialogue. Chapter 11. Who doesn't know you divorced just to marry me? Upon witnessing the sudden flush of embarrassment on Lou Xiaoya's face, Cui Xiangdong finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Images of the poised and graceful Lou Xiaoya in public flooded his mind, juxtaposed with her utterly seductive demeanor in the confines of the bedroom, kitchen, and even the midnight garden. In the past, the mere thought of her in such a manner would send his heart racing uncontrollably. Yet now, his heart remained unmoved, and instead, a sharp pang gripped his stomach. The reason for his revulsion was clear. This woman had forsaken her husband for the sake of her so-called future, intending to bestow upon another the unique allure that rightfully belonged to him. Ugh! A look of disgust marred Cui Xiangdong's face as he spat heavily on the ground and strode away briskly. Lou Xiaoya, her cheeks flushed crimson, quickly turned pale. She was acutely aware of the reason behind Cui Xiangdong's disdainful act. But what of it? It was noon. The meeting convened at 8 o'clock that morning regarding the collective withdrawal of investments by over 10 enterprises had finally concluded. All attendees had racked their brains in a futile attempt to devise a strategy to salvage the investments. They sought to understand the rationale behind the private enterprise's withdrawal. Yet no one could propose a viable solution by the meeting's end. Ugh, even in the midst of the meeting. The haunting echoes of that voice, a mere hallucination, plagued Lou Xiaoya's ears as she approached her office door, utterly exhausted. Upon opening the door, she was met with the sight of Zhao Jian. Seated at her desk with his feet propped up, one hand held a picture frame while the other wielded a pen, poking at it incessantly. Momentarily taken aback by Zhao Jian's presence, Lou Xiaoya quickly advanced and snatched the frame from him. This small frame contained a photograph of her and Cui Xiangdong, but now, Zhao Jian had obscured Cui Xiangdong's image with red ink, rendering it unrecognizable, and added a menacing knife dripping with blood around the neck. Zhao Jian. A tremor coursed through Lou Xiaoya's body as she unleashed a low growl, reminiscent of an agitated leopard. Who permitted you to deface his photograph? Who allowed you into my office? Get out. I demand you leave this instant. Startled by her ferocity, Zhao Jian hastily removed his feet from the desk. What is this? You're upset that I've obscured your photograph with him? Lou Xiaoya, let me make this clear. You are divorced from him. I, Zhao Jian, am to be your future husband. Is it wrong for me to wish that your picture with him does not grace my desk? Lou Xiaoya stood stunned. Zhao Jian smirked. Indeed, you are correct. Lou Xiaoya blinked and fixed her gaze on Zhao Jian. I was indeed blinded by folly when I divorced Xiangdong. However, I am not married to you yet. You have no right to ruin my possessions, nor any authority to dictate what I can display on my desk, including my photograph with Xiangdong. Huh. If you're not marrying me, then who else could you possibly marry? Zhao Jian asked, his irritation palpable. Currently, the entirety of Rainbow Town is aware that your divorce from Cui Xiangdong was merely a prelude to your union with me. In Lou Xiaoya's eyes, a deep pain of regret surfaced, yet she found herself at a loss for words. For Zhao Jian was indeed correct. Her divorce from Cui Xiangdong was widely known, a matter relayed by her own mother and brother, all to facilitate her union with him. Now, she felt remorse, genuine remorse, for her decision to part ways with Cui Xiangdong. The anguish reflected in her eyes stirred something within Zhao Jian. A primal urge ignited in him to overpower her, to assert his dominance in a raw, primal manner, akin to how he had brutally dominated their housekeeper just the previous night. However, Zhao Jian was acutely aware that Lou Xiaoya was not the naive maid who had foolishly chosen to end her life after her innocence was shattered. This was not his home, but rather the office of the deputy mayor of Rainbow Town. Resisting the tempest within him, he remarked to Lou Xiaoya, "It appears you are unable to forget him." Instinctively, she nodded. Her reaction sparked a jealousy within Zhao Jian, who leered and provocatively asked, "So, you still yearn to be ridden by him like a dog?" "Indeed, you speak the truth," Lou Xiaoya replied, her brows twitching as she emphatically nodded. "I long to be ridden by Xiangdong like a dog." "Vile creature," Zhao Jian exclaimed, raising his hand as if to strike her across the face. Yet, Lou Xiaoya did not flinch. Instead, she tilted her chin upward. His hand halted midair as he noticed a wild flame ignite in her gaze. A sharp instinct told him that should he strike her, the consequences could escalate beyond his control. The woman's emotions were perilously unstable. "Lou Xiaoya, you shall regret this," he warned, pointing a finger at her before storming out in frustration. He had to consult Zhang Lianghua to devise a plan to deal with Cui Xiangdong. "I'm sorry, Xiangdong. Truly sorry," Lou Xiaoya murmured, disregarding Zhao Jian's threats as she clutched a photograph tightly to her chest. Sitting in her chair, tears streaming down her cheeks, she used her thumb to wipe the red ink from the picture. Gradually, through her tears of regret, the true face of Cui Xiangdong emerged from the photograph. He smiled, his right hand resting on Lou Xiaoya's shoulder, while she wrapped her arms around his waist, her head nestled in his embrace, exuding an overwhelming sense of happiness that seemed on the verge of overflowing from the frame. Pressing her cheek against the frame, she gazed at his sunlit smile, reminiscent of the countless evenings post-wedding when she found solace resting her face against his heart, feeling an unparalleled tranquility that soon lulled her into a sweet slumber. As she dreamt blissfully, reveling in Cui Xiangdong's gratitude for the meal hosted by the town, an urgent ringing of the telephone jolted Lou Xiaoya awake at precisely 4 in the afternoon. She had inadvertently slept for over 3.5 hours, and the restorative quality of her rest filled her anew with vigor. It must surely be due to that embarrassing dream, which had a remarkable effect. She quickly raised her hand to wipe the corner of her mouth and answered the phone. It was Yin Ming, the director of the government office, Lao Town. "Some villagers are blocking the entrance to the town government. Would you like to come and take a look?" While such incidents of villagers gathering to obstruct the town government cannot be considered commonplace, Lou Xiaoya was not particularly surprised upon hearing this. What puzzled her was that the petition office, responsible for addressing public grievances, was not under her jurisdiction. Why was Yin Ming calling her? Lao Town, it's like this. Yin Ming spoke softly. The group that has come consists of villagers from Minjia. This matter may have a certain connection to Zhao Jian. A connection to Zhao Jian? Lou Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback and blurted out, "What does this have to do with me if it concerns Zhao Jian?" Cough. Yin Ming coughed lightly on the other end. Lao Town, they all claim that Zhao Jian is your fiancé. Chapter 12. The girl bit the wrong person. They all claimed that Zhao Jian was your fiancé. As Yin Ming uttered these words, a sharp pang pierced through Lou Xiaoya's heart. She hastily diverted her attention and inquired, "What is the reason behind the villagers of Minjia village blocking the door?" They stated that last night, Zhao Jian had violated the nanny in his home. After the assault, the nanny took her own life by drowning. Yin Ming recounted swiftly. Before the nanny plunged into the river, she had called both her husband and her daughter, informing them of her reasons for suicide. The nanny's husband, also a villager from Minjia, rushed to the county town on his bicycle that very night, but tragically, he met with a fatal accident en route. Today, their two daughters went to the county to seek justice, yet they received no answers. Unbeknownst to them, upon learning that you are Zhao Jian's fiancé and that he is currently at your residence, they came to the town seeking your intervention. 2 lives were at stake. The woman had been violated by Zhao Jian prior to her suicide. Zhao Jian is now in Lou Xiaoya's home. These critical points reverberated in her ears like a series of thunderclaps. She slammed down the receiver and rushed out of the office. At the entrance of the town government, a crowd had gathered. They whispered amongst themselves, observing 2 girls clad in mourning attire, who knelt resolutely at the entrance. One appeared to be around 17 or 18, while the other was merely a 5 or 6-year-old child. They were sisters. The younger sister knelt there, sobbing uncontrollably, while the elder sister, her eyes red but dry of tears, held aloft a piece of white cloth. Inscribed in dark red letters was a plea. "We beseech Deputy Town Mayor Lou Xiaoya to surrender the murderer of our mother." This was a blood letter, a message written in blood, the girl having pricked her own finger to compose it on burlap. Old Lee from the petition office looked on with a worried expression, straining his neck to peer into the courtyard. This gathering was unlike any previous ones. The villagers of Minjia, Min's mother, had faced misfortune in Baiyun County, reportedly at the residence of County Chief Zhao, which ostensibly had no connection to Kaihong Town. The town could assist these unfortunate sisters in uncovering the truth from the county. However, they had heard that the perpetrator, Zhao Jian, was not only the fiancé of Deputy Town Mayor Lou Xiaoya, but was currently hiding in her home. Consequently, they, accompanied by sympathetic villagers, proceeded to Lou Xiaoya's residence, Wang Yinsha's home, to confront Zhao Jian. Yet, Wang Yinsha's house stood firmly closed, denying them entry and asserting that Zhao Jian was not present. Nevertheless, a neighbor of Wang Yinsha informed the Minjia villagers that Zhao Jian had indeed visited Lu's home at noon to drink with Lou Xiaojiang, and after becoming intoxicated, the two had been heard loudly cursing Lou Xiaoya's ex-husband, Cui Xiangdong, in the courtyard. Wang Yinsha, however, steadfastly refused to acknowledge this and would not open the door. The villagers of Minjia, intimidated by the locked door, decided to seek out Lou Xiaoya directly at the town government. Alas, this situation truly added insult to injury. In the petition office, Old Li found himself troubled by the predicament of Lou Xiaoya, who was currently overwhelmed by the withdrawal of funding and now faced yet another complication. Suddenly, a voice from the crowd exclaimed, "Lou Xiaoya's husband has arrived." The onlookers and the 2 kneeling girls instinctively looked up. On the west side of the street in front of the town government office, Cui Xiangdong pedaled his bicycle, laden with mosquito nets, mosquito repellent, and beer peanuts purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative, making his way over. From a distance, he noticed a large gathering of people and, driven by instinct, quickened his pace. As he reached the outskirts of the crowd, he heard the announcement of his arrival, which immediately filled him with discomfort. Although the town officials were mostly aware of his divorce from Lou Xiaoya, the majority of townsfolk, who recognized both him and Lou Xiaoya, continued to regard him as her husband, which was understandable. What was less understandable, however, was that as Cui Xiangdong came to a halt, a girl clad in mourning attire suddenly dashed from the crowd towards him. "You scoundrel, return my mother's life." Before he had a chance to discern her features, she lunged at him with outstretched arms, crying out in anguish. With a loud thud, Cui Xiangdong, unprepared, was knocked to the ground along with his bicycle. What on earth is happening? He thought, feeling a sharp pain in his neck as he struck the ground hard. The girl, who had fallen alongside him, attempted to claw at his face, but, due to his angled position, missed. Instead, in a savage display, she clamped her mouth onto his neck, shaking her head fiercely as if trying to tear a piece of flesh away. The pain was excruciating. In a daze from the shock, Cui Xiangdong instinctively grabbed her hair and shouted, "Let go! Release me!" However, the girl only bit down harder, just as he was about to retaliate with a punch. Someone rushed over, seizing the girl's arm and shouting, "Minro, you've got the wrong person. He is not Zhao Jian. He is merely the ex-husband of Deputy Town Head Lou." An ex-husband, not a fiancé. The one who intervened was Old Min, the owner of the local dumpling shop. With Old Min's scolding, Cui Xiangdong felt a sudden relief in his neck. Though Minro's eyes were bloodshot, she had not completely lost her senses. At least she heard Old Min's words and quickly discerned the true nature of her target. Soon after, several women rushed forward, pulling Minro away, while Old Min hastily helped Cui Xiangdong up from the ground. Cui Xiangdong raised his hand to cover his neck and looked down at his palm. To his astonishment, it was drenched in blood. Who had he wronged? It was utterly bewildering to be on the brink of being bitten to death. The sight of his bloodied hands and the sharp pang of pain ignited a furious wrath within him. He forcefully pushed Old Min aside and rushed towards Minro. Grasping her hair once more, he yanked her into his embrace, raising his right fist, ready to strike. However, upon gazing into the eyes of the girl in his arms, eyes stained with sorrow and hatred, he could not bring himself to deliver the blow. Seizing the opportunity, Old Min dashed forward to separate him from Minro. "Minro, you have mistaken the person." Old Min shouted at her. "His name is Cui Xiangdong, not Zhao Jian. He is merely the ex-husband of the deputy town leader, not her fiancé. Apologize to him at once." At that moment, receiving a call from Yin Ming, Lou Xiaoya hurriedly exited the town courtyard, just in time to witness Cui Xiangdong, covered in blood, and overheard Old Min's furious exclamation. Chapter 13. Step back. Why is Xiangdong's neck bleeding? Who has harmed him? Upon witnessing Xiangdong's injury, Lou Xiaoya's pupils dilated sharply, quickly replaced by a wave of anguish and an even greater surge of anger. Just as she was about to rush over to examine Xiangdong's wounds and ascertain who dared to harm him, she heard Lao Min's thunderous words. His declaration struck Lou Xiaoya like an invisible blow, forcing her to confront a harsh reality. She was merely Xiangdong's ex-wife. She had long forfeited her right to act as his wife and care for him in times of distress. Especially upon hearing the term fiancé from Lao Min, the image of Zhao Jian flashed before her eyes, causing her heart to wrench painfully. The anguish was so intense it rendered her breathless, and she instinctively clutched her chest. In that moment, her soul cried out in torment. "Lou Xiaoya, you foolish wretch! How could you have been so naive to abandon Xiangdong for the likes of Zhao Jian?" Before her lament could fade, a voice called out, "Lou Xiaoya has come out." At this proclamation, the crowd surrounding Xiangdong and Minro instinctively turned to the entrance of the courtyard. Minro, bloodied and dazed as she gazed at Xiangdong, also spun around. Upon seeing Lou Xiaoya, she momentarily forgot the chaos that had just unfolded. Consumed by a singular thought, she demanded Lou Xiaoya hand over the murderer who had driven her mother to despair. Minro advanced step by step toward Lou Xiaoya, her reddened eyes fixed intently upon her. Lou Xiaoya felt as though she were being hunted by a fierce little leopard, instinctively retreating in fear. Old Li from the petition office had witnessed the seemingly delicate Minro transform into that feral creature, nearly attacking Xiangdong, and he feared she would unleash the same fury upon Lou Xiaoya. He spread his arms wide and shouted at Minro, "Calm down. You cannot resolve anything through such reckless behavior." Thud. Before the astonished onlookers, Minro knelt before Lou Xiaoya, picking up a piece of white cloth and raising it high above her head to display to Lou Xiaoya. In that moment, when Xiangdong had seized her hair and pulled her into his embrace, ready to retaliate, Minro had come to her senses. She realized she had misdirected her anger and needed to rein in her emotions, vowing never again to act irrationally toward anyone other than Zhao Jian. "Zhao, come here." Minro called hoarsely to her sister, her hands still raised with the bloodied cloth. Minjiao, Minro's younger sister, had been terrified upon witnessing her sister's madness as she nearly attacked Xiangdong. So frightened, she could not even cry. Yet, driven by pure instinct, she obeyed her sister's command. Approaching Minro's side, Minjiao heard her sister instruct, Zhao, kneel before Deputy Town Head Lou. Together, we implore her to surrender the murderer who drove our mother to her demise." The 6-year-old Min Jiao immediately knelt obediently beside her sister before the presence of Lou Xiaoya. Lou Xiaoya, now lucid, hurriedly bent down to assist the Min sisters. Yet, Min Ro's piercing voice cried out, "Deputy Town Chief Lou, we beseech you to hand over the one who caused our mother's death." At this moment, Min Jiao regained her clarity and, unable to restrain herself, burst into tears. Lou Xiaoya, who was bending down to help the Min sisters, froze in place. Alas, these two children had lost their parents in just one night. Such tragedy. Hanzi, who had lived a life of honesty and simplicity, had never committed any wrongdoing and often lent a helping hand to neighbors. How had he met such a fate? It was all due to the vile Zhao family, who had brought ruin upon Hanzi's household. Surrender the Zhao. Lou, hand over your despicable fiancé. We shall ensure he pays for his deeds. The onlookers, witnessing this scene, began to murmur, their collective anger intensifying. Emotions spiraling out of control as they slowly advanced toward Lou Xiaoya. What is happening? Calm down. Impulsiveness cannot solve our problems. Old Li from the petition office, observing the situation deteriorate, hurriedly spread his arms to shield Lou Xiaoya and, after shouting sternly at the approaching crowd, urged her to retreat to the courtyard. Yet, Lou Xiaoya stood there, seemingly dazed, biting her lip with unwavering stillness. Everyone, please calm down. The one who drove Han Zi's wife to her death is Zhao Jian, not Deputy Town Chief Lou. Old Min, undoubtedly the most rational person in Min Village, was assisting Min Ro in incessantly apologizing to Cui Xiangdong. As he saw hundreds of villagers on the brink of losing their composure and turning against Lou Xiaoya, he could no longer afford to hesitate and rushed forward, calling out loudly. As for Cui Xiangdong, he finally grasped the situation. He recalled the morning at Old Min's place when he had eaten buns, during which Old Min had mentioned Han Zi. Only now did he realize that the girl who had nearly bitten him was Han Zi's eldest daughter. He understood that the high-ranking official's son who had wronged the maid was, in fact, Zhao Jian. Zhao Jian had taken away his wife, without even having held her hand, and had led Min Ro to mistakenly believe he was Zhao Jian, nearly resulting in his own death. What a predicament this was. Covering his bleeding neck with his hand, Cui Xiangdong felt an overwhelming sense of disgust. He harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lou Xiaoya and Zhao Jian, vowing that Zhao Jian must not meet an easy end. With a resolute heart, he removed his white shirt and wrapped it around his neck, needing to rush to the clinic to tend to his wound. Constant bleeding was simply untenable. Perhaps he would need to receive a few rabies shots after temporarily using his shirt as a bandage. He bent down to lift his bicycle when the situation suddenly spiraled out of control. "Where is our mother?" In a state of profound anxiety, Min Jiao cried out while embracing her sister, inadvertently uttering the words, "Mother is dead." After being ravaged by this woman's fiancé, she took her own life by jumping into the river. Upon hearing her younger sister's question, Min Ro, who had to remain strong after the loss of their parents, felt her spirit shatter in an instant and wept as she responded. The exchange between the Min sisters served as a spark igniting a firestorm among the villagers, who were eager to seek justice for them. "Kill that vile woman. Avenge the simpleton's wife." A voice roared from the crowd, and the villagers of Minjia village surged toward Lou Xiaoya. "Everyone, please remain calm." Old Li from the petition office, arms outstretched, could only let out a cry of despair before being engulfed by the furious mob. In the next moment, Lou Xiaoya, who had been shielded behind him, was pushed to the ground. Just as she was about to be overwhelmed by the tide of anger, Lou Xiaoya, previously in a daze, suddenly awakened. To her surprise, she felt no fear. Instead, an unprecedented and intense longing surged within her, a yearning to be beaten to death by the enraged villagers. She even heard her own soul whispering to her, "Lou Xiaoya, the fate of being beaten to death is what you deserve." It all began when you forsook Xiangdong to climb higher. As a heavy foot came crashing toward her, Lou Xiaoya closed her eyes and smiled, offering an apology. "Xiangdong, I'm sorry." Suddenly, a familiar voice, one she could not forget, thundered from above. "Get the hell back, all of you." Chapter 14. I remember your appearance. It was a dire situation. Witnessing the villagers, driven by pity for the Min sisters, being engulfed by a tide of anger, Old Li from the reception room was swiftly overwhelmed. Crouching to lift his bicycle, Cui Xiangdong exclaimed in alarm. He was not particularly concerned about Lou Xiaoya's fate, but felt compelled to adopt a broader perspective on the unfolding crisis. If Lou Xiaoya were to be killed or injured, the villagers advocating for justice on behalf of the Min sisters would undoubtedly bear some responsibility. It was futile to argue that the law does not punish the masses. if the deputy mayor of the town were to be harmed or killed by the villagers. The authorities in Yunhu County and even Qingshan City would undoubtedly conduct a thorough investigation. The villagers currently supporting the Min sisters would face severe repercussions, whether it be imprisonment or fines, consequences that rural families simply could not bear. Crucially, Cui Xiangdong could easily surmise that Zhao Jian's father, the county chief, would seize the opportunity to shift the focus of the tragic death of Min Hanzai's wife onto the villagers of Minjiao village, thereby allowing the true perpetrator, Zhao Jian, to escape accountability. He could not allow these villagers to make a grave mistake. With this thought in mind, Cui Xiangdong disregarded everything else and charged forward with his bicycle. Despite his handsome features and tall stature, Cui Xiangdong bore no resemblance to a fighter. He lacked any knowledge of boxing or martial arts. However, during his 2 years at the agricultural technical station, he had grown accustomed to lifting heavy machinery and wielding tools, possessing a fair amount of brute strength. As he hoisted the bicycle, which weighed dozens of pounds, he charged forward with ease. Using the bicycle like a weapon, he swung it with force, bellowing, "Get the hell back!" The group of villagers surrounding Lou Xiaoya, poised to strike, were unexpectedly knocked back by the impact of Cui Xiangdong's bicycle. Seizing the moment of their retreat, he swung the bicycle again, shouting, "Back! All of you, step back!" The villagers instinctively complied, moving away once more. With a resounding crash, Cui Xiangdong raised the bicycle high and brought it down violently upon the ground. The bottles of beer strapped to the rear seat burst from their plastic bag upon impact, shattering on the ground. The explosive sound of the beer bottles shattered the air, drowning out all other noise and momentarily stunning the enraged villagers. "Have you all lost your minds?" Cui Xiangdong scolded the villagers sternly, taking the opportunity to bend down and pull Lou Xiaoya up from the ground. Instinctively, she sought refuge in his embrace, but he coldly pushed her away. His intention was to prevent a tragedy, not to protect her as he had in the past. Lou Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, but Cui Xiangdong was disinterested in her reaction. Raising his right hand, he pointed at the villagers and declared fiercely, "Whoever is responsible for the death of Hanzai's wife, your impulsive actions will not resolve the issue. If you truly harm or kill Xiaoya, you will face imprisonment. At the very least, you will incur fines. Am I right? Furthermore, this woman is not the murderer." The scene fell into an eerie silence. All eyes were fixed on Cui Xiangdong, as the fervor in his veins gradually subsided and reason swiftly returned. Lou Xiaoya gazed at Cui Xiangdong, her eyes filled with terror and regret. She longed to hide in his embrace once more. Even if the heavens were to strike her down, she would never leave him again. Yet, it was too late. Consider this carefully. Just as the villagers began to regain their composure, Cui Xiangdong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, he spoke with a more severe tone. "Who is responsible for the tragic demise of that simpleton's wife? Your actions of taking the law into your own hands are illegal. If you provoke a significant disaster, you will end up in prison. And what then for your wives and children? Will your parents not be filled with worry and fear?" A look of apprehension quickly spread across the faces of the villagers of Minjiao village. Cui Xiangdong's words served as a wake-up call for them. Seeking justice for the unfortunate Min sisters was undoubtedly a noble endeavor, but it must be approached with caution. Otherwise, one might find themselves paying a heavy price. If something were to happen to you, what would happen to your parents and your wife and children? And you? Cui Xiangdong turned his gaze to Min Ro, who was still kneeling a short distance away. He scolded her without reservation. "Fool, are you so blinded by your desire for retribution that you disregard the lives of your fellow villagers? If Xiaoya were to be harmed or killed by your fellow townsfolk today, not only would they face imprisonment, but you would not escape either. For it is you who incited them. Once you are imprisoned, who will care for your younger sister? How will the families of those villagers who go to jail perceive you? What will your parents think as they watch from above?" Min Ro was rendered speechless by Cui Xiangdong's rebuke. "Get up." Cui Xiangdong raised his hand to cover the wound on his neck, continuing to chastise Min Ro. "If you dare to act irrationally again, I will not hesitate to deal with you." Min Ro regained her senses, crying out in despair, "I have already gone to the county, but no one listens to us. I am driven to this state by all of you. Should my mother simply be subjected to the cruelty of that beast Zhao Jian and die in vain?" Cui Xiangdong responded impulsively, "I will provide you with an explanation regarding this matter. It is quite simple for him to ensure that the young lady receives her due justice. Once his uncle's associates find an opportunity to deal with Zhao Jin, he would merely arrange for Min Ro to witness how the young master Zhao meets his end. As for pursuing legal action against Zhao Jian, preposterous. Cui Xiangdong had never even considered that. Very well. Min Ro nodded vigorously, pulling her younger sister up from the ground. Yet her gaze remained fixed on Cui Xiangdong. I will remember your face. You said you would give me an explanation. Was she threatening Cui Xiangdong? Huh. This girl, still with soft fuzz on her lips, was hardly in a position to do so, as Cui Xiangdong scoffed. A loud voice rang out from beyond the crowd. What is going on here? Disperse. Everyone, disperse. Deputy Chief Chen Yongshan of the Rainbow Town Police Station rushed over with several community defense team members, urgency in his tone. In the dramas from Hong Kong and Taiwan, it is often depicted that the police only arrive after the fierce confrontation has concluded. A similar scene has unfolded in Rainbow Town. However, one cannot place the blame solely on Chen Yongshan and his associates. At the time of the incident, Chen Yongshan was occupied, leading a team to a village to address a brawl. Meanwhile, Director Dong Lei, upon hearing that the villagers from Minjia village had gone to Lojia village to assault the affluent Zhao Jian, immediately rushed toward the scene. Unfortunately, as the Minjia villagers returned to town aboard several tractors, their route diverged from that of Dong Lei and his group, resulting in a fortuitous miss. By the time Chen Yongshan received the news and hastened to the town government, Cui Xiangdong had already managed to restore order at the scene. It was only upon witnessing Chen Yongshan's arrival that Cui Xiangdong felt a sense of relief. In a state of anxiety, Lou Xiaoya noticed Min Ro still casting her a menacing glare, causing her heart to race. In a moment of instinct, she hurriedly approached Cui Xiangdong, who was conversing with Chen Yongshan, and subconsciously linked her arm with his. Who is this? Lou Xiaoya? Damn it, get away. Cui Xiangdong glanced back and forcefully pushed Lou Xiaoya away. Chapter 15. Dongzi, the son-in-law, I acknowledge who was responsible for the demise of Min Ro's mother? It was Zhao Jian, the fiancé of Lou Xiaoya. Why did Min Ro nearly lash out at Cui Xiangdong? It was due to a senseless shout from someone, proclaiming the arrival of Lou Xiaoya's husband. Such a wretched woman, who ought to accompany her fiancé to the depths of hell, instead sought refuge in her ex-husband's embrace. What audacity she possessed! Seething with rage and disdain, Cui Xiangdong pushed Lou Xiaoya away. She stumbled 3 meters before regaining her balance, only to feel as if the world had once again slipped away from her grasp. In her eyes, sorrow and despair welled up. And just as she turned to gaze at Cui Xiangdong, a cacophony of footsteps echoed through the courtyard. Zhang Lianghua, the secretary of Rainbow Town, led a contingent of over 10 staff members, exuding an aura of menace as they emerged. Previously, they had cowered from afar, hesitant to intervene. Now, witnessing the situation stabilize, the cunning Zhang Lianghua made his entrance, his face a mask of authority as he bellowed, "What are you all doing? Do you not understand the law? Do you wish to end up in jail?" The villagers of Minjia village, having regained their composure, instinctively recoiled. Just as they assumed Min Ro would seize the opportunity to seek justice from Zhang Lianghua, she turned instead to her uncle and others, her voice hoarse as she urged everyone to return to the village. With her parents' remains still unburied at home, she felt the pressing need to attend to their funeral arrangements. Given the sweltering weather, it was only right to ensure her parents were laid to rest peacefully. Her suggestion resonated with her uncle and the others, who wholeheartedly agreed. As Min Ro lifted her younger sister onto the tractor's trailer, she cast a lingering glance at Cui Xiangdong. Coincidentally, he looked back at her. In that fleeting moment, her eyes conveyed a silent message. "You are Cui Xiangdong. I will remember your face. You claimed you would provide me with an explanation." Unfazed by the threat from this young girl, Cui Xiangdong paid her no mind. Had it not been for her pitiable state, he might have sought her out to settle the score for almost being bitten to death. His neck ached, and he hastened to the clinic to tend to his wounds, ensuring he would not forget to receive the rabies vaccine. Ignoring the imposing presence of Zhang Lianghua and the quietly standing Lou Xiaoya, Cui Xiangdong bent down to pick up his bicycle. The sturdy 280 model proved its worth. With a mighty swing, he smashed it against the ground, and aside from a slightly deformed pedal, it suffered no other damage. He quickly mounted the bicycle and sped towards the clinic. Along the way, many witnessed a bare-chested man, his neck adorned with a bloodied shirt, brazenly parading through the streets. The villagers of Minjia village dispersed. At the entrance of the Rainbow Town government courtyard, tranquility was restored once more. Having deftly resolved a public petition incident, Zhang Lianghua returned to his office and promptly picked up the microphone, calling Zhao Jian, who was still hiding at Lou Xiaoya's home, to succinctly relay the details of the situation. In the end, I solemnly cautioned Zhao Jian to quietly leave Lojia village at midnight. Who could guarantee that the residents of Minjia village wouldn't lie in wait, ready to attack him upon his emergence? Fine, I understand. Those wretched peasants from Morocco. In the living room of Lou Xiaoya's home, Zhao Jian muttered curses under his breath as he set down the receiver. His expression fluctuated between dark moods for a moment before he picked up the phone again, dialing a number softly. Is this Zhao Long? This is Zhao Jian. Gather a few people and come to Rainbow Town tonight. Damn it. I want to let that filthy woman have a moment's peace. In the yard, Lou Xiaoya's father, old Lou, gazed at the living room door with disdain. His wife and son had vigorously urged Lou Xiaoya to divorce Cui Xiangdong and marry the wealthy Zhao. Old Lou had vehemently opposed this decision. He held great admiration for Cui Xiangdong, even finding him more agreeable than his own son, Lou Xiaojiang. This was primarily due to Lou Xiaojiang's shallow outlook, which he inherited from his mother, Wang Yinxia, coupled with her particular penchant for power. Unfortunately, old Lou's position in the family was exceedingly low. Who could he blame? He could only fault himself, an intellectual who, despite being married, had once succumbed to temptation during a drunken stupor with Wang Yinxia. After Lou Xiaoya was conceived, she leveraged the child to coerce old Lou into divorcing his first wife and marrying her. In that era, such a situation was a damning leverage. Old Lou had no choice but to abandon his first wife and eldest daughter for a new romance. This not only became his lifelong regret, but also the primary reason for his diminished status within the household. I must devise a plan. I cannot allow Xiaoya to wed someone with the surname Zhao. Dongzi is the son-in-law I approve of. Old Lou gazed at the setting sun for a long time, remaining motionless. In the main courtyard of Rainbow Town, Zhang Lianghua was conducting a meeting. This assembly was not convened to discuss the withdrawal of investments by the bosses, but rather to address the unrest among the villagers of Minjia. After making a call to Zhao Jian, he received a call from County Chief Zhao Gang. Zhao Gang, in a diplomatic manner, insisted that Zhang Lianghua must pacify the family of Min Hanzai and prevent them from causing further disturbances in the county. The attendees of the meeting included the currently indifferent former town chief, the full-time deputy secretary Liu Changhai, the deputy town chief and chief of the police station Dong Lei, party and government office director Wang Linhai, and the head of the petition office, Old Li Zhonghua, along with deputy town chief Lou Xiaoya. After all, it was widely known that Lou Xiaoya had an undisclosed relationship with the male lead of the village incident. Li Daoguo wore a pained expression. Reflecting on the events of the afternoon, he felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Had it not been for Cui Xiangdong's timely appearance, Old Li might have faced dire consequences from the enraged villagers. The petition office in Rainbow Town had no one else besides Old Li. After all, this line of work often earned one enemies. Who among those with connections would willingly take on such a role? Alone, Daoguo was at a distinct disadvantage. Zhang Lianghua lit a cigarette and cast a glance at the taciturn Lou Xiaoya, who had remained silent throughout the meeting. He stated, therefore, I propose that Comrade Cui Xiangdong from the Agricultural Technology Station be temporarily reassigned to the petition office to assist Comrade Li Daoguo in his work. Old Li from the petition office was not only a solitary commander but also a deputy-level clerk. As for Cui Xiangdong, he held the administrative rank of a deputy division-level civil servant. Yet, Zhang Lianghua intended to transfer Cui Xiangdong to the petition office to serve as an assistant to Li Daoguo, who was of a lower rank. What does this signify? It is undoubtedly an overt act of suppression. This was merely a vendetta for Cui's previous assaults on Zhao Jian, and Zhang Lianghua felt compelled to alleviate Zhao's grievances. The old town mayor and Liu Changhai remained silent, with the former contemplating whether to make an early exit, as the impending collective withdrawal of investment from the private sector might tarnish his reputation. Naturally, he would not involve himself in Zhang Lianghua's suppression of Cui Xiangdong. Deputy Secretary Liu Changhai and others also maintained an air of indifference, as if the matter did not concern them. However, Dong Lei promptly responded, I believe it is feasible. At this moment, Lou Xiaoya, who had been silent throughout the meeting, finally lifted her head. She gazed at Zhang Lianghua and articulated clearly, I oppose this. Chapter 16. A Night of Darkness and Murder. What's this? I assist your current fiancé in suppressing your discarded ex-husband, and you refuse to acquiesce? Zhang Lianghua furrowed his brow, casting a glance at Lou Xiaoya. Lou Xiaoya reiterated, Comrade Cui Xiangdong lacks any prior experience in petition work. One can certainly learn through practical experience. Zhang Lianghua retorted with a smirk, as he vigorously supported the effort to undermine Cui Xiangdong's associate, Dong Lei. Moreover, this afternoon, Comrade Cui demonstrated remarkable competence in the realm of petitions. Indeed, I share that sentiment. Chimed in Wang Linhai, the director of the party and government office, endorsing Zhang Lianghua's proposal. Lou Xiaoya wished to voice further objections, but bit her lip into silence. Zhang Lianghua and Wang Linhai were esteemed members of the town's standing committee, while Lou Xiaoya was merely a deputy mayor responsible for industrial and investment matters. Any further dissent on her part would prompt Zhang Lianghua to convene a standing committee meeting, from which she would be excluded, to deliberate on Cui Xiangdong's reassignment. Very well, it is settled, Zhang Lianghua declared emphatically. Tomorrow, Comrade Cui Xiangdong will report to the petition office. I find myself weary. I shall take my leave to rest. Lou Xiaoya rose, not waiting for Zhang Lianghua's response, and swiftly exited the room. Upon returning to her office, she picked up the receiver. Who is this? Came the voice of Lou Xiaojian. It's me. Lou Xiaoya replied coldly. Is Zhao Jian still at our place? Have him take the call. Xiaoya, what do you need? Zhao Jian's slurred voice came through the line, intoxicated. Zhao Jian, Lou Xiaoya inquired softly. Did you exploit a woman from Minjia village last night? Huh, just a rural woman. To be with me is her honor. Zhao Jian laughed shamelessly, unabashed by his actions. You beast. Lou Xiaoya yearned to unleash a torrent of fury, but restrained herself, fully aware that her indignation would fall on deaf ears. How could I have been so blind, thinking of marrying this wretch? She lamented internally, shifting the conversation. You orchestrated Zhang's efforts against Cui Xiangdong, didn't you? Ha ha. Zhao Jian chuckled mockingly, retorting, Xiaoya, are you feeling remorseful? Fear not. As long as that fool remains in Baiyun, I will ensure he learns the tragic consequences of crossing me. Zhao Jian, Lou Xiaoya commanded sharply. You are to leave my home immediately. Before Zhao Jian could respond, her mother's voice echoed in the background. You wretched girl. How can you speak to Xiao Jian that way? Don't forget, you are divorced from that waste. Just moments ago, Xiao Jian and I were discussing when to hold your wedding. Mother, if you wish to hold a wedding, then marry that beast yourself, Lou Xiaoya retorted vehemently. Slamming down the receiver, she clutched a photograph of herself with Cui Xiangdong tightly to her chest, her gaze vacant as she stared out the window, watching the setting sun gradually succumb to the encroaching darkness. Night had fallen, yet the oppressive heat persisted. The gusts emanating from the electric fan are nothing but warm air. Sitting idly in this heat, sweat pours forth relentlessly. For Cui Xiangdong, whose neck has endured a severe blow, this is a torment worse than death. Had it not been for his father-in-law's sudden visit to the agricultural technology station in search of him, Cui Xiangdong might have rushed to Minjia village to settle the score with Min Ro. Xiangdong, after consuming half a bottle of beer, Lao Lu's face began to flush, embodying the essence of a tipsy elder. He patted Cui Xiangdong's arm and said, no matter how we phrase it, my family has wronged you. I have come to discuss two matters with you tonight. Cui Xiangdong held a deep respect for his father-in-law. For over the past 2 years, Lao Lu had indeed treated him as a son. He was acutely aware of his own lack of standing within that household. Even when he vehemently opposed Lou Xiaoya's divorce from Cui Xiangdong in front of Wang Yinxia, his protests bore no weight. Cui Xiangdong offered him a cigarette, saying, Father, please, speak your mind. Lao Lu let out a bitter laugh. Just the fact that you still call me father brings me some comfort. He began to address the first matter. I would rather hang myself at the doorstep of the Zhao family than allow Xiaoya to marry anyone bearing the surname Zhao. Though he could neither stop nor persuade the other 3 members of the family, he was determined to make his stand clear, even if it meant resorting to such drastic measures to prevent Lou Xiaoya from marrying Zhao Jian. This resolution was the culmination of an old man's frustrations, now transformed into a final act of courage. Cui Xiangdong was taken aback, witnessing the tears welling in Lao Lu's eyes, accompanied by that sorrowful smile. Father, I truly thank you for this, he said, raising his glass in a solemn toast. He refrained from dissuading Lao Lu, urging him not to undertake such foolishness for the sake of his daughter, who he deemed unworthy. He understood too well that the uncle's emissaries had quietly infiltrated Lojia village, waiting for Zhao Jian to emerge from hiding. The moment Zhao Jian was apprehended, he would be as good as dead. No matter how unworthy Lou Xiaoya might seem, it would be impossible for her to wed a deceased man. Therefore, since Lou Xiaoya could not marry Zhao Jian, Lao Lu would not need to sacrifice himself to prevent her from doing so. Xiangdong, I have long suspected that you are no ordinary child, Lao Lu remarked after taking a sip of his drink, wiping his eyes. He proceeded to discuss the second matter. If you truly find success in the future, I hope you will remember the 2 years you spent as loving partners with Xiaoya, and especially the way I have treated you as my own son these past 2 years. If the time comes when you can afford to show leniency towards her, I ask that you do so." Cui Xiangdong remained silent. It was evident to Lao Lu that he was indeed an extraordinary individual. While Lao Lu's words about Cui Xiangdong's future success were serendipitously accurate, asking him to spare Lou Xiaoya seemed a tall order. "Xiangdong, I beseech you. This is my first and last request." As the old building murmured at this point, he rested his head upon the table and succumbed to a deep slumber. Cui Xiangdong gazed at him, remaining motionless for an extended period. The night grew ever deeper. Suddenly, the landline phone in the living room of Lou Xiaoya's family rang. Zhao Jian, reclining on the sofa, picked up the receiver with a swift motion, announcing, "This is Zhao Jian." "It's done," responded the voice on the other end before abruptly terminating the call. "You filthy woman, now you've spared yourself a trip to the crematorium." Zhao Jian remarked with a faint, sinister smile, rising to glance at Lou Xiaojiang, who lay soundly asleep on the cool mat. He hastily exited the living room. The sky was overcast this night, shrouded in darkness, devoid of any stars, yet the wind howled fiercely. It was a night of shadows. Where the moon hid and the winds howled, a night suitable for deeds of murder. Zhao Jian opened the gate of the Lou residence, pushing Lou Xiaojiang's motorcycle as he stepped outside. It was now 2 in the morning. No rooster crowed nor dog barked. Zhao Jian intended to seize the cover of night to depart from Rainbow Town. Chapter 17. I shall ensure that the beast learns the meaning of retribution. Boom. The roar of a motorcycle engine jolted Lou Xiaojiang, who was sleeping on the ground. He opened his eyes and glanced towards the sofa, only to find Zhao Jian absent. The thunderous growl of his construction motorcycle from outside the yard made it evident that Zhao Jian was preparing to depart as planned. As the soon-to-be brother-in-law was leaving, Lou Xiaojiang felt compelled to bid him farewell. Despite having indulged a bit too much the previous night, leaving him with a heavy head and unsteady legs, he struggled to rise and staggered out of the house. Outside the yard, his construction motorcycle lay on the ground, the headlights still off, idling quietly. Yet Zhao Jian was nowhere to be found. Where is my brother-in-law? Lou Xiaojiang shook his head and began searching for him. After 7 or 8 minutes of fruitless searching, he grew anxious. Could his brother-in-law have been captured by the people of Minjia village? The thought crossed his mind, but was quickly dismissed. The villagers lacked the audacity for such an act. So where could his brother-in-law have gone? Meanwhile, Min Ro from Minjia village knelt on the street outside her home, tightly clutching her frightened younger sister, biting her lip in distress as she stared vacantly at her home, which was gradually being consumed by flames. Just a mere 10 minutes earlier, while keeping vigil for her parents, Min Ro, holding her deeply sleeping sister, had finally succumbed to exhaustion and closed her eyes. Suddenly, several masked individuals burst into their home. Before the startled Min Ro could react, they covered the mouths of both sisters and dragged them outside. When Min Ro was finally released from their grip, she turned to see flames suddenly erupting from her home. The 2 masked men who had pulled them out quickly vanished, joining their accomplices in the chaos. "Father! Mother!" Min Ro cried out as she rushed into the yard, desperate to retrieve her parents' bodies, intending to prepare for their funeral the following morning. However, the fire raged too fiercely. Neighbors, hearing the commotion, rushed over to restrain Min Ro as she attempted to enter the inferno. They began to fight the fire. In rural areas at that time, most houses were made of mud bricks and thatch. Moreover, the arsonists had deliberately poured gasoline before igniting the flames. The villagers of Minjia had little hope of extinguishing the blaze. Their only concern was preventing it from spreading to neighboring homes. Fortunately, Min Ro's house was situated at the eastern edge of the village, with no neighbors directly behind or to the left. So they only needed to safeguard against the fire reaching the western neighbor. The current firefighting capabilities were far from advanced compared to future generations. The fire brigade was based in the county town, and even at their fastest, it would take at least 40 minutes to arrive. Within half an hour, Min Ro's home had been reduced to mere walls. Almost the entire village had gathered at the eastern edge, standing silently beside the Min's sisters in solidarity. Dawn broke. Old Min from the bun shop approached the sisters, squatted down beside them, and softly said, "Children, your parents have departed. Let them go. Once we are able to enter, we shall gather their remains and lay them to rest. However, there is a matter you must heed." With a vacant gaze, Min Ro's eyes flickered as she spoke in a hushed tone. "The arsonist is Zhao Jian." During the time the inferno raged, Min Ro, engulfed in profound sorrow, contemplated an abundance of thoughts. Among them was the identity of the individual who had brazenly set fire to their home in the dead of night, reducing it to ruins. Zhao Jian. It could only be Zhao Jian. This act serves as a warning to me, should I dare to seek justice for my mother. It may very well result in both Zhao Jiao and me meeting a fiery demise. Min Ro's tears had long since dried, leaving her mind astonishingly clear. The elders surrounding her, including Lao Min, nodded solemnly in agreement. Moreover, he may even seek revenge upon you all. Min Ro glanced at Lao Min and the others, reiterating her concerns. A heavy sigh escaped the lips of Lao Min and the others, their faces betraying a shared sense of trepidation. The thoughts that troubled Min Ro were similarly echoed in their minds. While it was feasible to rally the villagers to assist Min Ro in seeking justice from the county or town, the potential consequences for their own families weighed heavily on their hearts. The son of the county head, to the villagers of Minjia village, was akin to an invincible deity. To safeguard their elders from retaliation and to ensure Jiao Jiao's safety, I shall no longer pursue justice. I shall refrain from seeking it again. Min Ro lowered her head, gently stroking her younger sister's hair, as the visage of another person surfaced in her mind. It was Cui Xiangdong. Bang! Cui Xiangdong, brushing his teeth by the sink, was taken aback upon hearing from the man who had come to repair the wheat harvester that Min Ro's home had been set ablaze in the early hours. After a brief moment of shock, he smashed the toothbrush holder onto the ground. Even Lao Min and the others could deduce who the arsonist was and the motive behind the act. How much more so Cui Xiangdong? Even with his 2 lifetimes, he could hardly fathom that Zhao Jian would dare to be so ruthless. With a long exhale, Cui Xiangdong hastened to the technician's office. He picked up the receiver and dialed. The drowsy voice of Su Baichuan answered. "Who is it?" "Uncle, it's me, Xiangdong." After introducing himself, Cui Xiangdong got straight to the point. "Please urge my mother to expedite my appointment." It was prohibited to contact anyone from the Cui family without permission, as per Elder Cui's orders. Until the ban was lifted, Cui Xiangdong could only reach out to his uncle. Su Baichuan immediately sensed something amiss, shaking off his drowsiness. "Xiangdong, has something happened?" Cui Xiangdong replied, "I will explain later." "All right, I will call your sister shortly." Su Baichuan did not press for further details and readily agreed. In a lowered voice, Cui Xiangdong continued, "Now, immediately inform our brothers to break Zhao Jian's left leg. After that, sever the tendons. Come afternoon, break his right leg and sever the tendons as well." Su Baichuan was momentarily taken aback and promptly inquired, "Xiangdong, what on earth has transpired?" "I intend to ensure that scoundrel comprehends the principle of retribution." However, Cui Xiangdong, lost in his thoughts, continued, "Additionally, we must compel him to reveal who he dispatched to set fire to Minjia village last night. We must apprehend those arsonists as well." "Very well," Su Baichuan replied succinctly, ceasing further inquiries. After concluding the call with his uncle, Cui Xiangdong felt a slight alleviation of his pent-up emotions. He returned to his room and roused the elderly gentleman who had stayed overnight at the agricultural technology station, suggesting they go out for breakfast. The elder, who had not returned home all night, shook his head in gentle refusal, stating he needed to go back. Cui Xiangdong did not press the matter further. After respectfully seeing off his former father-in-law, he mounted his bicycle and made his way to the town. At Old Min's dumpling shop, the elder Min, sporting dark circles under his eyes, greeted Cui Xiangdong as usual. "Old Min, I heard that your village caught fire last night," Cui Xiangdong asked after taking a seat. Old Min let out a bitter laugh, appearing reluctant to discuss the matter. Not wanting to pry further, Cui Xiangdong lowered his head to eat. As he bit into his 3rd dumpling, he sensed something and looked up, only to see Lou Xiaoya approaching, adorned in a floral dress. "Deputy Town Head Lou, come join me for dumplings," Cui Xiangdong called out with enthusiasm, inviting her to partake in the meal. Chapter 18. A new mayor is set to descend tomorrow. One of Lou Xiaoya's greatest hopes was to share breakfast with Cui Xiangdong. Otherwise, she would not have come to the Old Min steam bun shop every morning, knowing full well that Cui Xiangdong would be there, even after their divorce. Despite enduring his disdainful glances, she found solace in his presence. To her surprise, Cui Xiangdong appeared quite amiable today, inviting her to join him for breakfast. Lou Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback, but her eyes sparkled with delight as she replied, "All right." She hurried over and took a seat across from him at the small table. Under the peculiar gaze of the shopkeeper, Cui Xiangdong ordered several meat buns for her and served a bowl of thin porridge. This was precisely how he treated her when they dined here prior to their divorce. Thank you, Xiangdong. Lou Xiaoya murmured her gratitude. You are too kind, Deputy Mayor Lou. Cui Xiangdong chuckled, shaking his head. You treated me to meat buns last time, so this time I shall treat you as a matter of reciprocity. Indeed. Lou Xiaoya nodded softly. Although she was not particularly fond of meat buns, she delicately picked one up with her slender finger and took a bite. Oh, by the way, Cui Xiangdong suddenly recalled. Did you hear about the fire at the Min family home this morning? What? Lou Xiaoya was momentarily stunned, looking up at him. She genuinely had no idea about the fire that had occurred in Minjiazhuang the previous night. The Min family home was engulfed in flames, reducing it to ashes. Cui Xiangdong said slowly, including the remains of Min Ro's parents. Lou Xiaoya's complexion went pale. Those unfortunate children had lost their parents, and even in death, they were not spared, consumed by the crackling flames. Cui Xiangdong's face was filled with pity, yet his gaze fixated on the meat bun in Lou Xiaoya's hand. Instinctively, Lou Xiaoya glanced down at the bun, and suddenly her stomach churned violently. She hastily discarded the bun and raised her hand to cover her mouth. I believe, given the intelligence of Deputy Mayor Lou, you might deduce that the inferno that claimed the Min family's lives was likely instigated by your illustrious fiancé. He chuckled coldly, watching Lou Xiaoya as she continued to gag before abruptly standing up and leaving with swift strides. Love can extend to all, but so can hatred. Lou Xiaoya, who once betrayed her family and love for a man, now found herself entangled with a madman. Even if she were stunningly beautiful or once remarkable, she was no longer a virtuous individual. With a sound of retching echoing behind him, Cui Xiangdong did not glance back as he mounted his bicycle. At 8 in the morning, as Cui Xiangdong prepared for work, his phone rang. It was a call from Su Baichuan, instructing him to head to Qingshan City immediately. Cui Xiangdong understood that after his uncle had spoken with his mother, the Cui family was quick to respond. All right, I will be there shortly. Cui Xiangdong set down the microphone, only to hear footsteps approaching from outside. It was Liu Kaming, the head of the Agricultural Technology Station. Xiangdong. Liu Kaming greeted with a cheerful demeanor, as if he had never aided Zhao Jian in framing Cui Xiangdong, presenting himself as a caring elder brother. Station head. Cui Xiangdong said, pulling out a chair and reaching for a cup to pour him some water. You called for me. Is there something you need? No need to rush. I have good news for you, Liu Kaming replied, standing at the door with a smile. I just received a call from Secretary Zhang, announcing your transfer from the Agricultural Technology Station to work in the town's government office. Haha, you've finally escaped the drudgery of this miserable place, no longer having to toil in grease every day. Ah, Xiangdong, if you rise in rank, don't forget your old brother. If I truly rise, I could never forget you, station head, Cui Xiangdong replied with a gleam of excitement on his face, urging, but where exactly is Secretary Zhang sending me? To the petition office, Liu Kaming answered lightly, to serve as deputy to Comrade Li Zhonghua. Cui Xiangdong's expression shifted from elation to shock. The petition office was notorious. Even the old guard at the agricultural station knew of it. Moreover, being transferred to serve as a subordinate to Li Zhonghua in the petition office was, for Cui Xiangdong, an unparalleled humiliation. Hurry and pack your things. Report to the town office, Liu Kaming said with a chuckle. And when you rise in rank, remember to visit your roots at the agricultural station. Liu Kaming finished with a smile and left the office without waiting for Cui Xiangdong's reaction. As he reached the stairwell, a loud bang resonated from within. Cui Xiangdong, in a fit of rage, had slammed his hand down on the table. Liu Kaming found the sound oddly pleasing to his ears. Around 11 in the morning, Zhang Lianghua called to inquire why Cui Xiangdong had not reported to the petition office. What? He hasn't gone. Liu Kaming was taken aback. No. After glancing at Li Zhonghua standing before the desk, Zhang Lianghua nodded slowly, affirming, in fact, he hasn't even set foot in the town office. Understood, he replied, ending the call and gesturing for old Li to step outside. Cui Xiangdong was resisting the organization's arrangements? Zhang Lianghua smirked slightly when the phone rang again. It was County Head Zhao Gang. 4 matters. First, before 2 p.m., he will bring along the Deputy County Head in charge of investment promotion, the Director of the Investment Promotion Bureau, and others to revisit Rainbow Town. Zhao Gang's purpose for this visit is to make one last effort to persuade private entrepreneurs who are currently withdrawing their investments to stay, at the very least. He must understand their reasons for doing so. Therefore, Zhao Gang instructed Zhang Lianghua to ensure that the 13 business owners were invited to the town. Second, the former mayor of Rainbow Town went to the county early this morning, citing health issues, to submit his application for early retirement. In a bid to convey his unwavering determination to resign, the former mayor hastily vacated the second residence in Rainbow Town, designated exclusively for the mayor's use, overnight. The county has already accepted the former mayor's resignation. Although it is widely understood that he is eager to distance himself from the fallout of the withdrawal of investments by the 13 enterprises. Nonetheless, no one dares to trouble a man on the brink of retirement after a long career, given the current peculiar circumstances in Rainbow Town. The organization department of the Qingshan Municipal Committee will personally dispatch a new mayor, who is set to arrive tomorrow. As for the identity of the new mayor, Zhao Gang remains unaware for the time being. This situation is a clear indication of the dissatisfaction that the Qingshan city authorities harbor towards Yunhu County, particularly regarding the recent affairs in Rainbow Town. It is evident that they opted to bypass Yunhu County altogether, directly appointing a new mayor from the municipal committee. Lastly, Zhao Gang lowered his voice. Lianghua, could you assist me in investigating the whereabouts of Xiao Jian, who visited Rainbow Town yesterday? He has yet to return home, and I am genuinely concerned that he may have gotten himself into trouble again. Chapter 19. They withdrew their investments because of your divorce from your husband. Upon hearing Zhao Gang mention his beloved son, Zhang Lianghua felt a sudden jolt in his forehead. This morning, a fire unexpectedly erupted at the Min family residence in Minjia village, resulting in the charred remains of the couple, Hanzi and his wife. Zhang Lianghua received this news promptly, as such a significant incident would undoubtedly be reported immediately by the village head of Minjia. He quickly deduced that this was certainly the handiwork of Zhao Jian. However, he could not voice this suspicion. Firstly, there was no evidence. Secondly, Zhao Jian was the son of his former superior. Now, as Zhao Gang requested him to assist in locating Zhao Jian, Zhang Lianghua hesitated momentarily before deciding to inform Zhao Gang about the events occurring in Minjia village. After listening, Zhao Gang remained silent for a full half-minute before calmly stating, "Let us not rush to find him just yet. Lianghua, you should personally go with Lou Xiaoya to invite those business owners." In a frenzy, Zhao Jian, after committing that act in the early hours, likely felt some remorse, prompting him to flee Rainbow Town with the arsonist without even returning home. All Zhao Gang could do was concoct a plausible alibi for his son, perhaps suggesting that Zhao Jian was traveling out of town with friends on the night of the incident. As for where Zhao Jian had ventured for leisure, the ever-busy Zhao Gang could hardly say. Very well, I shall seek out Comrade Xiaoya at once. After placing the receiver down, Zhang Lianghua made his way to Lou Xiaoya's office. Upon arrival, he found her pale and occasionally gasping for breath. The mere thought of Cui Xiangdong's warm invitation to share meat buns while recounting the tragic fate of Hanzi and his wife made her feel nauseous. After returning from the bun shop, she had immediately called home to inquire about Zhao Jian's whereabouts. Lou Xiaojiang informed her that Zhao Jian had left the Lou residence shortly after their conversation last night. Understanding her brother's implication, Lou Xiaoya realized that further questions would yield no answers. She then began to gasp and drift off into thought. "Comrade Xiaoya, are you all right?" Zhang Lianghua inquired with a facade of concern, observing Lou Xiaoya. Each time he laid eyes on this fair-skinned, fierce beauty with a slender waist and long legs, a small flame would flicker within him. However, he was acutely aware that Lou Xiaoya, who had made significant contributions to attracting investment to Rainbow Town, was not someone he could recklessly pursue, especially considering she was the woman Zhao Jian vowed to possess, even at the cost of annihilating the entire planet. "I'm fine. Just perhaps a bit of an upset stomach from breakfast." Lou Xiaoya forced a smile and asked, "Secretary Zhang, do you have any tasks for me?" Mention of work quickly revived her spirits. After explaining his purpose, Zhang Lianghua also brought up the matter of Cui Xiangdong, noting that after receiving his transfer order, he had not reported to the petitions office and his whereabouts remained unknown. Upon hearing Zhao Gang's mention of Cui Xiangdong, Lou Xiaoya pressed her lips together, falling silent. "Let us head to Jinxing Aluminum." Then, Zhang Lianghua sighed, turning to lead the way out. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Zhao Gang, the county chief of Yunhu County, along with several subordinates, made another visit to Rainbow Town. At the entrance of the town hall, Zhang Lianghua had long been awaiting the arrival of the leadership from Rainbow Town. "County head, you have worked hard," he said as he eagerly opened the car door for Zhao Gang, extending his hands in greeting. "All the esteemed business leaders I invited have arrived, haven't they?" Zhao Gang casually shook hands with Zhang Lianghua and inquired. "Indeed, they are all in the auditorium, waiting for you to preside over the meeting," Zhang Lianghua responded. "Today, Even if we cannot retain these business leaders, we must ascertain the reasons behind their withdrawal of investment, Zhao Gang declared fiercely, the moment we uncover the reasons. I shall depart from Rainbow Town. Zhang Lianghua nodded eagerly. I will lead all the town officials to fully cooperate with your efforts. Beep. A small vehicle approached from the east. Zhao Gang instinctively turned at the sound of the horn, but paid it little mind. However, the next moment, when he saw a figure alight from the car before it had even come to a stop, he was visibly taken aback. It was none other than Sun Daming, the county head of Panlong County. Panlong County borders Yunhu County to the east, and its economic situation is even less favorable than that of Yunhu. Why had Sun Daming suddenly come to Rainbow Town? As Zhao Gang pondered this perplexity, Sun Daming, accompanied by two others, approached with a broad smile. Old Zhao. Old Sun. You busy man, what brings you to my Yunhu County? Zhao Gang exchanged pleasantries with Sun Daming, his heart racing with sudden realization. Sun Daming's unexpected visit to Rainbow Town was, indeed, to attract investment. As anticipated, when pressed for details by Zhao Gang, Sun Daming smiled without responding, instead introducing the two individuals accompanying him. The two were Zhang Jianhua, the mayor of Qingxi Town in Panlong County, and Ma Zong, the deputy mayor, who played a role similar to that of Lou Xiaoya in Rainbow Town. Although the officials from the two towns were not from the same jurisdiction, their proximity often led to interactions. News had spread just yesterday that over 10 private enterprises in Rainbow Town had suddenly withdrawn their investments, prompting the investment-hungry Panlong County to swiftly converge upon the opportunity like sharks sensing blood in the water. Upon realizing the intentions of his visitors, Zhao Gang's expression darkened. Zhang Lianghua and Lou Xiaoya, along with others, tightened their lips in dismay. It was a humiliation. While the leadership of Rainbow Town endeavored tirelessly to retain the private business owners, Sun Daming's direct presence, accompanied by the mayors from Qingxi Town, to solicit investment was the utmost affront to them. Zhao Gang, suppressing his fury, cast a meaningful glance at Zhang Lianghua. Some words were not suitable for him to voice. Yet Zhang Lianghua could. Understanding immediately, Zhang Lianghua asked in a stern tone, County head son, isn't what you're doing a bit much? What do you mean by bullying? Sun Daming retorted. To Zhang Lianghua and Sun Daming, there was no need for the same courtesy extended to Zhao Jian. With a faint smile, he remarked, after all, you lack the capability to retain those business owners. If I do not act promptly, shall I simply relinquish them to other counties? Zhang Lianghua immediately fell silent. Given the matter concerned their own interests, Lou Xiaoya swiftly interjected, County head son, how can you be so certain that we cannot retain those business owners? With a chuckle, Sun Daming scrutinized Lou Xiaoya and inquired, before I respond to your question, may I first ask Deputy Town Head Lou, do you know why these business owners have suddenly withdrawn their investments? The question hung heavily in the air, tightening like an invisible noose around the necks of Lou Xiaoya and her companions, growing ever more constricting. Sun Daming's counter-question sparked a sudden realization among all present. He might possess insight into the reasons behind the business owner's withdrawals. Zhao Gang could no longer contain his impatience and urgently pressed, Old Sun, do you know why those business owners have collectively pulled out? Sun Daming nodded slightly and replied, the information may not be entirely accurate. Then please, do share, urged Lou Xiaoya, the one pressing for a prompt answer this time. 13 private enterprise owners had abruptly withdrawn their investments yesterday. Sun Daming hesitated briefly before continuing. It is due to your divorce from your husband. Chapter 20. It is not your capability, but your ex-husband's assistance what? The sudden withdrawal of investments from 13 private enterprises in Rainbow Town yesterday was allegedly due to the divorce of Deputy Town Chief Lou? How could this possibly be true? The gathering, which consisted of over 100 individuals, fell into an abrupt silence. Everyone turned their incredulous gazes towards Lou Xiaoya. Her face, which she had deliberately powdered to mask her exhaustion, grew even paler as Sun Daming revealed his answer. No one was willing to believe the explanation given by Sun Daming. Deputy Town Chief Lou, you may not yet realize that in a mere 2 years, you have attracted 13 enterprises to Rainbow Town. Moreover, you recently signed a preliminary investment intention with the future group of Xiangdong. Sun Daming continued, looking at Lou Xiaoya. This was all facilitated by your husband. Oh, your ex-husband. In secret, Lou Xiaoya stared blankly at Sun Daming, her eyes vacant. Zhang Lianghua suddenly interjected, that can't be true. We all know Deputy Town Chief Lou's husband. Oh, ex-husband. Lou Xiaoya's ex-husband is known to everyone among the town officials. Cui Xiangdong, after all, was merely someone who abandoned the life of a big city for love, coming to Rainbow Town and becoming a deputy-level technician solely because he married a deputy town chief. How could he possibly influence the collective withdrawal of investments from 13 private enterprises in Rainbow Town? As for the accuracy of this claim, I cannot be certain. Sun Daming glanced at Zhang Lianghua and added, I learned of this information from Boss Lou of Xinxing Electronics. Boss Lou of Xinxing Electronics was one of the first to approach the town hall, intending to withdraw investments without reason, along with the other 13 private enterprise owners. Boss Lou and the others are coming. Someone in the crowd whispered. Instinctively, everyone looked up. They saw a group of over 10 individuals, chatting and laughing, briskly walking from the direction of the hall. These were the 13 private enterprise owners whom Lou Xiaoya had personally invited just an hour earlier. Ah, County Chief's son. You truly made it to Rainbow Town. Upon seeing Sun Daming, Boss Lou and the others quickened their pace and approached him. As I mentioned last night, I would come to warmly invite you all to settle in Panlong County, so I had to be here. In front of Zhao Gang and all the officials of Rainbow Town, Sun Daming enthusiastically shook hands with each of the entrepreneurs. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gang and the others realized that Sun Daming's confident visit to attract investments today stemmed from his prior discussions with Boss Lou and the others last night. The two town chiefs from Qingxi Town, witnessing the enthusiasm of Boss Lou and his group, looked as if they had just encountered a deity of wealth. They not only extended their hands for a handshake, but even offered both hands. If they could bring all 13 private enterprises to Qingxi Town, it would equate to the creation of thousands of job opportunities, swiftly elevating the town's economic status. This would undoubtedly benefit their own careers. A truth even the dimmest among them could comprehend. How could their demeanor not be fervent? Zhang Zhenhua, the mayor of Qingxi Town, blatantly disregarded everyone from Rainbow Town. Grasping Boss L's right hand, he shook it vigorously, imploring, Boss L, please grant me a straightforward answer. Can we visit Qingxi Town today? I have a collection of maoralty that has been hidden away for over a decade, eagerly awaiting your esteemed presence. If that is the case, I shall certainly go. Boss L replied with a pained smile, casting a glance at the vacant-eyed Lou Xiaoya, and bluntly stated, I merely hope that Qingxi Town does not remind me of any leaders who would dampen my spirits. You need not worry about that. In Qingxi Town, we have no individuals who would evoke discomfort among our esteemed guests, assured Ma Tsong, the deputy mayor, while also shaking Boss L's hand, completely ignoring those from Rainbow Town. The other business owners readily concurred, agreeing to collectively visit Qingxi Town that very day, indulging in merriment before assessing the investment environment. Observers like Zhao Gang and others finally came to believe Sun Daming's assertion that the withdrawal of 13 private enterprises was a direct consequence of Lou Xiaoya's divorce from Cui Xiangdong. Lou Xiaoya's ability to attract 13 private enterprises within a mere 2 years, and her connection to the Xiangdong Future Group, was not attributed to her competence or beauty, but rather to her marriage to a husband of considerable yet understated influence. Had she not divorced, these enterprises would not only have remained invested. She might have lured the Xiangdong Future Group, with preliminary investments projected to reach tens of millions, to Rainbow Town. With the Future Group's entry, Lou Xiaoya could have ascended to the position of mayor of Rainbow Town, while Party Secretary Zhang Lianghua could have secured a place in the Standing Committee of Yunhu County. However, just as the Future Group was poised to enter Rainbow Town, Lou Xiaoya divorced Cui Xiangdong, triggering a cascade of adverse reactions. The 13 private enterprises promptly withdrew their investments, and the Xiangdong Future Group terminated its investment intentions, leaving Yunhu County in shock and drawing heightened attention from city officials. Did Lou Xiaoya still aspire to be mayor? Did Zhang Lianghua still hope to join the Standing Committee of Yunhu County? They might as well wash up and go to bed. A new question arose. What was Cui Xiangdong's background that he could single-handedly influence the 13 private enterprises as well as the Xiangdong Future Group? This was a question that needed to be posed to Old L and others. Since County Chief Sun had personally visited Rainbow Town, we were determined to proceed. Thus, I shall represent the 13 private enterprises and provide a clear answer. Old L's gaze swept across the faces of Zhao Gang, Zhang Lianghua, and others, finally locking onto Lou Xiaoya's pallid visage, coldly stating, the 13 enterprises are merely small fry dispatched by the Xiangdong Future Group from various subsidiaries, solely to assist Mr. Cui Xiangdong in the development of Rainbow Town. As for the relationship between our group's chairman and Mr. Cui, we subordinates dare not speculate. Lou Xiaoya's lips curled into a grimace, her vision darkening as she stumbled slightly. The expressions of Zhao Gang and others shifted dramatically once more. Even Sun Daming and his companions, who came with the intent to poach talent, were utterly unprepared for the revelation that Rainbow Town harbored an extraordinary individual with a significant connection to the chairman of the Future Group in Hong Kong. The prospect of enticing this Cui Xiangdong to Panlong County ignited a fervor within Sun Daming, causing his blood to surge with excitement. Old LV continued to elucidate for Zhao Gang and the others. Originally, the Future Group had planned to invest over 100 million in Rainbow Town within the next 3 years. However, upon hearing the shocking news that Mr. Cui had not only been divorced, but also wrongfully accused and detained at the police station that morning, our chairman was consumed by rage. He subsequently ordered an immediate withdrawal of investment from Rainbow Town at all costs, and made it unequivocally clear to the entire group that the Future Group would not invest a single penny in Baiyun County for the next 2 years. Yet, the funds that were initially earmarked for Rainbow Town could very well be redirected to Panlong County, Dachau County, and other locations. That is all I am aware of. Old LV concluded, turning to Sun Daming with a smile. Shall we set forth for Panlong County, County Chief Sun? Chapter 21. There can only be one son-in-law, and our family boss L and his associates had previously refrained from disclosing to Zhao Gang, Lou Xiaoya, and others the reasons for their withdrawal of investment as they awaited Sun Daming. They intended to seize this opportunity to elucidate the circumstances before all present, ensuring that the entire Rainbow Town, and indeed Yunhu County and even Qingshan City, would comprehend that the grand plan for the Xiangdong Future Group to invest over 100 million in Rainbow Town within 3 years had been abruptly terminated due to the divorce of Lou Xiaoya and Cui Xiangdong. Moreover, the Future Group had explicitly declared that it would not invest a single cent in Yunhu County for 2 years, redirecting the funds originally intended for Rainbow Town to other districts under Qingshan City's jurisdiction. What would the leaders of Qingshan City think of Yunhu County upon receiving this news? Zhao Gang dared not ponder further, feeling a pounding in his temples, and hastily inquired of Boss L. While it may be true that Deputy Town Head Lou committed an error that incited your group's anger and led to the withdrawal of funds, how can this one town's issue implicate the entire Yunhu County? Zhang Lianghua and the others were solely concerned with matters pertaining to Rainbow Town. As the county magistrate, Zhao Gang had to consider the broader implications for all 12 townships in the county. The withdrawal of investment from Rainbow Town by the Future Group was irrevocable. Yet, Zhao Gang hoped that the Future Group might still invest in other townships within Yunhu County. If he could retain the Future Group's investment in the county, he might escape the blame for Rainbow Town's loss of a significant investment. County Magistrate Zhao, Old L chuckled lightly, unabashedly stating before the assembly, "It is said that the individual from Yunhu County who, knowing Deputy Town Head Lou was a married woman, persistently pursued her, ultimately leading to the dissolution of her marriage, is none other than Mr. Zhao Jian." Who is Mr. Zhao Jian? Everyone present recognized that the Zhao Jian who had been frequently seen in the town's courtyard these days was none other than Zhao Gang's only son. A sudden tremor coursed through Zhao Gang's brow, as waves of regret surged from the depths of his heart. How could I have forgotten who it was that shattered Lou Xiaoya's marriage? Must it be revealed publicly by someone with the surname L? It would not be long before the news that Zhao Jian, son of the county magistrate Zhao Gang, had destroyed Lou Xiaoya's marriage, leading to the Future Group's refusal to invest in all of Yunhu County, would sweep through the county like a tempest. What would be the reaction of the 11 townships in Yunhu County, aside from Rainbow Town, upon hearing this news? How would the city leaders perceive Zhao Gang in light of this revelation? Even a fool could predict the outcome. Although it was Zhao Jian who had undermined Lou Xiaoya's marriage, not his father Zhao Gang, the latter would undoubtedly reap significant consequences. Having dispelled all of Zhao Gang's uncertainties, Old L followed Sun Daming away. They had been gone for a considerable time. Yet the crowd at the entrance of Rainbow Town's courtyard remained eerily silent, with not a soul daring to speak. The vast majority of those present were silently fixated on the 3 individuals at the forefront. Foremost was the beautiful town head Lou Xiaoya. Next was Zhao Gang, who had indulged his son Zhao Jian in the ruination of Lou Xiaoya's marriage. And lastly was Zhang Lianghua, who had been entrusted by the Zhao family to ardently foster a union between them and Lou Xiaoya. No one anticipated that the marriage turmoil of the beautiful town mayor would not only devastate the economy of Rainbow Town, but also profoundly affect the entire Yunhu County. Ahem. Zhao Gang cleared his throat, shattering the silence of the scene, and inquired the dazed Zhang Lianghua. Where is comrade Cui Xiangdong? Those present suddenly awoke to the realization of the pivotal figure in this incident, Cui Xiangdong. For Rainbow Town, and, indeed, all of Yunhu County, primarily Zhaogang, the sole remedy to avert insurmountable losses lay in persuading Cui Xiangdong, whose true significance remained elusive. If only Cui Xiangdong could forgive the betrayal of Lou Xiaoya and the disruption caused by Zhao Jian, there existed a possibility of enticing future groups' investments back to Rainbow Town. Indeed, where is comrade Cui Xiangdong? Zhang Lianghua hurriedly asked Lou Xiaoya. Deputy Town Head Lou, do you know where comrade Xiangdong has gone? Lou Xiaoya, appearing somewhat daft, shook her head. Old Li, Zhang Lianghua called out, raising his voice to summon Old Li from the petition office. Has comrade Xiangdong come to the petition office this afternoon? Old Li quickly emerged from the crowd. Report. Secretary Zhang, comrade Cui Xiangdong has not appeared at the petition office. Quickly find comrade Xiangdong. Zhang Lianghua, fully aware that only Cui Xiangdong could rescue Rainbow Town, was overwhelmed with regret. After sternly instructing Old Li to locate Cui Xiangdong, he shot a fierce glance at the subordinates lingering at the entrance. The implication was unmistakable. What are you all doing standing around? Hurry up and find Cui Xiangdong. The entire staff of the party and government offices, along with the heads of various units who had come to welcome County Head Zhao, dispersed in a frenzy. The entire courtyard and even the town were scoured for Cui Xiangdong. Among them, Lou Xiaoya from the Agricultural Technology Station exerted the most effort. Compared to the remorseful Zhang Lianghua, Lou Xiaoya's regret was undoubtedly more profound. After Cui Xiangdong followed Lou Xiaoya to settle in Rainbow Town, he had joined the Agricultural Technology Station. In the past 2 years, due to his wife's exceptional performance and his own credentials as a prestigious university graduate, Lou Xiaoya had always treated him with a smile. However, once Zhao Jian began to fervently pursue Lou Xiaoya, Lou Xiaoya's demeanor towards Cui Xiangdong began to shift. Just days ago, he colluded with Zhao Jian to falsely accuse Cui Xiangdong, resulting in his arrest by the police. This morning, he had sincerely congratulated Cui Xiangdong on his promotion. But who could have foreseen that the man kicked out by Deputy Town Head Lou would turn out to be the economic savior of Rainbow Town? Such a formidable individual was not someone a mere nobody like Lou Xiaoya could afford to offend. Lou Xiaoya had to locate him promptly to express his most genuine contrition. In truth, it was not solely Lou Xiaoya who yearned to find Cui Xiangdong. All public officials of Rainbow Town were eager to locate him at the earliest opportunity, as this represented a chance for merit. In Lojia Village, Village Secretary Liu Yuandi, upon receiving a call from the town, immediately dashed out of his home, heading towards the abode of Old Lou. Earlier that morning, while gathering wheat ears in the fields, Liu Yuandi had encountered Old Lou returning from the town and inquired about his whereabouts. Old Lou informed Liu Yuandi that he had indulged excessively at his former son-in-law's place the previous night, and, unable to return home, spent the night at the Agricultural Technology Station. He hoped that the camp would be aware of Cui Xiangdong's whereabouts. Contemplating this, Liu Yuandi rushed to Old Lou's doorstep and pushed the door open without hesitation. In the courtyard, Wang Yinxia was vehemently berating Old Lou, furious over his audacity to meet that useless good-for-nothing last night. She had been scolding him for nearly an entire day, yet her anger remained unabated. Old Lou bowed his head, gathering the wheat ears he had salvaged from the ground. Lou Xiaojiang sat leisurely in a nearby recliner, engrossed in a martial arts novel, seemingly unfazed by the commotion. Hey, camp! Liu Yuandi burst in and immediately inquired, do you know where your son-in-law Cui Xiangdong has gone? Old Lou was taken aback. Before he could respond, Wang Yinxia, hands on her hips, retorted to Liu Yuandi, Yuandi, even if you are the village secretary, you cannot speak so carelessly. That good-for-nothing Cui Xiangdong has long been kicked to the curb by my Xiaoya. Our family can only have one son-in-law, and that is Zhao Jian, the son of the county magistrate of Yunhu County. Hey, camp, are you certain that Cui Xiangdong is a good-for-nothing? Liu Yuandi interjected. Do you realize that all the leading officials in town, including County Head Zhao from Yunhu County, are urgently searching for Cui Xiangdong and treating him like a deity? Chapter 22. Mayor Liu, please spare us, sisters. What? You mean the worthless individual who was kicked out by my sister Xiaoya is actually a deity of wealth? Even County Chief Zhao is currently searching for him far and wide. Wang Yinxia was momentarily taken aback when she saw her son Lou Xiaojiang spring up from the lounge chair. Brother Yuandi, what did you just say? Please repeat it. Repeat it once more. Liu Yuandi, overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of schadenfreude, How could you dismiss such a remarkable son-in-law, only to cast him out? Eagerly recounted the tale with as much detail as he could muster. In the end, Lou Xiaoya asserted with utmost certainty, Director Wang, who called me, mentioned that your son-in-law, your former son-in-law, Cui Xiangdong, is highly likely to be the future heir of the Xiangdong Future Group, here in the mainland to experience life. Do you know what Xiangdong is? It is a paradise filled with towering skyscrapers, abundant wealth, and beautiful women. The Future Group is reputedly, as Lou Xiaoya himself stated, the largest company in Xiangdong. The wealth that slips through their fingers is in the hundreds of millions. Cui Xiangdong, this future heir, was captivated by your Xiaoya when he came to the mainland for his studies. Thus, he married Xiaoya and arrived at Rainbow Town, intending to observe your family for 3 years. Once the 3 years are up, if your family treats him well, he will reveal his true identity to you. He will take your family to the so-called paradise of Xiangdong, where you will reside in luxurious mansions, drive extravagant cars, and be surrounded by servants, where everything is at your beck and call. Moreover, to ensure Xiaoya achieves a sense of accomplishment in her career, he discreetly arranged for some investments, helping her secure the position of deputy mayor. I swear to the heavens, once the observation period concludes next year, your entire family will be headed to Xiangdong. Alas, as Lou Xiaoya rambled on, his expression turned sorrowful. Unfortunately, you failed to recognize the jade among stones, and, for the sake of a county chief's son from Yunhu County, you expelled a billionaire from your home. With his immense wealth, not only could he have helped Xiaoya become a mayor, but he could have easily been a county chief or even a city mayor. It would have been like child's play. What a pity, alas, alas. He sighed heavily 3 times, stamping his foot. Yet, the delight in his eyes reached its zenith, and he felt a profound sense of satisfaction, wanting to laugh heartily for 30 years. Meanwhile, the Lou family of 3 stood in stunned silence, jaws dropped in disbelief. I refuse to believe that worthless individual is the heir of the Future Group. Lou Xiaoya was the first to regain his composure, shouting as he turned and rushed into the living room. He strongly suspected that Lou Xiaoya was deliberately deceiving their family. He needed to make a call and inquire personally, for in the past 2 years, Lou Xiaoya had risen to prominence in Rainbow Town, and Lou Xiaoya had developed good relations with many officials in the town. Among them, the relationship between Lou Xiaoya and the director of the government office, Yan Ming, is the most favorable. A few minutes later, Lou Xiaoya emerged from the room, appearing utterly distraught after having spoken with Yan Ming on the phone. He gazed at Wang Yinxia and murmured, "Mother, the director of the town government, Yan Ming, also mentioned that the sudden withdrawal of investments by 13 private enterprises and the abrupt cessation of funding by the Future Group stemmed from my sister's divorce from Cui Xiangdong." Yan Ming further indicated that Cui Xiangdong is indeed a potential heir to the Future Group. Upon hearing her son's words, Wang Yinxia, who had been lost in thought, suddenly crumpled to the ground, realizing that her coercion of her daughter into divorcing Cui Xiangdong in pursuit of a more advantageous match might have been a grave mistake. Had she allowed Lou Xiaoya and Cui Xiangdong to remain together, nurturing their love, they might have lived a life akin to paradise, as depicted on television in Hong Kong. Observing his despondent wife and son, old Lou managed a silent chuckle. He truly did not care whether Cui Xiangdong was the heir to the Future Group. His only wish was for Cui Xiangdong to love and cherish his daughter for a lifetime. However, with a heavy sigh, old Lou lamented to Lou Xiaoya, "I truly do not know where Xiangdong has gone. Since returning home this morning, I have not stepped outside." Before he could finish, Wang Yinxia suddenly sprang to her feet, berating old Lou. "Go, you useless old fool. Quickly find my good son-in-law. Gongzi, you must go search for him. We must bring your brother-in-law back. And from now on, do not associate with that scoundrel Zhao Jian. If it weren't for you bringing him home, how could he have disrupted your sister's happy marriage?" When Lou Xiaoya suggested that Cui Xiangdong, the heir to the Future Group, might use money to secure a position for Lou Xiaoya as a county magistrate or even a mayor, the son of the county magistrate instantly transformed in Wang Yinxia's mind into a mere scoundrel. After being thoroughly scolded, the Lou father and son fled their home in disgrace. The sky gradually darkened, and the search for Cui Xiangdong in Rainbow Town came to an unfortunate halt. The living presence of Cui Xiangdong seemed to have evaporated from the world, leaving no trace. Even the local police had searched the surrounding dry wells, yet found nothing. Zhao Gang, the county magistrate of Yunhu County, reluctantly returned to the county as the lights began to glow. This time, Zhang Lianghua did not assist him in opening the car door as he departed. In the office of the deputy town mayor, who oversees business affairs. Lou Xiaoya sat quietly behind her desk, motionless, resembling a statue. She was reluctant to return home, knowing that her mother and brother were waiting at her doorstep, claiming to have an urgent matter to discuss. She knew without needing to go that what they deemed urgent was merely a reiteration of her predicament. Xiangdong had likely left Rainbow Town, thoroughly disappointed in her, and returned to where he belonged. Perhaps this was for the best. At least the deranged scoundrel Zhao Jian could no longer inflict harm upon him. As for herself, she could only chuckle, feeling like a wretched woman who had betrayed both love and family. For a lifetime, one ought to dwell in the anguish of regret, tormented day and night. Suddenly, Lou Xiaoya chuckled softly, her body relaxing completely as she rose and swiftly exited. She did not return home. Instead, she drove along the bumpy road to Minjia village. At the eastern edge of the village, there lay a dilapidated ruin. In the yard, a makeshift shelter had been erected, a temporary refuge constructed by old Min and others to provide a haven for Min Ro and her sister. Min Ro was crouched before a clay stove, quietly tending to the fire as she prepared to cook noodles for her sister. Abruptly, a car came to a halt not far away. Min Ro lifted her gaze, and upon seeing the elegantly dressed, striking woman step out, a fleeting spark of resentment ignited within her eyes. In a hoarse voice, she implored, "Mayor Lou, I beg you, have mercy and spare us sisters. We shall never again dare to seek justice from your fiancé." Chapter 23. The new mayor of Rainbow Town arrives under the glow of the car headlights as she observed Min Ro clad in mourning attire. Lou Xiaoya felt an overwhelming sense of guilt, despite her unwavering conviction that she had never harmed her. She hurriedly approached Min Ro and spoke, "Min Ro, how could I ever hurt you?" Min Ro remained silent, retreating 2 swift steps as Lou Xiaoya drew near. "Sister, who has come?" A small voice emerged from the makeshift shelter behind her. 6-year-old Min Jiao stepped out, shivering upon seeing Lou Xiaoya, as if confronted by the most terrifying figure in the world, and instinctively clutched her sister's arm. Though young, Min Jiao was not oblivious to the gravity of their circumstances. She vividly recalled the scene from the previous day when her sister had knelt before this beautiful woman, pleading for the perpetrator who had driven their mother to despair. It was clear to her that Lou Xiaoya was indeed a villain. Min Jiao's reaction pierced Lou Xiaoya's heart like a dagger. She instinctively took a step back to avoid frightening the child further. "Min Ro, I have 3 matters of significance to discuss with you tonight," Lou Xiaoya stated decisively. "Firstly, I must sincerely inform you that I was indeed blinded by my own folly when I divorced my husband in hopes of marrying Zhao Jian. However, I have never formally acknowledged any engagement with him, nor have we even held hands. Upon learning of his involvement in the harm done to your parents, I would rather perish than continue any association with him. Therefore, I implore you not to regard him as anything related to me." Min Ro remained silent, gently stroking her younger sister's head to reassure her. Secondly, Lou Xiaoya continued, glancing at the ruins of the Min family home. "I would like you both to come to town with me tonight and stay at my house. Rest assured, I live alone." Min Ro finally responded, "Thank you, Mayor Lou, but we cannot accept your invitation." After their home was reduced to ashes, her uncle and others had offered to take them in, yet she had declined. The living conditions at her uncle's house and those of their neighbors were far from ideal. While the sisters could manage a few days in their home, she did not want to impose on her uncle or allow her younger sister to suffer further harm in this world. Living in their own shelter provided them with a sense of security that staying in someone else's bedroom could not offer. If she refused her uncle's offer, how could she possibly reside in a home she considered that of an adversary? "Please, do not be so hasty in rejecting my offer," Lou Xiaoya urged. Transitioning to her third point. "Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock, a new mayor will parachute into Rainbow Town. You could seize the opportunity when the higher authorities personally escort the new mayor into town to plead your case for justice. If I am not mistaken, the new mayor will certainly have been briefed on the significant events that have transpired in our town, which means he is likely aware of your family's plight. He may even be prepared to assist you when you seek his help." Min Ro's eyes suddenly sparkled with hope, seeking justice from the government, to punish the perpetrator who drove her mother to despair and to bring Zhao Jian to justice. This is undeniably Min Ro's greatest wish at present. She would be willing to undertake any endeavor, even to the point of sacrificing her own life, if it meant ensuring that the one responsible for her mother's demise faced retribution. However, she pressed her lips together and said, "Mayor Lou, I trust you are well aware of the concepts of official protectionism, of muddying the waters, and of passing the buck." Lou Xiaoya certainly understood the intricacies of official protectionism. The art of muddying the waters, and the game of passing the buck. Yet, she was taken aback to discover that this high school girl, Min Ro, was also cognizant of such matters. Lou Xiaoya gazed at Min Ro, whose frail physique and haggard complexion could not conceal her beauty, and felt a surge of astonishment. Understanding Lou Xiaoya's thoughts, Min Ro explained, "I am a member of the student council at County Number 1 High School." "Oh, I see," Lou Xiaoya responded, finally enlightened. No wonder Min Ro was familiar with the complexities of human relationships. While the high school student council could not compare to that of a university, it was still rife with its own social intrigues. Unable to suppress a smile, Lou Xiaoya remarked, "What a coincidence. The high school I attended before university was also County Number 1 High School. This means we are not just alumni, but colleagues as well." Min Ro remained silent, her expression unyielding. Realizing that her laughter might have been inappropriate, Lou Xiaoya quickly composed herself. Clearing her throat, she continued, "The reason I suggested you seek out the new mayor tomorrow to plead your case was, of course, in consideration of the circumstances you mentioned. However, the likelihood of such an occurrence tomorrow is minimal. According to reliable sources, the official to accompany the new mayor to his post is not from the Yunhu County Organization Department, but rather a leader from the Qingshan Municipal Organization Department, who will directly escort the new county mayor to his position." Lou Xiaoya then succinctly explained to Min Ro the reasons why the Municipal Organization Department bypassed Yunhu County in sending someone to inaugurate the new town mayor. In the presence of the Municipal Organization Department leaders, even if the new mayor wished to evade the issue, the city officials would still be made aware of your plight, which is crucial for your quest for justice for your parents. Stepping closer to Min Ro, Lou Xiaoya lowered her voice. "The reason I want you to return to the town with me tonight is so I can arrange for you to be in the right place at the right time tomorrow morning, to capture the attention of the municipal leaders and the new mayor." Min Ro's eyes sparkled with renewed hope. Sensing the moment was ripe, Lou Xiaoya began to provoke her. "Of course, if you still believe that I am colluding with Zhao Jian, or if you do not wish to seek justice for your parents, then you may pretend I never came here tonight." With that, she turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she heard Min Ro urgently call out, "Mayor Lou, may I ask you a question?" Without looking back, Lou Xiaoya replied, "Ask away." Min Ro inquired, "Why do you want to help us?" "Because," Lou Xiaoya looked up at the stars above, "I may harbor an even greater hatred for Zhao Jian than you do. Internally," she added, "I hate myself even more." No longer hesitating, Min Ro affirmed, "All right, we will follow you." It was 10 o'clock at night. Accompanied by the Min sisters, Lou Xiaoya indulged in a meal before returning to the family compound in Rainbow Town, ensuring that her mother and younger brother had returned to the village. Upon arriving at her doorstep, she found it unexpectedly empty, prompting a quiet sigh of relief as she opened the gate. The home retained its familiar tidiness, the air still infused with the lingering essence of Cui Xiangdong. Yet, the one who truly cherished me had slipped away. After settling the Min sisters, Lou Xiaoya reclined in her bedroom, cradling a photograph of herself with Cui Xiangdong, and softly murmured, "Daylight has arrived." At 9:30 in the morning, Zhang Lianghua, the secretary of Rainbow Town, along with the dedicated deputy secretary Liu Changhai and other members of the standing committee, stood at the entrance of the town's courtyard. They had set out early to warmly welcome the new town mayor, personally delivered by the leaders of the Municipal Organization Department. At 9:47, several vehicles approached from the west, signaling the arrival of the new mayor of Rainbow Town. Many hearts echoed this thought, as whispers ceased and they straightened their posture, their eyes bright with anticipation directed towards the west. Chapter 24. The beautiful deputy town head who devastated the town's economy, the new town head of Rainbow Town, has arrived. Not far from the eastern side of the town courtyard, Min Ro, wearing a white sun hat and clad in the short-sleeved work uniform distributed by the town, was sweeping the ground. As she observed several vehicles approaching, she realized who was arriving. This moment would determine whether she could seek justice for her mother. With a gaze filled with gratitude, Min Ro looked towards Lou Xiaoya amidst the welcoming crowd. Were it not for Lou Xiaoya disguising her as a town cleaner and guiding her through the back entrance of the town courtyard to the front, Min Ro would never have had the opportunity to present herself before the new town head and the officials from the city. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianghua, who had recently made significant errors in his work, was deeply concerned that Min Ro or someone like her might suddenly emerge to voice her grievances when the city leaders personally delivered the new town head. Should that occur, Zhang Lianghua knew he would face dire consequences. Consequently, He dispatched Dong Lei to ensure that no troublesome individuals could approach within 100 meters of the town courtyard during the new town head's arrival. Lou Xiaoya happened to glance over, subtly reminding Min Ro to be prepared to rush forward and kneel to plead with the new town head on behalf of her wrongfully deceased parents. Once she made a discreet signal, they exchanged knowing nods. Beep. The foremost vehicle gently honked its horn before coming to a stop after passing through the courtyard entrance. This vehicle belonged to the Organization Department of Yunhu County. Minister Chi Yu from the County Organization Department personally accompanied the leaders from the Municipal Organization Department to usher in the new town head of Rainbow Town. Unbeknownst to Chi Yu, even at this moment, he remained unaware of the new town head's identity, signaling the higher authorities' evident dissatisfaction with the Yunhu County Organization Department. The underlying message was clear. Look at the character and conduct of Lou Xiaoya, whom you promoted. It was she alone who inflicted irreparable damage on the economy of Rainbow Town. Understanding the implications, Chi Yu felt a sense of injustice. Who could have anticipated that after achieving remarkable success, Lou Xiaoya would cast aside her benefactor, the golden son-in-law, as if he were worthless, in her quest for higher aspirations? With no options left, Chi Yu had long positioned himself at the county's boundary, awaiting the arrival of the Municipal Organization Department personnel to personally welcome the new town head of Rainbow Town. He had assumed that after displaying such humility, the city officials would undoubtedly stop, shake his hand, and exchange a few words. He hoped to ascertain the identity of the new town head in advance. However, to Chi Yu's dismay, the city officials did not stop upon seeing him. They merely honked their horn, signaling him to follow. Chi Yu had no choice but to leap into his vehicle and swiftly overtake the city official's car, leading the way to Rainbow Town. As the vehicle came to a halt, Chi Yu jumped out and turned his gaze towards Zhang Lianghua and the others, taking in the scene at a glance. Amidst the crowd, she fixated on the figure clad in a short-sleeved white shirt, a black skirt, and elegant black semi-heeled sandals, Lou Xiaoya. Chi Yu's gaze was notably stern. Were it not for this oblivious woman, how could the economy of Rainbow Town have faced such devastating setbacks? This misfortune had even led to a degree of dissatisfaction from his superiors regarding his ability to discern character. Lou Xiaoya instantly comprehended the weight of Chi Yu's stare. She bit her lip with conviction and lowered her head. She was aware that her fate was sealed. The aspiration for the mayoral seat of Rainbow Town was now a distant dream. Before long, she would surely be reassigned to a position in the Coldwater Bureau. Languishing in obscurity, the accolades and applause she once received in public, and the affectionate glances exchanged with the man she adored in the privacy of their bedroom, would cruelly fade away. This was all of my own making. I deserve this, she thought, as she focused on her toes when applause erupted around her. The leaders from the Municipal Organization Department had arrived. Instinctively, Zhang Lianghua, wearing a respectful smile, led the applause. He expressed heartfelt gratitude to the Municipal Organization Department for sending a mayor capable of rescuing the economically beleaguered Rainbow Town. Lou Xiaoya quickly lifted her head, forcing a smile as she joined in the applause. In an effort to acknowledge her shortcomings, allowing a woman of questionable character to pass the organization's scrutiny and assume the role of deputy mayor overseeing investment and industry, Chi Yu, a member of the Standing Committee of Yunhu County, personally opened the car door for the representatives from the Municipal Organization Department. In that moment, Zhang Lianghua, the town secretary, lacked even the privilege to perform such a task. He could only express his excitement through applause. The individual accompanying the new mayor was once-disregarded, the director from the 1st Division of the Municipal Organization Department. Both once-disregarded and Chi Yu held deputy department-level positions. However, Chi Yu, as a member of the Standing Committee, certainly held more power than Wan. Yet, at this moment, once-disregarded represented the Municipal Organization Department and thus merited Chi Yu's deference. Director Wan, I appreciate your efforts, Chi Yu said, shaking once-disregarded's hand with a hint of humility. Minister Chi, you are too kind, once-disregarded responded, instinctively raising his gaze to survey the people behind Zhang Lianghua. Upon arriving in Rainbow Town, he yearned to witness firsthand the renowned beauty of the deputy mayor, who, single-handedly, had wreaked havoc on the town's economy. And in that fleeting moment of raising his head, he spotted her, Lou Xiaoya, whose striking features and figure were undeniably captivating. Not only had Chi Yu taken particular notice of her, but now the leaders from the Municipal Organization Department were equally intrigued. The emotions swirling within Lou Xiaoya were beyond description. Yet all she could do was muster a forced smile and nod at Xiaoya before swiftly turning her attention to Min Ro, positioned by the eastern gate. As if to signal, "Be alert, the new mayor is about to disembark." Once he alighted from the vehicle, you dashed forward without hesitation. Seizing the moment before anyone could react, you knelt fervently before the leaders and the new town mayor, pleading for their intervention on your behalf. Acknowledged. Min Ro nodded gently, continuing to sweep the floor while gradually moving in that direction. However, her peripheral vision remained fixated on the car door behind Xiaoya. She had fully prepared herself for a charge. As soon as the new town mayor exited the vehicle, she would cast aside the broom and sprint towards him with utmost speed. "Father, Mother, may your spirits in the heavens bestow their blessings upon me, enabling me to sway the new town mayor today and capture the attention of the city leaders." As Min Ro silently prayed, she witnessed an individual bending down to step out of Xiaodong's car. This individual was none other than the new mayor of Rainbow Town. The gazes of Lou Xiaoya, Min Ro, Qi Yu, Zhang Lianghua, and Deputy Mayor and Police Chief Dong Lei were immediately drawn towards him. The new mayor of Rainbow Town lifted his head. Chapter 25. The new mayor turns out to be Cui Xiangdong crash. Upon seeing the face of the new mayor of Rainbow Town, Lou Xiaoya felt as though a thunderclap had erupted beside her, stunning her into silence. In truth, when the new mayor stepped out of the car and gazed upon the leadership team of Rainbow Town, it was not just Lou Xiaoya who was left dumbfounded. The town committee secretary, Zhang Lianghua, the deputy secretary, Liu Changhai, the deputy mayor, Dong Lei, and the directors of the offices, Wang Linhai and Yin Ming, were all momentarily frozen in disbelief. Even Min Ro, who had been poised for action, widened her eyes in sheer incredulity. The new mayor of Rainbow Town, personally appointed by the leaders of the municipal organization department, was none other than Cui Xiangdong, the very person sought after by the town leaders just yesterday. Yet they had been unable to find him. Cui Xiangdong was indeed the new mayor of Rainbow Town? How could he suddenly ascend to this position? Was it possible he was an imposter, merely resembling Cui Xiangdong? As they gazed at Cui Xiangdong, clad in a white short-sleeved shirt, black trousers, and black leather shoes, the minds of Zhang Lianghua and the others gradually began to function once more. Minister Qi, having only heard of Cui Xiangdong's esteemed name but never having met him, discerned from Zhang Lianghua's ghostly reaction that this new mayor was undoubtedly a familiar face to the leaders of Rainbow Town. "Minister Qi, allow me to introduce," Xiaoya said, casting a deliberate glance at Lou Xiaoya before extending a hand to shake Minister Qi's. "This is Comrade Cui Xiangdong, the deputy secretary and acting mayor of Rainbow Town." Indeed, it was Cui Xiangdong. Upon hearing Xiaoya's words, Zhang Lianghua and the others instinctively turned to look at Lou Xiaoya. Lou Xiaoya was lost in a daze, while Min Ro, who was prepared to rush over and kneel, quietly stepped back with a broom in hand after regaining her senses. A surge of blood coursed through her veins, and she bit her lip, lightly pounding her fist against her chest to remind herself to remain calm, and ever so calm. Min Ro had not forgotten that just 2 afternoons ago, Cui Xiangdong had publicly promised her that he would provide her with an explanation. She also recalled telling Cui Xiangdong that she had memorized his appearance, declaring that if he did not help her seek justice, she would haunt him as a vengeful spirit. Furthermore, she did not forget that she had perhaps, potentially, bitten into Cui Xiangdong's neck. No wonder he had dared to promise me an explanation that day. It turns out he had long known he would become the new mayor of Rainbow Town. "Father, Mother, may your spirits in the heavens witness whether Cui Xiangdong can assist me in locating that beast, Zhao Jian, to avenge you." As Min Ro whispered to herself, tears once again blurred her vision. Meanwhile, Lou Xiaoya's mind remained shrouded in a fog of confusion. As she gradually regained consciousness, Cui Xiangdong had already completed a handshake and pleasantries with Qi Yu. Having suppressed his astonishment, Qi Yu, in place of the unfamiliar Xiaoya from Rainbow Town, personally introduced Cui Xiangdong to Zhang Lianghua, the town's party secretary. Cui Xiangdong had resided in Rainbow Town for 2 years. His former wife was the deputy town chief, and he lived in the staff quarters. How could he not know Zhang Lianghua? However, despite their acquaintance, Qi Yu understood the necessity of formally introducing them. Given that Cui Xiangdong had previously been merely a technician at the agricultural technology station, while now he held the esteemed position of town chief, the disparity between the roles of a technician and a town chief was nothing short of monumental. "Comrade Xiangdong, it is truly a great fortune for both myself and the entire community of 60,000 cadres and citizens of Rainbow Town that you have come to work here," Zhang Lianghua exclaimed, swiftly adjusting his demeanor as he gripped Cui Xiangdong's hand tightly, his face radiant with genuine joy. Yet, a torrent of regret surged within him, akin to the relentless waters of the Yellow River. Even a fool like Zhang Lianghua could discern that behind Cui Xiangdong loomed not only the future conglomerate of Xiangjiang, but also an impressive background in his political ascent that Zhang was unqualified to fathom. Previously, Zhang Lianghua had, in aiding Zhao Jian, undermined Cui Xiangdong's previously blissful marriage, creating opportunities for Zhao Jian and Lou Xiaoya under the guise of work necessities. He had heeded Zhao Jian's counsel, misusing his authority to suppress Cui Xiangdong by transferring him to the petition office, among other tactics. "It is all that fool Zhao Jian's doing that has caused me this predicament," Zhang Lianghua seethed inwardly. Nevertheless, he maintained an outward demeanor of warmth as he seized the opportunity from Qiyu to introduce Cui Xiangdong's colleagues. "Comrade Xiangdong, this is Lou Xiaoya, the Deputy Secretary of Rainbow Town." "Hello, Deputy Secretary Lou," Cui Xiangdong, with a smile reminiscent of spring, extended his hand to Lou Xiaoya, who reciprocated with both hands. Their previous relationship had neither been marked by camaraderie nor enmity. At most, Lou Xiaoya, who had been eyeing a promotion following the retirement of the former town chief, found his path completely obstructed by the sudden arrival of Cui Xiangdong. However, this was inconsequential. Upon learning of Cui Xiangdong's significant connections the previous day, Lou Xiaoya promptly smoothed over any hostility. In their future collaborations, Lou Xiaoya resolved to fully support Cui Xiangdong, believing that with sincerity, and given that they bore no grudges, Cui Xiangdong would graciously accept the olive branch he extended. In stark contrast, the current sentiments of Deputy Town Chief and Police Chief Dong Lei diverged sharply from Lou Xiaoya's. Regardless of how poor his memory might be, he could never forget that just days prior, he had collaborated with Zhao Jian to falsely accuse Cui Xiangdong. "It's all that fool Zhao Jian's fault for leading me to bear a grudge against someone I should never have crossed," Dong Lei fumed inwardly. When Cui Xiangdong extended his hand towards him, he hastily grasped it with both hands, his smile more pained than sorrowful. In a moment devoid of qualification to shake hands with Cui Xiangdong, the director of the Agricultural Technology Station, Liu Kaming may find himself rendered speechless, unable even to shed a tear. Who could have anticipated that the man he had coexisted with for 2 years, Cui Xiangdong, not only had the formidable backing of the future group, but also possessed a political trajectory that could see him ascend to the position of town mayor at any moment? Liu Kaming fervently hoped that Cui Xiangdong would exhibit magnanimity and not condescend to engage with someone as inconsequential as himself. As Liu Kaming offered his earnest prayers, Zhang Lianghua, acting as the introducer, brought Cui Xiangdong before Lou Xiaoya. "Comrade Xiangdong, this is Comrade Lou Xiaoya, the Vice Mayor of Rainbow Town," Zhang Lianghua stated with utmost seriousness. At that moment, Lou Xiaoya, who had been lost in thought, suddenly regained clarity. "Hello, Comrade Xiaoya," Cui Xiangdong greeted with a beaming smile, extending his right hand toward her. "Hello, Comrade Cui," Lou Xiaoya replied, her cool, smooth, and delicate hand once again enveloped by his dry, warm grasp after several days apart. Chapter 26. Zhao Gang was taken away by the Municipal Disciplinary Committee. After finally holding hands with Cui Xiangdong, Lou Xiaoya wished fervently that he would never let go of her. However, Cui Xiangdong's demeanor toward her was no different from how he treated others. After a gentle handshake, he released her hand. In that instant, Lou Xiaoya felt as though the world she had just regained slipped away from her grasp once more. Throughout the morning, Lou Xiaoya remained in a peculiar state. She could sense that a subtle smile lingered on her face, while simultaneously feeling the gazes of others upon her. Filled with pity and schadenfreude, she observed Cui Xiangdong delivering his work report during the meeting, eloquently addressing the hundreds of officials who looked up to him. She could hear every word he spoke and catch the occasional glance he directed her way. Yet, why did everything feel so surreal? Once Cui Xiangdong's report meeting concluded, it was customary for him to invite the leaders from the county and city organizational departments, alongside Zhang Lianghua, to the finest restaurant in town for a working meal. Both Wan Shigang from Qingshan and Qiyu from Yunhu County readily accepted the invitation, recognizing the opportunity to foster connections with someone of Cui Xiangdong's stature. Of course, only a select few cadres from Rainbow Town were able to accompany the leaders from both the county and city organizational departments for this meal. This included members of the party committee, the deputy town heads under Cui Xiangdong's purview, and Yin Ming from the government office, who was responsible for arranging the banquet and handling the expenses. Cui Xiangdong and Zhang Lianghua, flanked by committee members and deputy town heads, led Qi Yu out of the town courtyard. Suddenly, a man's voice echoed from a distance. Brother-in-law. Brother-in-law. Ah, it really is you. Cui Xiangdong instinctively looked up to see Lou Xiaoya and his mother, Wang Yinxia, waving at them from afar, alongside a few passers-by. Wang Yinxia no longer wore the disdainful expression she had when she pressured Cui Xiangdong to divorce Lou Xiaoya. She was confident enough to compete for the title of the world's best mother-in-law and win a gold medal, while sharing a quiet laugh with Qi Yu. Cui Xiangdong merely cast a fleeting glance at the pair before ignoring them entirely. Who knew which brother-in-law Lou Xiaoya was referring to? In a daze, Lou Xiaoya wished she could disappear into the ground. She quickly lowered her head, but heard Lou Xiaoya say, "Mom, now you believe that the new town head is my brother-in-law, right?" Wang Yinxia replied, "I know Dongzi well enough. I don't need you to remind me." Lou Xiaoya laughed. "No wonder my sister didn't become the town head. It turns out that chair was snatched away by my brother-in-law." "Stop talking nonsense." Wang Yinxia scolded her son. "What do you mean snatched? What is the difference between your sister being the town head and your brother-in-law being the town head?" Suddenly, a passerby interjected, "I have heard that Deputy Town Head Lou and the newcomer, Town Head Cui, have divorced just a few days ago. You all keep saying that County Chief Zhao Jian is your family's son-in-law. Nonsense." Wang Yinxia immediately retorted, her voice rising in indignation. "Who says my daughter Xiaoya has divorced Dongzi? Who claims my daughter Xiaoya is to marry Zhao Jian?" Tick-tock. As the voices behind her reached her ears, shameful tears streamed down Lou Xiaoya's flushed cheeks like pearls slipping from a broken string. It was precisely noon in the county chief's office in Yunhu County. Zhao Gang's expression was exceedingly grim as he slowly set down the receiver. The call had come from Zhang Lianghua of Rainbow Town. Due to the presence of county and city leaders, Zhang Lianghua had been unable to find a moment to inform Zhao Gang of the new town chief's identity. It was only when they arrived at the restaurant that Zhang Lianghua seized the opportunity to report via the restaurant's phone. The revelation that Cui Xiangdong had an extraordinary connection with the Xiangjiang Future Group had already astonished Zhao Gang. However, when Zhang Lianghua mentioned that the new town chief was also Cui Xiangdong, Zhao Gang was once again taken aback, forced to acknowledge that he had underestimated Cui Xiangdong. Not only did he have the backing of the Future Group, but he also possessed a formidable political background that made Zhao Gang uneasy. Otherwise, the organization department of Qingshan City would not have bypassed Yunhu County, sending Director Wan Shigang personally to install Cui Xiangdong in his new role. My support for Zhao Jian in pursuing Lou Xiaoya was a grave misjudgment. No matter how magnanimous Cui Xiangdong may be, he would not overlook the resentment of a rival in love. That worthless Zhao Jian has caused me immense trouble. Zhao Gang shut his eyes in anguish and picked up the receiver to call his wife. He inquired whether that good-for-nothing had returned home. His wife replied that he had not. This only heightened Zhao Gang's agitation. Where had that good-for-nothing run off to? "Find him. Bring him to me at once. I have something very important to discuss with him." With a thud, Zhao Gang finished his low shout and slammed the receiver down. As he loosened two buttons of his shirt, his right eye suddenly twitched uncontrollably. There is a saying that goes, "A twitching left eye brings fortune, while a twitching right eye brings disaster." Whether there is scientific basis for this belief is beside the point, but the sudden twitching of his right eye only intensified an inexplicable sense of foreboding within him. He stood up and made his way to the restroom to wash his face with warm water. From a medical perspective, eye twitching is often due to muscle fatigue, which can be alleviated with a warm compress. When the door suddenly swung open, 4 or 5 individuals entered. Zhao Gang looked up. Upon seeing the leader of the group, his right eye began to twitch violently once more. Not only did his eyelid jump, but his heart also raced uncontrollably. Lu Qizhao, the county secretary, had personally arrived with Fan Xiwen, the deputy secretary of the Qingshan City Discipline Inspection Commission, in tow, entering his office. In the realm of political maneuvering, individuals are most inclined to engage with those from the organization department while keeping a respectful distance from members of the Discipline Inspection Commission. This is because interactions with the organization department typically signal promotion opportunities. When the personnel from the Discipline Inspection Commission come knocking, it may well signify an invitation for a tea session. Secretary Lu and Secretary Fan stood by as Zhao Gang, forcing a smile, braced himself against the table to maintain his balance. Before he could utter another word, Fan Xiwen coolly interjected, "Comrade Zhao Gang, please accompany us for a brief visit." Questions raced through Zhao Gang's mind. Where are we going? What is the purpose? When will I return? But his thoughts suddenly went blank. The news of Zhao Gang, the vice secretary and county head of Yunhu County, being taken away by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Commission, swiftly spread throughout all departments in Yunhu County within minutes. At the Rainbow Hotel in Rainbow Town, due to his substantial authority, Qiyu had reluctantly yielded the top seat to Wan Shigang, yet found himself seated at the head of the table. Just as he lifted his glass in a toast, he noticed his secretary, Xiao Wang, who, despite the norm of county leaders not being allocated secretaries, was referred to as such for clarity, approaching with a grave expression. Something was amiss. Qiyu immediately grasped the situation, his smile freezing in place. Xiao Wang, who was tasked with safeguarding Qiyu's mobile phone, delivered the report without lowering his voice or leaning in. With a tone of utmost respect, he stated, "Minister, just moments ago, Secretary Lou from the county committee personally called to inform us that Comrade Zhao Gang, the county head of Yunhu, has been taken away by the comrades from the Qingshan Discipline Inspection Commission." Chapter 27. The Grudge of a Stolen Wife. An Irreconcilable Hatred. What? County Chief Zhao Gang has just been taken away by the city's Disciplinary Inspection Commission? Qiyu's face turned ashen upon hearing this news from Xiao Wang. With a sudden tremor coursing through him, Zhang Lianghua, who had just picked up a cigarette to light, dropped his cigarette case onto the table. Who is Zhao Gang? He is none other than Zhang Lianghua's former superior and his greatest ally in Yunhu County. The loss of such support would shock anyone to their core. Looking around at the others, the over a dozen individuals seated at the two tables in the private room were equally stunned, their expressions reflecting disbelief at Xiao Wang's announcement. Xiao Wang continued relaying information. Secretary Liu has stated that you need not rush back to the county, for Secretary Lin of the county's Disciplinary Inspection Commission, along with Secretary Wang of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, are soon to arrive in Rainbow Town. You will need to assist them in their work. The reason he openly reported this to the assembly was due to a specific directive from County Party Secretary Liu Qizhao. Liu intends for those accompanying Qiyu to be fully aware of the situation. It also signifies that Qiyu, as the organization minister, is to take the helm in Rainbow Town, cooperating with the county's Disciplinary Inspection Commission and Political and Legal Affairs Committee. Qiyu instantly grasped the implications and nodded in acknowledgement. He turned his gaze toward Zhang Lianghua and the other leaders of Rainbow Town. Aside from the newly appointed Cui Xiangdong, the expressions of Zhang Lianghua, the town's party secretary, and Yan Ming, the director of the government office, were decidedly abnormal. The county's Disciplinary Inspection Commission had just taken County Chief Zhao Gang, and now the county's Disciplinary Inspection Commission and Political and Legal Affairs Committee secretaries were en route to Rainbow Town. With Qiyu, the organization minister, that made 3 members of the county's standing committee converging in Rainbow Town. What was their purpose? Or rather, who were they targeting? Aside from Cui Xiangdong, who remained calm and was quietly conversing with Wan Shigang, Yan Ming and the others looked toward Zhang Lianghua. Who was the target of this alliance among the 3 committee members? The town's party secretary, Zhang Lianghua, was undoubtedly at the forefront. Why would the county seek to apprehend Zhang Lianghua following Zhao Gang's detainment? The others, including Yan Ming, turned their attention to the second individual, the vice-town chief, Dong Lei, whose right eyelid twitched incessantly. If it were not to apprehend Dong Lei, there would be no need for County Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary Wang to accompany Secretary Lin to Rainbow Town. Dong Lei's complexion was ashen. At that moment, even a cursory analysis would reveal this was a devastating strike from Cui Xiangdong. Yan Ming and the others then focused on the third individual, the beautiful vice-town chief of Rainbow Town, Lou Xiaoya. Why was everyone looking at her? Because even a fool could discern that the calm demeanor of Cui Xiangdong, following the news of Zhao Gang's detainment, pointed to the most precise answer. Cui Xiangdong had long anticipated that Zhao Gang would be taken away today. Why was Zhao Gang detained? Many recalled an old adage: the vengeance of a murdered father and the grudge of a stolen wife are irreconcilable. Though Zhao Gang did not harm Cui Xiangdong's parents, he aided his son, Zhao Jian, in usurping his wife. A man who does not seek revenge for such an affront can hardly be deemed a man. Zhao Gang, the esteemed county magistrate, found himself apprehended by the Municipal Discipline Inspection Committee after assisting his son in the dubious endeavor of usurping Lou Xiaoya, an act that merely shattered her marriage. What fate, then, awaits the complicit Zhang Lianghua and Dong Lei? The influential Cui Xiangdong is unlikely to spare these two individuals. Upon discerning the gravity of the situation, Yan Ming and others surmised that Cui Xiangdong would undoubtedly eliminate Lou Xiaoya, who had betrayed him and subjected him to profound humiliation. Such thoughts were not lost on Lou Xiaoya, yet she remained unperturbed, devoid of even the slightest trepidation. Instead, she experienced an inexplicable sense of ease. In the midst of numerous onlookers, the enchanting deputy mayor of Rainbow Town suddenly rose, wine glass in hand, and approached Cui Xiangdong's table. As he conversed with Wan Shigang, Cui Xiangdong lifted his gaze to meet hers. "Cui Town, I offer you this toast. Congratulations on your new position in Rainbow Town," Lou Xiaoya declared with a charming smile, raising her glass and, without awaiting his response, tilted her head back to drain the contents in one swift motion. The wine, nearly 2 taels, vanished in an instant, and a captivating flush adorned her formerly pallid cheeks. Cui Xiangdong, unperturbed, observed her with a calm demeanor. Lou Xiaoya then filled her glass anew and raised it once more. "Cui Town, I toast to you a second time. May your endeavors in the forthcoming tasks be met with success, and may you lead Rainbow Town towards economic prosperity." With that, she downed the second glass with a loud clink. Cui Xiangdong continued to regard her with indifference. Once again, she replenished her glass and lifted it high. "Cui Town, this final toast is an apology." With this act, Lou Xiaoya publicly offered her third toast to Cui Xiangdong, conveying her sincere regret for abandoning him and the immense pain she had caused. After consuming 3 consecutive shots of liquor, even with her considerable tolerance, her cheeks burned crimson. She lifted her head, turned, and returned to her seat, seizing her chopsticks to feast voraciously, aware that her time was limited before being taken away. In the private room, aside from the sounds of Lou Xiaoya's indulgence, silence enveloped the others. Gradually, all eyes shifted towards Cui Xiangdong, who seemed to exude an aura of sternness. Just because his wife had been taken from him, Zhao Gang, Zhang Lianghua, Dong Lei, and his ex-wife Lou Xiaoya had all faced downfall on the very first day of his return to Rainbow Town as magistrate. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside. Little Wang, Chi Yu's secretary, promptly opened the door. Lin, the secretary of the Yunhu County Discipline Inspection Committee, along with Wang, the secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Committee, entered briskly with several others. Upon their arrival, Chi Yu, Wan Shigang, and Cui Xiangdong rose to their feet. While 3 individuals remained seated, the stunned Zhang Lianghua, the bewildered Dong Lei, and Lou Xiaoya, who continued to consume food with utter disregard for the unfolding events. "Old Chi, Director Wan," she casually acknowledged. Secretary Lin of the Discipline Inspection Commission nodded to Chi Yu and Wan Shigang, then turned his gaze towards Dong Lei. "Dong Lei, please accompany us," he stated. Before his words could fully resonate, 2 young men swiftly approached Dong Lei, grasping his arms and escorting him briskly out of the private room. Dong Lei offered no resistance. Was he not rendered speechless by fear? Old Chi, Director Wan, Secretary Wang from the Political and Legal Committee, Comrade Lianghua, Comrade Xiangdong. Secretary Lin addressed these individuals with a smile. "You all carry on with your duties. I shall return to the county first." What? The personal visit of Secretary Lin to Rainbow Town, taking only Dong Lei with him, raised questions about why Zhang Lianghua and Lou Xiaoya were not included. Many present were bewildered. Zhang Lianghua, pale as a ghost, suddenly brightened with realization, hastily rising to his feet, bowing and nodding in a respectful farewell to Secretary Lin. Lou Xiaoya paused her meal, her expression vacant as she slowly turned to face Cui Xiangdong. Chapter 28. This time, I shall spare you. Cui Xiangdong rose swiftly, striding towards the door to bid farewell to Secretary Lin of the County Discipline Inspection Commission with a handshake. "This time, I shall spare you." Cui Xiangdong cast a glance at Lou Xiaoya, silently conveying this message. Were it not for his former father-in-law's desperate plea that night, beseeching him to show leniency towards Lou Xiaoya, this woman would undoubtedly have been taken away today. As for Cui Xiangdong's actions against Dong Lei, apart from the fact that he was an inconsequential figure, the crux lay in the obstruction he posed to the promotion of Deputy Director Qin Yongshan of the local police station. Secretary Lin departed with Dong Lei. The County Political and Legal Affairs Committee Secretary and the County Organization Minister engaged in hushed conversation for a brief moment before announcing an appointment on the spot. Qin Yongshan, the Deputy Director of the Kaihong Town Police Station, having undergone scrutiny by the County Organization Department and the Political and Legal Affairs Committee. was immediately appointed as the vice mayor in charge of social security in Kaihong Town while concurrently serving as the director of the police station. Local police stations and banks operate under a vertical management system, yet they simultaneously fall under the jurisdiction of local leadership, embodying a dual management structure. Consequently, for Qin Yongshan to ascend the ranks, he required the approval of both the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee and the leadership of Kaihong Town, followed by an assessment from the County Organization Department. Qin Yongshan's rapid elevation was precisely why Secretary Wang from the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee had come to Kaihong Town, as well as the reason the county secretary had requested the organization minister to wait for Secretary Wang in Kaihong Town. In summary, Qin Yongshan's promotion was undoubtedly a swift elevation, bypassing numerous procedural evaluations. Originally unqualified to be in the private room, Qin Yongshan was summoned with haste, leaving him momentarily bewildered. By heavens, has old Qin been struck by a windfall from the heavens? A veritable windfall, no less. Once Qin Yongshan regained his composure, he turned to Cui Xiangdong, who smiled and raised his glass in congratulations. Who could have anticipated that this young man, nay, who could have foreseen that Cui Town would become old Qin's benefactor? Simply because I spoke a word of justice during his wrongful accusation, he has rewarded me grandly. I must not forget that Zhang Ming, who collaborated with Dong Lei to apprehend Cui Town. Qin Yongshan pondered, lifting his glass in toast, clinking it heavily against Cui Xiangdong's. Neither spoke a word. Everything was conveyed through the wine. At 1:30, the three principal leaders, Minister Qi of Yunhu County, Secretary Wang, and Director Wan of Qingshan City, departed Kaihong Town amidst the farewell of numerous local officials. Thus concluded the town's welcoming of its new mayor. Comrade Xiangdong. Zhang Lianghua grasped Cui Xiangdong's hand after sending off the leaders, his expression brimming with emotion. In the depths of his eyes lay a profound sense of gratitude for surviving the ordeal and a wary respect for Cui Xiangdong. This was precisely the outcome Cui Xiangdong desired. Before returning to Kaihong Town, Cui Xiangdong had, through Boss L and others, showcased his formidable commercial background. Today, with the downfall of Zhao Gang and the apprehension of Dong Lei, he had demonstrated his political prowess to all, establishing himself as an indomitable force in Kaihong Town. Yet, he chose to spare Zhang Lianghua. This is a hope that Zhang Lianghua will provide the utmost cooperation to Cui Xiangdong in his future endeavors, at the very least refraining from creating obstacles that would hinder his unwavering commitment to economic development. As long as Zhang Lianghua can align with his work, Cui Xiangdong is willing to overlook past grievances. However, should Zhang Lianghua dare to impede his progress, he might want to contemplate the sturdiness of his own neck, which may be even more resilient than Zhao Gang's. Secretary Zhang, there is no need for further words. We are all aware of the underlying sentiments. It is my aspiration that we can collaborate sincerely to foster the growth of Rainbow Town, delivering a flawless report to the Yuhu County Committee and the county government, who have placed their trust in us. Such grandiloquent pleasantries require no rehearsal for Cui Xiangdong. I firmly believe that with our earnest cooperation, we shall undoubtedly satisfy the leaders of the county committee and government. After Zhang Lianghua readily agreed, he turned to Yin Ming and said, Director Yin, please come here for a moment. With the new mayor of Rainbow Town now in position, it was imperative for Secretary Zhang to personally instruct Yin Ming from the government office to assist in arranging office space and accommodations. Yin Ming promptly approached, and after attentively listening to Zhang Lianghua's directives, he nodded. Rest assured, Secretary Zhang, I will certainly ensure that all aspects of Cui Xiangdong's office and living arrangements are well taken care of. After delegating the necessary tasks, Zhang Lianghua once again shook hands with Cui Xiangdong and, accompanied by the director of the party and government office and others, hurriedly departed. Although Cui Xiangdong had established his authority upon taking office, Zhang Lianghua, possessing a modicum of intelligence, dared not oppose him further. However, having grown accustomed to his dominance in Rainbow Town, where he controlled most of the institutions, Zhang Lianghua was unwilling to serve as a subordinate to Cui Xiangdong. Once he regained his composure, Zhang Lianghua recognized that until the mark of authority was removed from Cui Xiangdong's head, he would not dare to act rashly against him. This realization afforded Zhang Lianghua some time to contemplate strategies for confronting Cui Xiangdong. At the very least, he needed to engage in thorough discussions with his associates regarding future work strategies. The deputy secretary, the chairman of the People's Congress, and other standing committee members of the town also came forward to shake hands with Cui Xiangdong before dispersing. This left only the personnel from the town government present. The 5 deputy mayors included Lou Xiaoya, overseeing commerce; Zhang Xiangjuan, in charge of construction; Wang Jianhua, responsible for agriculture; Qin Yongshan, overseeing social security; and Dong Renyong, managing civil affairs and education. Additionally, there was Yan Ming, the director of the government office, dedicated to serving all the mayors. Everyone, please proceed with your tasks. Tomorrow at 9 a.m., we shall convene a mayoral office meeting, Cui Xiangdong announced, casting an even gaze upon Lou Xiaoya and the others before turning to Yan Ming. Director Yan, lead me to see the office. The office building of Rainbow Town is a modest 3-story structure. The area east of the staircase houses the various departments, led by the secretary's office, including the organization, discipline, and publicity committees. To the west of the staircase is the section headed by the mayor's office, which includes the offices of the 5 deputy mayors and the government office. The mayor's office is located on the 3rd floor, where the only deputy mayor's office on the same floor belongs to Lou Xiaoya. This is primarily due to her exceptional performance over the past 2 years, during which she frequently engaged in discussions with the former mayor, leading to her relocation to the 3rd floor. The mayor's office is directly opposite Lou Xiaoya's office. As you are aware, this space was previously utilized by the former mayor. However, the furniture and office supplies were replaced with new ones just yesterday. Please take a look and let me know if it meets your satisfaction. Yan Ming pushed open the door and glanced at Lou Xiaoya, who was silently approaching from the staircase. He then addressed Cui Xiangdong, saying, "If you are not satisfied, I can certainly assist in making further adjustments or even arrange for a different office." Cui Xiangdong replied with a smile, "I am quite satisfied. I shall take this office." Chapter 29. Dong, how do you intend to deal with me? The office utilized by a newly appointed official is often subject to various considerations. Take for instance Zhao Gang, the former mayor of Yunhu County. Following his detainment by the disciplinary committee, the new mayor would undoubtedly refrain from occupying the office previously used by Zhao, viewing it as inauspicious. However, should Zhao Gang have left Yunhu County for a promotion, the new mayor might not only occupy the same office but may even retain the desk and chairs, seeking to bask in the auspiciousness of Zhao's ascent. The former mayor of Rainbow Town, on the other hand, neither experienced a promotion nor faced removal. He merely retired a little over 20 days early. Thus, there is no question of bad luck or the possibility of sharing in any celebratory sentiments. Cui Xiangdong had the option to either change offices or remain in the current one. Unfettered by superstitions, he was indifferent to such matters. Director Yan, please carry on with your duties, Cui Xiangdong said. When the workday is drawing to a close, could you kindly escort me to my residence? He was well aware that the former mayor had already vacated the 2nd courtyard, eagerly awaiting his arrival. He also knew that the western neighbor of the 2nd courtyard was the home he had shared with Lou Xiaoya for over a year, a residence located within the compound, accessible via a north-south pathway. To the east of the path lay the compound of the town's party committee, while to the west was that of the town government. Yet, the necessary formalities must be observed. Very well, Yan Ming replied, glancing at Lou Xiaoya, who had just reached the door across the way, before hastily departing. As the director of the government office, it was prudent for him to refrain from involving himself in matters between the mayor and the attractive deputy mayor. After all, they were once a couple, capable of discussing everything openly without the interference of outsiders. Cui Xiangdong, however, chose to disregard Lou Xiaoya and leisurely entered the office. The space was quite spacious, featuring a lounge, a bathroom, a reception area, and a coal stove. He sat behind the crimson desk, resting his hands upon its surface, and gazed out toward the door, finding the view rather pleasant. Oh, how fortuitous. The deputy mayor's office across the corridor was ajar, and Lou Xiaoya was seated at her desk, her hands resting on it as she looked back at him. The two, who had been a loving couple just days prior, now sat in their respective offices, exchanging glances across the corridor. With a hint of affection, Cui Xiangdong stood up and briskly walked to the door, closing it behind him. The phrase "a glance filled with affection" made him feel rather uncomfortable. He took a moment to familiarize himself with the bed in the lounge and the toilet in the bathroom. The bed and toilet are crucial components of an independent office, second only to the comfort of the chair. The linens and bedding were all new, and the toilet sparkled from thorough cleaning. As for the swivel chair, once seated, Cui Xiangdong found it difficult to rise. He casually picked up some reports from the desk and began to peruse them. The economic situation of the town was in utter disarray. Gazing at the reports that had only been placed on the desk the previous day, Cui Xiangdong sighed. Feeling a headache coming on. Help, help. Someone knocked on the door. Come in. Cui Xiangdong looked up and spoke. The person entering the room was Deputy Secretary Lou Xiaoya. Cui Town, I am here to report on my work. What work could Lou Xiaoya, who held little actual power in the town, possibly have to report to Cui Xiangdong? Nevertheless, this was a matter of attitude. Before Cui Xiangdong had even settled into his chair, Lou Xiaoya, the third-ranking official of Rainbow Town, eagerly approached him. Comrade Xiaoya, please take a seat. Cui Xiangdong welcomed him warmly, rising to guide him to the guest area and personally preparing a cup of tea for him. Although Lou Xiaoya was keen to learn whether Cui, upon returning as mayor, would consider reintroducing the future group to the town, he refrained from pressing the issue, respecting Cui's silence. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, just as Lou Xiaoya was about to take his leave, a knock sounded at the door. The second individual to hastily enter and report to Cui was Chun Yongshan, who had just been appointed as deputy mayor-in-chief of the police station that very afternoon. Had it not been for the necessity of making an appearance at the police station to assert his authority, Chun Yongshan would have visited earlier to pay his respects. Upon seeing Chin's arrival, Lou Xiaoya, who was just about to depart, seized the opportunity to shake hands with Chun before swiftly exiting. With a crisp salute, Chun Yongshan stood at attention and declared loudly, I am Chun Yongshan, chief of the Rainbow Town Police Station, here to report to you, Mayor Cui. In this manner, he sought to convey his unwavering allegiance, indicating that he would faithfully execute Cui's directives. Cui Xiangdong, fully understanding his intent, patted Chun on the shoulder and, as he encouraged him to sit, said, There are no outsiders here, so feel free. Feigning simplicity, the astute Chun Yongshan chuckled and settled down to begin his report. He outlined his plans and insights regarding how he intended to carry out his duties. Although Cui Xiangdong was a man of rebirth with unparalleled foresight, he was not well versed in specialized fields such as security, taxation, and finance. He firmly believed that professional matters should be entrusted to professionals, adhering to the principle of focusing solely on outcomes rather than processes. Of course, Cui Xiangdong was also capable of sharing some insights from the future with Chun Yongshan. The seemingly casual remarks he made often left Chun momentarily taken aback, only to then ponder thoughtfully. The two engaged in delightful conversation. After half an hour, as Chun Yongshan felt it was time to take his leave, he said, Mayor Cui, in light of the recent unnecessary errors committed by Auxiliary Police Officer Zhang Ming, I have decided to convene a meeting at the station tomorrow to remove him from his position. You need not report on the internal matters of the station. Cui Xiangdong sensed he was putting on a false smile as he replied, But I trust you to handle this matter effectively and not disappoint leaders such as Secretary Wang from the County Political and Legal Affairs Committee and Secretary Zhang from the Town Party Committee. Chun Yongshan responded confidently, Rest assured, Mayor Cui, I will not let you down. Just as he departed, Zhang Xiangjuan, the deputy mayor in charge of construction, arrived. Before 4:30 in the afternoon, individuals continually came to report their work to Cui Xiangdong, the newly appointed town mayor. Most of them were there to express their allegiance. For someone just stepping into this role, such a reception was undeniably an enchanting beginning. Cui Xiangdong was acutely aware that their eagerness stemmed from his impressive stature. They believed that aligning themselves with him would pave the way for a promising future. Had his capabilities been average, their respect would have been merely superficial. Yet, even with such attention, Cui Xiangdong felt a tinge of exhaustion. His lips were nearly chapped from speaking so much. The sound of a knock on the door echoed once more. Seated at his desk, Cui Xiangdong could only say, Please, come in. The door opened, revealing the beautiful deputy mayor of Rainbow Town, who entered gracefully. A professional smile returned to Cui Xiangdong's face. Upon seeing this smile, Lou Xiaoya felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy and said, Mayor Cui, I am here to report on my work. Cui Xiangdong promptly stood, circumventing the desk to approach the reception area. He extended his hand, gently clasping her cool fingers, and smiled, Comrade Xiaoya, please take a seat. Lou Xiaoya settled elegantly, her knees together as she reclined slightly on the sofa, her fingers interlaced before her abdomen. This poised and dignified posture, which still exuded femininity, was a result of Cui Xiangdong's careful guidance. He recalled the time spent at home correcting her sitting posture, moments that often ignited their passion. After all, her graceful demeanor invariably provoked a strong sense of conquest in him. Regrettably, Cui Xiangdong quickly suppressed his personal thoughts, diverting his gaze from her lovely legs. Lou Xiaoya softly inquired, Xiangdong, tell me, how do you intend to deal with me? Chapter 30. From this moment on. We owe no one anything. Are you going to tidy me up? Cui Xiangdong raised an eyebrow, looking at Lou Xiaoya, and chuckled softly. Comrade Xiaoya, how could you pose such a question during work hours? You have committed no wrongdoing, so why would I need to tidy you up? In the presence of others. Cui Xiangdong referred to Lou Xiaoya as comrade, and it did not strike her as odd. However, now that they were alone, with the door firmly closed, he continued to address her in that manner. A pang of sorrow pierced her heart. Yet, she was acutely aware that from the moment she drafted the divorce agreement, she had forfeited her right to feel pain. Her sole wish now was for Cui Xiangdong to forgive her. If he could find it in his heart to forgive her, even if he concocted a reason to send her away, relegating her to the life of an ordinary rural woman, she would find solace in that. Xiangdong. Suddenly, Lou Xiaoya stood up and then knelt heavily at Cui Xiangdong's feet. His expression changed, and he instinctively began to rise. However, she quickly raised her hand to press against his knee. Summoning all her strength, she looked up at him, tears cascading from her pale cheeks. In a choked voice, she implored, Xiangdong, I was wrong, I truly was. In my pursuit of advancement, I allowed greed to cloud my judgment and sullied our love. I no longer dare to hope for reconciliation. My only plea is for your forgiveness, to help me escape this anguish. If you can forgive me, I will accept whatever consequences you deem fit without a hint of complaint. Cui Xiangdong, gazing down at her, had long since retracted his false smile, his eyes icy cold. Xiangdong, I beg you, forgive me. Lou Xiaoya was terrified of that gaze and could not meet his eyes, merely whispering her plea. Cui Xiangdong replied coolly, very well. I forgive you. From this moment on, we owe no one anything. Lou Xiaoya was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Cui Xiangdong would so readily forgive her. Deep down, she believed that for him to truly forgive her, he would at least need to grasp her hair with one hand and slap her fiercely across the face a dozen times with the other. Yet, he had forgiven her with such ease. It was as if he had discarded a worn-out pair of shoes into the trash, only to retrieve them later because of the rain, only to discover that they were unwearable and thus abandon them once more in a corner, disregarding them entirely. Cui Xiangdong pulled her up from the ground and pressed her down onto the sofa. Comrade Xiaoya. He glanced at the quartz clock on the wall, and a familiar, insincere smile returned to his face. Comrade Xiaoya, if you have no work to discuss, I shall take my leave. I need to find Director Yin to arrange accommodations for tonight. Without waiting for Lou Xiaoya's response, Cui Xiangdong swiftly exited the office. As she sat on the sofa, staring at the open door, Lou Xiaoya remained motionless for a long while. Just as Cui Xiangdong reached the corner of the staircase on the second floor, he encountered Yin Ming, who had come to escort him to the second courtyard. Yin Ming immediately stood against the wall, slightly bending forward. If you have completed your work, I can take you to see your accommodation. That would trouble you, Director Yin, Cui Xiangdong replied, offering him a cigarette. Previously, due to Lou Xiaoya being a prominent figure in Rainbow Town, Yin Ming, as the director of the government office, often found himself resembling her personal secretary, constantly attending to her. Consequently, Cui Xiangdong became quite familiar with him, recognizing his commendable character and qualities. After sensing Cui Xiangdong's warmth, Yin Ming, who had been apprehensive, finally felt a sense of relief. He genuinely feared that Cui Xiangdong, known for his vindictiveness towards Lou Xiaoya, might inadvertently include him in the list of those to be suppressed. I have never wronged Cui Town, so why would he target me without cause? I merely need to work diligently as I always have. It would take a troubled mind to think otherwise. With this realization, Yin Ming couldn't help but chuckle to himself, and his steps became increasingly light. He led Cui Xiangdong around the office building, through an iron gate, to the family compound at the back. Along the way, many people greeted Cui Xiangdong with bright smiles, and he reciprocated with nods and smiles of his own. However, as they arrived at the entrance of the second courtyard, his smile vanished. Two individuals stood at the gate, Lou Xiaoya's mother and her brother, Lou Xiaojing. Both appeared cheerful, holding cigarettes and alcohol. Brother-in-law, done with work? Lou Xiaojing's voice boomed, as if he wished everyone in the compound to hear him. Wang Yinxiao feigned modesty, covering her mouth with her hand and smiling, Dongzi, my brother and I came to help you set up your new home, to see what you might need. Tomorrow. Let Gongzi go buy it for you. Yin Ming, trailing behind Cui Xiangdong, discreetly lowered his head, pretending not to notice the pair, and approached the entrance of the second courtyard, unlocking the door with his key. As he stepped into the yard, Cui Xiangdong, ignoring Lou's mother and son, followed him inside. Lou Xiaoya and his mother quickly entered as well. Director Yin, Cui Xiangdong furrowed his brow and asked Yin Ming, "From now on, this courtyard is my home, correct?" Yin Ming nodded promptly. "Indeed." Cui Xiangdong continued, "If a stranger were to invade my home without my permission, do I have the right to expel them?" Yin Ming immediately comprehended the reason behind Cui Xiangdong's inquiry. Cui Xiangdong was seeking his testimony to assert a fundamental right enjoyed by a law-abiding citizen. "Yes, Cui Town." Yin Ming responded earnestly. "I can responsibly state that if someone intrudes into your home, you have the right to demand their immediate departure or to contact the authorities." Only then did Cui Xiangdong turn to Lou Xiaoya and his mother, saying, "Now, please leave my home." Despite perceiving the disdain that Cui Xiangdong harbored towards her, Wang Yinxia, with her mind consumed by dreams of relocating to Hong Kong for a life of paradise, maintained an unflinching smile. "Xiangdong, what do you mean by that? Get out." Cui Xiangdong's thunderous command abruptly interrupted Wang Yinxia's words. Wang Yinxia was momentarily taken aback. Luo Xiaoya, filled with rage, retorted, "Cui Xiangdong, how dare you speak to my mother like that? Do you truly believe that your position as the town mayor grants you the right to disrespect your elders?" With a cold smirk, Cui Xiangdong dismissed any further dialogue and forcefully stomped his foot onto Luo Xiaoya's abdomen. "Ah!" Luo Xiaoya cried out in agony as he was propelled outside. "How dare you strike my son?" In a fit of maternal instinct, Wang Yinxia lunged at Cui Xiangdong, intent on clawing his face. However, Cui Xiangdong swiftly raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap across her face. On the very day he signed the divorce agreement, he had also knocked Luo Xiaoya to the ground and slapped Wang Yinxia. And now history was repeating itself. After receiving the blow, Wang Yinxia collapsed onto the ground, pounding her fists against the earth and wailing, "Everyone, come and see. The newly appointed town mayor, Cui Xiangdong, has assaulted his mother-in-law." Cui Xiangdong let out a silent, derisive laugh and turned to Yin Ming, instructing, "Director Yin, please assist me in calling the police. Inform them that someone has unlawfully invaded a private residence." Chapter 31. If you do not wish to leave, then remain. The actions of Wang Yinxia and her son strikingly resemble the villainous characters from the novels about dandy husbands that Cui Xiangdong had perused in his past life. Yet, he had failed to recognize this similarity back then. This oversight stemmed from his immersion in the bliss of love, compounded by the fact that he had resided in the town after marriage, which obscured the true, petty nature of this mother-son duo. It was only when Wang Yinxia thrust the divorce agreement before him that Cui Xiangdong awoke from his reverie, but by then, it was too late. In a fit of rage, he fatally stabbed Zhao Jian, subsequently being taken away by the county police and ultimately exiled to the far northwest, never to see this pair again. In this lifetime, however, he was afforded the opportunity to witness their true colors. Nonetheless, Cui Xiangdong was resolute in not committing any foolish act that would jeopardize his future. After imparting a timely lesson to them, he instructed Yin Ming to report the incident to the authorities. Yin Ming complied and hurried into the house. Amidst Wang Yinxia's wails and Lou Xiaoya's furious accusations, a crowd began to gather in the courtyard. Yet, everyone remained at a distance, merely spectators, unwilling to intervene in the unfolding drama. Cui Xiangdong paid no heed to the commotion caused by the mother and son. He calmly lit a cigarette, awaiting the arrival of the police to handle the situation. After being forcibly evicted from the residence, Wang Yinxia and her son dared to hurl insults at Cui Xiangdong. Such individuals deserved a response, rather than being left unscathed. Before the police could arrive, Lou Xiaoya appeared first. From afar, she recognized her mother's familiar cries and rushed over. "Sister, that ingrate Cui Xiangdong not only struck me, but also attacked our mother." Lou Xiaoya adeptly played the victim. But he seemed to overlook a crucial detail. Lou Xiaoya was already divorced from Cui Xiangdong. His complaints to her were utterly inconsequential. "Be quiet. If you are unashamed, I still have my dignity," Lou Xiaoya retorted softly, her foot tapping lightly in frustration. She then addressed her mother. "Mother, if you believe my reputation is of little consequence, then feel free to continue your outburst." Upon hearing this, Wang Yinxia realized the implications. Her daughter was now a deputy town head, no longer an ordinary villager. The audience gathered were not mere villagers, but officials and their families from the town. The more raucous her behavior, the greater the negative impact on her daughter's reputation. Understanding the situation, Wang Yinxia quickly rose, declaring, "I will cease this public disturbance. Xiaoya, let us return home, shut the door, and settle matters with that ingrate." With her mother finally quieting down, Lou Xiaoya breathed a secret sigh of relief. As she dusted off her mother's clothes and led her toward the living room, she called back to Lou Xiaojing, "Gongzi, come inside. Close the door." Lou Xiaojing, ever obedient to his sister, hurried in and was about to shut the door when Cui Xiangdong frowned and said, "Deputy Town Head Lou, I shall say this one last time. Now, please take your mother and brother and leave my home at once." Lou Xiaoya froze, suddenly realizing that she was indeed divorced from Cui Xiangdong. Not only did her mother and younger brother lack the qualifications to intrude upon Cui Xiangdong's residence, but even she herself was forbidden from entering without his permission. Yes, she was aware of this. Lou Xiaoya, suddenly awakened, bit her lip with determination and quietly urged her mother to leave. Witnessing her daughter being ruthlessly expelled by Cui Xiangdong, Wang Yinxiao realized that any hope of rekindling their relationship was utterly futile. The dream of a life in Hong Kong, akin to paradise, lay shattered, leaving her breathless with heartache and igniting her fury once more. She raised her hand, pointing an accusatory finger at Cui Xiangdong, and shouted, "How dare you, you ingrate! I refuse to leave. What can you do about it?" Lou Xiaojing rolled up his sleeves, joining the fray with a shout. "Yes, we will not leave." Cui Xiangdong merely smiled, his gaze icy as he fixed it upon Lou Xiaojing. "Since you refuse to depart, then stay." In that moment, Lou Xiaoya sensed the gravity of the situation. She disregarded everything else, instinctively shielding Lou Xiaojing with her body. "Cui Town Mayor, what do you mean by that?" she queried, her voice trembling. Soon, with the newly appointed police chief, Chen Yongshan, arriving on the scene, Lou Xiaoya would learn the truth. "Chief Chen, that day I was wrongfully accused of stealing 10,000 yuan from the agricultural machinery station and was taken to the police station. Zhao Jian explicitly told me that he colluded with Lou Xiaojing, with the assistance of a colleague from the agricultural technology station, to steal that money and divide the proceeds." Cui Xiangdong addressed Chen Yongshan. "Now, in my capacity as town mayor, I command you to conduct an immediate and thorough investigation into this case, to recover the stolen property for the agricultural machinery station. Regardless of who is implicated, they must be held accountable under the law. As long as you act in accordance with the law, I will take responsibility for any potential oversights." He had previously refrained from pursuing the case of the stolen 10,000 yuan due to Zhao Jian's control over the situation. Out of respect for old Lou, he did not wish for Lou Xiaojing to face imprisonment. However, Wang Yinxiao's blatant disrespect left him no choice but to send her son to jail. Cui Xiangdong was no pitiful protagonist of a romantic narrative, prone to enduring ceaseless torment. From the very moment of his rebirth, he resolved to no longer show any leniency towards the Lou family. Outside of old Lou Xiaoya's countenance changed dramatically. Wang Yinxiao's brazen demeanor instantly vanished. Lou Xiaojing, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "Yes." Chen Yongshan promptly agreed, turning to his subordinates with a commanding voice, "Arrest Lou Xiaojing and bring him back to the station. Conduct a rigorous interrogation. We must solve the case of the agricultural machinery station theft tonight." His subordinates complied, swiftly advancing towards Lou Xiaojing. Two of them seized his arms while a third adeptly placed handcuffs on him before escorting him away. Terrified, Lou Xiaojing cried out, Sister, save me, please." Lou Xiaoya stared blankly at Cui Xiangdong, utterly unresponsive. She realized that he had changed. His heart was now 1,000 times colder than the Cui Xiangdong she once knew. He felt so foreign to her. "Let go of my son." Wang Yinxia let out a piercing scream and lunged at the several police officers, attempting to scratch them. However, Chen Yongshan instinctively glanced at Cui Xiangdong, silently inquiring, "Cui Town Chief, how should I handle your former mother-in-law?" Cui Xiangdong met Chen Yongshan's gaze with a cold, unyielding expression. In that moment, Chen Yongshan felt a shiver run down his spine, comprehending the unspoken message. He turned back to Wang Yinxia and sternly admonished, "Do you dare to assault an officer and obstruct lawful enforcement? Bring her back with us." Under the well-known pressures of the situation, the police officers, who had been evading Wang Yinxia, immediately adopted a more assertive demeanor upon receiving Chen Yongshan's explicit command. They swiftly subdued the unruly Wang Yinxia, twisting her arms and securing her with handcuffs. Ignoring the struggles and curses from the Lou family, the officers grasped their arms and secured their necks, marching briskly away under Chen Yongshan's lead. "Deputy Town Chief Lou, I kindly request that you leave my home. From now on, do not disturb my private life again." With a courteous demeanor, Cui Xiangdong ushered the dazed Lou Xiaoya out of his residence and forcefully shut the courtyard door behind them. Chapter 32. Let Min Ro come to the town to find me. After firmly closing the heavy door, Cui Xiangdong proceeded towards the entrance of the living room. Yin Ming, feigning ignorance, raised his hand to assist him in opening the screen door. Cui Town Chief, please take a closer look. Within the residential area of Rainbow Town, two courtyards stood out, boasting superior land area, decor, and household appliances compared to the others. They were the number 1 courtyard on the eastern road and the No. 2 courtyard on the western road. The northern section comprised 4 rooms, along with an eastern wing and a western wing. The 2 northern rooms served as the living room and a bedroom, connected by a door, while the western room was designated for guests. The eastern wing housed the kitchen, equipped with a gas stove and a honeycomb coal stove. The 2 western rooms were utilized as a storage room and a bedroom solely for domestic staff. Indeed, Cui Xiangdong, as the town chief, enjoyed the privilege of hiring domestic help to manage his household. This so-called special privilege had become an established norm, akin to the customary practice of indulging in a lavish work meal after a meeting, something everyone had long accepted as routine. The household appliances and furniture within the premises, apart from the ceiling fan and the stoves in the kitchen, were all recently replaced, much to my satisfaction. Cui Xiangdong glanced around briefly and smiled at Yin Ming. If I have any further needs, I will consult with you. Director Yin, you have worked hard all day. You should return and rest early. Very well, Town Chief Cui, you should also retire early. Yin Ming inclined his head slightly, turned, and swiftly exited. As he closed the gate behind him, he noticed Lou Xiaoya standing outside, seemingly lost in thought. He couldn't help but sigh quietly, at a loss for words, and could only lower his head and leave. Deputy Town Chief Lou had initially held a promising hand, but it had been squandered so recklessly by her. Truly a master at self-sabotage, many in Rainbow Town harbored such thoughts, yet those who reveled in her misfortune were even more numerous. However, Lou Xiaoya, the head of the agricultural machinery station, found no joy in her plight. Upon hearing that Lou Xiaojiang had brought trouble upon himself by provoking Cui Xiangdong and had subsequently been taken away, Lou Xiaoya panicked. When Zhao Jian had falsely accused Cui Xiangdong of stealing from the financial office of the agricultural machinery station, Lou Xiaoya had been the most cooperative. He was acutely aware of the gravity of aiding thieves and pilfering from his own unit. After cursing Lou Xiaojiang for courting disaster and potentially dragging him down with her, he hurriedly brought a substantial gift and visited Zhang Lianghua that very night. Zhang Lianghua, who had previously tacitly allowed Lou Xiaoya to cooperate with Zhao Jian, exhibited the demeanor expected of an official when Lou Xiaoya arrived with gifts. In a stern tone, he demanded Lou Xiaoya take his offerings and promptly leave his residence. What did Lou Xiaoya take Secretary Zhang for? Did he consider him a fool? Or perhaps he thought him deaf and blind, unaware of the news of County Chief Zhao Gang being taken away, or oblivious to the scene of Secretary Lin from the County Discipline Inspection Commission personally escorting Dong Lei out. On the very day Cui Xiangdong returned to Rainbow Town, he had dealt with Zhao Gang and Dong Lei, yet spared Zhang Lianghua, not wishing to come off as overly assertive, but rather to extend him an opportunity for sincere collaboration in governance. If Zhang Lianghua were to covet the 3 walnuts and 2 jujubes sent by Lou Xiaoya and opposed Cui Xiangdong in order to protect him, the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. At 10 o'clock that night, Lou Xiaojiang, who had been taken to the police station, finally succumbed under the personal interrogation of Chun Yongshan. He confessed to having colluded with Zhao Jian in tacit cooperation with Lou Xiaoya to steal 10,000 yuan from the finance office. He also revealed his collaboration with the former police chief Dong Lei to falsely accuse others of crimes, laying bare the entire sordid affair. After he signed the confession, Chun Yongshan reported the situation to Zhang Lianghua and Cui Xiangdong that very night. Both Secretary Zhang and Mayor Cui issued unequivocal directives. Regardless of who committed the crime, they would face severe punishment. Armed with the explicit instructions from the top officials of Rainbow Town, Chun Yongshan, along with the Discipline Inspection Committee members, knocked on the door of Lou Xiaoya's home at midnight, taking him away without delay. What awaited Lou Xiaoya was not only dismissal from public office, but also a grim fate of facing charges of dereliction of duty and false accusation, which would lead him to a single-gender facility where he would spend years operating a sewing machine. Lou Xiaoya resided in the family compound. The commotion during his apprehension roused many households, illuminating their windows, yet no one dared to step outside to ascertain the situation. Lou Xiaoya, of course, heard the noise, but her eyes remained fixed, unmoving. She sat vacantly on the sofa. Upon learning that her wife and son had been taken to the police station by her former son-in-law's men, old Lou hurried to town. He made several attempts to knock on Cui Xiangdong's door, but after heavy sighs each time, he ultimately relinquished the action. All old Lou could do was smoke incessantly, silently accompanying his daughter in her stupor. Meanwhile, the Min sisters, who lived in the house, cowered in the guest room on the west side, hardly daring to breathe. Time passed, second by second, as the eastern sky began to lighten. At 5:40 in the morning, Cui Xiangdong ambled out of his home, heading to Old Min's bun shop for breakfast. "Ah, Cui Town Head, you've come for breakfast." Old Min, seated on a stool reading the newspaper, immediately rose to greet him. "Just call me Dongzi. It sounds more pleasant," Cui Xiangdong replied with a smile, his toes curling around a stool as he sat down. "The usual, 6 meat buns and 2 bowls of thin porridge." "Certainly, please wait a moment," Old Min responded, quickly setting the requested meal before him. "Why are there so few people eating this morning?" Cui Xiangdong inquired, peeling a garlic clove while glancing at the empty tables nearby. "Hee hee," Old Min chuckled ruefully. "Over a dozen enterprises have withdrawn from Rainbow Town, leaving more than 1,000 people no longer needing to rise early for work, hence the lack of breakfast patrons. Moreover, with no jobs in sight, income will sharply decline, so people will naturally minimize their spending." He spoke the truth. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that Cui Xiangdong was the very culprit behind the exodus of those enterprises, which had decimated the town's economy. After finishing his statement, Old Min suddenly realized the awkwardness of the situation. He quickly added with a forced smile, "Dongzi, I'm not blaming you. I'm merely stating the facts." "I understand." Cui Xiangdong nodded and said, "Lao Min, do you believe that before long, the number of people coming here for breakfast will gradually increase, perhaps even surpassing the previous count?" "Indeed," Lao Min replied with a vigorous nod, "I certainly believe that." Cui Xiangdong, somewhat puzzled, inquired, "What makes you trust me so much?" Lao Min chuckled softly. "If you can drive those enterprises away, you can certainly bring them back. However, the future group shall not return. Yet, I can rally everyone to establish more private enterprises in Rainbow Town." Cui Xiangdong contemplated this and deftly shifted the topic. "Lao Min, after you finish your tasks and return to the village, could you please convey a message to Min Hanzai's daughter to come find me in town?" He hadn't forgotten his promise to Min Ro. Lao Min, with a peculiar smile, glanced past Cui Xiangdong and said, "Dongzi, there is no need for me to deliver your message." Cui Xiangdong immediately sensed something amiss and turned around, only to see Min Ro, adorned with a small white flower in her hair, walking towards them hand in hand with her younger sister. Chapter 33. The ex-wife's remarkable dedication. Upon seeing Min Ro, clad in a delicate white dress and possessing a seemingly fragile demeanor, Cui Xiangdong felt a familiar twinge of discomfort in his neck. He surmised that he would never forget that fateful afternoon when Min Ro resembled a small, fierce leopard, her crimson eyes gleaming, baring her pristine yet menacing teeth, as she emitted a low growl that threatened to devour him whole. Min Ro had become his haunting nightmare, a persistent psychological shadow that loomed over him. That girl, barely out of her childhood. If it weren't for the pity he felt, he would have surely extracted every single tooth from her mouth. As Min Ro approached, Cui Xiangdong instinctively raised a hand to shield his neck, quietly muttering to himself. This gesture did not escape Min Ro's notice. After an evident pause in her stride, a flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. She then took her younger sister, who had been hiding behind her, by the hand and stepped forward to face Cui Xiangdong. Before she could utter a word, he raised his hand, stating, "Around 4 this afternoon, come to my office. I shall provide you with an explanation." With that, he disregarded her entirely, burying himself in his meal. While he could not seek revenge for the bite on his neck, he could certainly choose to ignore her. Min Ro discerned his meaning and, with a slight tightening of her lips, turned to sit at a small table beside her sister. Without her asking, Lao Min brought over several dumplings and 2 bowls of thin porridge for the sisters. "Children, eat first," he said, casting a sympathetic glance at them. "Do not fear Chuation. I have known him for 2 years and can assure you he is a good man. If he has promised to assist you, he will certainly do so. His reluctance to acknowledge you now is merely due to that day when you indiscriminately bit him." Min Ro murmured softly, but could not resist asking in a hushed tone, "Uncle Min, can he truly help me seek justice from the county head?" Lao Min chuckled lightly, glancing at Cui Xiangdong, who was engrossed in his meal, and replied in a lower voice, "Did you know that Cui Zhan, upon his arrival yesterday, managed to bring down county head Zhao? Zhao's reign is over. With his downfall, The notorious Zhao Jian is now akin to a toothless stray dog. No one will protect him any longer. Really? Min Ro's eyes lit up with hope. The ordinary citizens were largely indifferent to the incident involving old Zhao of Yunhu County. But Lao Min was privy to this information because certain public officials had mentioned it during their meals and casual conversations with him. Originally, Lou Xiaoya had intended to inform Min Ro of this development last night, even planning to take her to meet Cui Xiangdong. However, the reckless actions of Wang Yinxia and her son had dealt Lou Xiaoya a heavy blow, leaving her with little inclination to discuss such matters with Min Ro. Of course it's true. Would I deceive you? Lao Min glanced once more at Cui Xiangdong, lowering his voice for the third time. Even if you do not seek out Cui Zhen, he will not let Zhao Jian escape. Zhao Jian, indeed, has shattered the marital bonds of Cui Xiangdong. It is often said that the hatred of a man who steals another's wife can be likened to the enmity of a son whose father has been slain. Such grievances are not to be shared lightly. Min Ro nodded repeatedly, her peripheral gaze catching a glimpse of Cui Xiangdong's retreating figure, her expression tinged with contemplation. While they murmured in the distance, Cui Xiangdong remained engrossed in his meal. Soon, he finished eating and retrieved a 10 yuan bill, slapping it onto the small table with a decisive gesture. Old man, please serve those two little girls a bit more food. Let them eat their fill. It's all on me. In the current market, a bun costs 3 jiao, and a bowl of thin porridge merely 1 jiao. 10 yuan was more than sufficient for Cui Xiangdong to treat the two young girls to breakfast. Without waiting for old Min to express any gratitude or for Min Ro to react, Cui Xiangdong stood and swiftly departed. The reason Cui Xiangdong was inclined to treat the two unfortunate girls was due to his buoyant spirits. His good mood stemmed from seizing an opportunity the previous evening to deliver both Lou Xiaojiang and Wang Yinxia to the police station. Lou Xiaojiang, charged with substantial theft, a sum of 10,000 yuan is not trivial, and false accusations, would likely find himself incarcerated for several years. Although Wang Yinxia did not partake in the criminal act, her assault on a police officer the night before would surely result in a detention of at least 10 days to a fortnight. With a heart full of contentment, Cui Xiangdong convened his inaugural mayoral meeting 9:05. To his surprise, Lou Xiaoya, who had recently endured a series of devastating blows, did not request leave and participated in the meeting. Her remarkable dedication in the face of adversity further fueled Cui Xiangdong's disdain. Just days after her divorce, with her fiancé missing, her brother facing impending sentencing, and her mother at risk of detention, it would be expected for any ordinary person to falter, even if they did not succumb to despair. Yet, Lou Xiaoya not only attended but maintained her usual level of professionalism, despite the bloodshot eyes and pallor that betrayed her distress. Remarkably, when Cui Xiangdong entered the conference room, she was the first to rise, smiling as she greeted him with a cheerful good morning. What formidable force sustains Lou Xiaoya? Cui Xiangdong surmised that it must be her insatiable thirst for power. To ascend the ranks, she had not hesitated to sever ties with her devoted ex-husband. To retain her current position as deputy mayor, she dismissed the fate of her fiancé, disregarding the plight of her mother and brother, both ensnared by her ex-husband's machinations. Yet she managed to maintain a facade of professionalism when addressing her former husband's superior. How had I previously failed to recognize the depths of her character? Observing Lou Xiaoya articulate her visions for the town's economic trajectory, Cui Xiangdong's gaze grew increasingly frosty, his aversion towards her escalating geometrically. Nevertheless, he would never resort to unwarranted oppression of Lou Xiaoya. Firstly, he had made a promise to his former father-in-law. Secondly, as long as Lou Xiaoya performed her duties competently, no one possessed the authority to unjustly undermine her. Lou Xiaoya's mental state also drew the attention of the other 4 deputy mayors, though they all feigned ignorance. Lou Xiaoya placed down the report, her demeanor calm as she gazed at Cui Xiangdong, stating, "After the withdrawal of investments from Jinxing Aluminum and 13 other enterprises, our town's economy has suffered an unprecedented blow. The soaring unemployment rate among the populace has led to widespread dissatisfaction with the local government's efforts. However, as we are currently in the wheat harvest season, nearly all remaining labor can find temporary employment. Yet, once the harvest concludes and idle individuals increase, it could pose a significant threat to our town's public safety. As your assistant and the deputy mayor in charge of the town's economy, I must bring this to your attention. We must swiftly revitalize the private sector to absorb the surplus labor." Her words were articulated with clarity and conviction. Cui Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement, but offered no further comment. At 11 o'clock, The inaugural town mayor's office meeting under Cui Xiangdong concluded. Following the mayor's protocol, Cui Xiangdong was the first to exit the conference room, with Lou Xiaoya closely trailing behind. Upon returning to her office, she closed the door and securely locked it. Eagerly, she approached her desk, picked up the microphone, and called the director of the health clinic, Director 1. Mayor Luo, Director 1 replied. Perhaps due to their shared gender, a camaraderie had developed between her and Lou Xiaoya. And after her recent hardships, she was genuinely willing to assist. Congratulations. Your intuition this morning, following that sudden bout of nausea, was not mistaken. You are pregnant. Chapter 34. A moment of infidelity, a lifetime of consequence before their marriage. Cui Xiangdong and Lou Xiaoya had crafted a clear vision for their future life together. Whether it was in response to the call for delayed parenthood or simply a desire to achieve personal success, they had decided to wait until Lou Xiaoya turned 28 to have children. With a well-defined plan ahead, the couple made it a point to practice contraception whenever they found themselves entangled, day or night, to avoid an unexpected pregnancy that would force them to choose between raising a child and pursuing their careers. However, a little over a month ago, during a celebratory afternoon when Lou Xiaoya had finally mastered the art of rolling dough, they discovered that their contraceptive was missing. Coincidentally, it was also Lou Xiaoya's fertile period. Yet, with the atmosphere charged with excitement, they were reluctant to halt their passionate encounter. Thus, they succumbed to temptation, engaging in a fervent embrace in the kitchen, ultimately forgetting the incident until this morning. After a sleepless night, Lou Xiaoya received a lovingly prepared breakfast from her father. As she nibbled on a piece of fatty meat, she suddenly experienced a wave of nausea, which triggered a realization. She recalled an earlier incident when her ex-husband had provocatively mentioned a fire at the Min family's home, causing her to retch. I might be pregnant. It could be Xiangdong's child. The moment this thought struck her, Lou Xiaoya's demeanor shifted dramatically, though she feared it might be a false alarm. Before heading to work, she rushed to the clinic to consult Director 1. Although the town's health center lacked advanced equipment, it was capable of confirming whether a woman was pregnant. After a blood test, she returned to her workplace, anxiously awaiting the results. This uncertainty left her in a state of uncontrolled excitement throughout the meeting. Finally, when Lou Xiaoya heard Director 1 confirm her pregnancy, tears of joy streamed down her face. Yet, she quickly reminded the director of the utmost importance of confidentiality. Understanding the gravity of the situation, Director 1 readily agreed. Oh heavens! Thank you for granting me the opportunity to rise again. After a brief moment of quiet sobbing at her desk, Lou Xiaoya, fearing that her emotional upheaval might affect the tiny life within her, took several deep breaths to regain her composure. At 4 in the afternoon, Cui Xiangdong was diligently planning for future work in his office when a gentle knock echoed on the door. Come in, he said absent-mindedly, engrossed in his tasks. The door opened, and a familiar, sweet fragrance wafted in. He looked up to see Lou Xiaoya, her lustrous black hair elegantly styled into a neat bun. Her once bloodshot eyes and weary complexion had regained about 70% of their former vitality after a brief midday rest. Clad in a pristine white long-sleeve shirt with rolled-up cuffs that revealed her delicate yet shapely wrists, she wore a black knee-length skirt that perfectly accentuated her figure. As the hem of her skirt fell gracefully, it revealed her exquisitely curved calves, accompanied by her delicate, fair feet, which were unadorned by stockings and elegantly clad in a pair of black, peep-toe, mid-heeled sandals. Her current appearance was brisk and immaculate, yet it exuded the unique allure of mature femininity. Gazing at every inch of her snowy complexion, so familiar to him, Cui Xiangdong instinctively recalled their past blissful life. However, in the next moment, his expression hardened with a chilling resolve. No matter how splendid the past had been, it was merely a bygone era. The moment she acquiesced to her family's persuasion, personally drafted the divorce agreement, and permitted Zhao Jian to visit her office alone during the lunch break, all the cherished memories transformed into humiliation for Cui Xiangdong. There is a saying circulating in the online world, once unfaithful, forever untrustworthy. Deputy Town Head Lou, do you have something to discuss? Cui Xiangdong set down his pen and inquired with a congenial smile. Town Head Cui, Lou Xiaoya replied, her expression reflecting the normalcy of work. There is a girl from Minjia village named Min Ro who wishes to see you. She was hesitant to interrupt your work, so she sought me out. Would you like to meet her? Min Ro? Cui Xiangdong recalled their earlier agreement at Old Min's Baozi shop that she would come to find him at 4 o'clock. He nodded. Oh, I completely forgot about her. Where is she? Please, Deputy Town Head Lou, bring her in. She is just outside. I will fetch her. Before stepping out, Lou Xiaoya, with an intense longing for Cui Xiangdong, noticed his indifference to her deliberate swaying hips and the alluring catwalk she displayed as she exited. This manner of walking was not only his favorite, but also the warm-up exercise they often played together as a couple in the evenings. Regrettably, the fire that once blazed in his eyes was now extinguished, replaced by a casual demeanor and a palpable distance that signified a mere professional relationship. You have no idea that a small thing has bound us tightly together, Lou Xiaoya mused internally, placing her left hand on her abdomen as she stepped out of the office. Outside, Minro stood at a distance, visibly anxious. Minro, come here. Lou Xiaoya ushered her inside. As the deeply troubled Minro entered, her presence served to offset Lou Xiaoya's distinctive charm, bringing immediate relief to Cui Xiangdong. Minro, don't be nervous. Our town head Cui is very kind, Lou Xiaoya reassured her, playing the role of a secretary as she poured a glass of warm water for Minro and whispered a few encouraging words before discreetly exiting. She left the door ajar. It is considered prudent in professional circles to keep the door open when a vigorous man speaks privately with a delicate young woman in the office. Upon returning to her own office, Lou Xiaoya also left her door open. Sitting elegantly behind her desk, she crossed her legs gracefully, adopting the posture Cui Xiangdong had previously taught her. The alluring little shoes swayed casually beneath the table, perfectly visible to Cui Xiangdong, seated at the opposite table across the corridor. As Cui Xiangdong glanced over, Lou Xiaoya immediately bit her lip. A knowing smile played on his lips, recognizing her attempt to exude charm, yet his heart remained indifferent. He turned his attention to Minro. Comrade Minro, I have summoned you here to represent the town government and inquire about your current situation, as well as your life plans for yourself and your younger sister. To put it simply, given your family's unique circumstances, you are welcome to present some reasonable requests to the town. However, Minro promptly replied, Cui Town, all I ask is for your assistance in seeking justice for my parents. Beyond that, I desire nothing. Chapter 35. I fear that one day you might suddenly go mad and bite me to death. Minro's predicament has indeed drawn considerable attention from the town. Min Hanzi, her only son, and Min's family have not fared well financially. Over the years, the couple has toiled tirelessly, managing just enough to cover Minro's expenses at County No. 1 high school. In a moment of fury, Min's mother, overwhelmed by humiliation, took a drastic step, and Min Hanzi met with a tragic accident. Overnight, the 19-year-old Minro and her 6-year-old sister, Min Jiao, found themselves orphaned. Zhao Jian, in a fit of madness, reduced their home to ashes. The most basic shelter for the sisters has been ruthlessly stripped away from them, setting aside the question of whether they can seek justice for their mother. The current state of the sisters is truly heart-wrenching. Cui Xiangdong, the town's mayor, felt compelled to speak with her in detail before assisting her in planning her future. However, Minro resolutely stated that she desired nothing but for Cui Xiangdong to help her avenge her mother. Since I promised you that I would help, I will certainly keep my word, he replied. Cui Xiangdong glanced at the elegant, gently swaying leather shoes across from him and lowered his voice. Around 7:30 this evening. Wait for me at the entrance of the town's primary school. I will take you to meet someone in a certain place in Qingshan. Minro nodded. All right. Cui Xiangdong found it curious and asked, aren't you going to inquire why I am taking you out at night? Aren't you afraid I might harbor ill intentions? Minro replied, you are a good person. Cui Xiangdong was taken aback. What is the value of a good person card these days? The owner of the steam bun shop says you are a good person. The deputy town head also claims you are a good person. The crux of the matter is. Minro pressed her lips together, lowered her long eyelashes, and softly said, I believe you are a good person too. After all, you did not blame me for biting your neck. Moreover, you became the mayor at such a young age. Your future is undoubtedly limitless. How could you possibly harbor any ill thoughts towards a poor rural child like me? Her reasoning was compelling. Since she placed such trust in Cui Xiangdong, he would not let her down. Minro, setting aside the misfortunes you have faced, Cui Xiangdong shifted the topic. I represent the government of Rainbow Town and would like to hear your thoughts on your future plans. For instance, will you continue your education? If you do attend school, how will you care for the 6-year-old Min Jiao? If you choose not to pursue your studies, what do you intend to do? He continued. I believe that in these past few days of grief, while looking at Min Jiao, you have also considered these questions. He was right. Ever since their world collapsed, Minro had pondered these very matters each night while cradling her sister in her arms. Even in sleep, the little one would occasionally shiver, prompting Min Ro to think about how they would navigate their future. I have made up my mind, Jiang Town. I will drop out of school, Min Ro stated. Her eyes momentarily clouded with anguish as she uttered the words drop out. Yet, that sorrow flickered away swiftly. She had excelled academically at County No. 1 high school, consistently ranking among the top 10 in her class. The critical point is, had her family not faced such calamity, she would be sitting in an examination hall today, striving for her dream university. As long as she does not commit any significant blunders during the examination, her admission to university is virtually assured. After all, Yunhu County No. 1 high school ranks among the prestigious institutions in the entirety of Qingshan City. Should Min Ro gain entrance to university, she would transition to a non-agricultural household registration, becoming the first college student from Minjiao village. Her destiny, along with that of her entire family, would undergo a profound transformation. However, regardless of Min Ro's feelings of resentment and anguish, the sight of her 6-year-old younger sister reminds her of her responsibilities. With their parents no longer present, Min Ro embodies everything for Min Jiao. She must, in place of her parents, exert every effort to nurture her sister to adulthood. You are indeed correct, replied Cui Xiangdong, his face etched with regret as he nodded. As the saying goes, an elder sister is like a mother. With your parents gone, it is your duty to make the greatest sacrifices for Min Jiao. In doing so, your parents' spirits may find peace. Thank you for your understanding, Town Head Cui, Min Ro said, bowing in gratitude. Min Ro, Cui Xiangdong continued, shifting his tone. You may not be aware that the town allocates a limited number of positions each year to assist impoverished yet ambitious young individuals in securing work within the town to support their families. For instance, positions such as auxiliary police officers at the police station or investigators at the water conservancy station. I am aware, Min Ro interjected. Deputy Town Head Lou has already informed me. If I meet the qualifications, I have a particular job in mind. Deputy Town Head Lou? Cui Xiangdong instinctively glanced across the table. Beneath the table, he noticed the small leather shoe of Lou Xiaoya, swinging playfully, its tip glinting with the reflective pink nail polish he had applied. Lou Xiaoya, who had been focused on her writing, sensed something amiss and lifted her head, immediately catching Cui Xiangdong's gaze fixed upon her foot. Her toes quivered, and the small shoe fell to the ground as her delicate left foot began to caress her right calf. Cui Xiangdong felt an unbidden spark ignite within him. The woman across the table was sending him a clear signal. The manner in which she adorned her feet was a skill he had imparted to her. However, in the next moment, the imposing figure of Zhao Jian surged to the forefront of his mind, brandishing a fire extinguisher. The flickering flame was swiftly extinguished, and the tumultuous emotions that had initially stirred within him settled into calm. He realized that he needed to ensure this woman moved away from across the table. Otherwise, the mere act of opening the door would lead him to reminisce about the past. At this juncture, Min Ro's voice broke through his thoughts once more. Deputy Town Head Lou suggested that I take a position as a housekeeper at No. 2 Courtyard, which is your residence. Cui Xiangdong was taken aback. She suggested you work as a housekeeper in my home? Yes, Min Ro affirmed. Only by becoming a housekeeper can I have the flexibility to escort Zhao Jiao to school, assist her with her homework, and be by her side each day as she grows. However, in our town, only your home and Secretary Zhang's have provisions for domestic help. Secretary Zhang's household already has someone, while your west wing remains vacant. Cui Xiangdong furrowed his brow. Before he ascended to the position of mayor, both the first and second courtyards were tended by caretakers, with the town ensuring timely remuneration for their services. Although Cui Xiangdong was acutely aware that this practice was a manifestation of corruption by those in power, he was reluctant to disrupt this entrenched custom. Saving 200 yuan each month for the town paled in comparison to the profound significance of providing employment for a destitute woman in need. The dilemma arose when Cui Xiangdong initially intended to engage a middle-aged woman for domestic duties. However, the prospect of hiring a mere 19-year-old, albeit strikingly beautiful, to fulfill the role of a caretaker was perplexing. He promptly shook his head, stating, "This position is unsuitable. Please seek alternate employment." Min Ro understood the implication. Mayor Cui, do you deem me too youthful and attractive, and as a single young man, are you concerned about the whispers of others? I am unfazed by gossip, he replied coolly, but I harbor a fear that one day, in a fit of madness, you might bring harm upon me. Chapter 36, Lou Xiaoya, do not provoke me with such matters. The injury on his neck constantly served as a reminder to Cui Xiangdong that Min Ro was not to be trifled with. Her beauty was undeniable, particularly that delicate charm that emanated from her very essence, easily stirring within Min an instinct to possess and subsequently protect her. Cui Xiangdong, recently divorced and a young bachelor, found his resistance to such a lure alarmingly low. The taste of temptation, should Min Ro truly become his little caretaker. What if one day he succumbed to drunken folly and committed an irreparable mistake? To avert unnecessary risks, Cui Xiangdong resolutely declined her offer, citing the incident where she nearly bit him in jest. As anticipated, upon hearing his words, Min Ro was momentarily taken aback, then lowered her head. "All right. You may leave now. I will be waiting for you at the elementary school gate at 7:30 in the evening." Cui Xiangdong picked up his pen, gesturing for her to depart. He would need to contemplate the matters of her care and potential employment on behalf of the town thoroughly. Min Ro quietly stood up, bowed deeply in respect, and exited the office. Cui Xiangdong glanced at Lou Xiaoya, who was still engrossed in her writing, and as if sensing his gaze, she raised her left foot beneath the desk without lifting her head. He took a cursory look before picking up the phone and dialing. The phone rang sharply in the office of the deputy town head, startlingly clear. "This is Lou Xiaoya. May I ask who is calling?" came her voice. A familiar masculine voice responded from the receiver, "Please come over." Lou Xiaoya was taken aback, glancing up at the opposite office. Cui Xiangdong had already hung up. The woman swiftly donned her small leather shoes, stood, and entered the office, gently closing the door behind her. In all of Rainbow Town, it seemed only Lou Xiaoya, as a young woman, could enter Cui Xiangdong's office and close the door without incurring gossip. "Cui Town Head, you summoned me?" she inquired, approaching the desk with her hands resting modestly on her flat abdomen, slightly bowing to convey respect. "There are 3 matters," Cui Xiangdong replied, lifting his gaze while casually reaching for a cigarette. Just as he was about to light it, a delicate hand intervened, snatching the cigarette from his lips. Cui Xiangdong frowned immediately. "Cui Town Head," Lou Xiaoya said softly, "smoking in the presence of a woman is considered impolite, and for certain women, such as pregnant ones, it can be an unnecessary harm." Cui Xiangdong chuckled derisively, retorting, "In the past, after we finished our work, when did I not smoke? I never saw you object." Before he could finish, he sensed something awry. Yet, it mattered little. He was merely speaking the truth. Lou Xiaoya, however, maintained her composure. "Previously, we were a couple, and I could naturally overlook your minor flaws. Now that we are not, I see no need to tolerate them any longer." Her reasoning seemed quite sound. Cui Xiangdong set the cigarette aside and began to address the first matter. "I wish to understand why your demeanor today is so starkly different from the past few days." Cui Xiangdong's face was etched with skepticism as he scrutinized the woman before him. Her eyes, mouth, and flat abdomen appeared unchanged from just a few days prior. Yet, how could her mental state suddenly revert to what it was before the divorce? Lou Xiaoya offered a faint smile and replied, "Cui Zhen, this is a personal matter of mine." Now that they were no longer a couple, Cui Xiangdong had lost the right to know her private affairs. In truth, he was no longer interested in the intricacies of Lou Xiaoya's life. His inquiries stemmed from his awareness of her dual nature. In public, she was a poised and formidable woman, while in private, she transformed into a wild enchantress. Cui Xiangdong was genuinely concerned that after he sent Wang Yinxia and Liu Xiaojing away, it might provoke her more unhinged side. For instance, what if she seized an opportunity to strike a fatal blow when his guard was down? For the sake of his own safety, he felt compelled to press her on why she seemed like a different person. Her response, however, left him speechless. "Of course, if Cui Zhen wishes to know why I seem transformed, I can tell you," Lou Xiaoya teased lightly. "At midnight, if you scale the wall to my home, I'll reveal it to you." Cui Xiangdong scoffed again and asked, "As for the second matter, why did you suggest Min Ro work as a maid in my household?" "Because this position is most suitable for her at present," Lou Xiaoya replied succinctly. "The crux is that I know you well. You would never harbor any improper thoughts towards a pretty young girl. She can support her younger sister while ensuring her own safety. Consequently, you won't have to wash clothes or cook. I made this suggestion for the mutual benefit of both of you. Do you really think I harbor any ill intentions?" Her reasoning seemed rather cogent. Cui Xiangdong picked up a pen, twirling it casually between his fingers, and began to address the third matter. "Deputy Mayor Liu, please choose an office on the 2nd floor. I prefer not to have you directly across from me, as every glimpse of you brings to mind past unpleasantness." Lou Xiaoya raised an eyebrow. "Cui Zhen, are you afraid your ex-wife might seize the opportunity to rekindle something with you?" Cui Xiangdong replied coolly, now, whenever I see you, I cannot help but envision you and Zhao Jian together on the sofa in a closed office during lunch break. Lou Xiaoya's smile instantly froze, as Cui Xiangdong's words struck her like a dagger, piercing deep into her heart. After he finished speaking, he lowered his gaze to the reports before him. It took 3 full minutes before Lou Xiaoya finally spoke softly. That afternoon, I had just finished lunch and was about to close the door for a nap when he walked in and shut the door behind him. Indeed, I was tempted by the allure of greater power, and in my folly, I sought to divorce you and marry Zhao Jian. But I swear to heaven, I had no intention of engaging in any indiscretions with him in the office that day. When you opened the door, I was terrified. Seeing you caused me to. Enough? Cui Xiangdong interrupted her. Let us not dwell on the past. You are to move your office to the 2nd floor tomorrow. Lou Xiaoya turned and walked away. Cui Xiangdong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, Lou Xiaoya suddenly turned back. I will not leave. If you compel me, I shall seek out the most unsightly man to share my bed. Cui Xiangdong, Lou Xiaoya continued. Cui Zhen, I was once your woman. You ought to understand just how reckless I can be in matters of personal life. Under your command, I was thoroughly devoted. If you truly wish to avoid seeing me, then contemplate carefully how I might behave in the company of other men. If you can endure that, then I shall relocate. Ha, ha ha. Cui Xiangdong, enraged, laughed bitterly. Lou Xiaoya, do not use such matters to provoke me. Do you think that if I do not permit your departure, you shall refrain from marrying again? Indeed, you are correct. Lou Xiaoya raised her left hand, speaking earnestly. I, Lou Xiaoya, now swear to the heavens. Even if Cui Xiangdong never touches me again, I shall never marry another man for the rest of my life. To be more precise, I shall not allow any man other than Cui Xiangdong to lay a hand upon me. My daytime propriety and nighttime fervor shall solely belong to Cui Xiangdong. Should I speak in contradiction, may I be condemned to a life of dishonor. Cui Xiangdong, upon finishing her words, Lou Xiaoya turned, swaying her voluptuous figure, and exited through the door. Chapter 37. The overnight transformation of my former father-in-law Cui Xiangdong was utterly taken aback by the unexpected words that Lou Xiaoya had directed towards him. After an initial surge of indignation and embarrassment, he swiftly regained his composure. He began to meticulously ponder the intricate motives of this woman, wondering what game she was playing. It was evident that she had perceived Zhao Gang's downfall and was aware that Zhao Jian remained elusive. The crux of the matter was that I am no longer the person I once was. This realization prompted her to hastily adjust her demeanor, seeking reconciliation with me through such audacious means. Cui Xiangdong, having come to this conclusion, could not suppress a series of silent, sardonic chuckles. He certainly had no intention of acquiescing to her desires, nor did he wish to become ensnared by her like a stubborn adhesive. At 5 o'clock, after exiting his office, Cui Xiangdong cast a glance at the woman across from him, who was busily organizing documents, and hastened towards the staircase. He intended to find old Lou unbeknownst to him. Old Lou had already arrived in town, but a moment's reflection would reveal that he was undoubtedly at Lou Xiaoya's residence. With old Lou's wife and son detained at the police station, and his daughter suffering from profound emotional distress, it was inconceivable that he would not come to town. As expected, upon arriving at the residential complex, Cui Xiangdong immediately spotted old Lou. He was crouched at Lou Xiaoya's doorstep, gazing vacantly at the sky, lost in thought. Upon hearing footsteps, old Lou instinctively turned to look, and upon recognizing Cui Xiangdong, his expression shifted dramatically. He quickly lowered his head, rose to his feet, and turned to leave. Despite having genuinely regarded Cui Xiangdong as a son since his arrival in Rainbow Town, and having shared heartfelt conversations with him at the agricultural machinery station, old Lou now felt an overwhelming sense of shame at the sight of him. Just as old Lou turned away, Cui Xiangdong called out from behind, "Dad, please wait a moment." Old Lou halted, and when he turned back to face Cui Xiangdong, he wore a facade of casual indifference, greeting him with a smile. "Dongzi, oh, it's Cui Town. Is there something you need? I wanted to discuss something with you." Cui Xiangdong began, but abruptly fell silent. He distinctly recalled that when old Lou had sought him out at the agricultural machinery station, his hair had still been predominantly black, with not a single gray strand discernible. Now, however, old Lou's temples had turned gray. "Cui Town, old Lou," perplexed by Cui Xiangdong's contemplative gaze, forced a smile and inquired, "Is there something on your mind?" "Nothing much," Cui Xiangdong replied with a faint smile. "I simply saw you and thought to invite you over to my place for a visit." "I'm afraid I can't," old Lou replied. his face betraying a sense of discomfort as he once again forced a smile. Xiaoya will be off work soon, and I still need to prepare dinner for her. Very well, perhaps another time, Cui Xiangdong said, choosing not to press further. He turned and approached his own door, retrieving his keys to unlock it. Upon observing old Lu's graying hair, Cui Xiangdong found himself at a loss for words regarding his intentions towards his ex-wife, who clung to him like an unyielding bandage. After all, this man had indeed treated him as his own son over the past 2 years, and just days ago, he had earnestly requested that Cui Xiangdong show leniency towards Lou Xiaoya in the future, should he achieve success. The crux of the matter is that Cui Xiangdong has acquiesced. Upon returning to the living room, Cui Xiangdong settled onto the sofa and lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply. A few minutes later, he reflected on the nature of law, which often mirrors human emotion. With a wry smile, he picked up the landline receiver. Shortly, the call connected. Chen Yongshan's voice resonated from the other end. Hello, who is this? Although Chen Yongshan held the position of deputy town mayor and had an office in the town hall, his primary responsibility lay in maintaining public order throughout the town, which meant he spent most of his time in the office of the police station. This is Cui Xiangdong. He replied. Hello, Mayor Cui, how may I assist you? Chen inquired. It is about Wang Yinxia and her son, Cui Xiangdong stated slowly. Release them. Inform Lou Xiaojiang to shift the blame for the agricultural machinery theft entirely onto Zhao Jian. He is unaware of the situation. Understood. Although Chen Yongshan was perplexed, as Cui Xiangdong had initially intended to enforce strict punishment upon Lou Xiaojiang, he nonetheless complied without hesitation. After ending the call, Chen Yongshan set the receiver down, donned his hat, and briskly exited the office. As he made his way to the detention room, he pondered. Cui Xiangdong's leniency towards Lou Xiaojiang and his mother must stem from the fact that Deputy Mayor Liu had swayed him this afternoon. If I were in his position, I would likewise find it difficult to resist the charms of such a captivating woman. Besides, the couple had shared a loving bond over the past 2 years. Feeling rather self-assured in his understanding, Chen Yongshan arrived at the detention room. Upon his entrance, Lou Xiaojiang, who had been staring vacantly, suddenly jolted awake, instinctively retracting his neck. In these times, many institutions disregard the notion of brutal enforcement, especially for someone like Lou Xiaojiang, who undoubtedly deserved reprimand. Even Wang Yinxia, who had dared to confront Cui Xiangdong before her arrest, trembled at the sight of Chen Yongshan. Some individuals remain blissfully ignorant of the consequences of their actions. Without a proper reckoning, they will never grasp the reality of their situation. Chen Yongshan scrutinized the pair before finally stating coldly, I just received a call from Mayor Cui. He instructed me regarding your situation. What did Mayor Cui wish him to do with Wang Yinxia and her son? Chen Yongshan deliberately held back, allowing the tension to build. Wang Yinxia's complexion shifted dramatically. Lou Xiaojiang, in a fit of fear, collapsed to his knees, pleading, Officer Chen, I swear to the heavens, I will never assist Zhao Jian in wrongdoing again. I implore you, on behalf of my sister, to intercede with Mayor Cui and plead for leniency. Please, let him show mercy this once. One cannot fault Lou Xiaojiang for his terror. Every bone in his body still throbbed with pain. Chen Yongshan, seeking to vent Cui Xiangdong's frustrations, made a point of allowing Wang Yinxia to witness Lou Xiaojiang's chastisement. In doing so, it struck Wang Yinxia that once one is confined in such a place, notions of dignity and bravado dissipate swiftly. Even the most notorious of harpies can swiftly transform into the most understanding of women. Though Wang Yinxia did not kneel, her voice trembled with emotion as she implored Chen Yongshan to mend her ways. It seemed that the moment had nearly arrived. Only then did Chen Yongshan respond. Cui Zheng just called to inform me that, considering your kinship with Deputy Town Chief Liu, we shall let you off this time. However, should you dare to stir trouble again, well, the consequences are yours to ponder. Wang Yinxia and her son stood in stunned silence. At 7:20 in the evening, the blood-red sun struggled to remain above the western hills. After her shift, Lou Xiaoya rode her bicycle back to the staff quarters. From several meters away, she spotted her mother and younger brother standing at her doorstep, knocking on the door. Xiangdong has released my mother. Lou Xiaoya momentarily froze, then hastily pedaled her bike. As she reached her home, the old Liu, hearing the knocking, opened the courtyard gate. Upon seeing his wife and son, his eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Although he disapproved of their conduct and was acutely aware of the dissolution of his daughter's once happy marriage, the mother and son had undeniably contributed significantly to their family's plight. Regardless, they remained his kin. As old Liu's heart swelled with elation, He comprehended that this leniency was a favor granted by Cui Xiangdong. Overcome with emotion, tears streamed down his face as he noticed his daughter approaching on her bicycle. Finally, the family was reunited, though regrettably missing Xiangdong. Wiping the corners of his eyes, old Lou was about to utter a word of greeting when he saw Cui Xiangdong emerge from the neighboring courtyard. Chapter 38. I want to divorce this woman. As Cui Xiangdong stepped out of his home, he happened to catch sight of the Lou family of four standing at their doorstep. Upon noticing him, Lou Xiaoya instinctively hid behind his father's back. Wang Yinxia turned her gaze elsewhere. Lou Xiaoya bit her lip, her eyes tenderly fixed upon him as she offered a slight nod. However, Cui Xiangdong paid her no mind. He merely smiled and nodded at the beaming old Lou before hastily making his way eastward. This evening, he intended to take Min Road to Qingshan and had no desire to engage in idle chatter with this family. Xiaoya, why has he grown so indifferent towards you? It's utterly heartless. Once Cui Xiangdong had walked away, Wang Yinxia perked up immediately and said to Lou Xiaoya, "They say a day as husband and wife is worth 100 days of affection, and you've been married for 2 years. No wonder people say that men are never to be trusted. They claim that a man's favorite pastimes are to seek promotion and wealth, and to wish for his wife's demise. I believe Cui Xiangdong would rather see you dead." Suddenly, Lou Xiaoya found herself unable to comprehend her mother. Before she could respond, she witnessed old Lou admonishing her mother sharply. "You foul woman, what nonsense are you spouting? What? You old fool dare to call me a foul woman?" Wang Yinxia was taken aback for a moment. Then her anger flared. "How dare you? Say that again. Did old Lou dare?" He did not utter another word to Wang Yinxia. Instead, he suddenly raised his right hand and struck her fiercely across the left side of her face. This slap was delivered with all his might. With a resounding crack, Wang Yinxia spun around, her vision clouded with stars, her mouth tasting of salt. Lou Xiaoya and her brother Lou Xiaojing stood frozen in shock, gazing at old Lou with bewildered expressions. Since they could remember, old Lou had never raised his voice at Wang Yinxia, let alone laid a hand on her. Describing old Lou as a pushover was an understatement. He was utterly spineless. Whenever Wang Yinxia was displeased, she would scold him mercilessly and at times resort to violence, regardless of whether he was berated or beaten. All old Lou could do was endure in silence. Afterward, he would invariably act as if nothing had transpired, seeking to appease Wang Yinxia as best as he could. As the siblings grew older, they learned that before marrying their mother, old Lou had a wife and a daughter. They remained unaware of the details surrounding his divorce from his previous spouse or how he ended up marrying Wang Yinxia, who was a full 7 years his junior, only to endure a life of torment. In their subconscious, the siblings had always regarded old Lou as the most henpecked man in the world. Yet now, before their very eyes, they witnessed old Lou strike Wang Yinxia with unrestrained force. But that was not all. He then seized Wang Yinxia by her hair and dragged her into the yard, unleashing a brutal barrage of punches and kicks upon her. Initially stunned by the assault, Wang Yinxia quickly regained her senses and retaliated with fierce, shrill curses. Regardless of how fierce and valiant Wang Yinxia may be, Lao Lu is undeniably a man. His weathered face and neck, marred by numerous bloody scratches, have now transformed him into a robotic figure, devoid of pain. His expression is cold as he tightly grips Wang Yinxia's hair with his left hand while mercilessly striking her face with his right hand, having discarded his slippers. Outside the door, the siblings of the Lou family stood frozen in shock. Upon hearing the commotion, Minjiao, who had emerged from the west wing, was so frightened that she hastily retreated back inside, only to peek out again with wide eyes. Eventually, Wang Yinxia's furious curses, accompanied by the loss of a molar, morphed into desperate pleas. She realized that the man she had deemed a coward, Lao Lu, was intent on beating her to death. Her cries for help attracted the attention of the residents in the courtyard. When they saw Lou Xiaoya standing at the entrance, no one dared to approach any closer. They merely pointed and whispered from a distance. Lou Xiaoya, fully aware of the situation, urgently pushed her brother Lou Xiaojing. "Quickly, Gongzi, pull our parents apart." With a blank expression, Lou Xiaojing finally rushed forward. At that moment, Lao Lu, having grown weary from his exertions, spat out a mouthful of bloodied saliva after being pushed aside by his son. He looked at Lou Xiaoya and stated expressionlessly, "Xiaoya, you and Gongzi come here. I have something very important to discuss with you." Lou Xiaoya stepped inside and promptly closed the door behind her. "I want a divorce from this woman." Lao Lu gazed at Wang Yinxiao and said with an impassive demeanor, "This marriage must end. I will leave with nothing. If you wish to acknowledge me as your father, then do so. If not, I bear you no ill will. In any case, I have had enough of this woman. Wang Yinxia, slumped on the ground, suddenly lifted her head. Her face was smeared with blood, rendering her expression unreadable. Yet, her eyes, when fixed on Lao Lu, were filled with terror. Of course, Cui Xiangdong was unaware of the turmoil within the Lu family. Upon arriving at the unit compound, he drove his official vehicle to a halt in front of the primary school at the western end of the town. A girl with 2 braided pigtails, dressed in a white floral blouse, cotton trousers, and black canvas shoes, stood charmingly at the western side of the school entrance. Beep. Cui Xiangdong lightly honked the horn and raised his hand to gesture Minro to get in the car. Minro opened the door and took a seat in the passenger seat, fastening her seatbelt. Cui Xiangdong offered her a brief reminder before starting the vehicle. Cui Town, Minro, lowering her head, softly inquired, "Where do I fasten the seatbelt?" Having never been in a car before, it was understandable that she was unsure. Each time she traveled to the county for school, she was always accompanied by Min Hanzi on a large bicycle, unfamiliar with the workings of a seatbelt. As Cui Xiangdong reached over to pull the seatbelt across her chest, he inadvertently brushed against a sensitive area. On such a hot day, clad in a thin floral blouse, Minro felt a jolt as if she had been electrocuted, her small face flushing crimson as her heart raced uncontrollably. After fastening her seatbelt, Cui Xiangdong gripped the steering wheel with both hands, his gaze fixed ahead, unaware of Minro's reaction. He merely inquired, "How did you come to town? Did you walk? What about your younger sister? Is anyone looking after her? You haven't tea eaten yet, have you?" "Coincidentally, I haven't tea eaten either. Once we reach Qishan, I shall treat you to a meal." At that moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that the Min sisters resided next door at Lou Xiaoya's home. After posing a series of questions, Cui Xiangdong realized he had not received a response from Minro. Puzzled, he glanced over. The sky had darkened, and the car's interior was shrouded in shadows. Minro kept her head bowed, making it impossible for Cui Xiangdong to discern her expression. He assumed that she might be feeling anxious and fearful, uncertain of where she was being taken. "Do not be afraid. I will not harm you," Cui Xiangdong reassured her. Falling into silence as he accelerated, the wheels rolled onward, heading westward. After several minutes, Minro finally lifted her head and asked softly, "Cui Zhan, where are you really taking me?" "I am taking you to find Zhao Jian," Cui Xiangdong replied candidly. Chapter 39, Zhao Jian. We meet again. The name Zhao Jian possessed an inexplicable allure for Minro. It is likely that even on the brink of death, the mere utterance of this name would compel her to rise, searching frantically for scissors or knives. Such is the power of hatred. This force drove Minro to grasp tightly onto Cui Xiangdong's right arm, her voice hoarse as she inquired, "Cui Zhan, do you know the whereabouts of that beast?" "That hurts." Cui Xiangdong glanced down at Minro's small hand gripping his arm, furrowing his brow. "Let go." It was a hot day, and he was merely clad in a shirt with the sleeves rolled up. Under the influence of her consuming hatred, Minro inadvertently pierced his skin with her nails as she clutched his arm. Only after Cui Xiangdong's displeased admonition did Minro realize her excitement had led her to hurt him. She quickly withdrew her hand, repeatedly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Cui Zhan. Please forgive me. I became a bit too agitated." "Agitated?" Cui Xiangdong recalled the day she nearly bit him, responding curtly, "Are you attempting to commit an act of violence?" "Minro, are you part cat? Always resorting to biting or scratching?" Minro fell silent, bowing her head and nervously fidgeting with her clothing. She feared that her emotions might again compel her to claw or bite, prompting Cui Xiangdong, for the sake of his own safety, to refrain from discussing Zhao Jian further. He had no desire to engage with her. Minro sensed his irritation and dared not utter a word, keeping her head down and holding her breath. Yet, she would occasionally steal glances at him from the corners of her eyes. After more than an hour, Cui Xiangdong drove into Qingshan City. To the south, the landscape was adorned with rolling hills, while to the north flowed the mighty Yellow River, cascading from the heavens. Due to the terrain, the city of Qingshan could only be planned to stretch long from east to west, while being comparatively short from north to south. Upon reaching the city center, Cui Xiangdong turned right onto Daqiao Road. In just a few minutes, they exited the urban area and arrived at the banks of the Yellow River to the north. After driving a few kilometers westward along the riverbank, he gradually halted at the roadside. "We've arrived. Get out," Cui Xiangdong instructed Minro, opening the door for her. In the distance stood a small stone structure, an observation station for flood periods. However, it was unoccupied most of the time. especially on windy nights when the flood prevention forest would rustle ominously, making the area particularly desolate. The only sounds would be the occasional calls of nocturnal creatures, startling the wild rabbits hidden among the overgrown grass. Surveying the surroundings, Cui Xiangdong pulled out a cigarette. Why hasn't Min Ro exited the car yet? He approached the front of the vehicle and opened the passenger door, asking, "Are you not getting out? What are you stalling for?" Min Ro shifted slightly, her voice barely audible. I can't unbuckle this seatbelt." Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback but refrained from mocking Min Ro for her inability to unfasten her seatbelt. A young girl from the countryside, who had never set foot in a car, found herself at a loss on how to fasten and unfasten her seatbelt, which was entirely understandable. Cui Xiangdong leaned down, his arm once again resting gently across Min Ro's chest as he assisted her in unbuckling the seatbelt. In that moment, he distinctly felt her body tremble slightly. As someone who had experienced such moments before, Cui Xiangdong instantly grasped the implications of her reaction. However, it was not a matter to be spoken of. After helping Min Ro exit the vehicle and closing the door behind him, Cui Xiangdong noticed a shadow swiftly approaching from the direction of the small house. A beam of flashlight swept across his face before extinguishing. The figure, a robust man in his 30s, greeted him. "Mr. Cui, you have arrived." Cui Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement. "Tiger, has everything been normal these past few days?" "All is well," replied the man known as Tiger, who then glanced at Min Ro but chose to remain silent, merely gesturing for them to enter with a courteous wave of his hand. Perhaps influenced by the darkness and desolation of the surroundings, Min Ro felt a surge of anxiety and trepidation. As she followed Cui Xiangdong toward the small house, she instinctively grasped the hem of his clothing. Cui Xiangdong turned to glance at her, remaining quiet, allowing her to cling to his attire like a devoted shadow as they hurried into the shelter. Inside, a miner's lamp illuminated the room, and due to the absence of windows and the closed door, no light could be seen from the outside. There were two individuals present, a man in his 50s, who was none other than Cui Xiangdong's uncle, Su Baichuan, and a woman in her 30s, Lin Hong, who served as his secretary, driver, and bodyguard. Upon seeing Cui Xiangdong enter, Su Baichuan stood with a smile, while Lin Hong bent slightly in greeting. "Mr. Cui." "Hello, Sister Lin," Cui Xiangdong replied with a nod before turning to Min Ro, saying to Su Baichuan, "Uncle, this is Min Ro, the girl I mentioned to you." "Indeed," Su Baichuan remarked, observing Min Ro. "Though the young girl seems unfortunate, she possesses great beauty." Min Ro shyly pressed her lips together and discreetly hid behind Cui Xiangdong. "Uncle, are all the arrangements in place? Everything is ready by the riverbank. Xiao Lang and the others are there." "Then let Tiger take me there." "Uncle, please wait for me here." "Understood," Su Baichuan readily agreed. Guided by Tiger, Cui Xiangdong ventured into the protective forest, taking careful steps. Min Ro clung tightly to his clothing, fearful that if she released her grip, he would vanish from her sight. After stumbling slightly, she hurriedly wrapped her arms around his. At last, as Cui Xiangdong emerged from the lengthy stretch of flood prevention forest, he was greeted by the sound of water crashing against the shore. His vision brightened at the sight before him. A magnificent river, as if descending from the heavens, revealed itself, a torrent of muddy waters surging eastward. "This is our mother river, the Yellow River." Even in the darkness, and even though it was not his first visit to its banks, Cui Xiangdong felt an overwhelming surge of emotion welling up within him, a sense of clarity and grandeur that filled his heart. By the river stood several individuals, with one person lying on the ground. Mr. Cui arrived, and the guiding figure, the tiger, spoke in a deep voice. "Greetings, Mr. Cui." Immediately, Xiao Lang and a few others bent in unison to pay their respects. "Hello, everyone," Cui Xiangdong replied casually before turning to Min Ro and inquired, "Have you seen the person lying on the ground?" "That is Zhao Jian." No sooner had he spoken than he felt a sharp pain in his arm where Min Ro was holding him. She might truly have a feline nature, always prone to pinching with her claws, he mused. Turning to the tiger, he instructed, "Turn on the lights." Several flashlights flickered to life, illuminating the figure sprawled on the ground, Zhao Jian. Although Min Ro had never encountered Zhao Jian before, something instinctive compelled her to believe that only a creature of such a nature could be Zhao Jian. As she gazed into Zhao Jian's eyes, they instantly filled with tears, and her entire body trembled uncontrollably. Cui Xiangdong, with Min Ro at his side, approached Zhao Jian, whose eyes were filled with despair and terror. He knelt down and, gently pulling the rag from Zhao Jian's mouth, smiled softly and said, "Zhao Jian, It is good to see you again. Chapter 40. Are you not afraid of my father taking care of you? A week prior, Zhao Jian had been the very embodiment of arrogance. His demeanor as haughty as one could imagine. Cui Xiangdong, a mere technician at the local agricultural machinery station, was utterly insignificant in Zhao Jian's eyes. A mere pawn beneath the gaze of the county's prestigious son. To put it bluntly, the fact that Zhao Jian had set his sights on Cui Xiangdong's wife was the highest form of derision he could muster. Yet now, Zhao Jian's despair, fear, and vulnerability were palpable. His limbs had been shattered, tendons severed by the hands of the merciless wolf and his accomplices within a span of 2 days. Tragically, Zhao Jian remained oblivious to the identity of his captors, subjected to such brutal treatment without understanding the motives behind it. He had sworn a million oaths to the heavens. Once he escaped, he would annihilate anyone associated with his abduction. In the present moment, upon laying eyes on Cui Xiangdong, clarity struck Zhao Jian like a lightning bolt. Cui Xiangdong, it was you all along. How dare you treat me in such a manner? As the rag was forcefully torn from his mouth, rage ignited within Zhao Jian, prompting him to roar like a beast. Is there no law in your eyes? Cui Xiangdong was taken aback by this confrontation. He could hardly fathom that the very man who had so brazenly disrespected women and continued his life as if nothing had happened could now question his understanding of the law. What a character! As Cui Xiangdong marveled at Zhao Jian's audacity, he heard him bellow once more. Do you not fear my father's retribution for your abduction? What audacity allows a mere technician like you to act against me? With a resounding thud, the figure known as Tiger delivered a crushing kick to Zhao Jian's chin, eliciting a pained howl from him. Yet, he dared not raise his voice again towards Cui Xiangdong. The kick had jolted him into realization. Zhao Jian finally understood that Cui Xiangdong was indeed unafraid of his father's vengeance, as he had brazenly kidnapped him and brutally broken his limbs. Cui Xiangdong looked up at Tiger and inquired, Tiger, did you not inform Zhao Deshao that Zhao Gang has been invited for tea by the city's disciplinary committee, and that I am now the mayor of Rainbow Town? What? My father has been taken by the disciplinary committee, and you are the mayor of Rainbow Town now? Zhao Jian was rendered speechless. Tiger smiled and replied, Mr. Cui, I believe it is best if you deliver this news to Zhao Jian personally. Zhao Jian remained in disbelief. He could not fathom that his county magistrate father would be taken for tea, nor that this insignificant technician could ascend to the position of mayor. Yet, an instinct deep within him urged him to heed Cui Xiangdong's words, for he sensed that his life hung in the balance. Cui Xiangdong had no reason to deceive a man already facing death. With this realization, terror washed over Zhao Jian once more, overwhelming him. He began to struggle, crying out in desperation, Cui Xiangdong, I beg you, do not kill me. I swear to the heavens, though I have pursued Lou Xiaoya for a long time, I have never even touched her hand. That noon, within her office, I had surreptitiously added a substance to her cup, intending to resort to vile means to possess her when you entered unannounced. Does Cui Xiangdong still care whether Zhao Jian ever laid a hand on Lou Xiaoya? It seems he does. After hearing such words, the hostility within him undeniably diminished. Yet, the resolution he had long since forged would not waver. He signaled to the tiger for another kick, as Zhao Jian's cries pierced the air with unbearable sharpness. The tiger promptly raised his foot and delivered a heavy blow, commanding him to silence. Zhao Jian obediently shut his mouth. Do you know who she is? Cui Xiangdong finally introduced Zhao Jian to Min Ro, who was now weeping profusely. Zhao Jian instinctively turned to look at Min Ro, swearing to the heavens that he did not recognize her. After Zhao Jian instinctively shook his head, Cui Xiangdong continued. Her surname is Min, from Min family village in Rainbow Town. The woman you drove to her demise just days ago was her mother. The house you had set ablaze was hers. Zhao Jian's realization struck him like a thunderbolt, and a deeper terror surfaced in his eyes. Cui Xiangdong had already intended to end his life, and now, with Min Ro harboring even greater animosity towards him, his death seemed imminent. Amidst an indescribable dread, an overwhelming sense of regret mingled within Zhao Jian. How could he, a promising young county chief, have been so foolish as to covet Lou Xiaoya's beauty and attempt to seize Cui Xiangdong's wife? How could he have sullied the character of that seemingly delicate, yet fiercely spirited rural woman in a drunken stupor? If only the heavens would grant Zhao Jian another chance. He would undoubtedly embody the modern-day Lou Xiaoya, steadfast in virtue. Alas, the heavens bestowed the opportunity of rebirth upon his adversary, Cui Xiangdong. Zhao Jian began a frenzied self-reproach. But Cui Xiangdong dismissed him with indifference. Turning to Min Ro, he declared, Whatever you wish to do to Zhao Jian, I grant you 3 minutes. After that, you shall depart this world. Min Ro nodded vigorously. As Cui Xiangdong turned to leave, he instructed the tiger, find this girl a stick. A knife is inappropriate for a young lady. It is too bloody and cruel. I believe she is more suited to wield a stick. The tiger nodded in agreement. As you say, Mr. Cui. Suddenly, Cui Xiangdong sensed something amiss, yet could not pinpoint it. He decided to dismiss it from his mind and strolled away for several dozen meters before lighting a cigarette. The sound of the stick striking a face, accompanied by Zhao Jian's anguished wails, carried on the wind to Cui Xiangdong's ears, and he found it oddly pleasing. After finishing his cigarette, he felt it was time to intervene, as Zhao Jian's cries had ceased, but the sound of the stick's impact continued to echo. Cui Xiangdong turned back and hastened towards them. Upon witnessing Min Ro's eyes, red and wild with fury, his heart quivered, and he raised his hand in a gesture. The small wolf and others promptly seized the stick from Min Ro and produced a bag to contain Zhao Jian. After tightly securing the bag with a piece of heavy stone using iron wire, several individuals lifted the sack and, with synchronized effort, cast it into the river. Observing their practiced motions, Cui Xiangdong discerned that they had engaged in such tasks often during their time in Xiangjiang. However, he silently admonished himself. This was a solitary instance of involving his uncle in such matters, and it would not occur again. Since Cui Xiangdong had resolved to navigate the corridors of power, he understood the necessity of adhering to the rules of the officialdom. Compliance with the law is paramount among the tenets of governance. Had it not been for Zhao Jian's grievous mistake, which paralleled the vengeance for a slain father with the anguish of a wronged spouse, Cui Xiangdong would not have opted for such a resolution. With a resounding splash, the bag swiftly vanished from sight. Cui Xiangdong gazed at the river's surface, a frigid smile gracing his lips, his thoughts devoid of any turmoil. Another splash echoed, Cui Zhen. Thank you. It was Min Ro, her voice hoarse and tearful, kneeling heavily before him as she fervently bowed her head in gratitude. Chapter 41. The formidable rival of Cui Xiangdong currently, aside from bowing deeply in gratitude to Cui Xiangdong, Min Ro found no better means to express her appreciation for his direct and satisfying method of avenging her. Enough of this, Cui Xiangdong urged, pulling her up from the ground. The individuals who set your home ablaze and desecrated your parents' remains do not deserve death. However, I have ensured that their limbs have been shattered. You must release the hatred in your heart and focus on nurturing your younger sister in place of your parents. Min Ro wept and acquiesced, yet as Cui Xiangdong loosened his grip, she knelt once more, this time facing the west, her gaze uplifted toward the heavens. Mother, father, did you witness this? Mayor Cui has avenged you. May your spirits find peace. I shall heed Mayor Cui's words and dedicate myself to raising Zhao Jiao well. Cui Xiangdong sighed softly upon hearing Min Ro's heartfelt cries. He understood that even after avenging her great grievance, her emotions would not settle immediately. Allowing herself to cry freely would ultimately benefit her. He quietly instructed Xiao Lang to stay with Min Ro as she wept, while he, accompanied by Hu Zi, swiftly traversed the protective forest back to the small house. Is it done? Su Baichuan inquired with a smile, handing Cui Xiangdong a thermos while signaling Lin Hong to exit discreetly and close the door behind her. Yes, I've seen off Zhao Jian, Cui Xiangdong nodded, expressing his gratitude once again. Uncle, thank you. Why the formality, child? Su Baichuan waved his hand, feigning annoyance before shifting the topic. Xiangdong, you have released the pent-up anger. Do not dwell on the unpleasant past. There's a saying, a true gentleman does not lament over lost opportunities. Moreover, the ironclad fact is that the young lady of the Xiao family, your childhood companion, is your true match. He subtly reminded Cui Xiangdong, in a delicate manner, to ensure he does not fall under the spell of Lou Xiaoya again, lest it displease the Xiao family and potentially jeopardize the long-standing relationship between the Cui and Xiao families. Uncle, I fully understand that a good horse does not turn back to graze on old pastures, Cui Xiangdong replied with an awkward smile. Then, that is settled, Su Baichuan hesitated before changing the subject. Xiangdong, this evening, I received a call from your mother. She mentioned that a new county magistrate is soon to be appointed in Yunhu County. After Zhao Gang was summoned for a tea, it became necessary to appoint a new magistrate to oversee the county's economic affairs. Given the adverse impact caused by Zhao Gang's son pursuing Lou Xiaoya in Kaihong Town, it is entirely reasonable for a new magistrate to be dispatched to Yunhu. However, this new magistrate has drawn the attention of Su Lin in distant Yanjing, prompting her to specifically call Su Baichuan to inform him to relay this to you, which is somewhat unusual. Cui Xiangdong did not rush to inquire further. Cradling a thermos, I gazed into Su Baichuan's eyes, patiently awaiting his elucidation. Su Baichuan spoke directly. Xiangdong, the new county magistrate soon to be parachuted into Yunhu County, is specifically targeting you. It dawned on Cui Xiangdong that this was an adversary of the Cui family, in both the commercial and political arenas. And even within the hallowed halls of academia, any ambition for progress inevitably breeds rivals. Furthermore, the Cui family, entrenched within the elite circles of Yanjing, would undoubtedly ruffle many feathers in their quest for advantage. Upon learning of Cui Xiangdong's emergence in Rainbow Town, a family slighted by the CYS seized the opportunity presented by Zhao Gang's downfall to swiftly dispatch an individual to Yunhu, seeking to employ all permissible strategies to subdue him in Rainbow Town, a rather commonplace maneuver. What perplexed Cui Xiangdong was that he was not even the most distinguished third-generation scion of the Cui family. The crux of the matter was that, over the past 2 years, he had sacrificed his political aspirations for the sake of a so-called romance. Was it truly warranted for them to send a deputy-level official to specifically target someone as unambitious as himself? Cui Xiangdong was most unwilling to attract the attention of adversaries so soon after his rebirth, as it jeopardized his covert plans for quiet development in Rainbow Town, compelling him to devote considerable energy to the machinations of rivalry. However, he remained unfazed. In 2 lifetimes, he still had the backing of both the Cui and Su families. If he were to be stymied in Rainbow Town, he might as well leap forward several decades once more. In discussing this matter, one might say you have suffered an unjust calamity. Su Baichuan offered a wry smile and remarked, the family intent on suppressing you is the Qin family. A core member of the Qin lineage has been pursuing Xiao Qiuo throughout your 2 years of marriage. Just as the Xiao family appeared ready to relent, you initiated a divorce. Old Master Cui promptly approached the Xiao family to propose marriage again, and Xiao Qiuo readily consented, while you were celebrating. The Qin family was seething with indignation. The Qin family has never been aligned with the Cui family, and now the eminent Miss Xiao, who was nearly theirs, has been snatched away by the CUIS. Can the Qin family simply swallow this slight? Cui Xiangdong found himself at a loss for words. He had only just begun to address the grievances of a stolen wife, and was feeling quite content, never anticipating that the Qin family in Yanjing would also regard him as an enemy deserving of retribution, going so far as to deploy an envoy to Yunhu with the intent to suppress him. How should one interpret this turn of events? His sister mentioned that the individual sent by the Qin family is a woman. Su Baichuan continued, this woman is the granddaughter-in-law of the Qin family. Several years ago, she held a prominent position in a remote township in Yungue. It is said that her capabilities are exceptional and have garnered special attention from Yanjing. Earlier this year, she attended a party school, and shortly after her graduation, she received a significant opportunity for external deployment. Thus, at the age of 30, she became a rare deputy-level official wielding substantial authority. As long as it is not a directly governed city, leading a township equates to a division chief level. If a township head excels in their work and attends a party school, they are regarded as a rising star deserving of focused cultivation. Upon graduation, their external deployment rank typically ascends from division chief to deputy director. However, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Qin family has remarkably ascended from a mere official position to that of a county magistrate, wielding substantial authority. This clearly indicates that, aside from her formidable background, her professional capabilities have garnered the admiration of influential figures. Thus, it is evident that she is indeed a formidable adversary. Cui Xiangdong remarked in a calm tone. Su Baichuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he inquired, Xiangdong, knowing full well that she is a formidable opponent, why do you not fear her? Cui Xiangdong smiled faintly but remained silent. No matter how formidable an opponent may be, before the astonishingly powerful reborn individual, her only fate is to leave Yunhu in disgrace. The confidence of his nephew filled Su Baichuan with pride. He produced a cigarette, and, after lighting it for his uncle, Cui Xiangdong asked, what is the name of that young lady from the Qin family? Su Baichuan replied, her surname is Lou. What? Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. He had become particularly sensitive to the surname Lou, especially when associated with a woman. His thoughts immediately drifted to his ex-wife, Lou Xiaoya, and he felt a wave of discomfort. Su Baichuan continued, her name is Lou Xiaolu. Chapter 42. The marriage proposal of Xiangdong to Su Huang. The name of the woman is Lou Xiaolu. These three pieces of information are simply inescapable for Cui Xiangdong, who cannot help but associate them with Lou Xiaoya. Upon receiving this phone call, I immediately set out to investigate Lou Xiaolu based on the information provided by my sister. As if anticipating Cui Xiangdong's thoughts, Su Baichuan remarked, at the age of 30, Lou Xiaolu hails from the Lou family in Jinling. Preliminary inquiries at the branch of Future Group there reveal that, although her mother is from this side of Tiandong, Lou Xiaolu has grown up in Jinling. Therefore, the young mistress of the Qin family shares no relation with your ex-wife, Lou Xiaoya. He chuckled, adding, even if there were a connection, it would be inconsequential. Cui Xiangdong let out a hollow laugh, yet felt a sense of relief within. Xiangdong, after you see off Zhaojian tonight, will you return to work with any plans in mind? Su Baichuan shifted the topic, lowering his voice. What I mean is, our Su family could secretly establish a company and invest in Rainbow Town, which would enable you to achieve certain results in the shortest possible time. Of course, this must remain concealed from the old patriarch of the Cui family. There's no need for that, uncle. Although the old man is advanced in age, his sight is keen and his hearing sharp. He would undoubtedly perceive the ruse, which would be counterproductive. Cui Xiangdong firmly rejected. Trust me, even without your assistance, I can revitalize the economy of Rainbow Town within 2 years. Su Baichuan smiled lightly, lifting his cup to take a sip. His expression was one of disbelief that Cui Xiangdong could lead a town recently ravaged by economic turmoil without the support of the Su family. Cui Xiangdong noticed this skepticism but did not feel offended. He stood up to take his leave. Uncle, this matter is settled, and I should return. You should head back to the city as well. Very well. Do take care on your journey, Su Baichuan said as he stood to see Cui Xiangdong off. Cui Xiangdong, accompanied by Minro, got into the car, honked the horn, and waved goodbye to Su Baichuan. Once his vehicle vanished from Su Baichuan's sight, Lin Hong drove up beside him. After getting into the car, Su Baichuan immediately took out his mobile phone and called his sister, Su Lin. He briefly recounted the situation to her. Baichuan, Xiangdong is right, Su Lin replied after listening. Once the Su family assists Xiangdong, it will be impossible to keep it from the old patriarch's notice. However, Su Baichuan interjected softly, without our support, Xiangdong's chances of revitalizing the economy of the severely affected Rainbow Town within 2 years are nearly non-existent. After all, he has been preoccupied with love and lacks experience in economic matters, especially with the young mistress of the Qin family set to arrive at Yunhu. His career will undoubtedly face obstacles. Xiangdong's inability to achieve prominence would not bode well for you or for our Su family. Su Lin remained silent. The likelihood of Xiangdong withstanding the pressure from the young mistress of the Qin family and revitalizing the economy of Rainbow Town was almost negligible. Su Baichuan continued. 2 years will pass in the blink of an eye. By then, whether it is Xiangdong or you, your standing within the Cui family will surely continue to decline. Thus, it affects the entire Su family and the layout of the inland economic market. Su Lin then inquired, do you mean that the Su family still intends to assist Xiangdong? Su Baichuan nodded affirmatively. We must help. Su Lin expressed her concern. But what about the old man? We shall adopt a different approach to provide assistance. Su Baichuan interjected. Sister, do you remember Su Huang? Su Huang, the driver, Lin Hong, immediately envisioned a woman who was both noble and alluring, elegant, yet profoundly indifferent. Are you referring to the child whom our father rescued from the sea 27 years ago? Indeed, Su Lin replied. Though I have not seen her for many years, I still recall my little cousin. Isn't she in Europe? Do you intend for her to come here to aid Xiangdong? However, Su Baichuan's response was evasive. A marriage alliance. A marriage alliance? Su Lin was momentarily taken aback and asked, what sort of marriage alliance? Su Baichuan replied coolly, to arrange a marriage between Xiangdong and Su Huang. How is that even possible? Su Lin exclaimed in disbelief. Xiangdong's fiancé is Xiao Qiuo. How could he possibly enter into a marriage with Su Huang? Besides, Su Huang is his aunt. Su Huang is not a child of our Su family, but merely Xiangdong's nominal aunt. There is no issue with that, Su Baichuan stated. I am well aware that Xiangdong's fiancé is Miss Xiao. Su Lin fell silent. Su Baichuan continued, however, given that Xiangdong is the grandson of our Su family, having a mistress in Xiangjiang is hardly remarkable. Indeed, Su Lin murmured softly. It is quite normal for Xiangdong's mistress to assist him in developing the economy in Rainbow Town. Only in this manner can we adhere to the old man's commands while ensuring Xiangdong maintains a foothold within the Cui family, thus reconstructing the benefit framework of the Cui Su marriage after you wed my brother-in-law. Su Baichuan paused before saying, I have already discussed this matter with our father, and he is quite supportive. Furthermore, he suggested we establish a new company, initially dedicated to acquiring business from the future group, allowing for rapid growth. The company shall be named Su Huang Group, with Su Huang serving as the chairperson. The Su family's stake will not exceed 15, providing Su Huang with the utmost security. But, Su Lin expressed her concern, I remember that child Su Huang is quite haughty. How could she possibly agree to be a mistress? Su Baichuan retorted coldly, without the Su family, she would have perished in the sea long ago. Without the Su family, regardless of her arrogance or beauty, she would not possess her current status. The Su family has granted her everything. It is time for her to repay us. Sighing softly, Su Lin expressed her resignation. The call concluded. At 11:30 that night, Cui Xiangdong drove back to Rainbow Town. He parked his car at the entrance of the town's courtyard, glanced at his watch, and asked Min Ro, who was seated in the passenger seat, Where is your younger sister currently residing? I can take you there. As he returned, he cast a sidelong glance at Min Ro, who was silently gazing out of the car window. Before turning to face her, Zhao Jiao is now at the Vice Township residence. What? Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback and inquired, How is your younger sister residing in her home? We were already living there before you assumed the role of mayor. Min Ro then succinctly recounted the events following Lou Xiaoya's arrival at Minjia village. It was at this moment that Cui Xiangdong experienced a sudden realization. No wonder Lou Xiaoya had suggested that Min Ro become a nanny at his house. She had already welcomed the Min sisters into her abode. With that understanding, Cui Xiangdong parked his vehicle in front of the town's office building, and, as he opened the door to exit, he asked, Are you capable of unbuckling your seatbelt? Yes, Min Ro replied softly, her gaze lowered. Once she had disembarked, Cui Xiangdong led her through the back entrance of the town hall to the family quarters. Upon gazing at the dimly lit Lu residence, Cui Xiangdong felt averse to encountering that family, excluding old Lu, and suggested to Min Ro, It is rather late, and it would be inconvenient to disturb her. How about you spend the night at my place? You can stay in my bedroom while I sleep on the sofa outside. Rest assured, I am a good person. Min Ro responded, I can sleep on the sofa. Strangely, she felt at ease sharing a small courtyard with a man. Very well. He acquiesced, since you are willing to occupy the sofa, so be it. It is not cold now, so you need not fear catching a chill. Upon returning home, Cui Xiangdong handed Min Ro a blanket, advised her not to overthink, and wished her a good night before retreating to his bedroom. After nearly 3 hours of driving back and forth, he too felt fatigued. Before lying down, he intended to contemplate the situation with Lou Xiaolu, but within moments, he succumbed to a deep slumber. Time passed, and Cui Xiangdong, in a drowsy state, sensed the presence of another person beside him. In his haze, his subconscious instinctively assumed it was Lou Xiaoya. He reached out, encircling her slender waist, and murmured, Xiaoya, are you hoping to treat me to some buns again? Chapter 43. The unfading heart of my ex-wife. Many habits, deeply ingrained over time, are not easily altered within a brief span, especially when one is caught in a haze of slumber. Upon realizing the presence of a soft, supple body nestled beside him, memories of the once blissful life with Lou Xiaoya surged forth in Cui Xiangdong's mind, leading him to mistakenly believe that the woman in his embrace was indeed Lou Xiaoya. Lou Xiaoya remained silent, merely shifting slightly. It was an instinctive reaction, Cui Xiangdong. Without opening his eyes, adeptly lifted a leg to rest in the crook of his arm and rolled over. Lou Xiaoya cooperatively wrapped her arms around his neck, inadvertently brushing against the wound on his neck, a remnant of Min Ro's bite. The sudden pain elicited a soft grunt from the still drowsy Cui Xiangdong, pulling him further into consciousness. As he opened his eyes, his heart raced with a fervor that echoed loudly in his chest. I am divorced from Lou Xiaoya now. I reside in the second courtyard of the family compound. So, who is this woman slipping into my embrace under the cover of darkness? A swift electric thought coursed through Cui Xiangdong's mind, leading him to the answer. Min Ro. This woman, who had quietly entered his bedroom and nestled into his arms, could only be Min Ro. He recalled that he had brought Min Ro home last night, and they were alone together in the house. If not her, then who else could it be? But why would Min Ro seek to share his bed? 3 reasons emerged. First, gratitude. Having avenged her mother's murder, Min Ro felt an overwhelming debt to Cui Xiangdong and resolved to repay it with her body. Second, in light of the collapse of her family, she understood that raising the Min family alone would be an arduous task. She needed a powerful ally to shield her from the storms of life. in all of Tianxiao Town, who could serve as a better protector than Cui Xiangdong. Third, Min Ro had inherited her mother's traits. It was well known that Min Ro's mother had been saved from drowning by Min Hanzi in her youth, and in gratitude, she had defied familial opposition to marry the much older man. Such gratitude is a commendable virtue. Thus, just as her mother had married Min Hanzi to repay her debt, Min Ro sought to express her gratitude to Cui Xiangdong by slipping into his embrace tonight. In a matter of seconds, Cui Xiangdong discerned the reasons behind Min Ro's actions. Yet, the pain in his neck flared once more as the anxious Min Ro tightened her grip around him. Signaling her distress, Cui Xiangdong gently pried her fingers away, lowering her legs and leaning back against the wall. Min Ro immediately entwined herself around him again. Min Ro. Cui Xiangdong's voice emerged coldly from the shadows, akin to a bucket of icy water poured over her, instantly cooling the fervor that coursed through her veins. She sat before him, paralyzed with fear and no longer daring to move. Min Ro, you must leave. Cui Xiangdong gazed into the darkness, her pair of flickering eyes softening as she spoke. I understand your thoughts, and I shan't reproach you. In fact, I can act as though nothing ever transpired. Do you grasp my meaning? Min Ro remained silent. Cui Xiangdong did not press further, simply observing her in tranquil silence. Gradually, Min Ro's breathing and heartbeat returned to normal. She slowly placed her feet on the ground, her steps somewhat unsteady, as she exited the bedroom. With a long exhale, Cui Xiangdong reclined once more, contemplating a particularly pressing issue. Setting aside the matters of this life, let us reflect on the past. In a previous existence, driven by impulsiveness, Cui Xiangdong's greatest loathing was directed towards Lou Xiaoya. For decades following his departure from Rainbow Town, he had cursed the woman who had betrayed him almost every night. Yet, upon awakening from a stupor to discover a woman nestled beside him, why did he instinctively think it was Lou Xiaoya? It dawned on him that the resentment he harbored for her over several decades had etched her visage deeply into his heart, much like a blade carving its mark. Having found clarity, Cui Xiangdong began to reminisce about the events leading up to his departure from Rainbow Town. Even from the far reaches of the Northwest, he still thought of Lou Xiaoya, wishing for her to endure a miserable existence. In truth, after his departure, her fate had dramatically altered. She lost her position and, akin to Cui Xiangdong, never remarried. However, a year after he left, he learned that Lou Xiaoya had given birth to a daughter. If she had not married, whose child could that possibly be? Cui Xiangdong, uninterested in pursuing the matter further, felt only a heightened disdain for her. It appeared that one could hold someone firmly in memory through hatred, never to forget until death. Thus, from this moment forth, he resolved to cease blaming Lou Xiaoya for her betrayal, to entirely release her from his heart, as if he had never loved her at all. With these thoughts, Cui Xiangdong drifted back into slumber. When he opened his eyes again, it was already 7 in the morning. He quickly sat up, dressed, and exited the bedroom. Min Ro had already departed. The blanket he had brought her the night before was neatly folded on the sofa. On the coffee table lay breakfast, not the usual dumplings he was accustomed to, but a bowl of egg noodles, evidently prepared by Min Ro before her departure, still warm to the touch. Also on the table was a piece of stationery, adorned with a delicate script. I apologize. I shall never again partake in such foolishness. Please forgive me. Acknowledging her willingness to amend her mistakes, Cui Xiangdong, who had not dwelled on the events of the early morning, smiled and entered the bathroom. After freshening up, he settled onto the sofa and picked up the chopsticks. Remarkably, despite being merely a simple bowl of egg noodles, it was quite delightful, far superior to anything Lou Xiaoya had ever prepared. Wait, why had his thoughts wandered back to that woman once more? Cui Xiangdong promptly shook his head and casually picked up a book on business economics, beginning to read while he ate. At 7:40, he appeared invigorated, greeting acquaintances with a smile as he made his way to the office on the 3rd floor. The door was ajar. A woman, clad in a white blouse and a black pencil skirt, was facing away from the entrance, diligently wiping the desk with a cloth. That curvaceous silhouette was unmistakably familiar. Cui Xiangdong's expression darkened instantly. While he appreciated assistance in maintaining the office's cleanliness, organizing documents and newspapers, and brewing a cup of tea, he was acutely aware that, given his current position, he was not entitled to a secretary. Even if he were, it would be a government office employee assigned to the task. So why did Deputy Mayor Lou Xiaoya take the liberty of entering his office uninvited to attend to him? The thought that his ex-wife harbored lingering affections inexplicably crossed his mind. Lou Xiaoya sensed his presence and turned to look. Upon recognizing Cui Xiangdong, she disregarded his grim demeanor and greeted him with a charming smile. "Good morning, Mayor Cui." Chapter 44. She truly is a fool who deserves 1,000 knives. As it was early and they were in the office, Cui Xiangdong quickly suppressed his displeasure and returned a courteous nod with a smile. He approached his desk and, once seated, addressed Lou Xiaoya, who was preparing tea for him. "Deputy Town Head Lou, please hold off for a moment. There are matters I wish to discuss with you." "Are you going to admonish me?" "There is no need for such flattery," Lou Xiaoya replied, moving towards the water dispenser with the teacup in hand. "Or perhaps you intend to inform me that as a deputy town head, I am merely playing the role of your secretary? If word of that spreads, it could reflect poorly on you, and might even resurrect issues regarding your reputation as a fine steed who returns to old pastures." Cui Xiangdong remained silent, merely reaching for a cigarette to light. Everything he wished to convey had already been articulated by Lou Xiaoya, rendering any further words unnecessary. The crux of the matter was that Lou Xiaoya understood him far too well. Just as he was about to ignite the cigarette, something suddenly crossed his mind, and he returned it to the pack. This subtle gesture did not escape Lou Xiaoya's notice as she prepared his tea, igniting a brief moment of smugness within her. "Town Head Cui, please enjoy your tea," she said, placing the cup before him, her hands resting lightly on her abdomen. "Given the withdrawal of those private enterprises, as the deputy town head responsible for investment attraction, I find myself with little to do. If I can serve you well and help you focus your efforts on salvaging the town's economy, it would be my indirect contribution." Her reasoning was indeed sound. "As for the potential fallout from rumors of my private attentions towards you, that seemed trivial in comparison." Lou Xiaoya chuckled lightly, her tone airy. "We were once a couple sharing the same bed, though I foolishly shattered our happy marriage. Even if the entire world knew I rekindled a liaison with my ex-husband through you, who would dare speak ill of it?" Cui Xiangdong, her words held considerable merit. "Deputy Town Head Lou, please take a seat." He lifted his cup and blew gently over the surface of the water. "I have 2 matters to discuss with you." Lou Xiaoya promptly moved to the guest area, gracefully settling into a chair, legs crossed and back straight, her gaze fixed upon him, embodying the image of attentive listening. "The first matter," Cui Xiangdong set down his teacup, meeting her gaze. "Even if I do not speak, you can discern that my background is quite formidable." Lou Xiaoya nodded. "Since I followed you to Rainbow Town, the private enterprises you attracted were all aided by my behind-the-scenes efforts." Cui Xiangdong continued. "Yet you must be puzzled. If I possess such significant influence, why not wield it for my own benefit? Why not disclose this to you, instead choosing to assist you from the shadows? My support helped you shine in Rainbow Town, ultimately leading you to the position of deputy town head. This indirectly caused you to perceive your own capabilities as exceptional, leading you to perhaps feel a sense of superiority. Meanwhile, I remained in the background, allowing you to begin looking down upon me. Eventually, under the sway of your family's persuasion, you may have come to believe that I am unworthy of you." Lou Xiaoya nodded again, her gaze dimming, a dull ache forming in her heart. Instinctively, she raised a hand to gently pat her chest. "It was because, at the time of our love, my family arranged a marriage that was deemed suitable for me. However, I vehemently opposed it, insisting that I be with you." When Cui Xiangdong recounted this, his face was filled with profound sentiment. "My father was quite furious and warned me that if I disregarded the family's wishes and insisted on being with you, I would never have a future in politics." Lou Xiaoya closed her eyes, her face etched with anguish, and said in a muted voice, "Xiangdong, please stop. I understand." She truly did comprehend. Back then, between the allure of power and the beauty of love, Cui Xiangdong chose love. He could not achieve success on his political path while utilizing his family's influence to nurture her. Yet she raised her hand once more, striking her increasingly pained heart. "Some truths are better expressed, even though I wish to avoid reopening this wound." Cui Xiangdong lifted his teacup, took a sip, and continued. "After our divorce, I regained my eligibility for a political career. However, as punishment for my initial misguided choice, my family withdrew their support from those private enterprises and made it unequivocally clear that I had 2 years to revitalize the economy of Rainbow Town. Yet, they forbade the future group from assisting me. If I cannot rejuvenate the economic landscape within 2 years, I will have to return home in disgrace, wasting away my life. I am sorry, Xiangdong, truly sorry." Lou Xiaoya covered her face with her hands, her voice trembling with unspeakable regret. She had not only lost love and a once happy marriage, but also the father of the life she carried within her. Furthermore, She had utterly collapsed the promising economy of Rainbow Town. This ultimately led to Cui Xiangdong facing the loss of family support after embarking on his political career. With the prospect of leaving in shame 2 years later, she realized once more that she was indeed a fool deserving of 1,000 cuts. I share this with you not to witness your pain over regretted choices. Cui Xiangdong lowered his eyelids and said softly, I simply feel it is imperative that you know these things. Yes, I understand. Lou Xiaoya lowered her hands and lifted her face, forcing a smile. Cui Xian, what about the second matter you wish to discuss? The second matter is, Cui Xiangdong paused, gazing into her eyes. On the very night of our divorce, my family proposed another marriage for me. I have already consented. Thus, I am now engaged to another and must refrain from any impropriety with any woman, even if that woman is my ex-wife. Lou Xiaoya's complexion drained of color. Even though she was acutely aware of the minuscule chances of reconciling with Cui Xiangdong, a flicker of hope lingered in her heart. That sliver of hope was rooted in the fact that she was carrying Cui Xiangdong's child. She yearned for him to consider their child and offer her a final chance to persuade his family to accept her once more. Yet, Cui Xiangdong now informed her that his family had already arranged another engagement for him. The critical point was that he had already given his consent. From the moment he agreed, he had become another's fiancé. Even if Lou Xiaoya were to be deemed utterly foolish, she would still comprehend that marriages among affluent families are entangled with various interests. The man she once grievously wounded, Cui Xiangdong, even if his head were to be struck by a mule for 3 days and nights, would never reconsider his engagement with a certain young lady on her behalf. Xiangdong, you're busy. I shall take my leave. Lou Xiaoya remained seated in a daze for an indeterminate duration before she finally rose, her steps somewhat unsteady as she returned to her room. With a resounding thud, she forcefully closed the door behind her. Observing her demeanor, Cui Xiangdong shook his head. He felt neither the thrill of retribution nor any sense of pity for her. Suddenly, the telephone rang, jarring him from his scattered thoughts. After taking a moment to collect himself and having just inhaled a puff of smoke, he picked up the receiver and placed it to his ear. Cui Xian, this is Yin Ming. I'm the director of the Rainbow Town Government Office. I have urgent news. A large-scale brawl has erupted at Rainbow Lake. The combatants are from our town and the residents of Qingxi Town in Panlong County. Currently, over 10 individuals have sustained injuries. Chapter 45. She was struck during an argument. What? Upon hearing this alarming report from Yin Ming, Cui Xiangdong's expression changed dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. In this era, the legal system is not as robust as it is in the future. When a fight, and you end up in a cell, lose one, and you find yourself in a hospital. In any case, there are no true victors in a brawl. Particularly in rural areas, altercations and scuffles have become commonplace. Large-scale skirmishes involving multiple participants are not rare either, typically occurring between production teams or villages. If tempers flare and the situation escalates, one might even see a crooked submachine gun emerge. The populace possesses a vast array of firearms. In a few years, during a confrontation between two villages, even homemade cannons were brought into play, prompting the local government to deploy armed police to resolve the chaos. Consequently, each major melee results in numerous injuries and, in some cases, fatalities. However, the brawl reported by Yin Ming transcended the usual village disputes. It was a conflict between towns and potentially even counties. The severity of such an incident cannot be overstated. Should it be mishandled, it could not only astonish Yunhu County, but also draw the attention of Qingshan City. All right, I understand. I will head to the scene immediately. Cui Xiangdong, with the wisdom of 2 lifetimes, though flustered, inquired gravely. Director Yin, please notify the police station at once. Instruct Chun to gather all available officers and rush to the site as swiftly as possible. Understood, Yin Ming replied, and the call ended. Cui Xiangdong rounded the table and dashed out of the office, which stood ajar. The large-scale melee was already in full swing. Every second of delay could result in injury or even death. Cui Xiangdong had no time to consider decorum. After exiting the office, he sought out Secretary Zhang Lianghua. Given the gravity of the situation, not only had the town mayor sprung into action, but the head of Rainbow Town, Zhang Lianghua, would also need to abandon all ongoing tasks to attend to the scene. However, Zhang Lianghua's office door was firmly shut. He might have had other commitments today and was absent from work. Cui Xiangdong hurried downstairs to the administrative office on the first floor. Wang Wenhai, the director of the administrative office, was on the phone, his face etched with urgency. Noting his distress, Cui Xiangdong realized Wang was already aware of the brawl and was hastily trying to reach Zhang Lianghua, who had not reported to work. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed down the staircase. Liu Changhai, the full-time deputy secretary of Rainbow Town, along with several members of the disciplinary committee and a few vice mayors who were at home, quickly descended upon receiving the news. Wang Linhai set down the receiver, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, and reported to Cui Xiangdong, "I can't reach Secretary Zhang. His family said he left early this morning. They are unaware of his whereabouts." "Very well. You stay here and continue to try reaching Secretary Zhang. Additionally, keep an ear out for the latest updates from Rainbow Lake." Cui Xiangdong turned around and addressed Liu Changhai and the others, saying, "Secretary Changhai, let us proceed to the scene." "All right." Given the urgency of the situation, there were no objections to Cui Xiangdong's command. The town possessed a total of 4 official vehicles: Secretary Zhang Lianghua, Mayor Cui Xiangdong, Chairman of the Town People's Congress Yu Liqing, representing respect for senior comrades, and the Deputy Mayor responsible for commerce, Lou Xiaoya. In addition, there was a jeep and a van of unknown make. These 2 vehicles were utilized by the members of the leadership team, the Deputy Mayor, and office personnel when they went out. Zhang Lianghua was unaccounted for, as his car was not at home. Similarly, Chairman Yu Liqing was also missing, with his vehicle absent. The van, which could accommodate the most passengers, was currently undergoing engine repairs beneath the west wall of the courtyard. There were also 2 sedans and a jeep. With 7 or 8 individuals, 3 vehicles were sufficient. As Cui Xiangdong retrieved the car keys and was about to inquire who would accompany him in his vehicle, he noticed Lou Xiaoya tossing her keys to the publicity committee member Ma Jing. Without hesitation, she snatched the keys from him and climbed into the car, indicating her desire to ride with Cui Xiangdong, or rather, to serve as his driver. Despite his clear intentions, her actions perplexed him. Cui Xiangdong, visibly displeased, had no time to voice his objections and simply jumped into the passenger seat. With a resounding thud, he had barely closed the door when Lou Xiaoya deftly engaged the gear, pressed the accelerator, and sped out of the town courtyard. Just then, 2 police cars and a 3-wheeled motorcycle from the police station approached from the west. All vehicles blared their sirens as they raced past the entrance of the town courtyard, showing no signs of slowing down. Back in college, Cui Xiangdong had financed both himself and Lou Xiaoya in obtaining their driver's licenses, particularly after she acquired her own vehicle. She frequently drove herself out, demonstrating commendable driving skills. She swiftly maneuvered the steering wheel, following closely behind the police cars while accelerating further. Though she had her own vehicle, she insisted on driving for Cui Xiangdong. He had no inclination to question her motives. He merely furrowed his brow, gazing out the window, wishing they could arrive at the incident site in an instant. The Rainbow Lake, as stated by Yan Ming, was the origin of Rainbow Town and even Yunhu County. Long ago, this area was a vast expanse of water, and after rainfall, a rainbow would arch over the lake, leading the ancient inhabitants to name it Rainbow Lake. As time passed and the landscape transformed, the once boundless lake gradually receded, revealing land that was cultivated, resulting in an increase in residents, thus forming Yunhu County and the neighboring Panlong County. The origin of Panlong County also traces back to Rainbow Lake. The ancient residents living to the east of Rainbow Lake claimed to have seen a coiled dragon, leading to the designation of their area as Panlong County during territorial delineation. The name Qingxi Town emerged from the unique porcelain crafted from the soil exposed after the lake dried up. In summary, the ancient Rainbow Lake, through the passage of time, gave rise to 2 counties on the newly formed land. Adjacent to Rainbow Lake are 2 towns, Rainbow Town in Yunhu County and Qingxi Town in Panlong County. However, the water body has significantly diminished, transforming into thousands of small lakes in modern times. During fierce disputes over fishery resources between the 2 counties, these small lakes were arbitrarily divided into 2 equal parts, allocated to each county. This has led to frequent conflicts among fish farmers from both counties specifically, from Rainbow Town and Qingxi Town, over trivial matters. Upon receiving a call from Director Yan, I promptly contacted Director Li Min of our town's fishery farm to inquire about the situation. Lou Xiaoya elaborated. The issue arose simply because individuals from Qingxi Town secretly discharged a large number of harmful black fish, which we refer to as black kill, into the shared live water channel of our town's hundreds of fish ponds. This act was discovered, and, when attempts were made to intervene, it escalated into a verbal confrontation. She glanced at Cui Xiangdong, confirming his attentiveness to her report, and continued. The person who caught the fish farmers from Qingxi town in the act was Min Ro, who was physically assaulted during the ensuing argument. Blackfish were considered toxic in the 1990s, and no one dared to consume them. Chapter 46. Toward the east, return, danger Min Ro? Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, instantly recalling the girl who had unexpectedly sought refuge in his embrace earlier that morning. Yet, how could Min Ro have ventured to Rainbow Lake and suffered harm? This morning, as dawn had yet to break, Min Ro, who had mysteriously disappeared the previous night, returned home to inform me of her intention to accompany her younger sister to seek shelter with their uncle, who was engaged in fish farming at Rainbow Lake. Lou Xiaoya continued, I advised her to remain in town and offered to help her find employment. However, she remained resolute, adamantly insisting on departing. Recognizing her unwavering determination, I refrained from further argument. When I saw them off, coincidentally, the director of the fishery, Mr. Li, was driving that way and kindly agreed to escort them. Thus, upon arriving at the scene of the incident, Mr. Li was able to identify her. Cui Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement. Lou Xiaoya was a native of the region, having grown up immersed in the ancient legends of Rainbow Lake. As the deputy town mayor responsible for industry and commerce, she frequently visited the fishery and was well-versed in its affairs. In contrast, since settling in Rainbow Town, Cui Xiangdong spent his days either at the agricultural machinery station or within the town's residential quarters, only occasionally showing concern for local enterprises such as Jinxing Aluminum. His ignorance of the fishery's circumstances was profound. He was utterly unaware of what Haisha referred to or the nature of the living water ditch. The living water ditch served as a flood discharge channel, encircled by countless small lakes, fish ponds, spanning thousands of square meters. During the rainy season, the water from these ponds would overflow, while in the dry season, the water levels would significantly diminish. To sustain the fish and shrimp, it was imperative to replenish the water supply. Moreover, when a pond required draining, essentially emptying it to introduce fresh water, akin to regularly changing water for goldfish, a channel was necessary for irrigation and drainage. The living water ditch was interconnected with hundreds of ponds, allowing for fish and shrimp to thrive, albeit without dedicated management, resulting in many people fishing there casually. Rainbow Town's hundreds of fish ponds were serviced by a single living water ditch, just as Qingxi Town's ponds were similarly connected. The boundary between the two towns lay between these living water ditches, marked by a gravel road approximately 10 meters wide, serving as the main thoroughfare for fishermen transporting goods and feed. As for Haisha, it was reputed to be a freshwater fish native to India, though it was unclear when it had made its way to our country. Lou Xiaoya began to elucidate the nature of Haisha to Cui Xiangdong. This invasive species was characterized by its dark blue-black hue and a mouthful of sharp, serrated teeth. It appeared on menus alongside various aquatic delicacies, prompting locals to dub it the black fish killer, abbreviated as Haisha. Not only was it notoriously ruthless, exhibiting no dietary restrictions or familial bonds, but its reproductive capacity and growth rate far exceeded that of native species such as carp and crucian carp. A juvenile Haisha could reach a weight of 3 to 4 pounds in a mere 3 months. This is due to its formidable teeth and inherently fierce nature, as it relentlessly preys on other aquatic creatures, enabling it to grow at an alarming rate. This invasive species also has a penchant for consuming decaying fish and shrimp, which the local populace fails to comprehend, merely labeling it as poisonous and inedible. Beyond its toxicity, it also preys on fish such as carp, which have been cultivated by local fishermen. Its remarkable reproductive capacity and minimal environmental requirements render it nothing short of a pest. Consequently, each year, fishermen expend considerable manpower and resources to eradicate these predators, yet their efforts yield little success. Gradually, the black killers have inundated the countless fish ponds of Rainbow Lake, leading to a significant decline in the population of edible fish and shrimp, which greatly demoralizes the aquaculturists. Our town boasts a total of 466 fish ponds. However, due to the proliferation of these black killers, nearly 400 of these ponds remain uncultivated. The situation in the neighboring town may be even more dire. When discussing these matters, Lou Xiaoya speaks with the authority of familiarity. Ever since she assumed the role of the first deputy mayor, following the incumbent mayor's shift towards negligence, Lou Xiaoya has effectively managed the town's economy. Min Ro's uncle is one of the few individuals in our town who has contracted fish ponds, conveniently located adjacent to a freshwater stream. As Lou Xiaoya deftly maneuvered the steering wheel to avoid a pothole, She remarked that Min Ro sought refuge with her uncle to assist in fish farming. This morning, upon visiting her uncle's fish pond, she fortuitously encountered individuals from Qingxi town disposing of a truckload of these harmful fish into our town's freshwater stream. Aware that these black killers pose a threat to fish, she realized that they would most likely first endanger her uncle's pond, prompting her to confront those individuals. The fishermen from Qingxi town had surreptitiously dumped harmful fish into the freshwater stream of Rainbow Town, only to be discovered by Min Ro, leading to a heated argument. This incident served as the catalyst for a rapid gathering of fishermen from both towns, culminating in a violent clash. By the time Lou Xiaoya finished her account, the vehicle had arrived at the scene of the incident. From a distance, Cui Xiangdong observed hundreds of individuals wielding sticks and even fish spears, engaged in a clear display of hostility towards one another. Scattered along the road and in the adjacent grass, dozens were lying down, with the sounds of women and children crying creating a cacophony. The response from the Rainbow Town police was swift, while those from Qingxi town had yet to arrive. However, the number of fishermen from Qingxi town significantly outnumbered those from Rainbow Town, appearing to be nearly 200 strong. Arriving ahead of Cui Xiangdong, Qin Yongshan leaped from his vehicle and charged into the fray. Despite the efforts of a few individuals trying to mediate and calm the situation, the appearance of a man raising a stick to strike the opposing side ignited the tensions. The agitated factions erupted into chaos, akin to a match igniting gasoline, resulting in a fierce confrontation involving around 300 young men. Qin Yongshan and a dozen police officers, attempting to intervene, found themselves overwhelmed like a small boat battered by waves, even as he drew his weapon and shouted in vain. For it was well known that the local police dared not fire. As the situation on site grew increasingly perilous, Lou Xiaoya felt a mixture of anxiety and fear. Just as she was about to shift gears to retreat the vehicle and temporarily distance herself from the danger zone, Cui Xiangdong had already flung open the door and dashed out. He was acutely aware that his reckless charge would likely lead to a fate similar to that of Qin Yongshan, swiftly engulfed by the raging tide. Yet, what alternative did he possess to halt this large-scale brawl, aside from rushing in? After all, he was the mayor of Rainbow Town. "Xiangdong, come back. It's dangerous," Lou Xiaoya cried out, her face paling in terror as she witnessed Cui Xiangdong sprinting forward. In a state of panic, she hurriedly exited the vehicle, shouting in desperation. However, Cui Xiangdong paid no heed to her pleas. Fearful of potential harm, Lou Xiaoya suddenly gritted her teeth and stomped her foot, resolutely following him into the fray. "Stop this at once. I am Cui Xiangdong, the mayor of Rainbow Town. Let us discuss this amicably." Upon entering the fray, Cui Xiangdong bellowed at the top of his lungs, striving to reach Qin Yongshan. Yet, with emotions running high among the hundreds of fishermen who would heed his shouts. However, a reckless individual from Qingxi town, upon hearing his proclamation, raised his club high and brought it crashing down onto Cui Xiangdong's back. "Xiangdong, watch out!" Lou Xiaoya, closely trailing behind him, gasped in horror and instinctively lunged forward, landing on his back. Thud! The thick white wax rod, roughly the size of a child's arm, struck Lou Xiaoya squarely on her back. Chapter 47. It turns out he is Cui Xiangdong. Upon feeling someone suddenly leap onto him, Cui Xiangdong instinctively turned his head. He was just in time to witness a stick come crashing down upon Lou Xiaoya. He was momentarily stunned. Instinct told Cui Xiangdong that Lou Xiaoya had bravely thrown herself onto his back to shield him from the blow when she saw someone attacking him with a stick. Lou Xiaoya, struck fiercely by the weapon, let out a heart-wrenching scream. This sound jolted Cui Xiangdong, who was bewildered by her willingness to sacrifice herself for him. His blood surged with a roar of fury, rushing to his head. He raised his hand to seize the stick, intending to retaliate with force, but suddenly came to his senses. He could not resort to violence. Should he act out, it would only exacerbate the chaos of a scene already teetering on the brink of death. Releasing the stick, he cradled Lou Xiaoya in his arms. Just as the sound of gunfire erupted, Qin Yongshan, sensing the situation escalating, fired a shot into the air as a warning. The piercing sound of the gun momentarily stilled the atmosphere around them. "Everyone, cease this madness. If you don't, I'll take him down right now," Qin Yongshan bellowed, brandishing his firearm with fierce authority. However, a burly man from Qingxi town, after a brief pause, raised his harpoon and charged toward Qin Yongshan. "Fear not. He wouldn't dare shoot at us," the man shouted. "Today, either the people of Rainbow Town perish, or we of Qingxi Town will fall. There is not a coward among the men of Qingxi Town. Come on, everyone, let us vanquish these Rainbow Town folks. Qin Yongshan's hard-earned calm was swiftly undermined by the man's fervent incitement. The visibly outnumbered men from Qingxi Town erupted once more, rallying with renewed fervor. The burly man spoke the truth. Qin Yongshan truly did not dare to fire upon them. In a moment of desperation, he stomped his foot down on the man's belly, temporarily pushing him back. Yet, the firearm Qin Yongshan wielded was suddenly snatched away. "Who dares to seize my gun in public?" he exclaimed in shock, turning around in alarm. To his astonishment, the one who had taken his weapon was none other than Cui Xiangdong, the mayor of Rainbow Town. Seeing him, Qin Yongshan felt a wave of relief wash over him and quickly urged, "Mayor Cui, firing a warning shot is futile. You must retreat quickly." He assumed Cui Xiangdong intended to employ the gun in the same manner. Even Lou Xiaoya, who was in pain yet sheltered in his embrace, shared this belief. However, Cui Xiangdong did not aim the gun at the sky for a warning. Instead, he directed it at the burly man's leg and pulled the trigger with determined force. Bang! With the gunshot, the burly man, who had just lunged forward with his harpoon, immediately staggered as blood erupted from his left leg, letting out a piercing scream as he collapsed to the ground. The renewed gunfire brought an abrupt halt to the chaotic scene, and everyone instinctively turned their gaze toward the source of the shot. Then, they witnessed the portly man bleeding from his left leg, kneeling on the ground. The young man, armed with a handgun, had already pressed the muzzle against his temple. Everyone, including Lou Xiaoya and Qin Yongshan, was momentarily stunned. No one had anticipated that Cui Xiangdong would dare to open fire. "I am the mayor of Rainbow Town, Cui Xiangdong." He forcefully pressed the gun against the portly man's head, while bellowing at the crowd, "Now, everyone put down your weapons. Step back. Otherwise, I will pull the trigger." As he spoke, Cui Xiangdong raised his pistol and fired a warning shot into the air before quickly returning the muzzle to the portly man's forehead. Astonishingly, he truly dared to shoot, and he was the mayor of Rainbow Town. With an official present, the prospect of further conflict became perilous, as it could lead to him firing at them. Those brandishing clubs, upon witnessing Cui Xiangdong's murderous glare and then glancing at the portly man, who was now curled up in pain and howling, and finally at the firearm aimed at his head, hastily retreated, discarding their weapons. The dire situation necessitated drastic measures to instill fear in everyone present to defuse the uncontrollable crisis. Most critically, Cui Xiangdong recognized that the portly man thrived on chaos. He would show no mercy to such a person. If he failed to subdue the crowd, Cui Xiangdong would undoubtedly fire a second shot at the portly man. However, he knew not to aim for the head. "Quickly step back, all of you." Qin Yongshan reacted with remarkable speed, swiftly organizing his men to form a barrier, separating the citizens of both towns. Liu Changhai and others seized the opportunity to rush forward, shouting at the people from Qingxi Town to retreat once more. At that moment, Zhang Jianhua, the mayor of Qingxi Town, arrived personally with a considerable entourage. Their presence effectively stabilized the tense situation. After glancing at Lou Xiaoya in his arms, Cui Xiangdong released her and reversed the gun, handing it to Qin Yongshan. "Qin, I suspect this man is the instigator of this violent incident." Immediately escort him aside for rigorous interrogation. Qin Yongshan had observed the portly man's earlier behavior keenly. "I share your suspicions. Daring to instigate such a large-scale brawl. He must be tired of living." With a menacing grin, Qin commanded, "Get this fool and drag him into the woods over there. Treat his wounds first. Then interrogate him thoroughly." Several men, disregarding the portly man's cries and struggles, swiftly seized him and dragged him toward the woods. The leaders from Qingxi Town approached briskly. Ignoring the pain in her back, Lou Xiaoya quietly introduced, "Cui Mayor, that man is Zhang Jianhua, the mayor of Qingxi Town." Cui Xiangdong nodded and extended his right hand as he greeted Zhang Jianhua. "Hello, Mayor Zhang. I am Cui Xiangdong, the mayor of Rainbow Town." "So, this is Cui Xiangdong." Upon hearing the words, Zhang Jianhua instinctively raised his gaze towards Cui Xiangdong. Though they hailed from different counties, the leaders of Qingxi Town were aware that on the very day Cui Xiangdong was appointed as the town mayor, Yunhu County's head, Zhao Gang, had been taken away. This revelation further underscored that Cui Xiangdong not only maintained a remarkable relationship with the future group, but was also backed by a significant family. After all, no matter how powerful the future group might be, it was inconceivable that they would allow Zhao Gang's son to jeopardize his position and thus oust him. "Greetings, Mayor Cui Xiangdong said with a tone of respect as he firmly grasped Cui Xiangdong's hand. Just as Cui Xiangdong was about to respond, a girl's voice pierced through the air. Sister, sister, you're bleeding. Instinctively, Cui Xiangdong turned to look, only to see Min Ro kneeling several meters away, blood streaming from her forehead. Chapter 48. Poisonous fish or black kill. Is it not merely a black fish? Min Ro felt that her demise was imminent. In this tumultuous melee, she, a delicate young girl, was akin to a fragile yellow flower amidst turbulent waves. Apart from being swept along by the chaos, she had no other recourse. The crux of the matter was that she could discern the burly man's intent to take her life amidst the disorder. It was only after she noticed him dumping copious amounts of black kill into the vibrant waters of Rainbow Town and promptly attempted to halt his actions that a massive brawl erupted between the two factions. The man's actions were tantamount to undermining the fishing economy of Rainbow Town. Once the town grasped the situation, they would undoubtedly not let the burly man off the hook. This also led the man to seize this opportunity amidst the chaos to silence her permanently, effectively extinguishing her voice. As long as Min Ro's testimony was eliminated, he could evade accountability in Rainbow Town. While Min Ro was physically frail, her intellect was keen. Yet, what did that matter? As a stick struck her head and she crumpled to the ground, despair engulfed her alongside her fear. Her mind was consumed with a singular thought. What would happen to Jiao Jiao if she perished? Had she foreseen this, she would have heeded Lou Xiaoya's advice and remained in the town instead of feeling humiliated after being rebuffed by Cui Xiangdong, insisting on bringing Jiao Jiao to seek refuge with her uncle. After her death, she would have no face to meet her parents. In her most desolate moment, she once again beheld that man, the very man who had aided her in seeking justice for her mother. The flower of her life, which had begun to wither, suddenly bloomed anew. Her gaze was fixated solely on Cui Xiangdong. It was only when her younger sister, having lingered at a distance, rushed over to kneel beside her, crying out that she was bleeding, that Min Ro regained her senses. You handle matters with Zhang. I shall check on Min Ro, Lou Xiaoya instructed Cui Xiangdong, hastening towards Min Ro alongside Ma Jing, the town's publicity commissioner. She could always intuitively grasp Cui Xiangdong's thoughts. Zhang Jianhua, the mayor of Qingxi Town, was acquainted with Lou Xiaoya and was aware that she had single-handedly driven away investments from 13 private enterprises in Rainbow Town, prompting Zhao Gang from Yunhu County to be summoned for a discussion. He also recognized that Lou Xiaoya was Cui Xiangdong's beloved. However, Zhang Jianhua now perceived that the relationship between Lou Xiaoya and Cui Xiangdong seemed rather intimate. Such matters were neither his concern nor within his purview. He merely exchanged pleasantries with Cui Xiangdong before embarking on the work negotiations. The first step in resolving the issue was to retain 5 individuals from each side to assist with the investigation. The second step involved instructing the subordinates from both towns to disperse the confrontational groups to a distance, awaiting further directives. The third step naturally entailed the town leaders from both sides convening to gather information from various representatives on site. Once the cause of the altercation was discerned, the leaders would then negotiate a resolution. Finally, they would address the principal culprits responsible for this significant conflict. The proceedings would be conducted on site, striving to minimize the situation swiftly. Transforming significant matters into trivial ones was essential to avoid alarming their respective counties and causing adverse repercussions. Soon, with the persuasion of the leaders from both towns, the hundreds of individuals who had been confronting each other from a distance of over 10 meters began to disperse. The sanitation personnel from the fishing grounds of both towns rushed to the scene to render aid and save lives. Fortunately, none of the dozens of injured individuals faced life-threatening conditions, with the most severely wounded being a corpulent man named Cui Xiangdong, who had been shot in the left leg. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, through sincere collaboration, the leaders of both towns conducted thorough investigations and interviews, thereby uncovering the primary cause of the altercation. The corpulent man, Qiu Junlin, had contracted several fish ponds in Qingxi Town. Due to possible mismanagement, the ponds were plagued with a rampant population of a toxic fish species known as haisha. He had commenced draining the ponds a few days prior, intending to refresh the water and restock with fry. The vast quantities of haisha extracted from the ponds had to be transported, as per regulations, to a desolate area for burial. However, a dilemma arose. As Qiu Junlin drove 10 kilometers to the wasteland to dig a pit for the disposal of these haisha, he faced the expenses of fuel and labor. In a bid to economize, he concocted a devious plan. Under the cover of darkness, he clandestinely disposed of the haisha into the flowing waters of the Rainbow Town. The sudden influx of haisha into the waters would undoubtedly trouble the fishermen of Rainbow Town, a fact that Xiao Junlin dismissed entirely. He had been transporting haisha since midnight, and by this morning had already dumped over 10 loads using an agricultural tricycle. On the final trip, just as dawn broke, he was caught red-handed by Min Ro, who had come early to visit her uncle. Apologizing profusely, Zhang Jianhua expressed deep remorse to Cui Xiangdong, vowing to prosecute Xiao Junlin for endangering production. As for the haisha illicitly released into the fishing grounds of Rainbow Town, Qingxi Town would assign personnel to clean it up as much as possible. Furthermore, Qingxi Town would allocate funds to compensate the fishing grounds of Rainbow Town for any medical expenses incurred by the injured. Zhang Jianhua's transparent handling of the matter stemmed from his awareness that a single call from Cui Town could prompt the withdrawal of investments from the more than 10 private enterprises currently settled in Qingxi Town. Cui Town held a certain power that could compel Zhang Jianhua to return to farming. Under such circumstances, anyone in Zhang Jianhua's position would be compelled to maintain a respectful demeanor when dealing with Cui Xiangdong. Moreover, the incident had indeed originated from a fault on the part of Qingxi Town. With such a candid admission, there was little that Cui Xiangdong could do but acknowledge Zhang Jianhua's concerns. As long as the two could successfully reach an agreement, all other matters would fall into place. Oh, and by the way, having been too busy even to eat lunch, Cui Xiangdong invited Zhang Jianhua and others to gather for a meal at the cafeteria of the Rainbow Town fishing grounds. To alleviate the awkward atmosphere, he smiled at Zhang Jianhua and remarked, "Zhang Town, you may find it amusing, but I have never actually seen haisha before. I am eager to witness this venomous fish. What exactly is it? Is there really anything amusing about this? After all, the black killer is a toxic fish, unfit for the dining table. It is entirely understandable that you, Cui Zhan, have never encountered one." Zhang Jianhua chuckled, exclaiming, "I shall have some caught for you to see. Have you laid eyes on those fish ponds yet?" He gestured towards a desolate pond over by Qingxi Town to the east, stating, "This abandoned pond must be teeming with them. A single cast of the net could yield dozens, if not hundreds." At that moment, Li Min, the manager of the Rainbow Town fishery, approached with an eager expression, saying, "In the thicket over there are indeed dozens of black killers. They must have jumped out when Xiao Junlin stealthily dumped them from his vehicle. Please hold on, I will fetch a few for you right away." Before Cui Xiangdong could utter a word, Li Min dashed off. A few minutes later, he returned with a tattered snakeskin bag containing 2 lively black killers. Placing them before Cui Xiangdong, curiosity etched on his face, Cui Xiangdong leaned down for a closer look. Just a fleeting glance, Cui Xiangdong was taken aback. "Oh, isn't this a black fish?" Chapter 49. The wealthy and indolent mayor the black fish, known for its ferocity, remarkable reproductive capacity, and insatiable appetite, often devours all other fish in a lake or pond, including its own young. Intriguingly, this creature possesses the ability to glide across land, migrating to other bodies of water in search of sustenance, and can survive for up to 3 days out of water. Its flesh is tender, exquisitely flavored, and highly nutritious. Consumption after illness, childbirth, or surgery aids in tissue regeneration, blood replenishment, and accelerates wound healing. It is even known to treat ailments such as edema, rheumatism, beriberi, hemorrhoids, and scabies. Cui Xiangdong, in later years while perusing culinary videos, would often hear food bloggers expound upon these facts whenever they prepared this dish. He himself had a fondness for black fish and was quite familiar with it. However, he found himself perplexed. Why was the black fish now regarded as a poisonous species? Inciting a large-scale brawl, gazing at the few black fish labeled as toxic beneath him, Cui's mind raced. He recalled that many people subconsciously believed black fish to be a local species. In truth, they were introduced from India, though the exact year remains obscure in historical records. One certainty is that prior to the 1990s, this invasive species, capable of decimating entire indigenous fish populations with just a few specimens, was treated as a man-eating, poisonous fish. This perception stemmed from the long-standing familiarity of the populace with the docile grass carp, Crucian carp, and common carp. The fearsome appearance of the black fish, with its teeth and penchant for consuming decaying fish and shrimp, a behavior driven by hunger, led to associations with the mythical piranha, thus deeming it poisonous and unfit for consumption. Upon capture, it would be buried on the spot. It was not until the late 1980s that adventurous eaters from Tianguang dared to sample the delectable black fish. By 1992, the eastern regions had already begun intensive aquaculture of black fish, yet demand far outstripped supply. However, due to underdeveloped transportation and especially the internet, knowledge of black fish remained scant in the north, where they were still viewed as toxic. Each sighting prompted immediate slaughter. Moreover, tales from those who traveled south, claiming that locals consumed even bats and snakes, led the northern populace, unwilling to partake in such exotic fare, to categorize black fish alongside these creatures. It was not until around 1994 that black fish gained acceptance among northern consumers, leading to an irreversible trend that elevated the once maligned delicacy to a prestigious and costly freshwater fish on dining tables. The residents of Qingxi town had the audacity to consider black fish as poisonous, intending to harm the fishermen of Rainbow Town. As Cui Xiangdong pondered this surreal notion, he was jolted back to reality by the voice of Lou Xiaoya, who inquired gently, "Cui Town, are you all right?" It turned out that Cui had been lost in thought, staring blankly at the black fish for quite some time, prompting concern from those around him who feared he had been rendered mute by the sight of such a toxic fish. Lou Xiaoya quickly tugged at his sleeve, softly reminding him. "Oh, I was just contemplating," he replied. Cui Xiangdong raised his head and smiled, saying, "Since the black poison fish have become a scourge in Rainbow Lake, can we devise a method for their repurposing?" Interestingly, I seem to recall a friend from the south mentioning that these black poison fish have a certain market there. Is that true? Zhang Jianhua's eyes brightened as he eagerly inquired, "Is it for pig feed?" If those who relish black fish were to hear your words, they would surely hold you accountable. Cui Xiangdong thought to himself, but shook his head, replying, "I am not entirely certain of the specifics. However, I do know that if we were to send these fish south, they would certainly fetch a price. Are we to deliver the black fish ourselves to the south?" Zhang Jianhua felt disheartened. He had hoped that Cui Xiangdong could leverage his connections to have friends from the south come here to purchase this pig feed. No, it was not a purchase. As long as someone was willing to take these black fish that had nowhere else to go, Zhang Jianhua was ready to find someone to catch them, load them up, and then host a banquet. Yet Cui Xiangdong insisted on sending them to the south himself. Will we even cover the fuel and tolls with such meager sales? Indeed, we must send them south. Cui Xiangdong's resolute answer left Zhang Jianhua and the others feeling even more disheartened. Everyone chuckled, and silence enveloped the group. However, the next moment, Cui Xiangdong's words astonished everyone present. He declared, "I intend to sell these black fish to the south and try my luck. Here's the plan, Zhang Zhun. You can inform the fishermen of Qingxi town to dump all the captured black fish into the living water ditch of Rainbow Town." Before his voice faded, Lou Xiaoya, Liu Changhai, and Li Min all exclaimed in unison, "Cui Zhun, no?" The representatives of Rainbow Town's fishermen were equally taken aback. Were it not for Cui Xiangdong being the town mayor and having recently secured compensation for them from Qingxi town, the fishermen would have immediately raised their fists to retaliate against such a statement. Although Zhang Jianhua genuinely wished to see all the black fish from the hundreds of fish ponds in Qingxi town dumped into the living water ditch of Rainbow Town, he was still taken aback upon hearing Cui Xiangdong's proposal. He quickly responded, "Cui Zhun, I understand that you wish to assist all the fishermen of Rainbow Lake in resolving this long-standing issue. You possess the ability to do so. But how can I allow you to incur losses to help us solve problems in Qingxi town? Though we are not in the same county, we are brothers connected by blood." Cui Xiangdong grasped Zhang Jianhua's hand with deep emotion, stating, "The rampant invasion of the black fish has led to the abandonment of hundreds of fish ponds in Rainbow Lake. Upon understanding the situation, my heart ached deeply. Therefore, I have resolved that regardless of the cost, I will aid Qingxi town in dealing with these fish predators. Zhang Zhen, if you trust me, you must act according to my suggestion." Zhang Jianhua was moved. He believed Cui Xiangdong was prepared to utilize his family's influence to bear the losses of disposing of these toxic fish, thus securing accomplishments for himself after becoming mayor. Cui Zhan, with a fortune that knows no bounds, seeks to expend a modicum of wealth in exchange for political achievements. And naturally, Zhang Jianhua must lend his unwavering support. Cui Zhan, on behalf of all the fishermen from Qingxi town who have endured the prolonged torment of the black market, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you. Allow me to make arrangements immediately." Zhang Jianhua, anxious that this extravagant mayor, wealthy and influential, yet capricious, might reconsider, shook his hand vigorously once more before hastily departing with his entourage. Many officials from Qingxi town, following Zhang Jianhua, dared to stifle their laughter only after they had distanced themselves. The economic state of Qingxi town worse off than that of Rainbow Town, had been a source of prolonged distress due to the rampant black market leading to the desolation of most fish ponds. Today, they had finally encountered a wealthy fool, seemingly resolving a monumental issue, and they could hardly contain their amusement. Little did they know that Cui Xiangdong was observing them with a gaze laden with guilt. Is it too ungracious of me to deceive them in this manner? Cui Xiangdong subtly shook his head, then turned to the fishery manager, Li Min. Comrade Li Min, please summon all those who have contracted fish ponds. We shall convene a meeting on site. Chapter 50. I seek Monroe. I shall be the villain in Rainbow Town. Dozens of fish pond contractors swiftly gathered in the courtyard of the fishery under the leadership of Li Min. Upon understanding the situation, their faces were etched with fury. The extravagant mayor, wealthy beyond measure, sought to invest his own funds for the sake of political gain and to cultivate a favorable reputation. Yet the esteemed heads of the fish ponds would not heed him. However, he had no right to allow the black fish from Qingxi Town to be caught and dumped into the living water channels of Rainbow Town. Once these creatures polluted the channels, it would not be long before they devoured the remaining fish in the few ponds of Rainbow Town. The investments and painstakingly nurtured fish would be poisoned and slaughtered. How could they survive? Were it not for the knowledge that murder is a crime, fellow townsfolk. I understand your sentiments. Cui Xiangdong stood upon a chair, a small loudspeaker in hand. Addressing the crowd, I am not merely here to assist Qingxi Town with the issue of the black fish, but also to alleviate your troubles. You may first seal your fish pond's water channels to prevent the black fish from infiltrating and consuming your aquaculture. I do not expect you to work for nothing. For each fish pond still in operation, I shall provide a monthly subsidy of 300 yuan. What? You expect us to prevent the black fish from entering our ponds, and in return offer us a monthly subsidy of 300 yuan? This salary surpasses that of workers in the city. They exclaimed, as long as we seal the water channel's entrance with bricks, as iron mesh cannot contain the blackfish fry. It would be akin to having a job in a city factory. The heads of the ponds were left in astonishment. Even Lou Xiaoya and others pondered. He truly is a wealthy and capricious mayor. Moreover, I also pledge this, Cui Xiangdong continued. Once I capture the blackfish and transport them south, I will hire you as fishing experts to assist me in removing the rampant blackfish from the barren ponds and living water channels. For every pound you catch, I shall pay you 5 cents. What? The eyes of the pond heads widened in disbelief. Within the 466 fish ponds of Rainbow Town, nearly 400 were overrun with blackfish. Each pond likely harbored tens of thousands of pounds of them, with just a sprinkle of chicken feed on the water's surface. Casting a net would yield at least 100 pounds of blackfish. At 5 cents per pound, 10 pounds would earn 50 cents, and 100 pounds would amount to 5 yuan. A skilled fisherman could easily cast their net 30 times a day, as retrieving the net, sorting the fish. And renetting is time-consuming. 30 casts multiplied by 5 yuan equates to a daily wage of 150 yuan, surpassing that of many workers. Who would not be astonished by this? Are you all willing? Cui Xiangdong waited in vain for a response, finally raising his voice in inquiry. Someone retorted, Are you jesting at our expense? Cui Xiangdong chuckled softly and, lowering his head, casually instructed Lou Xiaoya, Deputy Mayor Lou. You should proceed as I suggested and sign contracts with our esteemed townsfolk. If I fail to fulfill my promises, everyone will take the contract to the county and sue me. Cui Town, hurry up. All right. Lou Xiaoya could only turn to Li Min, asking him to accompany her to the office to draft the contract, thinking to herself, after all, you have wealth, and it is quite normal to use money to acquire political achievements. With the contract in hand, the 44 heads of households regarded Cui Xiangdong with a newfound favor. Fearing that Cui Xiangdong might have a change of heart, everyone, along with Lou, who was temporarily acting as Cui Town's secretary, hurriedly signed and left with the contract. From this day forth, the reputation of Cui Xiangdong, the extravagant town head who buys political accomplishments with money, began to spread throughout Yunhu and Panlong counties. Zhang Jianhua arrived again. Zhang Town, also apprehensive of the extravagant town head's potential reversal, seized the opportunity to deliver medical expenses to the injured heads of households, subtly indicating, I have already informed the heads of our town, and once I receive your final confirmation, we will promptly initiate the clearing operation. We aim to transport all the black kills from the hundreds of fish ponds in Qingxi Town to Rainbow Town within a month, thereby enhancing Cui Town's political achievements. Cui Xiangdong understood his intentions. Without further ado, he signed the contract. The contract clearly stated how many black kills Qingxi Town had, and they could be dumped into the flowing ditches of Rainbow Town. Should anyone from Rainbow Town attempt to obstruct the process, they were to seek out Cui Xiangdong. However, the revenue obtained from sending these black kills to the south would have no relation whatsoever to Qingxi Town. Upon seeing the contract in black and white, Zhang Jianhua secretly rejoiced, gripping Cui Xiangdong's hand firmly for an extended moment. Then the discussion shifted to a second matter. Could Rainbow Town extradite the injured Qiu Junlin to Qingxi Town for handling? In order to ensure Qiu Junlin would remember this lesson, not only would he have endured that gunshot in vain, but he would also have to offer 500 yuan to Min Ro as a sincere apology, considering Qiu Junlin's significant contributions to the fisheries of Rainbow Town. Cui Xiangdong pondered for a moment and agreed. Cui Town, should you require my assistance in the future, do not hesitate to express it. This was what Zhang Jianhua declared, patting his chest as he left with the injured Qiu Junlin. Cui Town naturally responded with polite words. After sending off the heads of households and Zhang Jianhua from Qingxi Town, the scene was left with the cadres of Rainbow Town and the staff from the fishery. Everyone looked at Cui Xiangdong with a gaze of bewilderment, yet no one dared to mention the black kills. It was evident, this wealthy and extravagant town had intended to use money to forge political accomplishments. Anyone who dared to bring up the matter of black kills at this time would be touching his sore spot. Aware of the thoughts in everyone's minds, Cui Xiangdong offered no explanations. He simply instructed Qin Yangshan, Lu Chanhai, and others to return to the town first. Due to the timely handling of the situation and the proper attitude from Qingxi Town, the large-scale conflict between the two towns was regarded as if it had never occurred. It was indeed better to avoid unnecessary troubles. As for Cui Xiangdong shooting someone, no one felt there was anything amiss. Had he not acted swiftly and decisively, bloodshed would undoubtedly have occurred today. After Qin Yangshan and his companions departed, Cui Xiangdong took the time to engage in a thorough discussion with Li Min, the supervisor of the fish farm, regarding the matter of the black market for a full hour. Only after ensuring that Li comprehended the directives from Cui Zhen did he drive away from the fish farm. He arrived at the residence of Min Ro's uncle, who had invested his entire fortune in the fish pond and had constructed several brick houses here for his family to inhabit. Cui Xiangdong's visit was, of course, motivated by concerns for Min Ro. He was genuinely unprepared for the obstinacy of her temperament. Following his refusal of her advances the previous night, she felt humiliated and, disregarding Lou Xiaoya's entreaties, sought refuge with her uncle, accompanied by her younger sister. Cui Xiangdong contemplated that if her uncle was willing to take care of the two nieces, then they could remain here. If not, just as he and Lou Xiaoya reached the edge of the fish pond, they overheard a woman berating someone in front of the brick house. "Guzzi, if you believe that, given our living conditions, you can manage to support your two nieces, then keep them here. If not, then shut your filthy mouth. I will go find Min Ro. I shall take on this villainous role." Chapter 51. I shall assist you in addressing the wounds on your back. The scolding of her aunt resonated clearly in the ears of Min Ro, who was squatting by the fish pond. Not only could she hear it, but so could Min Jiao, the sister she held closely in her embrace. Both sisters were acutely aware that while their uncle cherished them, their aunt harbored disdain towards them. Nevertheless, Min Ro did not harbor hatred for her aunt, for she understood that life in her aunt's household was fraught with difficulties. After securing 2 fish ponds, they had suffered continual losses over the years due to rampant poaching. Furthermore, their uncle had 3 children of his own, each requiring sustenance and clothing. If he were to insist on keeping both of them, it would exacerbate their already strained circumstances and lead to constant discord with their aunt, leaving a significant psychological scar on little Jiao Jiao, who was merely 6 years old. Living under someone else's roof was far from pleasant. The world was vast, yet there was no place for the 2 sisters to call their own. Thoughts of their home, reduced to ashes by Zhao Jian's fire, and the embarrassment of her recent encounter with Cui Xiangdong flooded Min Ro's mind, causing her to shut her eyes in anguish. When she opened them again, a fierce determination shimmered in her gaze. Min Ro felt powerless in her quest to provide Jiao Jiao with a stable environment conducive to her healthy growth. Thus, she resolved to take Jiao Jiao to seek out their parents. It was exceedingly challenging for children, especially girls, to survive in this world without their parents. "Jiao Jiao, do you miss our mother?" Min Ro inquired tenderly, observing her little sister, who had been thoroughly frightened and was now staring blankly, occasionally shivering. She gently caressed Jiao Jiao's forehead. Jiao Jiao nodded vigorously. She longed for their mother and father. Min Ro continued, "Shall we go find our mother together?" "Yes." Jiao Jiao nodded emphatically, but suddenly a realization struck her, and she exclaimed, "Sister, didn't our mother pass away? How can you take me to find her?" Min Ro smiled, though tears unexpectedly brimmed in her eyes as she softly replied, "Sister has a plan. Tonight, I will take you to find our mother." No sooner had she spoken than a man's voice pierced through the air behind her. "What foolish plan do you have? You should be ashamed as a high school student, bearing the burden of your parents' hopes to raise your sister. What right do you have to lead a child to her demise?" Startled, Min Ro instinctively shivered. Jiao Jiao, frightened, quickly burrowed into her embrace, bursting into tears. Min Ro turned to see Cui Xiangdong, his countenance dark and brooding, standing ominously behind her. In front of the brick house, Lou Xiaoya was conversing with her aunt and uncle. "Cui Xiangdong," Min Ro stammered, standing up while holding her little sister. "Hand over the child to me. If you wish to die, then jump into the water, and I assure you, I shall not save you." Cui Xiangdong held the utmost contempt for Min Ro's kind. Though she appeared fragile, she was remarkably stubborn and possessed an intense sense of pride. She could indeed reside in Lou Xiaoya's home and seek employment in town. Yet, due to last night's rejection by Cui Xiangdong, she preferred to take a shortcut with her younger sister rather than return. How despicable! Cui Xiangdong, with no regard, spat at Min Ro and snatched Min Jiao from her embrace. "Sister," Min Jiao instinctively struggled, but, fearing Cui Xiangdong, quickly ceased her movements. She didn't even dare to cry, merely pouting her lips tightly, her small hands clenched in anxiety, tears of fear glistening in her eyes as she gazed at her sister. Min Ro, in a daze, stared at Cui Xiangdong with her mouth slightly agape. "Jiao Jiao, do not be afraid. Uncle will take you home." Seeing the pitiable child, Cui Xiangdong felt a pang of sympathy. He gently wiped her eyes and, as he turned to leave, coldly remarked to Min Ro, "You may as well die. When you see your parents, inform them that I, Cui Xiangdong, will take on the role of a father for Jiao Jiao, raising her in their stead." After saying this, he cradled the trembling Min Jiao and hastened up the slope by the fish pond. Min Ro, momentarily stunned, hurriedly followed. Cui Xiangdong glanced at Min Ro's uncle and aunt, nodded at them without uttering a word, and proceeded along the fish pond towards the vehicle. He understood the difficulties faced by Min Ro's uncle's family and did not find fault with his aunt's actions. However, he had no desire to discuss the matter of raising Jiao Jiao with that woman. Lou Xiaoya could articulate his intentions more clearly. He believed that Min Ro's uncle and aunt, despite their shame, would feel a sense of relief as well. Alas, it is all due to poverty. If Min Ro's uncle's family were in better circumstances, even if his aunt were unwilling, she would not voice it. Upon reaching the car, he opened the door and placed Min Jiao in the back seat. Yet, Min Jiao fixed her gaze on Min Ro, who was rushing over, wanting to cry but unable to. Min Ro, in tears, approached the car, dared not look at Cui Xiangdong, and climbed in, tightly embracing her sister. She held her with great fervor. No matter the adversities she may face in life, she would never again entertain the foolish notion of dying alongside her sister. Lou Xiaoya approached, first glancing at the Min sisters in the back seat before nodding at Cui Xiangdong, who stood smoking by the car door. "Cui Zhen, I have discussed it with the dog family. They have agreed to your taking in the child as her only remaining family. All right, let's go back." Cui Xiangdong flicked the ash off his cigarette, opened the door, and got in. "I will drive," Lou Xiaoya said as she opened the driver's door. Cui Xiangdong took his seat in the front passenger side. As he instinctively reached for the seatbelt, Lou Xiaoya was also fastening hers. When her seatbelt brushed against the spot on her back that had been struck with a stick, a sharp pain made her bite her lip. But she quickly composed herself and started the vehicle. Meanwhile, the sun was setting in the west. Returning crows cawed as they flapped their wings, flying past the treetops. Nearby, a few dogs, disturbed by the sound of the car, began to bark furiously. A fish leaped out of the water, with a soft splash. The ripples created by the fall into the water were gradually consumed by the encroaching darkness of the setting sun, slowly smoothing out. Holding the frightened and exhausted Jiao Jiao, who had cried herself to sleep, Cui Xiangdong arrived at his doorstep at 8 in the evening, just as dusk began to settle. Min Ro lowered her head, slightly raising her heels to tread silently behind Cui Xiangdong. Following her was Lou Xiaoya. Upon witnessing Cui Xiangdong open the courtyard gate without casting a glance back, a shadow of disappointment crossed her gaze. As she passed by the entrance of her aunt's house and approached her own, she suddenly heard Cui Xiangdong call out, "Deputy Town Head Lou, come to my house." "What?" The eyes of Deputy Town Head Lou brightened suddenly. Help me tidy up the house for these two children." After a moment of hesitation, Cui Xiangdong added, "In your bedroom. The second drawer of the bedside table contains red flower oil and ointment for treating bruises. I will assist you in treating the injuries on your back." Chapter 52. Would you like to stay as a nanny? In Qingxi town, a young man was poised to strike Cui Xiangdong with a stick, but at that critical moment, Lou Xiaoya bravely intervened, shielding him with her own body. He witnessed this act of courage with clarity and felt a profound gratitude for Lou Xiaoya's selflessness. However, this gratitude would never blossom into misplaced hopes of rekindling their past. Some fractures, once formed, are beyond repair. Motivated by his concern for Lou Xiaoya's injuries, Cui Xiangdong offered to assist her in tending to her wounds. After expressing his intention, he swiftly carried the child, Jiao Jiao, inside. Min Ro followed closely, her head bowed, not daring to utter a word. Cui Xiangdong arrived at the guest room on the west side. In truth, the former town leader had already ensured that the area was impeccably tidy before his departure, leaving nothing for him to do. The guest room was furnished with a double bed, a common writing desk of the era, and a chair. The bed was adorned with fresh linens and draped with a white mosquito net. Cui Xiangdong placed the child upon the bed, covered her with a blanket, and gently lowered the mosquito net after fanning it. Turning to Min Ro, he said, "You will reside here from now on. Tomorrow, we shall procure clothes, toothpaste, and toothbrushes. I will arrange for Director Yen to establish your records in the town. Henceforth, you will officially serve as my domestic aide. Your salary will be disbursed by the town on a monthly basis. Your primary responsibilities will include caring for Jiao Jiao, as well as cooking, laundry, making the beds, and maintaining the cleanliness of the courtyard." Min Ro stood silently at the door, her hands nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Cui Xiangdong furrowed his brow and inquired, "Did you hear what I said?" She trembled slightly and hurriedly replied, "Yes, I heard." He pressed further, "Are you willing to be my little nanny?" Min Ro nodded, "Yes, I am willing. I will not coerce you. If you feel that serving as my nanny would tarnish your dignity, you are free to leave. Go wherever you wish. Life is yours to live. I will not interfere, but you must leave Jiao Jiao with me." Cui Xiangdong recalled how Min Ro had disregarded Lou Xiaoya's pleas for her own pride, insisting on taking Jiao Jiao to her uncle, only to be refused by her aunt and then contemplating a hasty escape with the child. This behavior painted her in an unfavorable light in his eyes, particularly as the pain from the wound on his neck throbbed. His attitude toward her turned harsh, devoid of any pity. Min Ro sensed the genuine disdain Cui Xiangdong held for her. She dared not speak further, merely nodding repeatedly to indicate her willingness to stay and not depart. "I will arrange for Jiao Jiao to start school when September arrives," Cui Xiangdong concluded, stepping briskly toward the door. "All right, rest early tonight. Tomorrow marks the beginning of your duties." Typically, summer vacation begins in July, but 6-year-old Jiao Jiao had previously attended kindergarten in Min's family village. The break from kindergarten commenced with the onset of the wheat harvest. Jiao Jiao need not fear for her studies. After the summer vacation, she can simply attend the primary school in the town center for first grade. He arrived in the living room, as he had done before, bare-chested and donning loose shorts, slipping on his sandals and draping a towel over his shoulder. He rushed into the kitchen, retrieved a scoop from the vat, and drank deeply from the cool water, quenching his intense thirst. Having spoken excessively today, he had scarcely had time to hydrate. His body felt sticky, and raising his arm to his nose, he detected a distinctly masculine scent of perspiration. The night was clear, with a bright moon and sparse stars, yet devoid of any breeze, making it quite warm. The courtyard door creaked open, and a white figure silently entered. It was Lou Xiaoya, now clad in a white short-sleeved shirt that fully covered her backside. Her long legs glimmered healthily in the starlight, and she wore a pair of pink slippers. Cui Xiangdong was accustomed to her attire. After a brief glance, he retreated to the eastern bedroom and switched on the ceiling fan. As the fan began to whirl, a wave of relief washed over him. Lou Xiaoya entered with a small bag in hand, casually closing the door behind her before taking a seat on the edge of the bed. The bag contained red flower oil for treating bruises, along with medical alcohol and cotton balls. She quietly placed the bag on the dresser and, crossing her hands, slowly lifted the hem of her shirt. Although her injury was on her back, simply pushing the shirt up would allow Cui Xiangdong, standing behind her, to tend to her wounds. Was it necessary to remove it? Certainly not. Yet Lou Xiaoya proceeded to do so. Cui Xiangdong found nothing amiss in her actions. As the white shirt was laid upon the bed, it revealed a familiar and cherished sight, that stirred a sense of longing within him. In the past, whenever his ex-wife behaved this way, whether day or night, in the bedroom or the living room, he would leap forward, playfully chastising this enchanting yet perilous little sprite. Now, he merely cast a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, picking up the medical kit and positioning himself behind her. Lou Xiaoya closed her eyes, her right hand pressing against her heart where pain began to throb. She understood all too well why Cui Xiangdong, upon witnessing her exquisite form, exhibited no emotional reaction. It was not a loss of masculinity. Rather, it was the absence of love that rendered him indifferent. As Cui Xiangdong stood behind her, a frown creased his brow. From the cries Lou Xiaoya emitted when struck, he surmised the injury was severe. However, he was unprepared for the sight that greeted him, a long, pronounced bruise extending a full 20 centimeters down her delicate, pale back, as thick as a child's arm. This bruise was noticeably raised above the skin. "Put on your clothes. I'll take you to the hospital," Cui Xiangdong whispered, concern etched in his voice. "The injury appears serious. You need an anti-inflammatory injection." Lou Xiaoya shook her head resolutely. "I want to go. I'll stay at home." Cui Xiangdong insisted, "We must go to the hospital." Once again, Lou Xiaoya declined. "I'm fine. It hurts. But nothing is broken. Furthermore, even if one were to suffer a bone injury, there would be no surgical intervention in the hospital. One would merely lie there waiting for the swelling to subside." She was not mistaken. An injury to the back is not comparable to one affecting the arms or legs, which could be treated with splints or similar devices. Cui Xiangdong ceased to press the matter and began to attend to her wounds. In truth, there was little to be done. It merely involved cleaning the bruised area with alcohol swabs and applying safflower oil, alongside administering anti-inflammatory medication. After applying the safflower oil, to prevent it from adhering to her clothing, Cui Xiangdong placed a piece of gauze over the area and then took a white short-sleeve shirt to assist her in putting it on. However, Lou Xiaoya turned around and embraced him, her face resting against his chest, her shoulders trembling incessantly. Cui Xiangdong remained silent, even refraining from pushing her away. He simply gazed at the ceiling fan, utterly still. After a full 7 or 8 minutes without receiving any response from Cui Xiangdong, Lou Xiaoya gradually released him, silently donned her clothing, and exited the room. Dingling. As Cui Xiangdong closed the yard door and returned to the living room, the landline rang. The call was from Zhang Lianghua. "Comrade Xiangdong, I apologize. I happened to be out today and just returned half an hour ago." Zhang Lianghua briefly explained, then shifted the conversation. "I have heard that you allowed all the black market dealings from Qingxi town to be diverted into our town's flowing ditches?" Without waiting for Cui Xiangdong to respond, Zhang Lianghua's tone grew serious. "Comrade Xiangdong, how could you make such a decision without consulting the town party committee?" The firmness in Zhang Lianghua's voice was palpable. Had he discovered some support after his outing today? Cui Xiangdong's heart stirred. Chapter 53. Uncle, do you also have a fondness for my sister? Comrade Wendong. The tone in which Zhang Lianghua spoke was not only rigid but also laced with a palpable reprimand. "I have also heard that you recklessly fired your weapon at the scene of the brawl, injuring a civilian from Qingxi town. Are you aware that such behavior could cast an extremely negative shadow over the party committee and the local government of Rainbow Town? From a certain perspective, Cui Xiangdong's decision to fire his weapon in order to quell the brawl, resulting in civilian injury, is indeed reprehensible. It undoubtedly brings about severe repercussions for the party committee and the government of Rainbow Town. However, the crux of the matter is that had Cui Xiangdong not acted in that manner, the situation would have spiraled out of control. Not only would he and Lou Xiaoya have been engulfed in chaos, but Min Ro could have been killed by Qiu Junlin, leading to numerous casualties among the civilians as well. Fortunately, the anticipated chaos did not materialize. Everyone witnessed the moment when Cui Xiangdong seized Qin Yongshan's gun and injured Qiu Junlin. Zhang Lianghua, however, was unconcerned with what did not transpire. He merely adopted the stance of the party secretary, addressing the issue from a professional standpoint, and sternly criticized Cui Xiangdong for his factual mistakes, who bestowed upon him the audacity to confront Cui Xiangdong in such a manner. Cui Xiangdong refrained from inquiring or retorting with equal rigidity. He simply offered a faint, cold smile. "Very well, let us deliberate on the specifics in tomorrow's meeting. Comrade Wendong, you have worked hard today, please rest early." Zhang Lianghua's tone softened slightly, and with that, he ended the call. How intriguing. After placing the receiver down, Cui Xiangdong murmured to himself and proceeded into the bathroom. Morning had arrived. It was 6:30. After completing his morning routine in the washroom, Cui Xiangdong emerged to find the kitchen desolate, frowning as he glanced toward the western room. The door to the west room was tightly shut, devoid of any sound. Ahem. Cui Xiangdong cleared his throat forcefully and, upon exiting the courtyard, deliberately slammed the door behind him. Initially, he had anticipated that with the addition of a young maid at home, he would awaken to find breakfast prepared for him. Yet, despite his early rise, Minro remained deep in slumber. How utterly preposterous. Could she truly be so indolent? With this question in mind, Cui Xiangdong made his way to Old Min's baozi shop. As per tradition, he ordered several meat buns and 2 bowls of thin porridge. Oh, and he must not forget to buy 2 more buns and an additional bowl of porridge to take back for Jiao Jiao. As for the seemingly delicate yet inherently fierce Minro, who might also be quite lazy, how she resolved her breakfast dilemma was entirely her own affair. Cui Town. Old Min approached with an expression of admiration. I heard that you fired a shot at Rainbow Lake yesterday, injuring Brother Lin from Qingxi Town? Brother Lin? Cui Xiangdong paused, asking, is that Xiao Junlin well known in Qingxi Town? Well known is an understatement. Old Min exclaimed, slapping his thigh. He is the leader of the underworld in Qingxi Town. Even our town's Long Go must greet him with a smile and offer him cigarettes. Cui Xiangdong had indeed heard of Long Go before. Zhang Long, known as Long Go, is said to be related to Zhang Lianghua. He, along with a group of associates, established a company dedicated to undertaking various projects in the town, such as bridge repairs, road maintenance, and landscaping. However, during the 2 years that Cui Xiangdong has been in Rainbow Town, he has primarily spent his days at the agricultural machinery station and his evenings together with Lou Xiaoya, rarely wandering the streets, and has never had any dealings with Long Go, though he is well aware of his status as the local leader. It is surprising to discover that this leader of Rainbow Town appears diminished in stature when faced with the leader of Qingxi Town. It is evident that Xiao Junlin has powerful backing, far beyond the simple association with the owner of a fish pond. At best, he might be regarded as a mere ruffian, hardly a figure worthy of the title leader. Cui Xiangdong chuckled casually, picked up the breakfast he had brought for Jiao Jiao, greeted Old Min, and returned to the family compound. Minro had arisen and was busy preparing breakfast in the kitchen, her hair unkempt and her face likely unwashed. Upon seeing Cui Xiangdong, a flicker of panic crossed her eyes, and her lips moved slightly. However, he paid her no mind and proceeded towards the door of the west room. Jiao Jiao, who had woken up with her sister before he returned home, was playing at the entrance of the west room. Children, after all, are still children, as long as they have a good sleep and a secure environment. They can quickly forget the terrifying and sorrowful events, displaying their innate innocence. Yet, upon seeing Cui Xiangdong enter, Jiao Jiao hurriedly retreated into the west room. Clutching the door panel, her little head cautiously peeking out to assess the situation. When she saw Cui Xiangdong approaching the door, her expression changed in fright. Before she could conceal herself, Cui Xiangdong bent down, extending his hand with a smile. Jiao Jiao, come here. See what uncle has brought for you. Due to her father's clumsiness and the financial strain of her sister's education, Jiao Jiao seemed to have scarcely tasted such delicacies as steamed buns since she became aware of her surroundings. Indeed, she was still a child at that moment. As she gazed at the buns in the bag, unable to suppress her saliva, Cui Xiangdong scooped her up into his arms. She instinctively struggled but soon realized something, settling down obediently against his shoulder. As he carried her into the house, she had already wrapped her arms around his neck. A child's intuition is often more acute than that of adults. Jiao Jiao could genuinely sense that Cui Xiangdong harbored no malice, only a desire to care for her tenderly. Yes, that is how it should be. Cui Xiangdong felt joy at Jiao Jiao's reaction. You needn't be afraid of anyone, especially not uncle. Come, eat your buns. Once I finish my work, I will take you shopping and buy you some lovely dresses. Jiao Jiao gazed at him with timid eyes and asked, Uncle, will you buy pretty dresses for sister? He chuckled. Who would buy things for someone so fierce, lazy, and pretentious? He gently pinched Jiao Jiao's cheek and said, Jiao Jiao, when you grow up, don't turn into someone like her. No one will like a person as pretentious as your sister. Jiao Jiao did not understand the meaning of pretentiousness, but she could discern from Cui Xiangdong's disdainful expression that he held a poor opinion of her sister. Uncle, I truly adore my sister, whispered Jiao Jiao. Uncle, do you like her too? Of course, I do as you wish, replied Cui Xiangdong casually, as he opened the plastic bag for her. Jiao Jiao picked up a steamed bun and brought it close to his lips. Children from impoverished families tend to mature early, Cui Xiangdong mused inwardly, stating, "Uncle has already dined out. These 2 meat buns were specially bought for you." Jiao Jiao hesitated momentarily before softly asking, "Uncle, may I give the buns you bought me to someone else?" "Certainly," Cui Xiangdong replied without hesitation, then inquired, "Who will you give them to?" Jiao Jiao remained silent, clutching the bun as she turned and dashed towards the kitchen. Cui Xiangdong felt a twinge of awkwardness. How could a grown man stoop to the level of a little girl who had yet to fully mature? "Sister, have a bun." Ming Jiao burst into the kitchen, holding the bun aloft for Ming Ro to take. She had overheard the conversation between Cui Xiangdong and Jiao Jiao. A sense of discontent brewed within her. However, fearing further reprimand from Cui Xiangdong, she refrained from revealing that she had suffered a high fever earlier that morning and had been unable to rise early. Even now, she felt lightheaded. It was her own affair if she chose not to speak. Regardless, on her first official day as a maid, she had already left Cui Xiangdong with the impression of laziness. Consequently, before heading off to work, he bade farewell only to Jiao Jiao, ignoring Ming Ro, who was busy sweeping the courtyard. Cui Xiangdong arrived at the entrance of the town's office building. He glanced up at the window on the east side of the 3rd floor, a smirk forming on his lips. He was eager to see just how formidable Zhang Lianghua's backing truly was, to have the audacity to reprimand him over the phone. Chapter 54. If you do not want my assistance, then we are adversaries. As Cui Xiangdong stepped into the lobby of the office building, Wang Linhai, the director of the party and government office, swiftly exited his office. "Cui Town, good morning." "Good morning, Director Wang," Cui Xiangdong responded with a smile and a nod. "Cui Town, at 9 o'clock, Secretary Zhang will convene the town standing committee meeting. The agenda comprises 2 parts. First, the issue concerning the brawl at Rainbow Lake yesterday. Second, a discussion on the town's economy. When the secretary convenes a standing committee meeting, the director of the party and government office, or, in the case of county or city levels, the secretary's secretary or chief of staff, is responsible for notifying all committee members. Similarly, whether at the county, city, or township level, only the secretary holds the authority to decide whether to convene the standing committee." "Understood. Thank you, Director Wang," Cui Xiangdong replied casually before hastening upstairs. He had initially intended to immediately visit Secretary Zhang Lianghua's office to report on his work upon arriving at the office. However, he discovered that Zhang Lianghua had already instructed Wang Linhai to await his arrival. Clearly, Zhang Lianghua wished to hear about the entire process by which Cui Xiangdong resolved the significant brawl at Rainbow Lake yesterday during the standing committee meeting. It was possible that he would even criticize certain actions of Cui Xiangdong in front of all committee members in a stern tone. This served as a formidable warning to Cui Xiangdong, who then had emboldened Zhang Lianghua to suddenly alter his demeanor and treat Cui Xiangdong, who had managed to oust Zhao Gang and withdraw 13 private enterprises, so, sitting behind his desk, Cui Xiangdong lit a cigarette and glanced at the time. It was just 8 o'clock, leaving a full hour until the standing committee meeting commenced. The previous morning, Cui Xiangdong had arrived at the office at the same hour, when Lou Xiaoya was temporarily acting as his secretary, tidying up for him. However, she was absent this morning, not due to a lack of work, but rather because she did not come to curry favor with Cui Xiangdong. The office door across from him stood ajar, yet Lou Xiaoya was nowhere to be found within. Moreover, after sitting in his office for a full 40 minutes, the only visitor had been the stern director of the government office, who had brought him today's newspaper. No one else came to report to him. On his first official day, he had been inundated with visitors. Instead, Cui Xiangdong could faintly hear footsteps echoing in the corridor outside, all heading east after ascending the stairs. The office of the secretary was located to the east on the 3rd floor. Cui Xiangdong tilted his head in contemplation, once again abandoning the thought of calling his uncle. After finishing his conversation with Zhang Lianghua last night, he had pondered whether to ring Su Baichuan. Upon receiving his call, Su Baichuan would promptly contact Su Lin, who would undoubtedly ascertain the reasons behind Zhang Lianghua's sudden assertiveness in the shortest time possible. However, after much deliberation, Cui Xiangdong ultimately decided against making the call. The path ahead must be traversed by himself. A knock on the door interrupted Cui Xiangdong's thoughts. "Come in." At his invitation, Chen Yongshan entered briskly. "Cui Town." Chen Yongshan approached the table and directly stated, "I just received a call from Director Wang of the party and government office, informing me that I am to attend the standing committee meeting scheduled for 9 o'clock. Although Chen Yongshan held the position of deputy town head and was the chief of the police station, he was not a member of the standing committee. However, Zhang Lianghua's invitation for him to attend indicated that this meeting was an expanded session of the Standing Committee. As a non-member, Chen Yongshan possessed only the right to observe. He had no voting power and, without the permission of the secretary and the town head, was not permitted to speak proactively during the meeting. Well, since Secretary Zhang has invited you, you should attend, said Cui Xiangdong casually. The invitation likely stems from the need to address your handling of the conflict between the two towns at Rainbow Lake yesterday. You could interpret Secretary Zhang's invitation as a significant warning for me. Chen Yongshan's expression shifted slightly, but he remained silent. After enduring years of oppression from the former chief, Dong Lei, he had cultivated a certain resilience. Had this been a few years prior, he would have likely erupted in anger, slamming his hands on the table and shouting. If I am not mistaken, Secretary Zhang was not in town yesterday because he was meeting an influential individual. With that person's support, Secretary Zhang would no longer need to regard me with caution. In fact, he might even regain the esteemed authority he once held in Kaihong Town. Cui Xiangdong tossed Chen Yongshan a cigarette, smiling as he continued. That person not only supports Secretary Zhang against me, but could also assist in revitalizing the town's economy in the shortest time possible. Oh, Chen Yongshan's gaze flickered, eager to inquire about the identity of this individual, but he held his tongue. Some matters are better left unasked. Otherwise, Cui Xiangdong would not have refrained from disclosing the name or title of that person. This indicated that Cui Xiangdong's statements were merely conjecture. Since it was speculation, names should not be casually mentioned. It is best to focus on work. As Cui Xiangdong reassured Chen Yongshan, there was another knock at the door. This time, it was Lou Xiaoya. Upon seeing her, Chen Yongshan, who had planned to wait until 9 o'clock to attend the meeting with Cui Xiangdong, discreetly excused himself. As he exited, he kindly closed the door behind him for the couple. Lou Xiaoya was still dressed in a short-sleeved white blouse and a black pencil skirt. Her legs enveloped in sheer stockings and her feet adorned with small black heels, exuding a unique charm of a mature woman. Upon entering, she naturally picked up Cui Xiangdong's water cup and walked towards the water dispenser. After I started work, I was about to clean up for you when I received a call from Secretary Zhang and went to the small conference room at the party committee, she explained, clarifying why she had not been able to assist him as a secretary that morning. Cui Xiangdong said nothing, merely extinguishing the cigarette he had just taken a few puffs from in the ashtray. In the small conference room, Secretary Zhang introduced me to someone. After adding some hot water to the cup, Lou Xiaoya placed it on the table and told Cui Xiangdong. That person is the vice president of a subsidiary under the Yanjing Qinyang Group, named Fan Longsheng. During our time studying in Yanjing, we had already heard of the Yanjing Qinyang Group, recognized as one of the prominent large-scale private enterprises in the entire Jiangbei region. Cui Xiangdong came to understand that this Fan Longsheng was indeed the investor invited by Secretary Zhang. The introduction from Secretary Zhang was intended to ensure that you, the deputy town chief responsible for investment promotion, would achieve remarkable success once again. Indeed, Lou Xiaoya nodded, lowering her voice. Xiangdong, you have encountered a formidable opponent. He is entirely unfazed by your background and may seize the opportunity presented by the withdrawal of investments from 13 private enterprises due to our discord, allowing Secretary Zhang to swiftly attract investments, thereby portraying you as someone who prioritizes personal interests over the economic welfare of the entire town. Cui Xiangdong chuckled. That is quite all right. As long as the economy of Kaihong Town is revitalized once more, even surpassing its former glory, I remain indifferent to how others perceive me. Lou Xiaoya replied, I will assist you. Cui Xiangdong immediately shook his head. There is no need. Lou Xiaoya frowned and slowly stated, if you do not wish for my assistance, then we shall be adversaries. Chuckling, Cui Xiangdong casually remarked, to be my enemy, one must be prepared to submit to me in thought. Very well, Town Chief Cui. From this moment onward, I shall be ready to submit to you, Lou Xiaoya declared before turning to leave. Town Chief Cui, it is time for the meeting. Chapter 55. Turning Cui Xiangdong into a mere ornament. As Cui Xiangdong observed the retreating figure of Lou Xiaoya, a series of indescribable images surged through his mind, provoked by her provocative assertion that she was already prepared to submit beneath his feet. This woman, desperately clinging to the hope of salvaging something, would seize every opportunity to incite him into a frenzy. The sentiment of his ex-wife's unyielding desire for his downfall lingered in his thoughts. After watching her exit, Cui Xiangdong shook his head, resisting the urge to rush to the conference room. He still had 5 or 6 minutes to spare. There exists an unwritten rule in the realm of politics. During meetings, the highest-ranking official typically arrives last, just in time. While Cui Xiangdong's position in Rainbow Town may not rival that of Zhang Lianghua, arriving too early would be unwise. He merely needed to time his entrance to ensure he stepped in just ahead of Zhang Lianghua. He retrieved a half-smoked cigarette from the ashtray and reignited it. As the smoke spiraled upwards, Cui pondered why the Qin family dared to exploit this opportunity to undermine the Cui family. Firstly, neither the Cui nor the Qin family had established their realms of influence in the Tiandong province, where Rainbow Town is located. Yet both possessed significant power and were eager to extend their reach into Tiandong. Initiating their endeavors from an overlooked county or township would undoubtedly be the most prudent strategy. Secondly, over a decade ago, the Cui and Qin families had become recognized adversaries due to their differing political views. When the Cui family's heir was embroiled in scandal, Cui Lao, in a fit of rage, hastily withdrew investments without much contemplation. Seizing the moment, the Qin family acted swiftly, not only to gain a foothold in Tiandong but also to enhance their own reputation, leaving no room for courtesy. Thirdly, Xiao, who had long harbored feelings for the wrong person, found herself hopelessly waiting for Cui Xiangdong for years, under familial pressure to accept the Qin family's proposal. Her plans were thwarted by the Cui family. This was a matter of deep-seated resentment over a stolen spouse, providing the Qin family with a justifiable motive to target the Cui family. In light of these 3 points, the Qin family seized their opportunity to align with Zhang Lianghua, dispatching a vice president from a subsidiary of the Chunyang Group to collaborate with him in revitalizing the town's economy. Consequently, the Cui family would be perceived as the destroyers of economic prosperity, while the Qin family would emerge as the developers, creating a stark contrast. Even the most unobservant onlooker, upon witnessing these developments, would undoubtedly laud the Qin family and scorn the Cui family, thus reshaping the dynamics between the two powerful factions in Yinjing. This was a scenario that Cui Lao had not anticipated when he withdrew investments to grant Cui Xiangdong an opportunity to prove his worthiness for the family's cultivation. One could assert, without hesitation, that Cui Lao's decision to withdraw funds as a test for Cui Xiangdong was a grievous miscalculation. Consequently, all the pressure fell squarely on Cui Xiangdong's shoulders. With Zhang Lianghua's backing from the Qin family, not only would he firmly secure his position of authority in the town, but he would also achieve remarkable success in economic endeavors, relegating Cui Xiangdong, the town's economic overseer, to a mere ornament. Without the support of his family, how could Cui Xiangdong contend with Zhang Lianghua, who enjoys the financial backing of the Qin family? Now, the elder has realized he has made a grievous misstep and must be regretting it deeply. Yet, it seems improbable that I would be reassigned from Yunhu County just as I have assumed the role of mayor, right? Ha ha. Cui Xiangdong stifled a quiet chuckle, lifted his cup, glanced at the quartz clock on the wall, and exited the office. The conference room is also located on the 3rd floor, just to the east of the staircase. As Cui Xiangdong approached the stairway, he spotted Zhang Lianghua emerging from his office. The two men, separated by more than 10 meters, exchanged nods without a smile. Cui Xiangdong was the second to last to enter the conference room. The conference room spans approximately 120 square meters, providing ample space. In the center, a few desks were arranged to form an oval-shaped meeting table. Chairs were placed along both the eastern and western sides of the table, set aside for the deputy mayors and heads of various departments during expanded meetings. The Standing Committee of Rainbow Town comprises 9 individuals: Secretary Zhang Lianghua, Mayor Cui Xiangdong, Deputy Secretary Lou Xiaoya, People's Congress Chairman Xie Jun, Discipline Inspection Committee Member Li Xueqing, Organization Committee Member Han Wenba, Propaganda Clerk Ma Jing, United Front Committee Member Niu Qingshan, and Office Director Wang Linhai. Generally, the Organization Committee Member and Office Director, who assist the Secretary, are his staunch allies. And this holds true for Rainbow Town as well. As for the other committee members, whether they align with Zhang Lianghua, Cui Xiangdong, or Lu Changhai depends on their individual capabilities. Lou Xiaoya, Chen Yongshan, and others were seated nearby. Cui Xiangdong recognized most of the attendees, but one individual stood out without any impression. This man, in his 40s and portly, sat in the far corner. When Cui Xiangdong instinctively glanced over, he noticed Lou Xiaoya discreetly signaling to him. Understanding, Cui Xiangdong realized this middle-aged man was Fan Longsheng, the economic envoy sent by the Qin family to assist Zhang Lianghua in undermining him. Although Fan Longsheng was not an official of Rainbow Town, he was granted permission to attend the standing committee meeting underscoring Zhang Lianghua's significant regard for him. Upon Cui Xiangdong's entrance, everyone rose from their seats out of basic courtesy, nodding respectfully in his direction. After acknowledging them with a nod, he took a seat at the eastern side of the central chair, facing the entrance. Zhang Lianghua entered the meeting room right on cue. "Please, everyone take your seats," he began, scanning the room slowly. As his gaze passed over Fan Longsheng, he instinctively smiled and nodded before gesturing for everyone to sit. Once seated, Zhang Lianghua did not follow the customary practice of allowing Wang Linhai to present the meeting's agenda. Instead, he took the initiative. "I was out of town yesterday and missed the happenings in our town. A significant conflict erupted at Rainbow Lake, involving hundreds of residents from both towns, resulting in injuries to several of our town's citizens. Therefore, I must clarify my stance here, holding Comrade Qin Yongshan, who is in charge of public security, accountable." Zhang Lianghua not only took the initiative to address the issue directly and forthrightly, but did so with a tone of stern severity. Casting a pointed gaze towards the local police station's Qin Yongshan, it was evident that he intended to leverage this situation to undermine Qin Yongshan. The latter was fully aware of this and had mentally prepared himself. However, he was still taken aback by the ferocity of Zhang Lianghua's assault. Astonishingly, right at the commencement of the meeting, he sought to hold Qin Yongshan accountable with such vehemence. Not only Qin, but even Liu Changhai and others were caught off guard by Zhang Lianghua's audacity. In an instant, the atmosphere in the conference room, filled with over 20 individuals, became notably tense. After Zhang Lianghua finished speaking, an oppressive silence enveloped the room. He looked at Qin Yongshan, a fleeting smirk flickering in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak again, however, his companion Cui Xiangdong calmly interjected, asking, "Secretary Zhang, from your earlier remarks, should I infer that had you been home yesterday, Xiao Junlin and others from Qingxi town would not have dared to dispose of those illicit killings in our town's fishery waterway?" Chapter 56. Cui Xiangdong unleashes his fury. The entire town was well aware that Qin Yongshan was under the influence of Cui Xiangdong. After Zhang Lianghua grew emboldened, he sought to undermine Qin Yongshan as a means to suppress Cui Xiangdong, who had no objections to this maneuver. Such conduct was, after all, a commonplace occurrence in the realm of politics, contingent upon one crucial premise. Qin Yongshan had indeed committed a transgression. The unforeseen incident that transpired at the fishing ground yesterday had taken everyone by surprise. Yet, Zhang Lianghua sought to exploit this event to strike hard at Qin Yongshan, a move Cui Xiangdong would hardly welcome. He swiftly seized upon a flaw in Zhang Lianghua's hurried words as he attempted to suppress Qin Yongshan, launching a counterattack with fervor. Zhang Lianghua was momentarily taken aback. "Secretary Zhang," he said incisively, "you just mentioned that you were away on business yesterday. Thus you were not at home when such a significant event unfolded in the town. Your statement implies that had you been present, you could have prevented Xiao Junlin from the town of Qingxi from dumping toxic waste into our vital waterway. Should I then deduce that Xiao Junlin's actions were premeditated in collusion with you? If you had been there, he would not have dared to proceed with the dumping." Zhang Lianghua's complexion shifted dramatically. Cui Xiangdong, however, did not afford him the opportunity to respond. With unwavering intensity, he continued, "Furthermore, according to relevant regulations, during workdays, whenever Secretary Zhang is away for any work-related reasons, it is imperative that you file a report with the office before your departure. This ensures that in the event of unforeseen incidents, we can reach you promptly." He then turned his gaze toward Wang Linhai, who was visibly agitated yet remained silent, afraid to utter a word. Did Zhang Lianghua have anything to say? Equally mute, Cui Xiangdong pressed on. "Myself, Comrade Changhai, and several others were gathered at the entrance of the party and government office, observing Director Wang repeatedly attempt to contact you. We all hope to reach you swiftly to follow your directives in addressing this unexpected crisis. Regrettably, Director Wang was unable to establish contact with you. Consequently, Comrade Changhai and I took it upon ourselves to rush to the fishing ground. In the meantime, Comrade Qin Yongshan had already led his team there with utmost urgency." He continued, "The scene of the conflict was fraught with peril, with numerous individuals present. Director Qin was compelled to discharge his weapon as a warning. Yet it yielded no effect. The unfolding events were witnessed not only by myself, but also by Changhai and all the comrades who were at home. Following the abrupt onset of the conflict, it was evident that not even the presence of county officials would suffice to pacify the crowd of fewer than 50 individuals through sheer force. Thus, I was left with no choice but to seize Qin Yongshan's firearm and injure the instigator of the disturbance, Qiu Junlin, thereby averting the situation from deteriorating further at that critical moment. I can candidly assert that during yesterday's conflict, both Qin Yongshan and Chang Hai, along with their comrades, exerted their utmost efforts. However, after Cui Xiangdong had expressed a multitude of grievances, he turned to Zhang Lianghua and remarked, "Secretary Zhang, not only do you fail to commend us, the comrades who risked our lives to avert a major clash, but you also seek to hold us accountable. This raises suspicions about your connection to the instigator of this incident. It appears that your ultimate aim is to place blame on those of us who hastily rushed to the scene. What? Are you insinuating that I orchestrated this large-scale brawl from behind the scenes? Cui Xiangdong, you are unjustly accusing me." Zhang Lianghua's eyes widened in fury, and he raised his hand as if to slam the table. Incidents of table flipping, cursing, and even physical altercations were not uncommon during township meetings in the 1990s, primarily due to the backgrounds of many officials who hailed from military service, coupled with the prevailing robust societal norms of that era. Therefore, one should refrain from applying contemporary perspectives to events from decades past. Cui Xiangdong regarded him coldly. Zhang Lianghua's poised hand halted mid-motion. The atmosphere grew oppressively tense, with all eyes riveted on the two, as if they had forgotten to breathe. This was unexpected. Cui Xiangdong, attending his first standing committee meeting, confronted Zhang Lianghua with unrestrained vigor. Many subconsciously believed that if Zhang Lianghua dared to pound the table and curse, then the reputedly audacious Cui Xiangdong would reciprocate with equal fervor. Zhang Lianghua's hand trembled slightly, and he regained his composure. Gradually, he lowered his hand and picked up a glass of water. As he sipped, the suffocating tension in the room began to dissipate. A collective sigh of relief escaped many as Lou Xiaoya felt a cold sweat trickling down her back. Despite having shared the same bed with Cui Xiangdong for many years, having first invited him for dumplings during their university days, she had never witnessed such a side of him. He resembled a drawn sword, sharp and unstoppable. Strange, why does it feel like the current Xiangdong is not the one I know? Lou Xiaoya pondered, tilting her head slightly to scrutinize him. With a soft flick, Cui Xiangdong lit a cigarette, his demeanor tranquil, as if he had never unleashed his fury upon Zhang Lianghua. Yet, from the corner of his eye, he glanced at Fan Longsheng, who sat in the corner. He understood that Fan Longsheng had come to Rainbow Town for the sole purpose of observing him during this committee meeting. Cui Xiangdong remained unfazed. Whether Fan Longsheng was present or not, as long as Zhang Lianghua dared to exploit the blackmail incident to hold him and Qin Yongshan accountable, Cui Xiangdong would unleash his full force. "Comrade Wendong." Zhang Lianghua set down his teacup, his tone remaining as grave as ever. "I have heard that yesterday, in your capacity as the mayor of Rainbow Town, you agreed to allow Qingxi Town to dispose of all their black fish within the confines of our town's fish pond." Realizing he was at a disadvantage, he swiftly diverted the conversation. This indicated that Zhang Lianghua intended to hold Qin Yongshan accountable for the blackfish incident, a plan that was now thoroughly thwarted. He would no longer bring up this matter, lest it raise suspicions that he had orchestrated the event solely to undermine Qin Yongshan. Since Zhang Lianghua had prudently yielded, Cui Xiangdong would no longer press aggressively. However, he would keep a mental note of this account for future reckoning. Indeed, Cui Xiangdong nodded. "The reason for my actions is that I believe I can transform those black fish, deemed toxic, into valuable assets, thereby contributing to the economic development of Rainbow Town." Zhang Lianghua inquired, "So you intend to utilize the town's funds to transport those black fish to the Dongguan region?" "Certainly, we must employ the town's financial and human resources," Cui Xiangdong replied. "The proceeds from the sales will also belong to the town. Moreover, I am confident in my ability to ensure that those black fish will generate profit." Zhang Lianghua decisively stated, "The town will not consent to squander substantial financial and material resources for these toxic fish." Cui Xiangdong furrowed his brow. "Secretary Zhang, I am in charge of Rainbow Town's economic affairs. Your interference undermines my legitimate work. This is because, as the Secretary of Rainbow Town, I will not tolerate any actions that burden the populace and waste resources." Zhang Lianghua raised his voice. Without waiting for Cui Xiangdong's response, he continued, "Let us raise our hands. If 5 individuals support your utilization of the town's limited finances, then we shall proceed as you suggest." Chapter 57. Cui Xiangdong's first disastrous defeat. Within the depths of Cui Xiangdong's subconscious, he leveraged the financial resources of Rainbow Town. employing funds to hire vehicles and manpower to transport those deemed as toxic fish to Dongguan. The profits accrued would, of course, belong to the town. Serving as his inaugural fortune since assuming the role of mayor, he envisioned utilizing this capital to invest in the town's future enterprises. Cui Xiangdong was utterly confident that, within 2 years, he could elevate Rainbow Town to become the most affluent township in the entirety of Qingshan City. However, he never anticipated that everyone, including Lou Xiaoya and Chen Yongshan, assumed he would utilize his personal funds to sell those black fish and achieve political gains. If his own associates held such beliefs, how could Zhang Lianghua think otherwise? Therefore, Zhang Lianghua was resolute in preventing Cui Xiangdong from frivolously using public assets. Given Cui Xiangdong's eloquence, Zhang Lianghua hesitated to confront him directly again and preferred not to hear any explanations. Instead, he summoned the 9 members of the committee to vote. Those in favor of Comrade Xiangdong utilizing the town's resources to address those black fish, please raise your hand. Zhang Lianghua's piercing gaze scanned the other members. Cui Xiangdong also looked around, raising his right hand and softly asserting, "I am certain that I can, without a doubt, generate unimaginable profits for Rainbow Town through those black fish." Half a minute elapsed, yet no one raised a hand. Only Cui Xiangdong's solitary hand remained aloft, appearing profoundly isolated. This evoked an inexplicable pang of sympathy in Lou Xiaoya, who lowered her head in response. Chen Yongshan lit a cigarette. It was clear that they lacked the authority to vote, and even if they did, they would not support Cui Xiangdong. Neither Lou Xiaoya nor Chen Yongshan could bring themselves to endorse a venture they knew would result in a financial loss. With a smirk, Zhang Lianghua observed Cui Xiangdong's slowly descending hand and continued, "Those opposed to Comrade Xiangdong's use of the town's resources to deal with those black fish, please raise your hand." He raised his hand first, followed promptly by Wang Linhai, Zhang Lianghua's confidant. Then came Han Wenbao, the organization committee member. Subsequently, all 8 other committee members, save for Cui Xiangdong, clearly raised their hands in opposition to his proposal. Zhang Lianghua lowered his hand, casting a glance back at Cui Xiangdong. Though he remained silent, his eyes gleamed with an unspoken triumph. Cui Xiangdong, brow furrowed, refrained from speaking. With no support from the entire town leadership, he could not access Rainbow Town's resources. Moreover, due to certain circumstances, the Su family would not support Cui Xiangdong either, not even with a single penny. Thus, where could Cui Xiangdong find the funds to hire vehicles to transport such a significant number of black fish to Dongguan? Upon his divorce, he left with nothing but a couple of hundred yuan. In truth, even if he had not divorced, his 2-year marriage with Lou Xiaoya had not accumulated much wealth. Sighing inwardly, Cui Xiangdong lit another cigarette, yet he still yearned to make one last attempt. He raised his head with a bitter smile and addressed Secretary Zhang and the comrades present. "To be frank, if the town does not provide financial support, I cannot sell such a large quantity of black fish to other regions. At present, I possess merely 200 yuan. For various reasons, my family will not extend any support or investment to me or to Rainbow Town for the next 2 years. Therefore, I hope you all can trust me. I will not let you down." In his pursuit to sell the black fish and generate substantial profits for Rainbow Town, Cui Xiangdong did not hesitate to reveal his vulnerabilities. "What? You, the debauched town mayor, cannot secure any economic support for yourself or Rainbow Town in the next 2 years. Everyone, including Zhang Lianghua and Fan Longsheng, widened their eyes in disbelief at Cui Xiangdong's words. In fact, when Future Group withdrew its investment, Mr. L from Jinxing Aluminum had publicly stated that there would be no investment in Yunhu County for the next 2 years. However, when Cui Xiangdong assumed the position of town mayor, no one took Mr. L's words seriously. In their subconscious, they believed that with Cui Xiangdong as mayor, Future Group would soon invest in Rainbow Town, helping him achieve results. But now, this was during an extraordinarily formal standing committee meeting. Cui Xiangdong could not possibly be lying. Without the support of your family, how could you revitalize the economy of Rainbow Town? After the initial shock, many began to ponder, setting aside everything else. What about the countless black fish in Rainbow Lake? Without the town's support, you would be unable to sell them as promised. If that were the case, would your future not be jeopardized by those black fish? Zhang Lianghua, certainly, had no reason to overlook this reasoning. He suddenly felt an urge to laugh, an uncontrollable, maniacal laughter. Of course, he could not laugh. He merely exchanged a knowing glance with Cui Xiangdong, filled with genuine sincerity, before cruelly shaking his head. "I am truly sorry, Comrade Wendong. I will never use state assets to fulfill your absurd promises. Cui Xiangdong sighed silently, his tone cold. Secretary Zhang, if I manage to sell those black fish and generate considerable profits, will you then take full responsibility for any resulting damage to Rainbow Town's economy? Zhang Lianghua replied calmly. Just days ago, with the withdrawal of 13 private enterprises from Rainbow Town, the economy has already suffered a catastrophic blow. I will take responsibility. Therefore, I have invited Vice President Fan Longsheng from Yinjing Qinyang Group to invest in Rainbow Town. Why did he deliberately mention the withdrawal of 13 private enterprises? It was simply to inform everyone that Cui Xiangdong was the root cause of the economic collapse in Rainbow Town. This statement struck Cui Xiangdong like an invisible dagger. Meanwhile, the onlooker, Lou Xiaoya, turned pale. Yet, Zhang Lianghua paid them no mind. He stood up, looking at Fan Longsheng with a smile. Now, let us extend a warm round of applause to welcome Mr. Fan from Qinyang Group, who is here to invest in our town. Applause erupted. Regardless of who it may be, anyone capable of attracting substantial investment to Rainbow Town and revitalizing its economy will undoubtedly receive the most fervent applause from everyone. There will be an enthusiastic endorsement of such an individual. Even Lou Xiaoya, after a moment of silence, clenched her teeth in secret and began to applaud. Her applause was not a rebuke directed at the perpetually silent Cui Xiangdong. Rather, she yearned more than anyone for the swift revival of Rainbow Town's economy. For, to be precise, she was the very architect of the calamitous blow that had befallen the town's economic landscape. Only with the revitalization of Rainbow Town's economy would her sense of guilt towards the 60,000 officials and citizens be alleviated. This standing committee meeting marked Cui Xiangdong's inaugural participation. Aside from his rebuttal of Zhang Lianghua and his attempt to hold Qin Yongshan accountable, he had suffered a significant defeat. Consequently, his prestige as the town mayor plummeted to an all-time low with the conclusion of this meeting. Chapter 58. Today, I divorced your former mother-in-law. As darkness descended, Cui Xiangdong, having secluded himself in his office after the conclusion of the standing committee meeting, had not even taken a moment for lunch, engrossed in his writing and sketching. During this time, the door to his office remained undisturbed, devoid of any knocks. Following the meeting, Zhang Lianghua, representing Fan Longsheng of the Qinyang Group, extended an invitation to all attendees to dine at the finest restaurant in town. It was there that Fan Longsheng would disclose the investment Qinyang Group intended to make, the projects they aimed to fund, and the number of job opportunities they would create for Rainbow Town. As the town mayor, who was primarily responsible for economic affairs, Cui Xiangdong was expected to attend. Zhang Lianghua, with genuine sincerity, invited him, yet Cui Xiangdong politely declined. He simply could not bear the thought of attending this gathering. This was the prevailing sentiment among others. However, they were mistaken. Cui Xiangdong refrained from attending because he recognized that his presence would be futile. Following his dismal performance at the standing committee meeting, his stature as mayor had plummeted to an all-time low, while Zhang Lianghua's reputation soared to unprecedented heights. What purpose would his attendance serve? Other than to partake in a meal, it would be a sheer waste of time. He would rather devote this time to meticulously planning how to sell the black fish, particularly the development plan that had already been established. Once the black fish proved profitable, his lost prestige would naturally be restored. Although Cui Xiangdong chose not to attend, he implied that Qin Yongshan must go. Not only was he the deputy mayor, but he also held the position of police station chief. The police station bore the crucial responsibility of safeguarding investors. If Qin Yongshan failed to attend, Zhang Lianghua could easily exploit this oversight to elevate someone else, thereby undermining him. Lou Xiaoya, the deputy mayor in charge of investment attraction, would certainly attend as well. After their meal, Zhang Lianghua and his associates would accompany Fan Longsheng to inspect the factories left behind after the withdrawal of 13 enterprises. Cui Xiangdong genuinely hoped that Qinyang Group would invest tens of millions in Rainbow Town. Throughout the day, he meticulously revised the original development plan in his solitary office. Alas, this predicament compelled him to contemplate establishing his own company. With a heavy sigh, he pondered where to find someone to help him manage his future enterprise. After several rounds of contemplation, he found himself at a loss for suitable candidates. In truth, there was no one available to assist him. During his 2 years in Rainbow Town, Cui Xiangdong had not indulged in the typical pastimes of drinking and socializing. Instead, he preferred to remain close to Lou Xiaoya, exploring which fillings made the best dumplings. Indeed, the tender embrace of love often becomes a hero's grave. As Cui Xiangdong rubbed his temples, lost in thought. A knock resounded at the door. "Come in," he called. He swiftly stowed his notebook in the drawer. Entering was Chen Yongshan. "Old Chen, did you have a drink at noon today?" Cui Xiangdong welcomed him to the guest area, offering him a cigarette with a cheerful grin. Chen Yongshan managed a bitter smile. "Mayor Cui, how can you still find it in yourself to smile?" Cui Xiangdong retorted, "The sky has tea fallen, so why shouldn't I smile?" "You make a valid point," Chen Yongshan replied, giving a thumbs up. He produced an envelope from his pocket and placed it on the table. "Inside this envelope is 3,000 yuan, the entirety of my and my wife's savings accumulated over the years of our marriage." Cui Xiangdong raised an eyebrow. "Old Chen, what do you mean by this?" "Cui Town, hire someone to dispose of those black fish. While this sum may not be substantial, it certainly represents a commitment." Chen Yongshan stood and made his way to the door. "I'll head home first. I need to make a good impression on my understanding wife tonight." "Ha." Cui Xiangdong felt a mix of emotion, both touched and amused. He muttered, "Old Chen, can you help me find a truck specifically for transporting seafood in the county?" Chen Yongshan paused. "Cui Town, are you truly intent on sending those black fish to Dongguang?" "I will do precisely as I initially stated," Cui Xiangdong affirmed. He weighed the envelope in his hand, adding, "Though this amount is modest, I shall keep it. Consider it your investment. Once the black fish generate profit, we can use the proceeds to establish a factory for other ventures, effectively granting you equity shares. We can register the shares under your sister-in-law's name." Chen Yongshan remained silent, staring at him as if he were a simpleton. "I'm asking you a question," Cui Xiangdong said, setting the envelope down. "Can you find a dedicated truck? If so, let us start with 3 vehicles for the initial trial run." Chen Yongshan replied, "A comrade of mine operates in the seafood market in the city. He should be able to procure the type of vehicle you need." "That would be splendid," Cui Xiangdong exclaimed, overjoyed. "What are you still doing? Hurry and call your comrade," urging him to arrange for a few trucks as soon as possible. Chen Yongshan was promptly dispatched. Cui Xiangdong had anticipated that the most significant challenge, the vehicles and their costs, would be resolved so effortlessly. However, the question remained, who would accompany them to Dongguang to sell the fish? As resources from the town could not be utilized, personnel from the party and government offices were off limits. Hiring someone to guard the vehicles would be straightforward, as there was an ample surplus of labor in rural areas. For 10 yuan a day, one could hire a young laborer to accompany them on their journey. Locally, the wage was only 6 or 7 yuan. Cui Xiangdong needed someone to manage finances and lead the fish sales. With such an abundance of black fish, he wondered how many trucks would be necessary. It wouldn't do for him, the town chief, to lead the expeditions to Dongguang every time. If only old Shen's comrade could be reliable. Cui Xiangdong tucked the envelope into his pocket and exited the office. Perhaps it was the heavens showing pity for the painful blow he had suffered that morning. As the weather had turned refreshingly cool, he strolled leisurely towards the family quarters, hands clasped behind his back. Just as he reached the doorway, a shadow suddenly emerged from the darkness beneath a tree, startling him from his thoughts. It was old Lou. "Ah, father, what brings you here?" Cui Xiangdong inquired. "Are you hiding here waiting specifically for me?" Old Lou nodded. "Indeed, I have been waiting specifically for you." "Very well, let us return home for a drink and converse." As Cui Xiangdong raised his hand to push open the courtyard gate, he was halted by old Lou. "I shall not go to your home. Xiaoya has already prepared a meal there. I have 2 matters to discuss with you before I return." As he spoke, old Lou retrieved an item from his pocket. It was a bundle of cash wrapped in newspaper. Old Lou placed the money into Cui Xiangdong's embrace. "This amounts to 1,900 yuan. The entirety of the savings accumulated during your 2 years of marriage with Xiaoya. When she initially chose to divorce you, she stated that these savings were entirely yours. You did not take them. I surmise that you are in need of funds at present, so I have brought this to you." Xiaoya also mentioned that she would be visiting the county town in a day or 2 to sell her wedding jewelry and will contribute some additional funds. Cui Xiangdong instinctively reached out to accept the money. As for the second matter, old Lou continued, "Today, I divorced your former mother-in-law, leaving with nothing." Having conveyed the second piece of news, old Lou turned and walked away. Chapter 59. Are you washing my feet? "What? You divorced my ex-mother-in-law today, and left with nothing?" "Oh, old Lou, it seems we share the same plight. We must toast tonight and discuss our experiences of divorce." As Cui Xiangdong began to comprehend the situation, the solitary figure of old Lou had already hastened into the neighboring house. With a resounding bang, the door was shut and the latch was thrown. Clearly, Old Lou feared that Cui Xiangdong would detain him with endless inquiries. In truth, old Lou was overthinking. Cui Xiangdong was still grappling with the anguish of his own divorce and had no inclination to meddle in another's affairs. Nevertheless, one must acknowledge that old Lou's decision to divorce Wang Yinxia and leave Lojia village with nothing was indeed a positive development. After all, Wang Yinxia had proven to be quite the unworthy partner, perpetually treating old Lou as a punching bag, subjecting him to both verbal and physical abuse over the years. It was commendable that he finally summoned the courage to liberate himself from that toxic relationship. At only 50, he still exuded a youthful vigor. With the right mindset, embracing life with optimism as I do, he could certainly find a kind and understanding woman to share the rest of his days. Cui Xiangdong glanced at the stack of money in his hand, contemplated briefly, and decided to accept it. Regardless of the circumstances, he certainly needed the funds at this moment. Of course, he would not accept it without reason. He would consider it an investment from his ex-wife. He discerned that Lou Xiaoya had sent old Lou with the money not only because she knew he would refuse to accept it directly from her, but also to convey a message. Her future focus would shift to assisting Zhang Lianghua in securing investments for Chanyang Group in Rainbow Town. This was her professional duty. Cui Xiangdong understood that Lou Xiaoya, perhaps more than anyone, yearned for the revival of the economy in Rainbow Town, and thus harbored no ill feelings towards her. Moreover, if his ex-wife were to act like the vindictive women often found in online novels, siding with his adversaries to undermine him, it would be entirely expected. With a hint of a smile, Cui Xiangdong stepped through the door into his home. In the living room, Jiao Jiao was seated on the sofa watching television, while Minro busied herself in the kitchen preparing dinner. The table was set with 3 dishes: stir-fried potato strips in vinegar, stewed potatoes, and fried potato slices. Upon seeing this array of potato dishes, the carnivorous Cui Xiangdong furrowed his brow. He turned to Minro, who had followed him in, and questioned, "Is this all you're offering me? Is this the level of service exhibited by a professional housekeeper?" His tone was less than pleasant. Jiao Jiao, who had been cautiously monitoring his expression since his arrival, was startled into jumping off the sofa and standing obediently at the side. Noticing the child's reaction, Cui Xiangdong quickly adjusted his demeanor. He settled onto the sofa, pulling Jiao Jiao onto his lap. "Don't be afraid, Uncle was just speaking to her. There is no malice intended." With that, Jiao Jiao quietly exhaled in relief, standing with her head lowered behind the door. Minro pressed her toes against the plastic sandal soles and timidly said, "Uncle Cui, there are no vegetables at home, and certainly no eggs or meat. I have no money to buy groceries or meat." These potatoes were bought with Jiao Jiao's pocket money. What? No vegetables at home? Did I not leave her any money for groceries or meat? Upon clarifying the situation, Cui Xiangdong realized he had wrongly chastised someone. However, he would never admit to his mistake. After all, what kind of uncle admits fault to his niece? He set Jiao Jiao down, retrieved a stack of money sent by Lao Lu, and placed 200 yuan on the table. "This 200 yuan is for the 3 of us to cover our living expenses for the coming month. Take it." Minro was taken aback and quickly protested, "Uncle, that's too much money. We can't possibly spend that." In these rural times, a typical family of 3 could live on a mere 100 yuan a month, which was already quite extravagant. In Minro's previous household, 50 yuan sufficed for the meals of 4. "Take it," Cui Xiangdong said impatiently. Then thought for a moment and added another 200 yuan to the pile. "This additional 200 yuan is for you and Jiao Jiao to buy new clothes tomorrow. Dressing shabbily all the time will affect my mood." To be fair, while the clothes of Min Ro and Min Jiao may not have been of fine quality, they were always impeccably clean. Moreover, the sisters maintained themselves with great care, having nothing to do with sloppiness. Cui Xiangdong's insistence was merely a way to ensure Minro accepted the money to purchase new attire. Now that the world recognized Minro as Cui Town's official caretaker, it would be a disgrace if she were to dress poorly. Sure enough, the originally hesitant Minro, upon hearing Cui Xiangdong's words, nodded and cautiously picked up the 400 yuan. Time to eat. Cui Xiangdong and Jiao Jiao settled onto the sofa, while Minro sat on a small stool behind the door, bowing her head and eating her meal slowly. In rural areas, remnants of the feudal mindset still lingered, suggesting that women should not dine at the table. However, being educated, Minro would not have cared about such customs in her previous home. Her decision to eat at the side was merely to avoid offending Cui Xiangdong. Cui Xiangdong, of course, did not mind, yet he found a peculiar delight in watching Minro eat like a meek little wife, perched on her stool behind the door. A girl as tough yet stubborn as she was, who could inflict pain, having once turned Zhao Jin's face into a bloody mess with a stick, without a shred of remorse, should not be treated with kindness. For if she were to regain her strength, who is to say that one day, if Cui Xiangdong provoked her, she wouldn't sneak in with scissors in hand? Thus, one must not be deceived by her fragile and pitiful exterior. It was essential to keep her firmly in check to prevent any mischief. Jiao, however, was oblivious to such thoughts, occasionally glancing at her uncle and sister while focusing on her meal. After they had eaten their fill, they felt satisfied. Cui Xiangdong lit a cigarette and strolled back and forth in the courtyard, contemplating suitable candidates for leadership. "Uncle," a timid voice interrupted his reverie. "Shall I prepare some water for you to soak your feet? You want to wash my feet? I am not the foolish son of a wealthy landlord. In need of your service," Cui Xiangdong retorted, turning to face her. Just as he was about to decline, she continued, "I noticed your brow is furrowed. You must be racking your brain and feeling quite exhausted. Allow me to soak your feet. It may alleviate some of your fatigue. When my father was weary from work, my mother would wash his feet, and he would feel completely relaxed, instantly becoming jovial. Is it truly that miraculous? Very well, let us give it a try." Cui Xiangdong settled onto the sofa, observing Min Ro as she knelt before him, gently cradling his left foot and lowering it into the basin. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. "Min Ro, if I were to entrust you with managing certain business affairs, would you have the confidence to excel in that role?" Chapter 60. In this lifetime, we can never be husband and wife. Cui Xiangdong wandered around the courtyard for quite some time, considering every person he could think of. Yet he could not find a suitable candidate to act as his financial agent. Of course, he could easily call Su Baichuan. Simply explaining the situation would prompt Su Baichuan to dispatch a capable subordinate, skillfully crafting an opportunity for Cui Xiangdong to meet, after which they would faithfully follow his lead. However, he was reluctant to take that route. Cui's father had made it abundantly clear that he would not provide any financial support to Cui Xiangdong within the next 2 years. Even if Su Baichuan cleverly arranged for someone to be by his side, if Cui's father did not see through it, it would still be akin to cheating. After all, Cui Xiangdong's rebirth was the greatest form of cheating. Indulging in further deceit in this regard would render the endeavor utterly meaningless. He resolved to start from scratch, demonstrating his capabilities to the old man. But who could he enlist as his financial agent? This individual not only needed to possess a certain level of competence, but, more importantly, must be unwaveringly loyal to Cui Xiangdong. At present, he found himself devoid of such a person in his immediate circle. Lost in thought, Cui Xiangdong's contemplation was abruptly interrupted when Min Ro lifted his left foot, and a flash of inspiration ignited in his mind. The person he sought, seemingly distant, yet truly close at hand, was none other than Min Ro. As a university student, her educational background was indeed considered exceptional in the countryside. In terms of loyalty, Cui Xiangdong had already resolved to nurture Jiao as if she were his own daughter. Would Min Ro dare to betray him? As for capability, it was not an innate trait, but rather one that could be cultivated over time. Min Ro's status as a top student at the county's first high school attested to her high intelligence. Individuals of high intellect, as long as they remained grounded and committed to learning, had the potential to become leaders in their fields. Thus, Cui Xiangdong promptly inquired of Min Ro whether she had the confidence to assist him in managing business affairs. "Assist you in managing business affairs?" Min Ro exclaimed in astonishment. Looking up at Cui Xiangdong, he nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Min Ro suddenly felt a wave of anxiety. "But I know nothing about business. That is of no consequence. I can teach you. As long as you apply yourself in this area, I hold great faith in your potential," Cui Xiangdong replied eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. As their gazes met, Min Ro's eyes sparkled brighter, and a charming blush gradually crept across her cheeks. Cui Xiangdong was somewhat perplexed. "I merely wish for you to assist me in managing business matters. It is not as though I am asking you to share my bed." "Why are you blushing?" Min Ro's face reddened further as she lowered her head, thinking to herself, "Because in your eyes, I finally seem to hold some value. That is why I am excited. Quickly wash up. Afterward, I will explain everything to you in detail," he urged. Cui Xiangdong, uninterested in dwelling on her embarrassment, splashed his foot in the water, leaned back on the sofa, and closed his eyes, contemplating how best to guide her step by step. "Oh," Min Ro replied, hastily grasping his foot with her small hands, gently yet firmly beginning to wash it. A few minutes later, Cui Xiangdong retrieved a pen and paper. Placing them on the table, and swiftly inscribed 2 characters. He inquired, "Do you recognize this?" Loyalty. Min Ro, of course, was familiar with the term. "My foremost demand of you is unwavering loyalty to me." Cui Xiangdong gazed at her, his tone grave. "In one of my forthcoming ventures, I require an individual who is absolutely loyal to assist me in managing my future commercial empire." Min Ro found herself perplexed by Cui Xiangdong's immense confidence in establishing a future business empire. Yet, her keen intuition suggested that this could be an extraordinary opportunity for her fate to transform from bleak to promising. "I, Min Ro, solemnly vow." Originally squatting beside the table, watching Cui Xiangdong write, Min Ro suddenly knelt on one knee. She raised her left hand, gazing into his eyes with utmost seriousness. "I, Min Ro, am destined to be yours in life and yours in death. In this life and the next, whether day or night, in work or rest, my heart shall only harbor thoughts of you. If I were to betray this vow, may I be condemned to generations of servitude." Cui Xiangdong was taken aback. His intention was merely to convey the necessity of her loyalty, yet she spoke of being his in life and death, perpetually thinking of him. Was this an expression of total devotion? What era were they in to still entertain such notions? Nevertheless, as long as she could convey the attitude he sought, that was sufficient. "Let us not indulge in theatrics. Rise up, and I shall elaborate on my subsequent requirements." Cui Xiangdong, somewhat impatient, pulled her up and began outlining his expectations. Essentially, he demanded resilience in the face of hardship, unwavering dedication, and discretion. Most importantly, aside from being obedient, she must refrain from any whims or stubbornness, for both traits were abominable in the business realm. As the saying goes, the marketplace is akin to a battlefield, where any display of capriciousness or obstinacy could ignite the downfall of one's enterprise. "If you dare to challenge me again or indulge in any dramatics, not only will I knock out your teeth, but I shall also break your legs." Cui Xiangdong emphasized these points with fervor. Min Ro felt her cheeks flush once more and nodded vigorously. After wielding the stick, Cui Xiangdong began to offer her sweet rewards. Regardless of the tumult he stirred in the marketplace, he would allocate 5 of his shares to Min Ro. She did not refuse. Though young and somewhat naive about many matters, she understood that to bind herself to Cui Xiangdong, beyond the oath of loyalty, a tangible benefit was also essential. After she devoted herself wholeheartedly to his cause, would he truly trust her without any expectation of recompense? The night wore on, and Min Ro, exhilarated and agitated, tossed and turned beneath the mosquito net. She glanced at her peacefully slumbering younger sister and whispered, "Jiao Jiao, let us strive together," aiming to become one of Uncle's most trusted kin. As dawn broke, Cui Xiangdong, as was his routine, completed his morning ablutions by 6:30. Min Ro also rose to prepare breakfast. This left him rather satisfied as he strolled out with his hands clasped behind his back. He wandered aimlessly, foregoing breakfast at Lao Min's. In front of the family compound lay the town courtyard, while fields stretched behind it. The wheat had been harvested, and the corn, which had been sown, was beginning to sprout. In just over 2 months, this expansive field would transform into a lush green tapestry. Taking an early morning walk among the fields was indeed delightful. The person approaching looked quite familiar. Wasn't he that his former father-in-law who had just divorced yesterday? Upon seeing Lao Lu, Cui Xiangdong felt an inexplicable sense of shared empathy. After all, they were both men who had faced divorce. "Dongzi, you're up early for a stroll in the fields too?" Lao Lu approached with a cheerful demeanor and initiated the conversation. "Yes, the air is refreshing in the fields in the morning," Cui Xiangdong replied, offering a cigarette to Lao Lu while discreetly assessing his complexion. Lao Lu appeared to be in fine spirits, his face radiating a sense of liberation, as if he could now embrace a new life with ease. "Dongzi, there are 2 matters," Lao Lu said, puffing out a smoke ring, seemingly casual in his tone. Cui Xiangdong nodded. "Please, go ahead. You and Xiaoya." But at this point, Lao Lu fell silent. Cui Xiangdong understood the implication of his words. Without a moment's thought, he shook his head and stated earnestly, "Father, in this lifetime, Xiaoya and I can never again be husband and wife." Chapter 61. Requesting my former father-in-law to work for me, old Lu, his daughter Lou Xiaoya, his son-in-law Cui Xiangdong, and their future grandchild, all reside together as a family of 4, with his daughter and son-in-law occupied with their respective jobs. Old Lu devotes himself to caring for the child, preparing meals, and maintaining the household. This simple arrangement embodies old Lu's greatest wish for the remainder of his life. Despite his awareness that this desire is but a fanciful dream, he clings to it nonetheless. Lou Xiaoya has even informed him that after her divorce from Cui Xiangdong, he has already found a fiancée. Nevertheless, upon seeing him this morning, old Lou could not suppress his curiosity and posed the question. Cui Xiangdong's response was unequivocal and resolute, devoid of any ambiguity. While this was anticipated by old Lou, it nonetheless dimmed his spirits momentarily. However, he swiftly recalibrated his mindset and shifted to the next topic. Dongzi, what do you think of my current physical and mental condition? Very good, Cui Xiangdong replied. At the very least, you are in far better shape than most of your contemporaries. He stepped back a couple of paces, appraising old Lou from head to toe. If you were to dress up a bit, you would scarcely appear older than 40. You are indeed in the prime of your life, a distinguished gentleman. His compliments were genuine, not mere flattery. Old Lou's physique, appearance, and overall presence were commendable. The beauty of Lou Xiaoya is a testament to the exceptional genes she inherited from old Lou dad, Cui Xiangdong suddenly realized. Your inquiry into my opinion about your condition isn't indicative of an interest in some lady, is it? If so, do share her identity. I would be more than willing to vet her for you. After all, this would be your third marriage. And you cannot afford to settle for a woman of dubious character. Huh, what nonsense are you spouting? Old Lou retorted, his face flushing with embarrassment as he looked down in mock disdain. Haha. Cui Xiangdong chuckled heartily. Then why, in good spirits, are you asking me about your situation? Dongzi. Old Lou's tone became earnest. I have come to understand that your connections are extensive. I would like to enlist your assistance in finding the most suitable job for me. I believe I am still youthful and have finally liberated myself from the shackles of an unfortunate marriage. I yearn to find work and embark on a new chapter in my life. Truly commendable, Cui Xiangdong remarked, impressed. Even having grown up in the countryside, with mud-stained trousers, you articulate such eloquent sentiments. You wish to find a job? Cui Xiangdong squinted as he scrutinized old Lou once more, suddenly feeling rather foolish. Last night, in search of assistance for his business, he had overlooked the fact that old Lou, who was indeed vigorous and a genuinely supportive figure, could have been a valuable asset. This realization compelled him to formally engage the family member he had previously dismissed. Here I am, sitting atop a mountain of gold yet begging on the streets. He chastised himself internally before slowly asking, Dad, if I were to tell you that I wish to start my own business and establish a company, but due to professional obligations, I need to find a trustworthy person to help manage it. Would you be willing to set aside your pride as my former father-in-law and work for me? Old Lou was taken aback. You want to start a company? Yes, Cui Xiangdong affirmed. Cui Xiangdong managed a bitter smile, stating that his foray into business was born out of necessity. Without such endeavors, he would be unable to sell the illicit goods, thereby thwarting his aspirations of proving his worth as the mayor of Rainbow Town after Zhang Lianghua's introduction of the Qinyang Group. Very well, I shall proceed. Old Lou promptly agreed, declaring that managing the business was indeed the most fitting role for him. As for any pretentious airs, he mused, have I ever assumed a fatherly demeanor in your presence? Cui Xiangdong responded, it is splendid that you feel this way. Father, to speak candidly, I sought out Min Ro last night. He recounted his fruitless efforts to find someone, ultimately resting his hopes upon the young nanny. In conclusion, he assured old Lou, for every share I grant Min Ro, you shall receive an equal portion. Furthermore, I have promised her that if she possesses the capability, she will assume the role of my business manager. While I firmly believe your skills far surpass those of a mere girl, I cannot go back on my word. Thus, you will be her assistant. Do you find this agreeable? Why would there be any objection? Old Lou was unconcerned whether he was appointed as the CEO or vice president of the painting company. What truly mattered to him was maintaining a familial bond with Cui Xiangdong. Indeed, old Lou held a genuine affection for Cui Xiangdong, treating him as his own son. Conversely, every encounter with his biological son, Lou Xiaojiang, stirred an inexplicable discomfort within him, leading him to question whether Lou Xiaojiang was even his offspring. After all, how could he be so dissimilar in both appearance and temperament? As long as old Lou and Cui Xiangdong sustained their familial relationship, Lou Xiaoya had confided in old Lou about her pregnancy with Cui Xiangdong's child. Even without the prospect of reconciliation, her connection through old Lou to Cui Xiangdong would ensure her presence within his social circle. Should Lou Xiaoya encounter insurmountable challenges in the future, Cui Xiangdong, regardless of past marital ties, would undoubtedly assist her out of respect for old Lou. Old Lou's nonchalance brought joy to Cui Xiangdong. From this moment forth, you shall be my esteemed boss, old Lou proclaimed. However, since you and Xiaoya are now divorced, to avoid unnecessary complications and foster a more harmonious relationship, please refrain from calling me Dad and simply refer to me as Old Lou. His suggestion was made with genuine concern for Cui Xiangdong. With a fiancée now in his life, Cui Xiangdong had acquired a new father-in-law, whose societal standing was far from ordinary. What would the ramifications be if others learned that Cui Xiangdong continued to regard Old Lou as his father-in-law? It would only lead to unwarranted complications. Very well, I shall call you Old Lou from now on. After a moment of contemplation, Cui Xiangdong readily adjusted his address. Old Lou, invigorated, remarked, "Boss, do let me know when I shall commence my official duties." Cui Xiangdong pondered. How had he never noticed such an endearing side of the old building before? As evening descended, apart from Yan Ming's occasional visits to the office, he was not disturbed by anyone else. The door of the office across the hall remained perpetually shut. Cui Xiangdong understood that Lou Xiaoya, in her quest for redemption, was fervently channeling all her energy into her work, as if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline. She was determined to revitalize the economy of Rainbow Town, choosing to overlook the grim reality that Cui Xiangdong, as the mayor, had seen his reputation plummet to an all-time low. Yan Ming proved to be a commendable individual. Unlike others who had previously come to report to Cui Xiangdong and sought to undermine him, he consistently fulfilled his responsibilities and treated Cui Xiangdong with the respect due to a mayor. He was indeed a valuable asset. With diligence, Cui Xiangdong inscribed Yan Ming's name in his notebook. Suddenly, the phone rang. He picked up the receiver, discovering it was Chun Yongshan calling. "Mayor Cui, I'm in Qingshan City. I have located my comrades and secured 10 trucks specifically for transporting seafood. Just let me know when you need them." Chapter 62. A treasure worth millions. Chun Yongshan proved to be a dependable ally. Once he resolved to stand by Cui Xiangdong through thick and thin, he dedicated himself wholeheartedly to assisting him through the present tribulations. Despite the knowledge that relying on those black fish for profit was akin to chasing phantoms, Chen still managed to persuade his wife to contribute all their savings to Cui. In the afternoon, he traveled to Qingshan City, where he sought out his comrade Wang Chao, convincing him to help find transportation. Wang Chao agreed, stating that the shipping fees could be settled post-sale of the goods. Chen assured him that if they failed to sell even a single penny's worth or encountered any unforeseen circumstances, he would not hold Wang responsible for the transportation costs. Their bond was one of life and death. The promises made between them were as binding as those he made to Wang. Cui Xiangdong remained silent. After a full minute of contemplation, Chen, filled with concern, inquired, "Cui, is something amiss? Do you doubt the promises made by my brother?" "I have faith," Cui replied, taking a deep breath before shifting the topic. "This matter cannot be delayed. Tomorrow I shall go to Rainbow Lake to organize the fish extraction, and we will depart early the day after." "Understood. By the way, allow me to clarify the specifics." Chen intended to detail the weight capacity of each vehicle. Transporting aquatic products is not akin to hauling cabbages or other agricultural goods, nor is it comparable to transporting gravel or cement. While the trucks appeared sizable, capable of carrying 2 to 3 tons, the majority of that weight would be water. It was imperative to ensure that the aquatic life did not suffer mass mortality during transit. Therefore, a truck equipped with an oxygenation system could only transport a maximum of 7 to 800 kilograms at a time. However, the resilient black fish excelled in transportability compared to other aquatic species. They could not only survive in muddy waters, but also endure for 3 days in grassy terrains. As long as there was water in the cargo hold, the buoyancy would prevent the lower black fish from being crushed by those above them, making it feasible to transport around a ton. In later years, it was recommended to maintain the transport water temperature between 12 to 14 C, enriching it with pure oxygen. The process involved extracting the fish from the pond, bagging them, placing them in insulated foam boxes, sealing those boxes, and loading them onto trucks, with a gradual temperature adjustment upon arrival. Currently, Cui Xiangdong lacked the luxury of sourcing specialized foam boxes. He could only manage to control the water temperature and ensure an ample supply of oxygen for the tons of black fish in the cargo hold. If foam boxes were to be used for transporting the black fish over the 1,800 kilometers from Qingshan to Dongguan Yangqing, which would take approximately 20 hours on the road, the loss rate would be around 1 for every 1,000 pounds, equating to about 10 pounds lost. However, transporting them directly in the truck would likely increase the loss rate to 3 or even higher. Cui believed that as long as they maintained a swift pace, Resting the crew, but not the vehicle, they could keep the loss rate under 10. After confirming the departure time with Chun Yongshan, the two concluded their conversation, and Cui began to calculate the economic implications. Due to safety concerns and the scarcity of vehicles, freight costs remain disproportionately high relative to current wages and prices. However, they are indeed excessive. In fact, the transportation fee for a fully loaded truck carrying 1 ton of blackfish on a continuous 24-hour journey spanning 1,800 kilometers does not exceed 1,000 yuan. After all, gasoline and diesel prices are currently less than 1 yuan per liter. The fuel cost for every 100 kilometers amounts to merely 20 yuan, totaling at most 500 yuan for 2,000 kilometers. What then is the market price for a ton of blackfish? The prices of common fish, such as carp and silver carp, hover around 1 yuan per jin. Yet, the blackfish, which have gained popularity in prestigious hotels in Dongguan, command prices that are double that of ordinary fish, reaching up to 3 yuan per jin. Let us take a median value of 2.5 yuan per jin. A truckload of blackfish weighing 2,000 jin, minus even 200 jin for losses, leaves us with 1,800 jin. Multiplying 1,800 by 2.5 yields 4,500 yuan. After deducting the 1,000 yuan in freight costs, each truck can still net around 3,500 yuan. For 10 trucks, that amounts to a total of 30,000 yuan. In 1992, 30,000 yuan held significant purchasing power. 10 trucks of black fish amount to 20,000 jin. How many fish are there in the Rainbow Lake, plagued by an overwhelming population of black fish? The combined fish ponds of Qingxi Town and Rainbow Town, abandoned due to black fish, total a staggering 800. Assuming each pond contains at least 10,000 jin, the pure profit from each would be 15,000 yuan. Multiplying 15,000 by 800 ponds results in a staggering sum. Why would Zhang Lianghua and others disregard such a valuable treasure? Upon calculating this intricate account, even though Cui Xiangdong was mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. In this current era, and even decades into the future, a sum in the millions is not something to be overlooked by any township. Of course, while some calculations are straightforward in theory, practical implementation often presents myriad challenges. Nonetheless, Cui Xiangdong is certain that he will reap unimaginable rewards from the black fish. That night, he found himself unable to sleep, contemplating the use of this newfound fortune. Regardless of the circumstances, he must firmly secure this startup capital. Only in this way can he establish a company in Rainbow Town, generate substantial tax revenue, and provide as many job opportunities as possible for the townsfolk. Lost in thought, he finally drifted into a restless slumber around 2 in the morning. The following morning, Cui Xiangdong drove to the fishery with Lao Lu, the future vice president of Huabing Group. The director of the fishery, Li Min, was already aware of Cui Xiangdong's dismal defeat in the standing committee meeting, which had diminished his reputation to its lowest point. Yet, Li Min's enthusiasm for Cui Xiangdong had not waned in the slightest. Rather, it had surged exponentially. Firstly, had it not been for Cui Xiangdong's sharp retort that left Zhang Lianghua speechless during the standing committee meeting, not only would Chun Yongshan face repercussions, but Li Min, the director of the fishery, would also be unable to escape accountability. Zhang Lianghua personally summoned the Chunyang group, allowing many officials in the town to participate. However, the fishing grounds, which have yielded little profit over the years, have long been regarded as a neglected domain. Li Min, the director of the site, would not have been assigned here had he caught Zhang Lianghua's eye. Rather, he is merely here for the convenience of fishing. Unable to rely on the secretary's support, Li Min is certainly inclined to seek favor with the town mayor instead. Most crucially, the entire Qingxi town has mobilized in a frenzy, recklessly dumping vast quantities of black fish into the living water channel of Rainbow Town. Li Min estimates that he could merely leap into any abandoned fish pond and easily catch at least 10 black fish. With such an overwhelming influx of black fish, Li Min has placed all his hopes for their disposal on Cui Xiangdong. For the past few nights, he has been unable to sleep soundly, plagued by the fear that if Cui Xiangdong finds himself at a loss for solutions, he might ultimately shift the entire burden of responsibility onto Li Min's shoulders. Should that happen, Li Min would be utterly doomed. Now that Cui Xiangdong has arrived, how could Li Min not feel exhilarated? What further stirs his excitement is that, upon being invited into the office, Cui Xiangdong immediately handed him 2,000 yuan, declaring, "Old Li, at 5 fen per jin, begin collecting the black fish. Start loading at 4 o'clock tomorrow morning. Aim for 20,000 jin, and you handle the manpower. As for wages, you'll need to negotiate that. If this 2,000 yuan is insufficient, make sure to replenish it within a week. Chapter 63. Allow me to serve the drinks. Though it is not my calling, as long as Cui Xiangdong could arrive at the fishing grounds and honor his commitment to transport those cursed black goods, Li Min would finally be able to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. After all, he had invested a substantial sum of 2,000 yuan. Li Min, invigorated as if he had been electrified, stamped his feet and exclaimed, "Yes." Observing his instinctive reaction, Cui Xiangdong recognized that he was indeed a man of military background. Throughout both his past and present lives, Cui Xiangdong had always preferred engaging with individuals who had served in the military. Such individuals were known for their trustworthiness, emotional depth, and efficiency, among numerous other commendable traits. Of course, they also possessed their flaws. It was not uncommon for contemporary soldiers to utter phrases like, "Your mother." Having resolved matters on this side, Cui Xiangdong returned to the town at precisely 11:30. Coincidentally, he encountered Zhang Lianghua and Fan Longsheng, who were laughing and conversing animatedly. Surrounded by Lou Xiaoya, Lou Xiaoya, and more than a dozen other officials as they exited the office building. It was noon, and they were heading to a restaurant for lunch. Over the past few days, Zhang Lianghua had personally accompanied Lou Xiaoya and others to assist Fan Longsheng in meticulously inspecting the projects within the town. More specifically, they were evaluating the factories left behind after 13 private enterprises had withdrawn their investments. For each factory, Fan Longsheng examined it closely and had already tentatively confirmed the acquisition of properties such as the former Jinxing aluminum industries. The previous operations of these factories aligned precisely with the ventures of the Qingyang Group. This not only enabled the utilization of the facilities, but also allowed for the rehiring of skilled workers, thus circumventing the need for training novices. Earlier that morning, Fan Longsheng had finalized 2 more factories and expressed his intention to formally sign contracts the following day. Naturally, Zhang Lianghua and his associates were elated and insisted on treating him to a meal at the restaurant. Upon spotting Cui Xiangdong alight from his vehicle, old Lu had exited outside. Zhang Lianghua cheerfully inquired, "Cui Town Chief, would you care to join us for a meal?" His invitation was sincere and heartfelt, aimed at allowing Cui Xiangdong to witness why he, as the secretary, enjoyed such high esteem in Rainbow Town. Even without the title of town mayor, Zhang Lianghua was capable of revitalizing the town's economy entirely. Cui Xiangdong understood his intentions, but felt no aversion towards him. Anyone who could stimulate the economy of Rainbow Town and provide abundant employment opportunities for its residents was deserving of his respect. "Thank you, Secretary Zhang. I am currently occupied with selling black goods, so I must decline," Cui Xiangdong replied with a warm smile, graciously refusing Zhang Lianghua's invitation. Observing his forced smile, Lou Xiaoya, standing behind Zhang Lianghua, bit her lip and lowered her gaze. Fan Longsheng, standing alongside Zhang Lianghua, gave a knowing glance at Cui Xiangdong before turning his attention back to Lou Xiaoya with a bemused expression. "Then you carry on," Zhang Lianghua said, not overly insistent with his invitation, and raised his hand to usher Fan Longsheng to move along when Cui Xiangdong interjected, "Secretary Zhang, I need to take a trip tomorrow and will be away from the office for several days. I wanted to formally request a leave of absence. Please keep an eye on any matters at home." What was his purpose for the trip? When would he return? These questions were of little concern to Zhang Lianghua. Zhang Lianghua could hardly wish for anything more than for him to depart and never return to Rainbow Town. A boastful and extravagant mayor. He was simply too tiresome to bear. In any case, Zhang Lianghua readily approved Cui Xiangdong's leave. It was only after Zhang Lianghua and his entourage descended the steps that Cui Xiangdong took his first step forward. To alleviate some of the workload for the young housekeeper, Cui Xiangdong made his way to the town's canteen, carrying his lunchbox. Along the way, he encountered numerous townsfolk. A few had rushed to report to him on the very day he had assumed the mayor's position in Rainbow Town. Yet now, upon seeing Cui Xiangdong, they merely offered polite smiles and nods, not uttering a single word. Even the matron in the canteen, while serving, deliberately trembled her spoon to allow several pieces of fatty meat to fall away before completing her task. Such was the treatment afforded to a mayor who lacked influence. What did it matter that Cui Xiangdong had a background? He could hardly muster a smile in response to the treatment he received. However, in his heart, he meticulously noted the deputy mayor in charge of agriculture, Wang Jianbua, and others, in his black book. It was not that he intended to seek vengeance against them. Rather, He simply excluded them from any future consideration for important positions. Cui Xiangdong dined alone in the canteen, feeling desolate. Meanwhile, Zhang Lianghua, surrounded by his loyal subordinates, arrived at the finest restaurant in town. He took his seat of honor, while Fan Longxing occupied the position of the distinguished guest. The one tasked with ensuring Fan Longxing's satisfaction was Wang Linhai, the director of the party and government office, known for his eloquence and impressive drinking capacity. However, just as Wang Linhai was about to sit beside Fan Longxing as he had the previous afternoon, he glanced at Lou Xiaoya and jokingly remarked, "I have long heard that Deputy Mayor Lou is the foremost economic talent in Rainbow Town. I would like to sit with Deputy Mayor Lou and share a few drinks. I wonder if she would do me the honor? Would Deputy Mayor Lou accept the invitation? She must. After all, Fan Longxing was the financial benefactor of Rainbow Town. If he were pleased, the investment amounts would surely rise. Moreover, with Rainbow Town's economy having suffered a severe blow, Deputy Mayor Lou was, in fact, the principal culprit. This was an opportunity for redemption. Under both emotional and rational circumstances, she could not decline the invitation of the financial benefactor. Nevertheless, everyone present could discern the concealed lechery in Fan Longxing's gaze directed at Lou Xiaoya, a woman who could be regarded as the flower of Rainbow Town. So what? Many impoverished towns hastily promoted beautiful women to certain positions to retain investments. This served two purposes: contributing to the town's welfare and allowing the individuals to reap benefits in terms of positions and wealth. Furthermore, with Lou Xiaoya now divorced, the potential for familial discord was mitigated. In any case, Zhang Lianghua hoped for a harmonious relationship between Lou Xiaoya and Fan Longxing. Not only could he foster a beneficial alliance with Fan Longxing, but he could also effectively undermine Cui Xiangdong. What greater task could one arrange than to have a former spouse accompany a man who could provide personal advantages? However, Lou Xiaoya's expression shifted dramatically. She forced a smile and said, "I apologize, Mr. Fan, but I do not drink." Could it be that she truly does not drink? What a falsehood! Is it conceivable that someone who abstains from alcohol could hold the position of deputy town mayor in charge of investment promotion? Moreover, Zhang Lianghua and others are well aware of Lou Xiaoya's considerable tolerance for alcohol. Zhang Lianghua frowned but managed a smile, saying, "Deputy Mayor Lou, during work hours, we need not indulge excessively in alcohol. How about this? You may substitute tea for wine and sit beside Mr. Fan, representing our Rainbow Town in toasting." Fan Longxing nodded in agreement, eager for the next phase of his plan, provided that this beautiful woman could occupy a seat beside him. Yet, Lou Xiaoya lowered her gaze and simply replied, "I'm sorry." She offered no reason for her refusal to sit beside Fan Longxing. Her apology was devoid of further explanation. Instantly, Fan Longxing's countenance darkened. Zhang Lianghua's displeasure was equally palpable. Wang Linhai, the director of the party and government office, quickly cleared his throat and, with a smile directed at Lou Xiaoya, remarked, "Deputy Mayor Lou, it's merely a matter of representing Rainbow Town and toasting with Mr. Fan." "Hee, this is part of your duties." Director Wang, Lou Xiaoya replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. "Toasting is not part of my official responsibilities." Chapter 64. How daring of a despicable merchant. Lou Xiaoya was right. Her primary role was not to entertain anyone with drinks, especially since she discerned the vile contempt that Fan Longxing was desperately trying to suppress. She seized the moment to counter Wang Linhai's remarks, thereby asserting her own position. The room was filled with more than 10 individuals, and upon Lou Xiaoya's declaration, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Silence enveloped them. Liu Changhai and the others did not cast a glance at the awkwardly flushed Wang Linhai or the sullen Zhang Lianghua. Instead, their attention was directed towards Fan Longxing. With a slight chuckle, Fan Longxing raised his glass and remarked nonchalantly, "The towns I intend to invest in for my Qinyang group extend beyond merely Rainbow Town. However, out of respect for Secretary Zhang, I shall indeed invest in Rainbow Town. That said, I must carefully consider the amount of my investment. If Lou Xiaoya accompanied him for drinks, the investment sum would increase. Conversely, should she refuse, the amount would diminish." The 1990s were a time of economic breakthroughs, and the status of merchants had ascended to unprecedented heights in millennia. Thus, with capital in hand, Fan Longxing possessed the unequivocal right to assert his dominance in front of the leaders of impoverished towns, unabashedly voicing his thoughts. Even if his words were to reach the county or even the city, silence would prevail. Upon hearing his words, Zhang Lianghua's expression shifted once more as he addressed Lou Xiaoya, stating, Deputy Town Head Lou, I now command you, in my capacity as the Town Committee Secretary, to sit beside Mr. Fan and ensure he enjoys his meal and drink. Apologies, Lou Xiaoya replied once again, rising to depart. Secretary Zhang, esteemed leaders, I am feeling unwell and must take my leave. I wish everyone a pleasant meal and drink. Mr. Fan, I hope you can forgive my rudeness. Forgive you? Lou Xiaoya's persistent refusals left Fan Longxing feeling quite embarrassed. Thus, he decided to tear off the facade. He looked at Lou Xiaoya with a cold smirk. You, who have betrayed your husband to cavort with another man. When your husband caught you in the act, you were cast out like a worn shoe. What pretense of virtue are you trying to uphold? Lou Xiaoya trembled at his words, her face turning an ashen white, gazing intently into Fan Longxing's eyes. Tears of humiliation quickly welled up. She had never anticipated that he would speak such words to her, a deputy town head, in front of so many people. Yet, she found herself unable to retort, for his assertions seemed to hold a semblance of truth. Wasn't it because you thought you could ascend the social ladder that you strayed? The economy of Rainbow Town has suffered a devastating blow due to your indiscretions. Now, Secretary Zhang has found a means to revitalize the town's economy. What harm is there in you, this tarnished figure, accompanying me for a drink, and perhaps finding a venue for further discussions later? I am providing you with an opportunity to secure your current position. If you can satisfy me, I might also invest in other areas of Yunhu County. In that case, the credit would still accrue to you. Yet here you are, feigning moral superiority. How laughable. S words struck his heart like invisible daggers. How could he possess such intricate knowledge of her past? This only attested to the fact that from the very first moment laid eyes on, he harbored intentions of playing with her, having deliberately sought information about her. The room fell into an oppressive silence. Who shared a close friendship with, happened to be outside the door with 2 bottles of wine when she overheard statement. She paused momentarily, hesitating to enter, and instead quietly turned away, hastening towards the bar in the lobby to pick up the phone. Within the town government compound, who felt ignored even during lunch at the cafeteria, found the atmosphere unbearably dull, affecting his appetite. It was better to eat in the office. As he entered with his lunchbox, the landline rang. This is, he answered, casually inquiring, who is this? A woman's voice responded, I'm currently at the. From his pressuring to drink. When refused, he not only threatened him with investment, but publicly insulted him, calling him a disgrace. Just as was relaying this, the line abruptly went dead, had hung up the phone. Sighing, reflected on how, having been hurt by, would no longer concern himself with her affairs. Moreover, with now accompanying. She was essentially opposing. It is indeed challenging for women in the realm of politics, she mused bitterly to herself, feeling powerless to intervene. If she were to jeopardize investment in, her meager shoulders could not bear such a weight. Inside the private room, with tears of humiliation streaming down her face, bit her lip and glared intensely at. Yet, that was the extent of her defiance. The others, including, feigned indifference, choosing to observe with eyes fixed inwards, acutely aware that they too could not afford to provoke and risk the dire repercussions of jeopardizing his investment, was at a loss for words. Merely sitting in silence with a grim expression, his thoughts shrouded in obscurity, unfazed and leisurely, held his wine glass while gazing at. He was certain of his power. Even as he publicly humiliated her, he calculated that she would not dare confront him, nor would she leave the restaurant without his consent. For understood well that feared her departure would lead him to withdraw investments from, had once already devastated the economy of. Should she again ruin the prospects of revitalizing it for personal reasons, she would be deemed a pariah among the 60,000 officials and citizens of the town, forever bearing the weight of their scorn. Indeed, S assumptions were not misplaced. The reason remained frozen in place, despite the overwhelming humiliation, was precisely this. The silence lingered. Then, breaking the stillness, spoke nonchalantly, spend 1 night with me. I will represent and invest 5 million in. Spend 2 nights, and the investment will double to 10 million. After 3 sleepless nights, I invested 15 million. He tore away the mask that concealed Lou Xiaoya, revealing her bloodied lips. Unaware that she had bitten her lip, she bit down hard in silence. Coughing forcefully, Zhang Lianghua gazed at Lou Xiaoya and said, Deputy Town Head Lou, I hope you can comprehend how our town's economy has collapsed. I also hope you carefully weigh the significance of your personal honor against the importance of the economy of Rainbow Town. Before his words could settle, an icy voice from outside interrupted. Since when did economic development require the sacrifice of a woman's purity? And who does this arrogant merchant, merely because of his wealth. Think he is to behave so presumptuously? Chapter 65. Ask them if they dare to hold me accountable. Cui Xiangdong has arrived. Ma Jing, standing behind the door, nearly exclaimed upon hearing his voice. She had presumed that Cui Xiangdong, who harbored a deep-seated hatred for Lou Xiaoya, would not show up. Turning to Lou Xiaoya. In that moment, she could no longer bear the immense burden weighing upon her shoulders, the entire town's economy. Her mental state finally shattered, and she grasped the table with her hand. Want to sleep with me? Go to hell. Just as Lou Xiaoya was about to scream this out, severing ties with Zhang Lianghua and the others, she heard Cui Xiangdong's voice. All her pent-up anger dissipated in an instant, and the words she was about to utter halted on her tongue. Zhang Lianghua's expression changed drastically. Fan Longsheng also stood up abruptly. Wang Linhai and the others quickly glanced towards the entrance, where they saw Cui Xiangdong, his face a mask of cold fury, stride into the room. He snatched a bottle of liquor from Ma Jing's hands and hurled it violently at the now-standing Fan Longsheng. Smash! The bottle grazed Fan Longsheng's ear before crashing against the wall, shattering into a shower of glass and liquid. Startled, Fan Longsheng instinctively recoiled. Wang Linhai and the others hastily stepped back. Yet, Zhang Lianghua swiftly shouted, Cui Xiangdong, what are you doing? To hell with you. Cui Xiangdong cursed, forcefully flipping the round table over. With a clatter, plates, dishes, and bottles tumbled to the ground, shattering. In one decisive motion, Cui Xiangdong kicked the large round table aside and glared at Zhang Lianghua, shouting, Zhang Lianghua, how dare you let your wife and daughter sleep with this fool in exchange for his investment? Soaked in his own sweat, Zhang Lianghua pointed an accusatory finger at Cui Xiangdong. Before he could utter a word, Cui Xiangdong sneered and asked, do you believe that with a single call, I can have you thrown out of Rainbow Town? Did Zhang Lianghua believe it? No, he did not, for he was no longer the Zhang Lianghua of old. Previously, he had relied on Zhao Gang as his backing. After Zhao Gang's downfall, he had become a drifting leaf without roots. Yet now, inexplicably, he had garnered the favor of the Qin family from Yinjing. Still, he did not dare to retort against Cui Xiangdong. Zhang Lianghua understood all too well when Cui Xiangdong was determined to act. The Qin family would not risk a confrontation with the forces behind Cui for the sake of a mere minor figure like him. Without Zhang Lianghua, they could easily utilize Li Lianghua or Wang Lianghua. However, the Qin family, caught unprepared, would suffer greatly whether they triumphed or not in a conflict with Cui Xiangdong's powerful allies. Let me make myself clear today. Anyone who dares to obstruct me will find themselves losing the chair beneath them. Bah! A bunch of worthless scoundrels who rely on women to profit. And you have the audacity to stand here. Cui Xiangdong spat heavily, striding rapidly towards Fan Longsheng. What do you intend to do? Fan Longsheng asked in alarm, his voice trembling. What do you think? Cui Xiangdong's decisive blow to Fan Longsheng's face served as a direct response to his inquiries. A pained scream escaped Fan Longsheng's lips as he instinctively raised his hands to shield his face. In a swift motion, Cui Xiangdong delivered a brutal kick to his groin. As Fan Longsheng clutched his face, his hands quickly moved to protect his lower regions. He curled up like a shrimp, collapsing amidst the shattered plates and remnants of food strewn across the floor. The agony was unbearable, leaving him convinced that he had sustained irreparable damage. The pain was so intense that he could not even lose consciousness. Was this the end? Absolutely not. Cui Xiangdong raised his foot and forcefully struck his liver area. A blow to the liver. This is one of the most excruciating places on the human body to be injured. It is said that the pain from such an injury surpasses that of being sliced alive by a knife 1,000-fold. Fan Longsheng could no longer muster a scream. His mouth gaped open, his eyes bulging, limbs outstretched, and he trembled uncontrollably in shock. Everyone, including Lou Xiaoya and Zhang Lianghua, was paralyzed with fear. Yet Cui Xiangdong remained composed, fully aware of his actions and the consequences they would entail. With a chilling demeanor, he aimed another brutal kick at Fan Longsheng's groin. 1 kick. 2 kicks. 3, 4 kicks. 5, 6, 7, 8 kicks. Xiangdong. Lou Xiaoya roused from her stupor and rushed to him, grasping his back, imploring him to stop. Please. Don't hit him anymore. If you do, someone might die. Let us go, hurry. Get away. Cui Xiangdong forcefully shoved her aside and, with a swift motion, delivered a resounding slap to Lou Xiaoya's face. She spun around, leaning against the wall, momentarily stunned. This was the first time he had ever struck her since their acquaintance. When Zhao Jian attempted to make advances in her office, Cui Xiangdong refrained from intervening. Yet now, He had struck her with such ferocity. Cui Xiangdong glared at her, unleashing a tirade of insults. You worthless wretch. To gain power, you would stoop so low as to sleep with several men? Who dares to restrain you from leaving this place? This was the rationale behind Cui Xiangdong's slap. Lou Xiaoya stood there, unresponsive, gazing at him vacantly, her eyes devoid of focus. Disinterested in her reaction, Cui Xiangdong stepped on Fan Longxing's face, grinding it beneath his foot. You fool. Did you really believe that I was unaware of the Qin family's scheme to send you to Rainbow Town? They intend to capitalize on my withdrawal of investment to tarnish my reputation. Fan Longxing's eyes rolled back as he trembled in fear. Even if I were to cripple you right now, the Qinyang Group would not cease its investment in Rainbow Town. You sought to exploit this opportunity to undermine me. The deputy mayor of Rainbow Town. Cui Xiangdong pressed down harder, a sinister smile gracing his lips. Who gave you the audacity to think that by holding investments, you could coerce the women I have bedded into your bed? No one dares to force the women I have known to comply with your desires. This was the essence of Cui Xiangdong's message. Fan Longxing finally understood. At last, he succumbed to his desires and fainted. You wretched lot, in pursuit of your own interests, wish for the women of others to accompany a despicable businessman to bed. Cui Xiangdong finally released him, yet pointed an accusatory finger at Zhang Lianghua and the others, unabashedly rebuking them. You have truly brought disgrace upon the 60,000 residents of Rainbow Town. One by one, Zhang Lianghua and his companions dared not retort, nor even meet his gaze, for they understood well that the notion of the beautiful mayor of Rainbow Town consorting with a businessman was far from a mere professional matter. Thus, Cui Xiangdong felt no obligation to regard them with a professional demeanor, but instead chose to chastise them as a man who had been involved with Lou Xiaoya. Spitting contemptuously, Cui Xiangdong strode swiftly to the hotel reception, picked up the phone, and called, Comrade Qinyao Shan. This is Cui Xiangdong. You must come to Rainbow Hotel immediately and take that scoundrel, Fan Longxing, who publicly humiliated our vice mayor and has been severely injured by me, to the police station. After dousing him with cold water to revive him, take his statement before sending him to the hospital. Without waiting for Qin Yongshan's response, Cui Xiangdong ended the call and quickly dialed again. When the line connected, he whispered, Uncle, please inform my mother. Have her tell the Qin family that Fan Longxing, who came to invest in Rainbow Town, has been rendered incapacitated for humiliating the woman I have been with. Ask them if they dare to hold me accountable for this. Chapter 66. For the sake of your ex-wife, did you maim a man? After making those 2 phone calls, Cui Xiangdong did not return to the private room. Under the fearful gaze of the restaurant owner, he strode out, leaving without a backward glance. Upon receiving a call from Ma Jing, Cui Xiangdong, en route at breakneck speed, deduced that Fan Longxing's intention to harm Lou Xiaoya was likely instigated by a certain Qin, who had pursued Xiao Qiuo but was thwarted by him. This was a petty scheme devised behind the Qin family's back. It was merely a matter of Cui Xiangdong having intercepted the lady he ardently pursued, prompting Qin's frustration to manifest in the form of Fan Longxing's visit to Rainbow Town under the guise of investment to humiliate Cui's ex-wife, a small act of vengeance for the wrongs he felt. The Qin family of Yanjing was ultimately on par with the Cui family, both being prominent red families, and their decision-makers would never stoop to such lowly tactics. Since this young Master Qin dared to employ such underhanded methods against Cui Xiangdong, there was no need for politeness. He would simply incapacitate Fan Longxing. This would also serve as a reminder to Zhang Lianghua and others that, despite Cui Xiangdong's prestige having plummeted, he remained a formidable figure not to be trifled with. Additionally, it would serve as a lesson to his ex-wife, who persistently sought reconciliation yet prioritized her career. It is worth noting that the methods employed by local officials during this era were far more aggressive than those in later times. Physical confrontations over minor disagreements were not uncommon, and one should not apply contemporary perspectives to this unique period. Thus, Cui Xiangdong did not take the matter too seriously. At most, it solidified his reputation as the wayward mayor. As anticipated, upon returning to his workplace, Cui Xiangdong was undisturbed until around 6 o'clock in the evening. At approximately 6:40, a vice president from Yanjing Morning Sun Group knocked on his office door. The visitor, surnamed Hao, arrived bearing 2 bottles of wine, 2 boxes of fine tea, and 2 packs of cigarettes, showing no concern about being seen delivering gifts at the office. After the 400-kilometer journey from Yanjing, Vice President Hao politely introduced himself, to which Cui Xiangdong coolly replied, Your arrival was delayed by more than half an hour than I had anticipated. My apologies, Mayor Cui. Vice President Hao bowed slightly. A dispute between a driver and a toll collector at the Qingshan Expressway caused a traffic jam, resulting in a 30-minute delay. Cui Xiangdong, maintaining a non-committal demeanor, prompted, "Speak. First and foremost, please allow me to extend the sincerest apologies of the entire Morning Sun Group to Ms. Lou Xiaoya." Vice President Hao stated as he produced a bank card. Though cards existed at this time, they were not yet widespread, and placed it on the table with both hands. This card contains 100,000 yuan, intended as a spiritual compensation for Ms. Lou Xiaoya. I kindly ask Mayor Cui to assist in receiving it on her behalf. For an ordinary individual, 100,000 yuan in compensation would be an astronomical figure. However, to Cui Xiangdong, it was merely a trivial matter. He took the card, glanced at the password, and nodded. "I will accept it on her behalf." "Thank you, Mayor Cui." Vice President Hao let out a long sigh of relief upon completing the most crucial task. If Cui Xiangdong does not accept this sum of money, it signifies that his conflict with the Qin family is far from over. After all, the actions of a certain young member of the Qin family have indeed tarnished the reputation of the entire clan. Should this escalate, regardless of who emerges victorious in the inevitable clash between the Cui and Qin families, Qin family would undoubtedly suffer a significant loss of dignity. Furthermore, I solemnly assure Mr. Cui that such incidents will never recur. Any disagreements between the two parties will henceforth be resolved strictly according to established protocols. The second point made by Vice President Hao sufficiently illustrates the stance of the Qin family in Yanjing. The struggle between both sides will only transpire within the bounds of permitted regulations. Cui Xiangdong nodded in acknowledgement. Finally, Vice President Hao stated that the investment of Qinyang Group in Rainbow Town would not be affected in the slightest by this incident. By tomorrow afternoon at the latest, headquarters will dispatch a new leader to assume Fan Longsheng's responsibilities and oversee operations in this area. As for the treatment of Fan Longsheng, does Mr. Cui have any suggestions? If I do not completely eliminate him, then perhaps a surgical procedure should be performed to ensure he does not cause further harm to other innocent women. Cui Xiangdong, with a calm demeanor, waved his hand, signaling that Vice President Hao could take his leave. "Please, go about your business." Vice President Hao immediately bowed and excused himself. Once he departed, Cui Xiangdong picked up the phone and called Chen Yongshan, summoning him to the office. Before long, Chen Yongshan knocked on the door of the mayor's office. During lunchtime, Old Chen received Cui Xiangdong's call and hurried to the Rainbow Hotel, where he was taken aback by the pitiful state of Fan Longsheng. Based on his experience, he knew without needing a hospital examination that Fan Longsheng was utterly incapacitated. Yet, despite this, Cui Xiangdong was not inclined to let him off the hook. He instructed Chen Yongshan to bring him back to the station, where he was doused with cold water to regain consciousness and record his statement. Now, with no choice but to follow Cui Xiangdong's orders, Chen Yongshan complied. The entire afternoon, he was filled with apprehension, fearing that the county bureau would send someone to take over the case and possibly apprehend Cui Xiangdong. However, the afternoon passed uneventfully. He did not encounter anyone from the county bureau. Instead, he received a call from the county hospital informing him that the severely injured Fan Longsheng had been taken away by an ambulance from Yanjing. Soon after, Chen Yashan received another call from Cui Xiangdong, who rushed over, assuming that Cui Xiangdong wanted to discuss this matter. However, Cui Xiangdong said, "Old Chen, after dinner, please call your comrade and remind him not to delay his departure." Huh. Chen Yongshan was momentarily taken aback. "You summoned me just for this? What else could it be?" Cui Xiangdong replied with a look of surprise. Chen Yongshan's cheeks quivered as he forced a smile. "Well, since Mr. Cui is playing coy, it only proves that my concerns this afternoon were unfounded. Oh, by the way," Cui Xiangdong raised his hand, pointing to the cigarettes and alcohol on the table. "Leave the tea for me, and the cigarettes and alcohol are a gift for you." Chen Yongshan's eyes suddenly brightened. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of various spirits and cigarettes. According to his understanding, these items were treasures that wealth alone could not procure. Yet here was Cui Xiangdong, nonchalantly bestowing them upon him. It is often said that subordinates present gifts to their superiors, but it is rare indeed to hear of a leader gifting to their subordinate. Chen Yongshan, flashing a broad smile and displaying his gleaming white teeth, eagerly inquired, "Cui Zhen, who bestowed these upon you?" Cui Xiangdong replied, "The vice president of the Yanjing Qinyang Group's headquarters just departed from my office." Chen Yongshan found himself at a loss for words. After Cui Xiangdong had incapacitated the vice president of a subsidiary, not only did he face no repercussions, but the victim even came to offer him gifts. Following this incident, No one dared to covet the position of deputy town chief. This, Qin Yongshan mused, must be the reason Cui Xiangdong dealt so ruthlessly with Fan Longsheng. With a heart full of joy, he clutched the spirits and cigarettes and hurried away. Cui Xiangdong tidied up his belongings, preparing to leave work for the day when the phone rang. "This is Cui Xiangdong," he answered. "I know it's you, Cui Xiangdong," came a cold, indifferent voice from the other end. "Today, you severely injured a man for the sake of your ex-wife?" Chapter 67. They intend to support my ex-wife and oppose me. Upon hearing that voice, Cui Xiangdong was initially taken aback, but soon recognized the girl. Indeed, Cui Xiangdong chuckled and replied, "A mere small fry under the Qinyang group dares to threaten my ex-wife with an investment. I simply could not tolerate such shameless demands and dealt with him right there in the restaurant. However, do not worry about me. The Qin family will not fall out with me over this matter." Xiao Qiuo replied indifferently, "I am not worried about you." Cui Xiangdong raised his hand to touch his nose, his face flushed with embarrassment. When Zhu used to follow him around as a child, she sweetly called him brother. How had she transformed into such a person after more than a decade of little contact? Truly, a girl matures and changes significantly over the years. Xiao Qiuo continued, "I called to ask you, the reason you publicly dealt harshly with that person, was it to announce to the world that no man is allowed to approach your ex-wife?" "That is indeed the sentiment," Cui Xiangdong candidly replied, "provided that it is not by force. If she willingly associates with any man, I shall not intervene. Moreover, once she has freely engaged with someone, I will not concern myself with any other man who may act forcefully towards her. My actions stem purely from a certain selfishness inherent in men." "Humph," Xiao Qiuo scoffed. "I thought you intended to elevate her from ex-wife to your legitimate lover." Cui Xiangdong hurriedly denied, "I have no such intentions." Xiao Qiuo asserted, "You do." "I do not." "You do." Zhu. "Yes." After Zhu's casual response, she inquired, "What is it?" Cui Xiangdong asked, "Are you jealous because I hit someone for my ex-wife?" "Nonsense. I am not." Xiao Qiuo immediately countered, "I do not care how many women you have outside. I would never be jealous over anyone." "Hiki, what are you laughing at?" "I just felt like laughing, so I did." "Do not laugh." "All right." Cui Xiangdong restrained his smile and shifted the topic. "Zhu, your father initially gave you a lovely nickname. Why, then, did he choose Xiao Qiuo for your formal name?" "I've pondered this since childhood, and every time I asked, you promised to tell me when we grew up." Pausing for a moment, Cui Xiangdong spoke with a sense of nostalgia. "Now, we have all grown up." Xiao Qiuo replied coolly, "Indeed, you have grown up, and not just that, you have matured significantly." Cui Xiangdong, my grandfather regretted naming me Zhu, realizing that it is not a fitting name for a girl. Yet, everyone has grown accustomed to calling me that and cannot change it now. Xiao Qiuo explained softly. To express his regret, he deliberately named me Qiuo, signifying that he made a mistake in naming me. "So, what to do if the nickname was wrong?" "Just name me Xiao Qiuo." "Ah, I see. Your esteemed father is indeed a master of nomenclature." Cui Xiangdong suddenly realized, exclaiming, "I had thought your name specifically referred to your penchant for loving the wrong person since childhood." "What?" Xiao Qiuo paused momentarily, then coldly replied, "You are correct. The reason I am called Xiao Qiuo is precisely because it signifies my lifelong tendency to love the wrong individuals." Beep. Before Cui Xiangdong could utter another word, the call ended, leaving him in a state of perplexity and discomfort. He sighed, deciding to disregard her. After all, she had matured. No longer the charming and endearing child of yore. Her transformation into someone both aloof and willful was quite natural. As Cui Xiangdong stood to leave, his phone rang once more. It was Xiao Qiuo again. "Grab a pen and note down my contact information. If anything arises, feel free to call me at any time. I shall only say this once. If you fail to remember, do not blame me." Cui Xiangdong hurriedly searched for a pen. Xiao Qiuo spoke rapidly, rattling off a series of numbers. Once again, before he could respond, the call ended. Fortunately, Cui Xiangdong possessed a remarkable memory, capable of retaining information with ease. However, Xiao Qiuo's peculiar temper proved to be quite challenging for him to handle, and he felt too embarrassed to voice any complaints. After all, he had made countless promises in their youth to marry her when they grew up. Xiao Qiuo had patiently awaited the fulfillment of his vow. Yet he had reneged and chosen to marry Lou Xiaoya instead. Now, he felt like a second-hand option, returning to the one who had always been there. Standing before Xiao Qiuo, he found himself at a disadvantage. "It was all my fault for making reckless promises in my youth." With a sigh, Cui Xiangdong gathered the 2 boxes of tea leaves and exited the office, only to discover that the door to the opposite office was ajar. After a moment's hesitation, he knocked lightly on the door. "Come in," came Lou Xiaoya's slightly hoarse voice from within. With a creak, Cui Xiangdong opened the door and stepped inside. Lou Xiaoya, seated behind her desk, visibly changed her expression upon seeing him, hastily lowering her head. She wished to conceal the angry red marks on her face, evidence of the forceful slap he had dealt her earlier that afternoon. It was now past 7, the sky dimming, and the swelling had yet to subside. "Do you need something from me?" Lou Xiaoya asked, her gaze fixed on the newspaper, her lips pursed. "I was too afraid to leave the restaurant at noon, not out of ambition for power, but rather to accompany someone to bed. I merely feared becoming the catalyst for despair that would plunge the entire town into economic ruin. You think too much and hold yourself in too high regard. In truth, you have never possessed the ability to influence the town's economy," Cui Xiangdong replied, approaching her desk and looking down at her. "The economy of Rainbow Town is currently in a trough, merely gathering strength for a rebound. Lou Xiaoya, remember this. I only care about others humiliating you through force. But I am indifferent to your willingness to provoke anyone," he added. Lou Xiaoya suddenly lifted her head, her eyes reflecting her fury at his words, even bordering on hatred. Unfazed, Cui Xiangdong tossed a card onto her desk. "There are 100,000 yuan in this card. It was the Morning Sun Group that delivered it. The compensation for your emotional distress was a result of Fan Longxing's humiliation." Lou Xiaoya immediately declared, "I refuse it." Cui Xiangdong replied, "Then discard it." Lou Xiaoya grasped the card and forcefully threw it behind the door. Cui Xiangdong paid her no heed and continued, "Moreover, I believe that the new representative they send will not only refrain from humiliating you, but will also deliberately seek to befriend you, allowing you to participate fully in the investment and assume a leading role. The reason they might do this is to support you in order to turn my ex-wife against me." "What? They are supporting me to oppose you?" Lou Xiaoya was taken aback. "That is my conjecture." Cui Xiangdong turned to leave, saying, "Hurry home. Your father wishes to discuss matters regarding your work. Tomorrow morning, your father, Minro, and I will head out to sell black market goods. At that time, please help take care of Jiao Jiao." Chapter 68. The ex-wife scheme of Cui Xiangdong. Cui Xiangdong had been walking for nearly 10 minutes, while Lou Xiaoya remained lost in thought, echoes of his earlier words reverberating in her mind. Xiangdong only cared about how others treated him with force, yet remained indifferent to my overtures towards them. The Qianyang Group would not only cease to humiliate me, but might also extend their robust support, pitting me against Xiangdong. Why would the people of Qianyang Group seek to belittle me? And why would they oppose Xiangdong? Should I accept their support and, in accordance with their wishes, confront Xiangdong? Lou Xiaoya murmured to herself as she slowly took a seat, gently caressing her slightly swollen cheek, her eyes shimmering with flickers of realization. At that moment, she felt an unprecedented clarity, understanding many things. In truth, no position of power could compare to possessing a man who loves me, offering me a blissful family. How had I failed to grasp such a simple truth before? This reveals that my overwhelming ambition in my career had hurt Xiangdong, fractured our family, and cost me my happiness. Would I accept the support from Qianyang Group? I would. Lou Xiaoya's eyes sparkled with growing brightness. But accepting their support does not necessitate that I must oppose Xiangdong. The Qianyang Group can utilize me to contend with Xiangdong. So why can I not leverage their support to assist him instead? Suddenly, filled with urgency, she grasped a pen and began to write fervently on the letter paper. It took her over half an hour to turn to the front page of the stationery. At the top, she inscribed a line, Cui Xiangdong's ex-wife scheme. What was the ex-wife up to? Cui Xiangdong, of course, remained oblivious. He was cradling Jiao Jiao in his arms, coaxing her to eat dinner as one would a daughter. He informed her that tonight, her uncle and sister would be going on a journey, and she would be sent to Aunt Xiaoya's next door, hoping she wouldn't feel anxious about not seeing her sister. Being a good child means listening obediently at home. When her uncle returns, he promised to bring her the prettiest little dress, the most beautiful sandals, and her favorite hair clips. Cui Xiangdong gently stroked Jiao Jiao's little head, making a plethora of promises. For a girl, regardless of her young age or the lack of nutrition causing her hair to turn yellow, the desire for beauty persists. This truth was vividly exemplified in Jiao Jiao. She nodded vigorously but suddenly turned to Cui Xiangdong and said, "Uncle, please don't scold my sister anymore, okay?" Actually, she is quite obedient. Is this little brat, who is so sensitive about her pride and enjoys biting, really obedient? Cui Xiangdong glanced at Minro, who sat behind the door, head down, eating her meal, and secretly scoffed, though he outwardly nodded in reluctant agreement. Jiao Jiao, however, sensed his insincerity and quickly added, "Uncle, if my sister is not being good, you just need to hold her like you hold Jiao Jiao, and she will definitely be very obedient, just like me." Jiao Jiao spoke as she wrapped her arms around Cui Xiangdong's waist, her delicate head resting against his chest, her frail figure curling up like a kitten nestled in its owner's embrace. Upon hearing Jiao Jiao's words, Minro instinctively glanced up. The sight of Jiao Jiao stirred an inexplicable anxiety within Minro, causing her face to flush slightly as she hurriedly pressed her legs together and lowered her head even further. "Do you want me to hold that little vixen?" Cui Xiangdong cast a sidelong glance at Minro, a mix of amusement and exasperation swirling in his heart. Children speak without restraint. He certainly did not take Jiao Jiao's words to heart, but he relished the sense of security she found in his embrace. Gently patting her back and casually uttering a comforting word. After dinner, having tidied up the dishes, Minro took Jiao Jiao back to their room to sleep early. Cui Xiangdong lounged lazily on the sofa, engrossed in the television. The phone on the coffee table rang, and he picked up the receiver, placing it to his ear. As he had anticipated, it was a call from Su Baichuan. "Xiangdong, I've gathered all the information for you. There are 4 well-known seafood markets in Yanqing, with the largest located in the Eastern District." Upon learning that the fish despised by fishermen was actually the infamous black fish, Cui Xiangdong immediately recognized the immense hidden profits it concealed. Drawing from his knowledge of the future, he understood that this fish had become a luxury within aquatic circles in Dongguan province, increasingly trending towards a state of scarcity. Once he transported the wild black fish from Rainbow Lake, he was certain they would sell. However, he was uncertain about where to sell them in Dongguan province, whom to approach, or the local prices. After all, he had never engaged in the seafood trade in his past life. Logically, he should first visit Dongguan province to ascertain the market before sending the black fish. Nevertheless, with Su Baichuan's assistance, Cui Xiangdong only needed to make a phone call, and Su Baichuan would promptly dispatch someone to conduct market research on his behalf. Su Baichuan conveyed information from there, while Cui Xiangdong took notes. The price of black fish in Yanqing aligned with Cui Xiangdong's prior predictions. After accounting for shipping costs, a tin loss, and other expenses, the net profit per pound stood at approximately 1.5 yuan. After relaying the investigative findings, Su Baichuan inquired, "Xiangdong, do you have this black fish in your area of Rainbow Town?" "Yes, and in abundance," Cui Xiangdong replied, setting down his pen. "Based on my preliminary estimates, if we sell all the black fish that have overrun Rainbow Lake at this price to the south, we could potentially profit immensely." "So much?" Su Baichuan was quite taken aback. However, he did not overly concern himself with the notion that Rainbow Lake harbored such valuable fish. To exaggerate, the vice president of the Xiangjiang Future Group did not take the prospect of a 10 million yuan profit too seriously. Su Baichuan's discussion of black fish was, in a subtle manner, a reminder to Cui Xiangdong not to expend his energies on business and profit-making. The Su family hoped for Cui Xiangdong to shine brightly in his political career. Cui Xiangdong certainly understood this, smiling as he assured, "Uncle, rest assured, I shall not forget the mission I bear. I will not disappoint my mother, nor you, nor my grandparents. We believe in you, and you will undoubtedly achieve remarkable success and become the most dazzling new star." Su Baichuan uttered these words insincerely before lowering his voice to say, "This afternoon, my sister, Su Lin, called me and mentioned that certain individuals from the Cui family, in a bid to better hone your skills, have not only forbidden any financial or personal support from either the Cui or Su families, but have also specifically communicated this with the Xiao family, who have agreed." My sister's vigorous rebuttals proved futile. Who are these individuals from the Cui family? Why do they seek to refine Cui Xiangdong in such a manner? Cui Xiangdong is well aware of the unanswered questions surrounding Su Lin's ineffective protests. "Uncle, do not worry. It will not be long before I demonstrate to certain individuals that once I, Cui Xiangdong, set aside the so-called love and focus solely on my career. The accomplishments of the other members of the Cui family's third generation in their political endeavors are quite pedestrian." Cui Xiangdong spoke with an air of indifference. "I will ensure that my mother, the greatest contributor to the Cui family's financial success, is no longer relegated to a lower status simply because her husband and son are not particularly accomplished. I want everyone in the Cui family to greet my mother with smiles whenever they see her." Chapter 69. Do you consider this money filthy? In this day and age, 3 conspicuous phenomena regarding superiority can be observed. the disdain that individuals from Hong Kong and Taiwan hold towards those from the mainland, the contempt that urban dwellers exhibit towards their rural counterparts, and the condescension that officials display towards entrepreneurs. Within the illustrious Cui family of Yinjing, there are 4 sons and 2 daughters among the second generation, all 6 of whom have established their own families. The second son, who is none other than the father of Cui Xiangdong, possesses a romantic disposition and a fervent passion for poetry in distant lands, showing no interest in a political career. Consequently, he was regarded by old Master Cui as the least accomplished of his sons. However, it was precisely because Cui heir was deemed unsuitable for officialdom that old Master Cui orchestrated his marriage to the eldest daughter of the Su family, thus forming a union between the bureaucratic and the commercial. It is fair to assert that the Cui family's descendants, who managed to navigate the treacherous waters of political life without being swayed by material wealth, owe much to Su Lin, the family's guardian of fortune, who has made significant contributions in this regard. One would presume that Su Lin holds a respectable position within the Cui family. However, this is not the case. Among the 4 second-generation daughters-in-law and 2 daughters, Su Lin occupies the lowest rank, simply because her 3 sisters-in-law and 2 younger sisters possess considerable status in their respective careers. They believe that had another woman married Cui heir, she too could have provided the Cui family with a similarly prosperous lifestyle. After all, she is merely the daughter of a merchant. In the eyes of those in power, her standing is far from significant. Furthermore, the only son of Su Lin and Cui heir, Cui Xiangdong, is a man enamored with beauty rather than power. Consequently, Su Lin has endured much hardship over the years, a reality that Cui Xiangdong had never comprehended prior to his rebirth. Not for any other reason, but for the sake of my mother. I must achieve something remarkable in my political career to demonstrate to those people that my mother can hold her head high within the Cui family. As Cui Xiangdong lay in bed, he closed his eyes and softly muttered to himself before gradually drifting into slumber. At 1 o'clock in the morning, the alarm clock rang punctually. Cui Xiangdong, roused from his deep sleep, immediately turned over and sat up, switching on the bedside lamp. The greatest advantage of summer is the swift ease with which one can rise and dress. Unlike the frigid winter months when the cold outside is enough to freeze a dog, compelling one to want to linger beneath the covers for just 1 more minute. After completing his simple morning routine, he hastened into the living room. At the entrance of the west room, Min Ro had been waiting for some time, cradling the sleeping Jiao Jiao in her arms. Lights had also illuminated in the neighboring yard, indicating that old Lou, who had set his alarm, was now awake. "Hand me the child, and make sure to lock the door securely," Cui Xiangdong instructed as he took Jiao Jiao from Min Ro's arms. At the entrance of the neighboring house, old Lou, who had never ventured beyond Qingshan City, exhibited the excitement and slight nervousness characteristic of first-time travelers. Observing old Lou dressed in a white shirt, black trousers, and brown leather shoes, Cui Xiangdong jested, "Goodness, you are quite the dapper gentleman. With a bit of mousse in your hair, a tie around your neck, and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, one might easily mistake you for a 35-year-old university professor." Old Lou's face lit up with delight. "Is that so? If you don't believe me, why not give it a try? As you stroll down the street in such a manner, I can assure you that you would captivate countless young matrons in their 30s. In their eyes, you are akin to a vintage wine, aged to perfection, intoxicating with just a single sip." When Cui Xiangdong made this jest, he suddenly noticed Lou Xiaoya quietly standing in the shadows behind the distant gate. It felt somewhat peculiar and slightly awkward to tease his recently divorced father-in-law in front of his ex-wife. Clearing his throat, Cui Xiangdong ceased to acknowledge the flattered old Lou and approached Lou Xiaoya, cradling the child, Jiao Jiao, in his arms. Dressed in black pajamas and wearing plastic slippers, Lou Xiaoya raised her right hand, not to receive the child, but to extend a card towards him. This card represented the 100,000 yuan compensation from the Qin family. "Take it," Lou Xiaoya whispered. "I cannot possibly accept money that was obtained through your humiliation," Cui Xiangdong replied resolutely. Lou Xiaoya frowned, her voice dropping even lower. "Do you find this money tainted? I do not understand your meaning." Cui Xiangdong genuinely wished to avoid discussing the morality of the money and handed Jiao Jiao into her embrace. "I will take good care of your father, rest assured," he assured her before turning to pursue the elderly Lou, aware that his daughter might wish to exchange a few private words with her former husband. Old Lou wisely stepped ahead. Just a few steps into his departure, he heard Lou Xiaoya's voice from behind. "I have already told you. If you do not want my help, Then we are enemies. Cui Xiangdong halted immediately, turning to face her. He regarded his ex-wife, whose eyes gleamed with a mixture of embarrassment and anger, and replied, I have also made it clear that if you choose to be my adversary, you must be prepared for the thought of bowing beneath my feet. With a cold smile, Lou Xiaoya turned and entered the courtyard, cradling Jiao Jiao. It seemed as if she had suddenly transformed. It appeared that after hearing my revelation yesterday about the Qin family's Qinyang Group support, she had glimpsed a boundless future in her career and resolved to ascend, even if it meant opposing me and becoming a puppet for the Qin family. Very well. I shall watch your ascent. How foolishly ambitious. After quickly coming to this conclusion, Cui Xiangdong spat derisively at her retreating figure and turned to leave. At the entrance of the family compound, Min Ro and old Lu stood by the car, engaged in hushed conversation. Let us go? Cui Xiangdong announced as he opened the car door and took his place in the driver's seat. How absurd it was for a dignified town mayor to serve as a driver for a woman who had nearly bitten him to death and his former father-in-law. What left Cui Xiangdong even more speechless was the sight of Min Ro in the passenger seat, while old Lu had taken the back. The reason for old Lu's choice was simple. He had seen on television that the big bosses always sat in the back, while the front seat was reserved for the little secretaries. After his divorce, old Lu's greatest aspiration was to become one of those big bosses on television, not merely a small secretary in the front seat. Understanding the thoughts swirling in old Lu's mind, Cui Xiangdong felt no desire to engage in further conversation and started the car. Upon arriving at the Rainbow Lake Fishery, he discovered that Chun Yongshan had already arrived, and Li Min had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. 10 trucks dedicated to transporting aquatic products were parked along the roadside. By the concrete pool containing black fish, numerous workers hired by Li Min were busy scooping fish in preparation for loading. Cui Zhen, allow me to introduce my comrade. Wang Chao, Chun Yongshan said, approaching a sturdy, yet not particularly tall man. Greetings, Cui Zhen. I share a deep bond with Lao Chun, so if you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Wang Chao extended his hand to Cui Xiangdong with a firm grip, demonstrating his loyalty and earning Cui Xiangdong's immediate admiration. After exchanging pleasantries, Cui Xiangdong introduced Wang Chao to Lao Lu and Min Ro. Is this your little secretary, Cui Zhen? Upon seeing Min Ro, Wang Chao's eyes brightened noticeably, and he could not restrain himself, jokingly remarking, this young lady looks so fresh and timid. She seems quite delightful. As the county of Lu prepares to make its descent upon Yunhu County, a request for 5-star reviews was made, accompanied by a promise that he and Cui Xiangdong's ex-wife would perform a dance for the audience. Chapter 70. Expelling Lou Xiaoya from the town's grand courtyard, the timid and delicate Min Ro, upon hearing Wang Chao's playful teasing, suddenly felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. She hurriedly lowered her head, yet stole glances at Cui Xiangdong's reaction from the corner of her eye. What was Cui Xiangdong's reaction? He burst into hearty laughter, clapped Wang Chao on the shoulder, and said, Come on, let us discuss the itinerary with your brothers. He dismissed Wang Chao's banter without a second thought, not perceiving it as disrespectful. Cui Xiangdong understood that men who had faced the battlefield often appreciated such banter. Yet, their sentiments were far more genuine than many who appeared refined. Chun Yongshan, however, kicked Wang Chao's left leg, signaling him to refrain from speaking indiscriminately when conversing with Cui Xiangdong. After all, Cui Zhen was not merely a comrade in arms from their battles in the southern mountains. Even amidst the whistling of bullets overhead, discussions of women would not cease. Chuckling, Wang Chao recognized his misstep after receiving the kick and quickly offered a sheepish smile to Min Ro. Yet, Min Ro gazed down at her toes, pondering, am I truly that delicate and timid, merely a sight to be savored? At 3 in the morning, the eastern horizon began to reveal the first light of dawn. During this season, the day breaks earliest. By around 4 o'clock in the morning, one need not illuminate the path while walking outside. 10 cargo trucks, each laden according to prescribed weight, were ready for departure. Wang Chao waved, boarded his vehicle, honked the horn, and was the first to set off. Cui Zhen, do take care on the road. If possible, feel free to call me anytime. I shall keep you updated on matters at home, Chen Yashan said earnestly. Gripping Cui Xiangdong's hand tightly, having entrusted all his wealth and future to him, just focus on your duties, there will be no issues. Cui Xiangdong smiled, shook hands with Li Min, who similarly hoped for his triumphant return, and then bent down to enter the vehicle. The wheels rolled onward, forging ahead. The day had dawned. By 10 o'clock in the morning, Yin Ming, The director of the Town Bridge Government Office knocked on the door of Deputy Town Head Lou's office. She was seated on the sofa, teaching the 6-year-old Jiao Jiao how to paint. With no one at home and Lou Xiaoya required to be at work, she had brought Jiao Jiao along, not daring to leave her alone. After all, regulations and discipline in these times were still not overly stringent, especially in rural offices where many women brought their children to work. Deputy Town Head Lou, Secretary Zhang requests your presence in the conference room, Yan Ming said, first offering a gentle smile to Jiao Jiao before turning to Lou Xiaoya. Someone from Chunyang Group has arrived. Deputy Town Head, if their attitude is unsatisfactory, you must exercise patience. The news of Cui Xiangdong's brutal confrontation with Fan Longxing for Lou Xiaoya had swiftly spread throughout Rainbow Town by noon yesterday. Even Qingxi Town had caught wind of it, with some individuals making calls, eager to inquire about the gossip. The investment that could aid the beleaguered Rainbow Town in economic recovery had been savagely attacked by the town head. Even the most oblivious could surmise the fury that Chunyang Group would harbor. At the very least, Yan Ming could make a guess. He also discerned that the personnel dispatched by the Chunyang Group might not dare to confront Cui Xiangdong directly, but could potentially vent their frustrations on Lou Xiaoya. After all, Deputy Town Head Lou possessed a captivating beauty and an alluring presence that had undoubtedly stirred the desires of Fan Longxing. I am aware of this, Lou Xiaoya nodded, advising Jiao Jiao to play here and not to wander off, urging her to patiently await Aunt Ya's return. The perceptive Jiao Jiao nodded earnestly. After ensuring Jiao Jiao was settled, Lou Xiaoya, accompanied by Yan Ming, hastily made her way to the conference room. The conference room was filled with esteemed guests. Everyone who had witnessed Cui Xiangdong's brutal actions at the restaurant yesterday was present, without exception. In addition to them, there were 6 or 7 well-dressed individuals. These were representatives from the Chunyang Group. Among them, 4 were familiar to Lou Xiaoya, having accompanied Fan Longxing on his recent visit to Rainbow Town. The remaining 3 were strangers to her, 2 women and a young man. One of the women appeared to be in her 40s, while the other was in her early 20s. The middle-aged woman sported a trendy mushroom haircut, exuding a commanding presence and an aura of competence. The younger woman, wearing glasses and quietly clutching a briefcase, unmistakably resembled a secretary. The young man, however, occupied the central position among them. He was approximately the same age as Cui Xiangdong, with strikingly handsome features, though the slight curve of his nose lent him an air of ruthlessness and intrigue. As Lou Xiaoya entered, this brazen young man, seated casually, immediately fixed his gaze upon her. He appeared momentarily taken aback, his eyes glimmering with interest. This was Qin Feng, the man who had pursued Xiao Qiuo for years, recently catching a glimmer of hope before being thwarted by Cui Xiangdong. In a fit of humiliation and anger, he had clandestinely encouraged Fan Longxing to toy with his romantic rival's ex-wife as a means of venting his frustrations. Little did Qin Feng anticipate that Cui Xiangdong would react so vehemently upon learning of his ex-wife's humiliation at the hands of Fan Longxing. In front of a crowd, he ruthlessly incapacitated Fan Longxing through brutal means. Following this upheaval, Qin Feng's clandestine machinations could no longer remain concealed. Not only did he receive a harsh reprimand from his family, but the Qin family hastily dispatched Deputy General Manager Hao to Rainbow Town to offer apologies to Cui Xiangdong. Qin Feng felt a deep sense of indignation. Defiantly, he had secretly accompanied Wang Haiyun, who was coming to replace Fan Longxing, to Rainbow Town today. He sought to confront the man who prioritized beauty over power, only to have his beloved snatched away by Cui Xiangdong. He also intended to assess the true worth of the beauty who could divert Cui Xiangdong's affections from power. To Qin Feng's disappointment, upon arriving in Rainbow Town, he learned that Cui Xiangdong had gone south to sell fish that day. Amidst his disappointment, he could only gaze upon the enchanting Lou Xiaoya. Now, as he beheld her, he thought, this young woman is indeed strikingly beautiful. No wonder that foolish member of the Cui family was willing to sacrifice his career for her. Strangely enough, I cannot shake the feeling that there is a hint of resemblance between this young woman and the third sister. The more Qin Feng gazed at Lou Xiaoya, the more he perceived similarities between her and the third sister, Lou Xiaolu. Particularly, her curvaceous figure and the almost irresistibly smooth skin seemed to have been crafted from the same mold as Lou Xiaolu. As Qin Feng fixed his predatory gaze upon Lou Xiaoya, she, too, was observing him. A sense of trepidation washed over her. Qin Feng exuded an aura that suggested he might pounce upon her at any moment, tearing her to shreds. Hastily, Lou Xiaoya diverted her gaze towards Zhang Lianghua, offering him a cold nod. Zhang Lianghua immediately furrowed his brow, perturbed by Lou Xiaoya's indifferent demeanor. However, it did not take long for him to discern the reason behind it. She must still harbor resentment over the incident at the restaurant yesterday, when he had compelled her to accompany Fan Longsheng to bed. Damn it! Since you cannot contribute uniquely to the economic development of Rainbow Town, and given that I am deterred from pursuing you due to that mad dog, Cui Xiangdong, what purpose do you serve? In that moment, Zhang Lianghua resolved to seek an opportunity, indeed, to create one, to strip Lou Xiaoya of her position as deputy town chief and subsequently expel her from the town's compound. Chapter 71. The Morning Sun Group would only enter into an investment contract with Lou Xiaoya. The risk of crossing paths with her was too great, especially since she lingered in his thoughts like a captivating muse, undeniably a source of peril. What if, in a moment of drunken folly, he were to act upon those thoughts? The mere notion sent a jolt through Zhang Lianghua's mind, conjuring images of Fan Longsheng's grim fate. He realized he must act swiftly to remove Lou Xiaoya from the premises, lest he be driven to commit an irreversible mistake in her presence. Resolute in his decision, he feigned a smile and addressed Lou Xiaoya. Deputy Town Head Lou, allow me to introduce you. He gestured toward Qin Feng and the others. Wang Haiyun rose from her seat and approached Lou Xiaoya, extending her hand. Deputy Town Head Lou, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Wang Haiyun, the Vice President of Lady Group, a subsidiary of the Morning Sun Group. I have been assigned by our leadership to take over all of Fan Longsheng's prior responsibilities here in Rainbow Town. Greetings, Vice President Wang, Lou Xiaoya replied, shaking her hand. Thank you for making the journey to Tianxiao Town. Deputy Town Head Lou, you are too kind. It is my duty, Wang Haiyun said with a slight bow, releasing Lou Xiaoya's hand before returning to her seat. She did not introduce Qin Feng to Lou Xiaoya, nor did she mention Zhang Lianghua and the others. It was evident to all that Qin Feng held a significant status, but his disinterest in the others was equally apparent. Once Lou Xiaoya had taken her seat, Zhang Lianghua, who was presiding over the meeting, extended a few words of welcome to Vice President Wang and her team for their investment in Rainbow Town before inviting Wang Haiyun to speak. He sought clarification on their intentions, particularly since they were unaware of Vice President Hao's visit to Cui Xiangdong the previous evening. Upon learning that the Morning Sun Group had sent representatives to Rainbow Town in haste, they were apprehensive about potential withdrawal of funds. Zhang Lianghua had already devised a plan. Should the Morning Sun Group indeed pull out, he would shift all blame onto Cui Xiangdong and Lou Xiaoya. After all, since Fan Longsheng's arrival in Rainbow Town, Zhang Lianghua had treated him as an esteemed guest without a hint of disrespect. Lou Xiaoya was the catalyst for Fan Longsheng's downfall, while Cui Xiangdong was the architect of his misfortune. Who else could bear the primary responsibility, if not the former couple? Esteemed leaders, Wang Haiyun began, glancing at Qin Feng before surveying the room. I trust you are all aware of the events that transpired yesterday at noon. However, I shall refrain from elaborating on those matters today. She was reluctant to revisit the past, as both Zhang Lianghua and Lou Xiaoya seemed equally disinclined to discuss yesterday's incidents. I wish to clearly convey to all leaders present that despite any unpleasantness between Rainbow Town and our company, the collaboration between the Morning Sun Group and Rainbow Town will continue as planned. Her gaze settled on Lou Xiaoya. Furthermore, our investment in Rainbow Town will exceed the original plan by 1/3. Is that so? Not only do you refrain from investigating the incident that left Fan Longsheng severely injured, but you also continue to invest in Rainbow Town, and even plan to increase your investments. This is indeed a momentous development. The eyes of Zhang Lianghua and his associates instantly brightened, and they collectively exhaled a sigh of relief. Lou Xiaoya, however, pursed her lips, reflecting that Xiangdong's predictions were indeed accurate. Wang Haiyun continued, stating that not only would they increase their investments, but they also aimed to identify quality investment sectors by approximately 4 o'clock in the afternoon, specifically selecting from the 13 private enterprises withdrawing from Rainbow Town, before formally signing the investment agreements. She assured that all funds would be in place within a week to initiate all investment projects. Excellent. The room erupted in applause. After softly expressing his approval, Zhang Lianghua led the applause, and soon the conference room was filled with thunderous clapping. Wang Haiyun's work style was undoubtedly decisive and efficient. Having clearly stated her intention, she immediately proposed that they head out to assess investment projects on site, disregarding the scorching sun outside. The investors were undeterred and naturally, Zhang Lianghua and his associates had no objections. "I'll take my leave." Qin Feng, who had remained silent, languidly stood up as Zhang Lianghua and the others rose. Turning to Wang Haiyun, he offered a casual remark. Wang Haiyun promptly inclined her head, saying, "Please take care on your journey." Qin Feng waved his hand and, as he approached the door, cast a lingering glance at Lou Xiaoya. She, feeling a sudden shyness, quickly lowered her gaze. After Qin Feng exited, Wang Haiyun, accompanied by Zhang Lianghua, left the conference room. At the stairway, Zhang Lianghua abruptly halted. He turned back to Lou Xiaoya and said, "Deputy Town Head Lou, Director Li from the fishery called this morning, expressing the hope that a town leader could oversee the black fish catch at the fishery. That responsibility falls to Cui Town. But he is currently out selling fish, so it would be a great help if you could take charge." Just as the investors prepared to select quality investment projects, aiming for a formal signing in the afternoon, Zhang Lianghua, instead of allowing Lou Xiaoya, who oversees investment work, to participate, directed her to the fishery to substitute for her ex-husband. What could this imply? Particularly as Zhang Lianghua emphasized the phrase selling fish with a tone laced with derision. Even a fool would realize that Zhang Lianghua intended to exclude Lou Xiaoya from this investment gathering. Caught off guard, Lou Xiaoya was momentarily stunned. Lu Changhai, Wang Linhai, and others exchanged swift glances, diverting their attention elsewhere. In a matter of moments, they grasped Zhang Lianghua's motives. Yet, none perceived any wrongdoing in Zhang Lianghua's decision to exclude Lou Xiaoya from this investment affair. Firstly, the investment from the Lady Group, a subsidiary of the Qinyang Group, was solely due to Zhang Lianghua's efforts. He possessed the absolute authority to determine who would be included and who would be dismissed. Secondly, Lou Xiaoya was the trigger for Wang Haiyun's previous relationship with Fan Longsheng, who had been crippled by Cui Xiangdong. Even if Wang Haiyun did not mention this incident, encountering Lou Xiaoya would undoubtedly evoke discomfort within her. Lou Xiaoya, the principal architect behind the economic collapse of Rainbow Town, shows no inclination to contribute to its revitalization in any unique manner, specifically, her refusal to indulge in an affair with Fan Longsheng. What right does one have to partake in this grand investment gala if they are unwilling to contribute to the collective welfare of Rainbow Town? Sai, Ma Jing, who shares a close relationship with Lou Xiaoya, observed her shock-stricken expression and wished to offer a few words of support. Yet she was acutely aware of her own humble status and could only exhale softly in resignation. Lou Xiaoya, regaining her composure, nodded and replied coolly, "Understood, Secretary Zhang." After speaking, she made her way toward her office. However, just a few steps into her journey, the voice of Wang Haiyun echoed in her ears, "Secretary Zhang, our Qinyang Group will only sign the investment contract with Vice Town Head Luo." What? Zhang Lianghua was taken aback. Not only he, but even Ma Jing and the others were equally stunned. Yet, Lou Xiaoya exhibited no trace of surprise. She merely paused, turned around, and silently mused. Once again, Xiangdong was right. In the face of Zhang Lianghua and the others, who were utterly bewildered, Wang Haiyun maintained a warm smile, articulating clearly once more, "Secretary Zhang, our Qinyang Group will only sign the investment contract with Vice Town Head Luo." Chapter 72. Zhang Lianghua is abandoned by the Qin family. Will you only sign an investment contract with Lou Xiaoya? Does that mean the credit for this investment initiative will be attributed solely to her? Yet, it was I who brought the Qinyang Group to Rainbow Town. Upon comprehending Wang Haiyun's words, Zhang Lianghua was momentarily taken aback, followed swiftly by a torrent of indignation surging within him. He furiously raged in silence. Meanwhile, Ma Jing and others looked on in disbelief. Observing Zhang Lianghua's fluctuating complexion and contrasting Lou Xiaoya's composed demeanor left them at a loss for words. "Secretary Zhang, I sincerely apologize. We are only authorized to sign the investment agreement with Deputy Town Head Lou, as per the directives from headquarters. I am not privy to the specifics and will not inquire further. I am bound to execute the orders from headquarters," Wang Haiyun expressed with a faade of regret. "Of course, if you feel that our company's actions might undermine your reputation, you may represent Rainbow Town in rejecting the Qinyang Group's investment. Get out right now." Zhang Lianghua longed to bellow this command at Wang Haiyun, his fists clenched in frustration. However, he dared not utter a word. The Qin family of Yanjing was far beyond his reach. Moreover, he could not afford to confront Cui Xiangdong, who held significant influence. Even without these considerations, Zhang Lianghua could not bring himself to refuse investment in a town already teetering on the brink of economic collapse. All he could muster was a stiff smile directed at Lou Xiaoya. Deputy Town Head Lou, since Vice President Wang has articulated this, I entrust you to accompany her and the others to select quality investment projects. Vice President Wang, I just remembered I have some work to attend to, so I shall excuse myself for now. Without waiting for a response, Zhang Lianghua turned on his heel and briskly retreated to his office. With a resounding slam, he shut the door behind him, lifted a coat rack from against the wall, and brought it crashing down onto the reception table. The cacophony echoed through the office. After wreaking havoc on nearly every object within reach, he finally sank into his chair, panting heavily. He simply could not fathom it. The Qingyang Group, representing the illustrious Qin family from Yanjing, had approached him directly, unequivocally stating their intent to invest not only in Rainbow Town, but also in him personally. Why then had their stance shifted so drastically? Had Cui Xiangdong played a pivotal role in this change of heart? As Zhang Lianghua regained his composure, he began to analyze the situation. Despite being merely the head of a township, he had heard much about the intricacies of relations among influential families. There are only eternal interests, not eternal enemies, a maxim that resonates universally across individuals, families, and nations alike. Cui Xiangdong, with his substantial connections, could very well have leveraged his influence, incited by Zhang Lianghua's harsh demeanor, to forge an agreement with the Qin family, thereby usurping the accolades that rightfully belonged to him. Had he known this would transpire, he would have refrained from confronting Cui Xiangdong so assertively that day, even holding him accountable for halting a large-scale brawl. Zhang Lianghua found himself increasingly regretful, harboring a growing animosity towards Cui Xiangdong. Nevertheless, he managed to regain his composure and picked up the landline phone, reaching out to General Liu of the Qingshan branch of Qingyang Group. Even in the face of potential demise, clarity was essential. General Liu's response mirrored that of Wang Haiyun, an expression of ignorance regarding the situation, yet he promised to inquire about the arrival of Lu County, which had quietly occurred in Qingshan. At 2 in the afternoon, with the weighty responsibility of uncovering the truth behind Lu County resting upon him, General Liu arrived at Suite 1000 in one of the Qingshan Hotel. With a respectful demeanor, he knocked on the door, timing his visit for post-lunch, believing Lu County would be awake. The door swung open, revealing Lu Shui, Lu County's secretary, who had been brought over from Yanjing. Hello, Secretary Liu. Despite his stature as a commanding figure in the business realm, General Liu maintained a deferential attitude before the secretary of the third young mistress of the Liu family. Hello, General Liu, please come in, Lu Shui greeted with a smile, ushering him inside. Once inside, General Liu noticed that, apart from the wife of Qin Sanshao, there were 3 other individuals present. Coincidentally, he recognized all 3. Qin Feng, the 5th heir of the Qin family, Minister Wang Shiyu of the Qingshan City Organization Department, and Lu Qizhao, the county party secretary of Yunhu County. The 4 were seated on the sofa, with Minister Wang occupying the foremost position, followed by Secretary Liu. Lu Xiaolu, the wife of Qin Sanshao, sat on a sofa facing away from the west, while Qin Feng lounged on a sofa with his back to the door. Minister Wang, Secretary Liu, Lu County, Qin Xiao, General Liu promptly greeted them with a bow. Wang Shiyu and Lu Qizhao had little impression of General Liu and merely nodded in polite acknowledgement. Qin Feng recognized him, but did not regard him with much importance. Only Lu Xiaolu stood and smiled, inquiring, Old Liu, are you here regarding Zhang Lianghua's matter? Please, take a seat. I am fine standing, truly, General Liu replied. You are correct, Lu County. Zhang Lianghua contacted me around noon, and I feared it might disturb your rest, which is why I arrived this afternoon. Daring not to sit in the presence of the 3rd young mistress of the Qin family and high-ranking officials like Lu Qizhao, General Liu even refrained from making eye contact. Yet, he couldn't help but notice the elegant legs beneath Lu Xiaolu's black pencil skirt, a sight that stirred reckless thoughts within him. Do not concern yourself with him, Lu Xiaolu remarked lightly, not insisting on General Liu taking a seat. With an instinctive motion, she placed her hands behind her, smoothing her skirt to prevent any movement, before gracefully resuming her seat. You need not worry about him. This was the most accurate message that Lu Xiaolu conveyed on behalf of the Qin family. General Liu was to demand an explanation for Zhang Lianghua. Zhang Lianghua had been abandoned. The Qin family had found a more suitable candidate to confront Cui Xiangdong in Tianchi town. Liu understood immediately. Raising his gaze to swiftly glance at the extraordinary figure of Lu Xiaolu, whose exquisite features embodied the essence of elegance. He then took his leave. His abrupt departure left Lou Xiaoya, Wang Xiyu, and Qin Feng unperturbed. Only Lou Xiaoya, constrained by basic etiquette, slightly shifted in her seat to bid farewell. "Do take care on your journey." In that fleeting moment, as she adjusted her position, Qin Feng, holding his teacup, caught a glimpse of her from the corner of his eye, his Adam's apple discreetly bobbing. With Lu's departure, Lou Xiaoya and the others resumed their previous discourse. Since Zhang Lianghua proved to be utterly ineffectual, having compelled a dignified deputy mayor to engage in such folly as consorting with merchants, Wang Xiyu casually glanced at Qin Feng before addressing Lu Qijiao. "Comrade Qijiao, I concur with Xiaolu's earlier suggestion to reassign Zhang Lianghua from Rainbow Town and appoint Comrade Lou Xiaoya as the party secretary of Rainbow Town. What are your thoughts?" Chapter 73. Allowing me to confront Cui Xiangdong is nothing short of an affront to my dignity. Zhang Lianghua's eagerness to salvage the economy of Rainbow Town is commendable. However, in pursuit of political gains, he has audaciously requested the deputy town mayor to indulge in compromising encounters with merchants, a demand that is utterly unacceptable to the upper echelons of the Qin family. Consequently, the Qin family swiftly resolved to abandon Zhang Lianghua. Continuing to support him would only invite ridicule from adversaries, as the Qin family has thrived through such unscrupulous means. With Zhang Lianghua cast aside, the pressing question arose: who would assume his position? The Qin family dispatched Vice President Hao to Rainbow Town post-haste to extend an apology to Cui Xiangdong and convened an emergency meeting thereafter. It is unprecedented for the Qin family to hold a core family meeting over a mere township secretary. This urgency stemmed from the indignation over Cui Xiangdong intercepting Qin Feng just as he was about to pursue Xiao Qiao. Furthermore, the Qin family's strategic placements in the mid to upper levels within Tiandong province had been completed, necessitating a foray into the grassroots at the county and township levels to cultivate foundational strength. Thus, the Qin family decided to assign the third young lady to Yunhu County, both to infiltrate and nurture local power and to suppress Cui Xiangdong, thereby avenging their grievances. Lou Xiaoya, already in Yunhu County, required a capable individual in Rainbow Town to assist her in containing Cui Xiangdong. This was the rationale behind the Qin family's choice to support Zhang Lianghua after Cui Xiangdong's marital discord. Unexpectedly, Zhang Lianghua proved to be incompetent. After meticulous deliberation, the Qin family ultimately selected Lou Xiaoya, Cui Xiangdong's ex-wife. First, Lou Xiaoya is a highly educated talent, younger, and possesses significant potential for development. Second, although she once cast aside Cui Xiangdong in her ambition, it was a momentary lapse of judgment, influenced by youthful folly, and thus somewhat forgivable. Previously immature, Lou Xiaoya has matured following their divorce. Third, as Cui Xiangdong's former spouse, she comprehends him better than anyone else, embodying the strategic advantage of knowing both oneself and the adversary. Fourth, with Cui Xiangdong now engaged to another, extinguishing any hope for reconciliation, he has treated her with disdain, having publicly slapped her and berated her lack of shame. Unable to rekindle their relationship and faced with contempt from him, Lou Xiaoya, along with her aspirations for a political career, undoubtedly dreams of surpassing her ex-husband. In light of these considerations, the Qin family resolved to support Cui Xiangdong's ex-wife in a contest against him in Rainbow Town. This morning, Lou Xiaoya, poised to relocate to Yunhu County, arrived in Qingshan City alongside Wang Haiyun and others. After a brief respite at her hotel, she invited Wang Xiyu, the minister of the organization department of the Qingshan City Committee and a representative of the Qin faction in the city. During their conversation, she also tasked him with inviting Lu Qijiao, the county party secretary of Yunhu County, for a preliminary meeting in Qingshan. Thus, the three of them, along with Qin Feng, who had returned from Rainbow Town, convened for lunch before discussing important matters. Zhang Lianghua, a person of his character, indeed lacks the qualifications to continue serving as the secretary of Rainbow Town. In response to Wang Xiyu's inquiry, Lu Qijiao promptly expressed his stance. Lu Qijiao is neither part of the Qin faction nor the Cui faction, yet he harbors no affection for Zhang Lianghua, who tramples upon the dignity of women in the official realm. After reaching a consensus among the municipal organization minister, the county secretary, and the county mayor, the removal of an incompetent township party secretary and the promotion of a highly competent deputy town mayor to the position of township party secretary poses no challenge whatsoever. It could be said without reservation that a mere phone call would suffice to resolve the matter. The face-to-face negotiation was merely a gesture of hospitality extended to Lou Xiaoya. Once the discussions concluded, determining the fates of Zhang Lianghua and Lou Xiaoya in just a few words, Wang Xiu and Lu Qizhao prepared to take their leave. Lou Xiaoya escorted the two prominent figures to the door before returning inside. She approached the couch in the parlor, instinctively pressing her hands against her hips as she gracefully seated herself before Qin Feng. Gazing at him, she playfully inquired, "During your visit to Rainbow Town, did you have any encounters with Cui Xiangdong?" "Oh, encounters?" Qin Feng scoffed. "That romantic who favors beauty over power has, coincidentally, resorted to selling fish in the south." "What?" Lou Xiaoya blinked in surprise, her alluring peach blossom eyes widening immediately. "The story unfolds as I heard from the people of Rainbow Town." Qin Feng began to narrate the details of Cui's venture into the fish trade. Coincidentally, Qin Feng found himself in a position to openly admire the woman he had called out for many a midnight, while speaking with his sister-in-law. Lou Xiaoya, feeling more at ease in the presence of her brother-in-law, relaxed her posture considerably. "Ah, selling fish in Cui Town? How intriguing indeed." She chuckled, raising her glass of water while casually crossing her legs. The delicate black sandals swayed lightly, providing Qin Feng yet another opportunity to openly admire the dainty foot enveloped in sheer black fabric and to indulge in fantasies of playful encounters with them. Unbeknownst to Lou Xiaoya, she was being openly admired by her brother-in-law, who had long been secretly yearning for her. With a face adorned with a scornful smile, she lamented that Cui Xiangdong had been reduced to the point of personally selling fish. It seems that the rumors about the Cui family's disdain for him are not unfounded. They provide him no financial support, nor even a single individual's assistance. To be tasked with such a menial job is a humiliation for me. I can only imagine how his ex-wife will be able to ruin him once she rises to power. Upon hearing her mention of Cui Xiangdong's ex-wife, Qin Feng suddenly recalled something. Temporarily suppressing his admiration for her, he remarked, "Oh, by the way, third sister-in-law, during my visit to Rainbow Town, although I did not encounter Cui Xiangdong himself, I did see his ex-wife. That Lou Xiaoya bears a striking resemblance to you." Lou Xiaoya was momentarily taken aback. "Huh? Lou Xiaoya resembles me?" "Indeed." Qin Feng nodded and casually remarked, "If I weren't aware that your hometown is Jinling, I might suspect that you are somehow related to Lou Xiaoya, perhaps even sisters." "Haha. It is quite normal for people to resemble one another in this vast world." Lou Xiaoya responded with a gentle smile, yet raised her hand to cover her mouth as she stifled a yawn. Recognizing the cue, Qin Feng promptly stood up and announced his intention to return to Yinjing. Accustomed to afternoon naps, Lou Xiaoya, having foregone a rest that day, did not insist on his staying, instead advising him to exercise caution on his journey. At a tender age, third brother had endured significant hardships. Yet through the intertwining of familial interests, he had married the stunning third sister-in-law. It leaves one pondering how she has managed the nights over the years. Does she, in the haunting hours of midnight, clutch her pillow and yearn for a man? How wonderful it would be if she could think of me. Such thoughts coursed through Qin Feng's mind as he hastened towards the elevator. Night had descended, yet the sun would once again peak over the eastern horizon in a mere 10 hours. Meanwhile, Cui Xiangdong and his companions, who had journeyed south from Tiandong province at 3 o'clock that very morning, had at last arrived at their destination, Yangcheng in Dongguan province. Chapter 74. So what if I look down upon everyone present? The journey of 800 kilometers took Cui Xiangdong and his companions a full 25 hours. It was not due to any unforeseen incidents on the road, but rather because, upon entering the territory of Dongguan, Cui Xiangdong insisted that everyone rest in the vehicle for several hours. Their party consisted of a total of 11 cars and 23 individuals. Those like Wang Chao, who frequently traveled long distances for cargo, had brought along iron rods and various tools. Thus, they were not overly concerned about encountering the more audacious highway robbers of this era. As the vehicles ascended the highway, both men Ro, sitting in the passenger seat, and Lao Lu, seated in the back, appeared quite exhilarated, often leaning out of the windows to admire the scenery along the way. However, as the sun climbed higher and the endless road stretched before them, their enthusiasm gradually waned, and they unknowingly drifted into slumber. Alas, it was Cui Xiangdong, the driver, who bore the brunt of the journey's fatigue. Upon finally reaching their destination, Cui Xiangdong did not instruct Wang Chao and the others to drive directly to the aquatic market in the eastern district of Yangqing. Instead, he halted a few kilometers away and asked Lao Lu to accompany them in search of a place to have breakfast. Cui Xiangdong, along with Min Ro, sought information, and arrived at the local clothing market. "Uncle, there are so many people here. I've never seen such a crowd back in our county," Min Ro exclaimed, gripping the back of Cui Xiangdong's shirt tightly while surveying her surroundings. Despite it being morning and the clothing market just opening, throngs of people surged through. Most were there to procure goods, with human-powered tricycles and flatbed carts laden with various garments continually entering and exiting. "How can our county even compare to this? Even in 30 years, our provincial capital won't reach this level of prosperity," Cui Xiangdong remarked as he observed the bustling scene. He then inquired, "Do you remember the things I told you?" During the journey, he had imparted numerous essential tips for their outing, with the foremost being the importance of safeguarding their cash. To ensure Min Ro was prepared, he had specifically instructed her to carry 2,000 yuan in cash, informing her that she would be responsible for their basic expenses in Yanqing, as he would not be returning for their next fish-selling venture. "I remember," Min Ro nodded vigorously. Cui Xiangdong casually prompted, "Very well, then tell me the 3 most important points. Firstly, after securing your money, you must never let the fear of theft consume you, as that would only draw the attention of pickpockets," she recounted. At this point, Min Ro subtly released her grip on Cui Xiangdong's shirt and discreetly checked the thickness of her wallet, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over her. Secondly, Min Ro began to articulate her second point. When you are out and about, regardless of the number of people around, you must hold your head high and remain composed. That way, others will not perceive me as an outsider, but rather as a local, and they will not harbor any ill intentions. As she spoke, she instinctively straightened her posture with pride. Cui Xiangdong narrowly avoided a person approaching him, burdened with a large bundle of clothes, by stepping aside and inadvertently blocking her path. As Min Ro straightened up, she collided quite unceremoniously with his back. Her cheeks flushed crimson, as if jolted by an electric shock, her legs feeling a tad weak. Fortunately, the bustling crowd around them made such accidental encounters commonplace. Cui Xiangdong simply perceived a light touch on his back, akin to a gentle nudge from a balloon, and paid it no mind. The third principle, he recalled, was to exhibit a warm and amiable demeanor upon encountering the elderly and children. Unbeknownst to him, Min Ro breathed a sigh of relief, reflecting that when faced with young people, especially those she deemed untrustworthy, it was vital to maintain a demeanor of indifference, striving to appear dignified. This would foster an impression of her being someone of significance, thereby mitigating potential troubles. By adhering to these 3 fundamental principles, one could ensure their safety even while venturing into the world alone. As the throng in the marketplace grew denser, Cui Xiangdong felt a pang of concern that Min Ro might be swept away. Without mobile phones, the thought of her getting lost was alarming, particularly for a young girl. Hence, he decided to grasp Min Ro's delicate hand. Instantly, her brows quivered, and a charming blush blossomed upon her face, as if she were lost in a dream. Yet, deep within her heart, she yearned for the simple wish. How wonderful it would be to walk hand in hand with her uncle for a lifetime. Time slipped by unnoticed. Suddenly, Min Ro felt a tug at her left ear. She blinked, only to hear Cui Xiangdong's voice reprimanding her softly, with that silly grin. "Are you daydreaming? I've spoken to you several times, yet you seem oblivious." Min Ro snapped back to reality. The cacophony of voices, a medley of accents, and the vibrant array of colors before her surged into her consciousness. She had been in a reverie for a good half hour. Thankfully, throughout that brief interlude, Cui Xiangdong had maintained his hold on her hand. Otherwise, she might have been whisked away by someone else. In the bustling market, a girl as innocent and charming as she was, exuding a natural beauty, would certainly attract considerable attention. "Uncle, Min Ro wished to explain, yet the words eluded her. With her head held high and an expression of serene composure, she noticed a few passers-by glancing their way, prompting Cui Xiangdong to remind her in hushed tones. Instinctively, Min Ro straightened up, her visage adopting an air of aloofness. Her long eyelashes, gently brushing against her eyelids, conveyed an unmistakable message. She regarded those around her with disdain. "And what of it? Show me the money," Cui Xiangdong said, nodding in satisfaction. During Min Ro's dreamy interlude, he had selected a stall near the market entrance and purchased her a counterfeit Prada dress. He allocated a portion of the money he had brought for Min Ro and the remainder for Lao Lu. He purchased clothing for Min Ro, naturally expecting her to pay. Min Ro agreed softly, lowering her head to retrieve her money, but then she hesitated, whispering, "Uncle, there are too many people here. It's inconvenient to take out the money." Cui Xiangdong, under the impression that her concern about retrieving the money stemmed from the crowd, reassured her, "Don't worry, with me by your side. No one would dare to take advantage of you." "Ah, but I still feel a bit anxious," Minro replied, turning to face Cui Xiangdong as she began to untie her belt. Her funds were concealed within a small pocket sewn into her shorts, a precaution she had taken when she attended school in the county to safeguard her living expenses. In front of Cui Xiangdong, she had no choice but to loosen the fabric belt, a common practice among rural folks in that era. Embarrassed and nervous, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Yet, she struggled to unfasten the buckle, looking up at the garments displayed before Cui Xiangdong, who impatiently urged her, "Hurry up and take it out. Stop dawdling. Just a moment. Just a moment," Minro exclaimed, tugging forcefully. After a prolonged struggle, as Cui Xiangdong pressed her again, she voiced her distress with a quivering tone. "Uncle, I can't undo my belt." Chapter 75. Uncle, are you not trash? What? Is your belt stuck? I asked you for money. Why are you fiddling with your belt? Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback by Minro's words. Just as he was about to inquire further, he noticed her anxiously stamping her feet, tears glistening on her long eyelashes. An epiphany struck Cui Xiangdong. How could he have overlooked the contemporary custom among many rural folk of sewing a small pocket into their undergarments to conceal their money when traveling? Had he considered that Minro might employ such a method to carry the 2,000 yuan, he would have advised against her bringing any cash. But it was too late for such thoughts. In the bustling market, when Minro hid in Cui Xiangdong's embrace to retrieve her money, her embarrassment and anxiety caused her to tie the cloth she used as a belt into a tight knot. What a predicament! Even if he refrained from purchasing clothes for her at that moment, she still needed to untie her belt. How else would she relieve herself? Yet, surrounded by people, the location of the restroom remained a mystery. Cui Xiangdong felt a headache coming on and could only softly reassure her to remain calm, to take her time, and not to rush. Alas, even if Minro's anxiety lessened, the knot was too tight to loosen. The vendor selling clothes persisted in urging them, "Hey, are you going to buy or not? If not, please step aside. You're blocking my stall. Uncle, please help me." Minro pressed her forehead against Cui Xiangdong's chest, her voice tinged with tears as she continued to gently stamp her feet. Sighing, Cui Xiangdong lamented, "If you can't untie it, how can I?" Yet, he could only attempt to loosen the knot blindly. Frustration mounted. He directly placed his hand on Minro's lower abdomen. Minro felt as though she might perish. It was only after Cui Xiangdong finally located the wallet tucked away in the safest of places and paid the vendor for the clothes, pulling her along as they exited, that she gradually regained her composure. Cui Xiangdong, on the other hand, wore an expression of calm and composure. It is said that in the eyes of a doctor, gender is of no consequence. Thus, when Cui Xiangdong retrieved the wallet for Rower, he remained indifferent to any implications. As long as a gentleman is magnanimous, there are no sordid matters in this world. Around 10 o'clock, Cui Xiangdong returned to the caravan, with Minro in tow, laden with bags. He extracted a few packages and tossed them to Lao Lu. "Lao Lu, go into the nearby woods and change into those clothes. Be careful not to lose your sunglasses." More sunglasses? Just as Lao Lu was about to complain about his former son-in-law taking so long, his mood brightened, and he scampered joyfully into the thicket with the bags. Lao Lu's stature was similar to Cui Xiangdong's. Both were tall and graceful. Cui Xiangdong had arranged a tasteful outfit for Lao Lu that was economical, yet appeared quite refined. He then instructed Minro to change clothes in the vehicle while he approached Wang Chao's truck. Cui Xiangdong once again discussed the specifics of their fish-selling plan with Wang Chao. The three of them, Cui Xiangdong, Minro, and Lao Lu, would first head to the seafood market in search of buyers. Once suitable buyers were found and prices negotiated, they would return to consult Wang Chao. This approach serves to circumvent the potential for buyers to leverage the sight of their vehicles laden with goods to negotiate lower prices, as a delay in selling could result in a significant loss of valuable fish. By the way, Lao Wang, Cui Xiangdong handed Wang Chao a cigarette and remarked, "Regardless of whether we can sell everything today, you and your brothers are welcome to linger here for another day. I intend to procure some goods to take back. We can negotiate the costs incurred for delays and transportation." "All right, that works." Wang Chao chuckled, saying, "Cui Zhen, I can't shake the impression that you resemble a businessman more than a government official. In my experience, while officials often express a desire for merchants to invest in their jurisdictions and outwardly show respect, deep down, they typically hold them in disdain. Rarely do we encounter an official like you, disregarding your status as mayor, who travels such a distance to engage in the fish trade." The antiquated notion of a hierarchy among scholars, farmers, artisans, and merchants has persisted in this land for millennia. The perceived inferiority of merchants and the elevated status of officials is deeply ingrained in the collective consciousness. Although the status of merchants has indeed risen over the years, it is evident that even in decades to come, the influence of affluent families will overshadow all else. Just consider Su Lin, who ensures a substantial material foundation for the Cui family. Her current standing within the Cui household speaks volumes. He chuckled. What significance does a mayor's title hold? Every profession, at its core, serves the purpose of providing for one's family and ensuring a warm hearth for one's loved ones. Cui Xiangdong chuckled lightly. Turning his gaze towards the small vehicle, Wang Chao followed his line of sight, and they both stood in astonishment. There she was, with her hair elegantly styled. Adorned with oversized sunglasses, her face unadorned save for her striking crimson lips, clad in a white shirt and gray suit, complemented by a gray skirt and black stockings. Her feet elegantly encased in crystal high-heeled sandals, exuding an air of confidence befitting a powerful urban executive as she gracefully descended from the vehicle. Is she truly the rustic girl you brought along? Wang Chao exclaimed, eyes wide, pointing at Min Ro, his voice faltering. Ah, indeed, one is often judged by their attire. Even Cui Xiangdong, witnessing Min Ro transformed according to his meticulous standards, was filled with awe. This version of Min Ro perfectly embodied the image of a beautiful boss that Cui Xiangdong had envisioned. Had he not confirmed her identity, he would have never believed this was the same 18-year-old with a penchant for dramatics. Await my good news. Cui Xiangdong patted Wang Chao on the shoulder and swiftly approached Min Ro, his face lit with approval as he circled around her. Take a few steps, yes. Take a few steps. Stand tall and proud, exuding an air of superiority as if viewing all others as beneath you. Min Ro softly replied, Uncle, you are not garbage. Cui Xiangdong, never mind. Why bother with a young girl as trivialities? He then retrieved a designer handbag and a toy mobile phone from a bag, which, despite being merely a plastic model worth a mere 10 yuan, seemed rather disappointing. With the handbag on her left arm and the toy phone in her right, Min Ro now resembled a glamorous business executive. Even the well-dressed old building was taken aback upon seeing her, lingering in astonishment for quite some time. In truth, the old building's elegant attire, complete with a black briefcase tucked under his arm, bore a striking resemblance to the suave yet unscrupulous executives often depicted in Hong Kong and Taiwan dramas. Very well, let it be so. Remember, from this moment on, you are the Vice President of Rainbow Fisheries. You are Min, the esteemed leader of Rainbow Fisheries. As for me, I shall serve as both your chauffeur and secretary to Min. Upon our arrival at the seafood market, you must consistently maintain your current demeanor, ensuring that no flaws are apparent. After all, many respect the attire before they regard the individual. Men should speak sparingly, only acknowledging with nods or shakes of the head. The vice president shall assist Min by holding the thermos, while I, as the secretary, will handle any social interactions that arise. Have you all committed this to memory? Very well. Cui Xiangdong opened the car door, bent slightly, and gestured to Min Ro, saying, Min, please. Chapter 76. The more arrogant one is, the less anyone dares to provoke East. Are we truly required to make such a spectacle out of merely selling fish? Inquired the vice president of Rainbow Fisheries after he settled into the car. Once Cui Xiangdong started the vehicle, he replied, if we were only peddling a few £100s, there would be no need for such extravagance. However, we are transporting over £20,000, and the urgency to sell compels us to lower the prices. Such a substantial quantity will undoubtedly impact the local market. In any mature market, a handful of influential figures will monopolize the trade. The pricing of goods is dictated by these elites to safeguard their interests. What happens when a sudden influx of low-priced goods from outside threatens the market? They will certainly employ various methods to undermine the competition. Yet, before they can suppress outsiders, they must first ascertain their origins. If Min Ro and her companions appear as mere commoners from afar, these elites possess at least 18 strategies to render them bankrupt. They might even find it amusing to keep Min Ro and her associates around, ensuring they serve the interests of the powerful during the evenings. However, what if Min Ro and her companions project an air of affluence and arrogance? The more ostentatious one is, the less likely others will dare to confront them. Oh, I see. The vice president of Rainbow Fisheries finally grasped the concept, but quickly followed up with another question. Dongzi, didn't you say these toxic fish were merely pig feed? How could that possibly hold any value? We wouldn't even cover our shipping costs. How could such a situation arise? Seated in the back, Min Ro gazed at Cui Xiangdong with her enchanting, sparkling eyes, puzzled. Up to this point, even Wang Chao and the others still believed that Cui Xiangdong had brought these toxic fish merely for personal pride, intending to sell them as pig feed to local farms. The notion of using black fish as pig feed is something we can jest about privately, but it should never be uttered in the seafood market, lest we attract trouble. Cui Xiangdong, maintaining his gaze ahead, succinctly explained to old Lou and the others that the so-called toxic fish, which they had dismissed, were, in fact, the aristocrats of the aquatic realm. Astounded, this was the instinctive reaction of Min Ro and old Lou upon hearing this revelation. How could these seemingly worthless toxic fish, which we would even pay to dispose of, be considered the so-called nobility of the waters? After a moment, the two exchanged incredulous glances. Their absolute trust in Cui Xiangdong led them to realize that fortune was on the horizon. Yet, Min Ro suddenly pondered a question and asked softly, "Uncle, if Wang Chao and the others discover that the toxic fish, which are rampant in our area, can fetch a high price here, might they not come to sell them themselves?" Cui Xiangdong turned to her, his gaze filled with approval. Min Ro's ability to contemplate such a scenario demonstrated her astuteness and sharp business acumen. Certainly, they could bypass us and come to sell fish on their own. Even the local bosses from Rainbow Lake could venture here, Cui Xiangdong smiled. Regardless, I never intended to treat fish selling as a long-term business. What I am currently focused on is unearthing my first pot of gold. With this sum of money, we shall procure the necessary production equipment from this location, as well as shoes, hats, clothing, and electronic watches to be transported north for sale, establishing a factory in Rainbow Town. Min Ro, partially grasping the situation, nodded slightly. However, Lao Lu, perplexed, inquired, "Dongzi, what equipment are we purchasing?" Cui Xiangdong replied, "I intend to order a production line for instant noodles from the local machinery factory. If there are second-hand options available, that would be even better." Instant noodles? Upon hearing this, Min Ro pressed her lips together. Instant noodles. During her school days in the county, she had often seen her well-off classmates enjoying them. Just a splash of hot water would fill the classroom with an enticing aroma. Min Ro longed to indulge in them herself, but they were prohibitively expensive. A mere small packet, weighing only 100 grams, cost around 70 to 80 cents. If my uncle were to open an instant noodle factory in Chao Chao Town, and I could be the manager, would I be able to eat 3 packets daily? No, I would want 5. But if I were to consume 5 packets, would my uncle scold me for being greedy? For being a lazy glutton? The future Min General contemplated these thoughts, discreetly wiping the corner of her mouth as she gazed out the window, her mind wandering. This is the East District of Yangqing, in Dongguan Province. The Da-Fa Aquatic Market. The aptly named Nyo Da-Fa, with an imposing demeanor, seized a cup from a nearby table and smashed it to the ground with a resounding crash. Clatter. At the sound, 7 or 8 of his underlings instinctively gripped the hilts of their knives, glaring menacingly at De Mao and Air Mao, who sat across on the sofa. They awaited Nyo Da-Fa's command to pounce and reduce the two to mere pulp. Yet, the duo clad in floral t-shirts and baggy shorts remained unfazed, their expressions unchanged, still wearing arrogant smiles as they propped their legs up, rhythmically swaying their flip-flops. The De Mao brothers had long since calculated that Nyo Da-Fa would not dare to harm them. Otherwise, their elder brother, the formidable Wang Jinbao of Jinbao Fisheries, would dispatch at least 200 of his men in a van to turn the so-called king of the FA aquatic market into minced meat. Nyo Da-Fa was merely the ruler of the aquatic market, while Jinbao was a different league altogether. Among the thousands of bosses in Yangqing's for major aquatic markets, who wouldn't bow and greet Wang Jinbao with utmost respect. Indeed, after smashing the cup, Nyo Da-Fa's fury visibly diminished. He gestured for his brothers to remain calm, and turned to the Da Mao brothers, swallowing his anger as he said, "All varieties of aquatic products from the East Road, especially black fish, have seemingly passed through my hands before reaching the markets in the East District over the past 2 years. Brother Jinbao must be aware of this. How could he possibly intercept the 30,000 jin of black fish that I had already secured?" He chuckled. "Brother Fa wishes to profit, and Brother Jinbao desires the same. You are not at fault, and neither is Brother Jinbao." De Mao then stood up, raising his hand to point at him. "Brother Fa, we have come today to inform you in the future, all black fish arriving from the eastern route will be uniformly distributed by Brother Jinbao." "Uniform distribution?" Nyo Da-Fa, suppressing his anger, inquired. What price are you offering us per kilogram? Mao interjected. It's not expensive, just 10 yuan per kilogram. What? Niu Dafa and the others immediately widened their eyes. Although black fish are increasingly in short supply, the highest retail price just yesterday was merely 8 yuan per kilogram. Yet, Wang Jinbao intended to monopolize the black fish market in the entire Yangqing and raise the distribution price to 10 yuan per kilogram. With such a steep price, how could Niu Dafa possibly make a profit? Of course, if Dafa could procure black fish from beyond a 300-kilometer radius of Yangqing, Brother Jinbao would not interfere. With that, the conversation concluded, and the brothers departed. After De Mao finished speaking, he turned with Mao and swaggered away. Niu Dafa, stifling the urge to chase after them and vent his fury, ultimately sank into despair and sat down. Forget it, I'll endure this for now. After much contemplation, he concluded that he truly lacked the qualifications to confront Wang Jinbao, and so he muttered a few words before rising to leave the office. Overcome with frustration, Niu Dafa made his way to the front office. Outside was the bustling seafood market, teeming with activity. He pondered whether there might be sources of black fish within a 300-kilometer radius of Yangqing. As he strolled toward the market entrance, he suddenly heard someone inquire. "Excuse me, sir, is there a buyer for large quantities of black fish around here?" Chapter 77. I want to exude an indifferent arrogance. What? Is there anyone here looking to purchase a substantial quantity of black fish? Niu Dafa was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze. Suddenly, his heart leaped as he thought, wow, this girl is stunning. Under the intense scrutiny of their gazes, and as they even began to smirk, Minro felt as though not a single inch of her skin was at ease. Alongside a growing aversion, a wave of fear surged from deep within her, prompting her to seek refuge behind Cui Xiangdong. Yet in the next instant, Minro recalled Cui Xiangdong's countless admonitions. I shall look down upon all with nobility. I shall wear an expression of divine untouchability. I shall embody an indifferent arrogance. Minro immediately furrowed her brows, raised her hand to adjust the large sunglasses perched on her nose, and addressed Cui Xiangdong in a nonchalant tone. Secretary Cui. I understand, General Manager Min, Cui Xiangdong replied. Nodding respectfully, he waved his hand in front of Niu Dafa, scolding him in a practiced local dialect. Get lost, you scoundrel. Who is this insolent fellow? Daring to insult me? Niu Dafa snapped to attention. Already burdened with resentment from being thoroughly trampled by Wang Jinbao, he found himself irate at being insulted, especially after his thoughts had drifted to a beautiful woman. This was intolerable. Niu Dafa was furious. Just as he was about to erupt, he suddenly realized something. This enchanting woman was certainly not an ordinary person. The audacious young man who dared to insult him was, in fact, her secretary. A beautiful woman accompanied by a secretary could only belong to someone of significant stature. Fa Gu was indeed a seasoned veteran of society. In that moment of rage, he swiftly regained his composure and made the wisest choice. He chuckled sheepishly, stepping back a couple of paces, and began to assess the three individuals before him with newfound respect. Not only was the young lady strikingly beautiful and elegantly dressed, but her expression radiated an air of sanctity that demanded respect. Even a blind person could discern that she was either of noble birth or closely associated with someone of great importance. As for the young man she referred to as her secretary, despite his brazen demeanor and coarse language, there was an undeniable aura of authority about him, something ordinary people lacked. Then there was the middle-aged man standing beside the young lady. Though he had not uttered a word, his mere presence exuded the essence of an old-fashioned gentleman, perfectly embodying the image of a legendary playboy. In short, Fa Gu concluded in mere moments that these three individuals were certainly not to be trifled with. My apologies, I was momentarily dazzled by this lady's beauty, which caused my lapse in decorum. Niu Dafa adjusted his demeanor, no longer daring to gaze at Minro casually. Instead, he turned to Cui Xiangdong and inquired, Secretary Cui, you just asked me who is looking to purchase large quantities of black fish? In light of his prompt correction of attitude, Cui Xiangdong graciously forgave Niu Dafa's earlier rudeness. Indeed, we have come to the seafood market in the Eastern District to seek buyers for the 100,000 pounds of black fish that our rainbow fisheries has meticulously cultivated. What? You are looking for buyers for 100,000 pounds of black fish? Niu Dafang's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets. He was utterly unconcerned with the identities of Cui Xiangdong and his companions, or the whereabouts of rainbow fisheries. His sole focus was on whether Cui Xiangdong and his associates truly possessed 1,000,000 pounds of black fish, and what the pricing would entail. It was evident that this location was not suitable for such discussions. Let us retire to my office for a more detailed conversation, he proposed, assuring them, rest assured. Although I may appear somewhat intimidating, I assure you, I am a good person. Under the almost obsessive invitation of Niu Dafang, Cui Xiangdong exchanged glances with his companions and followed him to his office. He had not anticipated that his casual inquiry would lead him to the formidable figure of Dafang in the aquatic market. With a stroke of fortune, Cui Xiangdong, after courteously inviting General Manager Min to take a seat, placed a black convenience bag on the table. Inside was a black fish weighing around 4 to 5 pounds. Its robust spirit evident as it flailed its tail in discontent at being uprooted from its natural habitat. Upon seeing the black fish, Niu Dafang's expression transformed as though he had encountered a long-lost relative. His eyes sparkled with excitement. Even more so than when he had first been captivated by the beauty of Min Ro. No beauty could rival the allure of wealth, especially after being recently slighted by Wang Jinbao. General Manager Min, does your rainbow fisheries indeed possess such a million-pound black fish? Niu Dafang asked, glancing nervously at Min Ro. His anxiety was understandable. 1 million pounds of black fish. Should he manage to monopolize the supply from the distant province of Tiandong at a reasonable price, it would be akin to sitting back and counting money effortlessly. Once seated, Min Ro elegantly crossed her legs and delicately sipped from the insulated cup handed to her by the vice president, seemingly unfazed by Niu Dafang's query. The aura of fishiness surrounding him rendered him unworthy of direct conversation with her at their initial meeting. Niu Dafang felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority wash over him. Just as he forced a smile, Cui Xiangdong spoke up, not merely 1 million pounds. To ensure General Manager Min earns some pocket money, we have contracted over 1,000 fish ponds in a rural area of Tiandong, employing over 100 individuals specifically to cultivate these black fish imported directly from India. The sample I brought is merely average. The largest black fish can weigh over 10 pounds. Niu Dafang's eyebrows twitched vigorously as he thought. What on earth is General Manager Min's background? Her family has secured over 1,000 fish ponds simply to allow her some spending money, raising aquatic nobility? Min Ro, who had been sipping her water, nearly choked at Cui Xiangdong's words. Standing beside Min Ro, Lao Lu sighed inwardly. How did I not realize before that Dongzi could be such a braggart? Ha, Secretary Cui, Niu Dafang said. Attempting to deflect Min Ro's dismissive demeanor with a forced smile, Tiandong is just too far away. As the saying goes, distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Cui Xiangdong interrupted him. Our General Min, during his visit to Yancheng, conveniently brought along 10 trucks of black fish. It is an opportunity to explore this market and test the waters. Conservatively estimating the weight, it must be around 12 tons, at least. What? You have already transported over 10 tons of black fish. Niu Dafang was taken aback once again, hurriedly inquiring, where's your cargo now? Cui Xiangdong merely smiled and retorted, Boss Niu, judging by your expression, do you intend to consume all 20,000 pounds of our goods in one sitting? It's merely tens of thousands of pounds of black fish. To me, it is just that. Niu Dafang was about to nod vigorously, but then hesitated, a faint smile gracing his lips. He turned his gaze back to Min Ro, adopting a casual demeanor. I wonder, what is General Min's price per kilogram? General Min, however, did not respond to his query, leisurely sipping his tea instead. The vice president, old Lou, made a grand entrance. Boss Niu, you should make your offer first. How much can you pay per kilogram? If it's agreeable, we can collaborate happily. Niu Dafang furrowed his brow, contemplating seriously for a moment before slowly stating. 6 yuan 50 per kilogram. I want as much as you have. Cash transaction, no credit. Before his words had settled, General Min, who had been sipping tea with utmost elegance, suddenly looked up and, with a swift motion, expelled a mouthful of hot tea that splattered across Boss Niu's face. Chapter 78. Cui Xiangdong, merely a fishmonger on the way to the seafood market. Cui Xiangdong divulged all his cards to Min Ro. His psychological expectation for the selling price was 4 yuan per kilogram. After deducting the cost price of 1 yuan per kilogram, shipping fees, he would net 3 yuan, yielding a profit of 3,000 yuan per truckload. With 10 trucks, that would amount to 30,000 yuan. Upon hearing this, although Min Ro and old Lou began to blindly trust Cui Xiangdong, a lingering disbelief remained in their subconscious minds regarding the possibility of anyone purchasing these dreaded black fish from fishermen at 4 yuan per kilogram. However, things took a turn. Old Lou instructed Niu Dafang to propose a price, and the latter offered 6 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram, 2 yuan and 50 cents more than Cui Xiangdong's expected price. That translated to an additional 2 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram. Considering over 10,000 kilograms, that would result in an extra profit of nearly 30,000 yuan. Old Lou was taken aback. Cui Xiangdong maintained a stoic expression. Min Ro, on the other hand, was so shocked that she spat out her tea, quickly covering her mouth with her hand and coughing violently. Fear gripped her heart. Had I given myself away? Would Uncle scold me? Min Ro, are you all right? Despite his facade of indifference, Cui Xiangdong secretly reveled in the moment. He quickly produced a handkerchief and offered it to Min Ro. Cough, cough, I accidentally choked. Min Ro covered her mouth with the handkerchief, coughed a few times, and, aided by the concealment of her sunglasses, hurriedly observed Cui Xiangdong's expression. He bore no semblance of reproach. Instead, he nodded slightly to convey encouragement. Do not fret. Uncle believes in you. You can do this. He genuinely refrained from reproaching Min Ro, fully understanding the profound impact of Niu Dafa's price of 6 yuan and 50 cents per kilogram on her. Let us not forget that just a few days prior, Min Ro had bravely rejected a substantial free offer of black fish from Qiu Junlin of Qingxi Town, which had ignited a large-scale brawl that nearly resulted in fatalities. Cui Xiangdong's encouragement helped the secretly anxious Min Ro regain her composure swiftly. She turned her gaze to Niu Dafa, who was wiping his face with his sleeve, looking quite disheveled, yet he did not blame Min Ro for the tea incident. After all, the exalted Min Ro had finally deemed it worthy to personally converse with Niu Dafa. With her lips slightly parted in a light, airy tone, she stated, "Let us proceed with your proposed price. You may now prepare the cash for purchasing 12 tons of black fish." She no longer sought Cui Xiangdong's approval regarding the reasonableness of Niu Dafa's price, for she understood that it was her moment to shine. Cui Xiangdong would gauge her business acumen through her negotiations with Niu Dafa. Min Ro resolutely decided to take the initiative, biting her teeth in determination. Cui Xiangdong displayed no reaction, faithfully executing his role as her diligent assistant. Regardless of whether the boss would give Niu Dafa a deal, it was beyond his purview. Old Lou, after a brief moment of astonishment, quickly comprehended the underlying meaning reflected in his eyes behind his sunglasses. This child, even if the offer far exceeded our expectations. However, one cannot simply acquiesce. It is essential to shake one's head and declare the price as exceedingly cheap. This is precisely how Niu Dafa perceives the situation. With a perplexed expression, he inquires of Min Ro, "Min, have you truly accepted my offer so readily?" A faint smile graces Min Ro's lips as she lightly taps her elevated stiletto, her tone imbued with palpable disdain. "Am I truly to waste my breath over a mere 8 jiao?" Niu Dafa stands in solemn respect. Such a reaction from Min Ro epitomizes the essence of a noblewoman from a prestigious family. Lao Lu experiences a moment of clarity. Min Ro's words serve to highlight her disdain for money, making her a figure that none would dare to provoke lightly. Cui Xiangdong feels a deep sense of comfort, silently reflecting on the truth that a little pretentiousness is understandable. Enduring cooperation is predicated on mutual profit. As the saying goes, the disloyal often belong to the learned, while true loyalty is found among the common folk. Niu Dafa immediately rises, thumping his chest as he exclaims, "Very well, since Min Ro is so magnanimous, I, Niu Dafa, shall not be stingy. When we weigh the goods, should it exceed 500 kilograms but fall short of a ton, I shall round it up to a ton." Min Ro, however, remains non-committal, gently swaying on her toes as she lowers her gaze to sip from her glass of water. "Cui, please summon the car." "Certainly, Min. Please wait here with Vice President Lou." Cui Xiangdong replies with a bow before turning to Niu Dafa. "May I ask, Boss Niu, where shall we go to weigh the goods?" "Please hold on. I will first call my sister to accompany Min Ro while I join you to retrieve the goods." Niu Dafa demonstrates his adeptness in social interactions. Recognizing Min Ro's haughty demeanor and her reluctance to engage with him, he promptly contacts his sister to keep the guest company. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, in the presidential suite of the first 5-star hotel in Yangqing, the air conditioning hums as it disperses cool air, creating a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. A woman, having recently risen from slumber and clad in a black robe, stands barefoot by the window. In her left hand, she cradles a glass of red wine, while her right hand delicately holds a slender Marlboro cigarette, gazing out at the world beyond, motionless for an extended period. Merely the silhouette of her curvaceous figure evokes feelings of inadequacy in the majority of women, including her secretary and bodyguard, Lin Jing. One can only imagine the effect of her angelic visage and her porcelain skin, which seems so fragile that a mere breath could shatter it. Particularly, the intense sense of superiority that emanates from her further intimidates all the men who regard her as their dream goddess, rendering them hesitant to express their feelings. Su Huang. This woman is none other than the eldest daughter of the Su family, one of the top 10 noble families in Xinjiang. The former president of the overseas headquarters of the Future Group and the current president of the newly established Su Huang Group in Xinjiang. Suddenly, a small Motorola phone on the table emits a chirping sound, reminiscent of a bird. Indeed, it is a phone. In mainland China, many yearn for a pager with Chinese characters, dreaming of wielding a brick-sized mobile phone. In this era, Motorola has developed the first generation of analog phones, releasing them in limited quantities to the market. The price for a single unit reaches as high as 40,000 yuan. The sudden chirping of birds stirred Su Huang, who had been gazing out the window in deep contemplation. Lin Jin, who stood like a statue behind the door, promptly approached, grasped her phone, and placed it against her ear. Yes, understood, she responded. After concluding the call, she turned to the graceful silhouette and softly announced, President Su, there is an update. That individual is currently at the Dai Fa seafood market in the Eastern District, engaged in illicit dealings with the fish vendor, Neo Defy, who monopolizes the market. Illicit dealings? Su Huang scoffed, her back still turned, as a cold chuckle escaped her lips. Cui Xiangdong is merely a rustic fishmonger. Yet soon, he dares to charge forth recklessly on my behalf. This is undoubtedly the greatest farce in the world. Lin Jin remained silent, hesitant to interject. Find that fellow named Wang Jinbao and teach him a lesson, Su Huang commanded languidly, raising a slender cigarette to her lips, her demeanor unruffled. Chapter 79. The Emperor seeks a hero to rescue the fair lady. Upon hearing Su Huang's directive to notify Wang Jinbao to deal with Cui Xiangdong, Lin Jin's expression shifted dramatically. Su Huang, however, remained poised before the window, lifting his chin slightly and exhaling a wispy ring of smoke. Mr. Su, Lin Jin ventured, steeling herself. The reason we have come to Yancheng is to assist the vice president of Future Group, who has asked for your discreet support regarding that individual. Indeed, a few days prior, Su Huang had been hastily summoned back to Hong Kong from overseas by the Su family and secretly appointed as the head of the newly registered Su Huang Group. His purpose in Yancheng was orchestrated by Su Baichuan, who intended for him to keep a watchful eye on Cui Xiangdong, ready to leverage all connections and resources if necessary. What actions did Su Huang undertake? He arrived in Yancheng and closely monitored Cui Xiangdong's movements. Yet, rather than offering assistance, he preemptively dispatched operatives to gather intelligence on the various factions in the area, based on Su Baichuan's analysis that Cui would be selling fish at the East City Aquatic Market. Following Cui's successful sale of black fish to Neo Defy, Su Huang planned to covertly sabotage him. Unbeknownst to Wang Jinbao, who was unaware that Neo Defy had already purchased a large quantity of black fish from Cui, he rushed to the transaction site, incensed. What would Wang Jinbao's reaction be upon learning this news? He would undoubtedly be furious. Wang Jinbao would certainly lead a team to the FA Aquatic Market to confront the audacious individual who dared to bypass him and sell the goods to Neo Defy. Mr. Su, I implore you to reconsider, Lin Jin cautioned, lowering her gaze. Should a conflict arise, the unscrupulous Wang Jinbao may very well target the young master of the Cui family. If he were to be harmed, you would bear the responsibility. The vice president of Future Group would surely hold you accountable. I am fully aware of your concerns. Su Huang finally turned to face her, his striking yet aloof visage now within Lin Jin's view. But I possess a sense of discretion. What discretion did he possess? Many young men, in their pursuit of indifferent maidens, might resort to the age-old tactic of appearing as the gallant hero. They would orchestrate situations to intimidate the young women, and when panic ensued, the hero would swoop in, vanquishing the thugs. Although he may sustain injuries in the process, collapsing at the feet of the damsel, she would be moved by the display. Such a melodramatic ploy, Su Huang resolved to employ against that rustic fool. Of course, Su Huang's manipulation of Wang Jinbao was not merely a desperate attempt to win over Cui Xiangdong. Rather, it stemmed from her profound disdain for him, compounded by her obligation to comply with family expectations. As she allowed him to charge forth unchecked, she sought to use another's hand to deliver a severe reprimand. At the crucial moment, she would intervene. In doing so, she could secure a certain standing for herself as Cui's designated mistress. Since she could not resist her tragic fate as an outsider, Her only recourse was to strive tirelessly to elevate her position within Cui's sphere. Even as a mistress, she insists on maintaining her dignity. Follow my instructions. Rest assured, I shall not allow that rustic nephew, who ought to address me as aunt, to truly become disabled. After all, I will need him to endure the long, lonely nights ahead. Heh, Su Huang chuckled self-deprecatingly, casually tossing her cigarette but into a glass of wine before handing it to Lin Jin and swiftly entering the bedroom. When she emerged, impeccably attired and exuding an air of regal authority in her crimson stiletto heels, Lin Jin had already fulfilled her directives. Please, Miss Su, Lin Jin said as she opened the door, bowing slightly in invitation. Su Huang donned her sunglasses and strode confidently out of the guest room. In the corridor, two formidable men in white shirts stood guard. They were Su Huang's bodyguards, tasked with her protection. As Su Huang, surrounded by Lin Jin and the others, stepped out of the hotel, her heels clicking crisply against the floor, a young man waiting at the entrance promptly unfurled a black umbrella to shield her from above. A stretched limousine, flanked by two imposing SUVs, gradually came to a halt before the hotel entrance. Lin Jin hurried forward to open the limousine door. And once Su Huang had graciously entered, Lin Jin took her seat beside her. The other bodyguards swiftly boarded the SUVs, with their hazard lights flashing. The trio of vehicles soon vanished from the sight of the attentive hotel staff, guests, and passers-by. That stunning woman in the black dress must be the Su who hosted our boss last night at the hotel. A young man in formal attire remarked uncertainly to his companion as they stood in the parking lot. Indeed, it is her, the companion replied assuredly. Who else could possess such breathtaking beauty and formidable presence? What's with the cursing? The young man asked, confused. I'm lamenting the unfortunate soul who might find themselves in the company of Ms. Su in the living room, kitchen, or by the window, subject to her whims. The companion replied with a lewd chuckle. Best of luck to that unfortunate soul, now surrounded by a band of ruffians. The young man laughed, shrugging. Little did they know that fate had indeed taken notice. Cui Xiangdong was currently encircled by a group of thuggish men, the henchmen of Wang Jinbao brandishing steel pipes and cleavers, poised to strike. The elderly man was pale with fear, his legs trembling uncontrollably. Min Ro, her face pale yet resolute, bit her lip fiercely, stepping forward to shield Cui Xiangdong from the impending blows. In her mind, a singular thought prevailed. I am the aloof and formidable man, and I shall not allow anyone to underestimate me, nor permit anyone to harm my uncle, not even a hair on his head. With a furrowed brow, Cui Xiangdong raised his hand and wrapped it around Min Ro's waist, pulling her behind him. Although he too felt a sense of trepidation at the prospect of these ruffians descending upon them, he could not allow a young woman to stand in front of him. What do you intend to do? Is there no law in Yanqing? Wang Chao bellowed, his voice booming as he brandished an iron rod and rushed to Cui Xiangdong's side. Wang Chao felt a similar sense of dread, yet he did not forget his promise to Chen Yongshan to protect Cui Xiangdong to the best of his abilities. As for the other drivers and the local townsfolk whom Cui Xiangdong had hired for a meager daily wage of 10 yuan, they stood at a distance, hesitant to approach. They had no personal ties to Cui Xiangdong. They were merely there to work for pay. Naturally, they would not risk their well-being to defend him against those thugs. What if they were injured in the process? Wang Jinbao, what do you mean by this? Niu Dafa, known for his loyalty, called over his 7 or 8 underlings, who surged forward to encircle Cui Xiangdong. What is the meaning of this? Wang Jinbao, with his bald head gleaming, sneered as he raised his hand, pointing at Cui Xiangdong and the others, arrogantly declaring, let the woman spend the night with me, and the 2 men will have their legs broken. Then we can consider this matter settled. Chapter 80. Apart from me, the Emperor Su, no one else can assist him. The woman spends the night with me, while those 2 men break his legs. Upon hearing Wang Jinbao's brazen taunts, old Lu grew even more fearful, hastily grasping a nearby pillar for support. Min Ro's previously haughty demeanor swiftly diminished. Wang Chao instinctively took a step back, but recalling Chen Yongshan's entrusted words, he clenched his jaw resolutely. Damn it. Even if I perish here today, I shall not allow old Chun to label me a coward. Cui Xiangdong, on the other hand, was frantically devising a strategy in his mind. Niu Dafa, displaying a facade of bravado, bellowed, Wang Jinbao, do you have any inkling of Min's esteemed background to act in such a reckless manner? Ha ha ha. Suddenly, Wang Jinbao erupted into laughter, pointing at Min Ro and deriding Niu Dafa. You fool. This little lady is merely a country bumpkin from Tiandong. Only someone as foolish as you could be deceived by her pretense of being a highborn lady. Niu Dafa was taken aback, instinctively glancing back at Minro. Her mind buzzed with confusion. How could this stranger, Wang Jinbao, possibly know her background? She turned to Cui Xiangdong, whose eyes flickered momentarily before he addressed Wang Jinbao with measured calm. Since you have the audacity to offend our esteemed men, how about we place a wager? A wager? Wang Jinbao regarded Cui Xiangdong with disdain. You, an outsider disrupting my aquatic market in Yangqing, dare to wager with me? Within an hour, I will have you on your knees here, apologizing to men for mercy. Cui Xiangdong pointed sternly at the ground. Within an hour, if you are not kneeling here, begging for men's forgiveness, then all 10 trucks of black fish shall be yours, free of charge. Do you dare to take this bet? Wang Jinbao's expression shifted. He squinted, scrutinizing Cui Xiangdong, pondering. This young man's confidence does not seem feigned. Could it be that this girl truly is a lady of high status? Someone called me anonymously, claiming she is merely a village girl from Tiandong, with that man being a fishmonger. Is this a ploy to undermine me? Dare you? Cui Xiangdong stepped forward, adopting an aggressive tone. If you are not even willing to wait an hour, then take your people and leave now. Very well, I accept your wager. Wang Jinbao sneered. Within an hour, I shall not lay a finger on you. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess that could compel me to kneel and apologize for her forgiveness. Let the countdown begin. No harm shall come to Min or any of us, not even a hair. After Cui Xiangdong's cold declaration, he turned briskly toward Niu Dafa's office. Boss Niu, may I borrow your landline? At this moment, Niu Dafa and the others had long since overlooked the fact that Minro was still holding a large mobile phone. Cui Xiangdong hurried into the office, seizing the handset. He retrieved a contact number he had noted down just days prior. Dialing. The call connected, and a cool, feminine voice inquired. Who is this? Zhu, it's Cui Xiangdong. Cui Xiangdong spoke candidly. I find myself in trouble here in Yangqing. He recounted the events in the simplest terms. Upon finishing, he did not press Xiao Qiuo for immediate assistance. Xiao Qiuo, in turn, did not inquire further but remarked. How coincidental. Last year, when I visited Yangqing, I learned that my uncle's station is in Dongcheng. An hour should suffice. Without waiting for Cui Xiangdong's response, he ended the call. 11 seconds later, in an office of a certain military division stationed in Yangqing, the phone rang urgently. Xiao Tiance, just roused from his midday rest, picked up the receiver. Who is this? It's me, your only nephew-in-law, came Xiao Qiuo's voice through the receiver. I am currently at the Dafa seafood market in Yangqing, surrounded by a group of ruffians. I give you a maximum of 50 minutes to handle this. Before Xiao Tiance could reply, the call was terminated. Xiao Tiance blinked in confusion for a moment, then scratched the back of his head, finally realizing who his only nephew-in-law was. Damn it, isn't that the ungrateful scoundrel from the Cui family? He muttered. Were it not for Zhu, I would have sent troops to capture him and administer severe interrogation. I ought to ask him if his conscience was devoured by dogs, leaving Zhu waiting for him all these years. And now he has to drink the dregs twice. Despite his grumbling, Xiao Tiance, who cared for Xiao Qiuo more than his own son, immediately raised his head and shouted towards the door. Is there anyone alive out there? Come in. The door swung open. A fierce-looking young man strode in and, with a sharp salute, asked, What are your orders, Commander? In 40 minutes. Take a company and 3 platoons to Dafa Seafood Market, 10 kilometers away. Find a rascal named Cui Xiangdong and assist him in dealing with a bunch of thugs. Xiao Tiance replied coolly. That Cui Xiangdong is my only nephew-in-law. Li Hu, if you fail to complete this task, be ready for Zhu to deal with you. Li Hu's expression shifted dramatically. He was well aware of the formidable nature of the young lady Zhu from the Xiao family, having witnessed her prowess firsthand as a trusted confidant of Xiao Tiance. After another sharp salute, Li Hu turned and dashed out of the office, bellowing. All units of the first company, assemble. Get in the vehicle. We must reach Dafa Seafood Market within 30 minutes. If we're late by even a minute, everyone will run 60 kilometers cross-country. Cui Xiangdong had granted Xiao Qiuo 60 minutes. Xiao Qiuo had allotted his uncle 50 minutes. Xiao Tiance had given Li Hu 40 minutes. Yet Li Hu had granted his 3 platoons only 30 minutes. Note, it is essential to clarify that during this era, it was not uncommon for teams to be dispatched to resolve issues in various locations. Please refrain from applying modern perspectives to events from several decades ago. Due to certain constraints, this aspect must be written somewhat ambiguously. Your understanding is appreciated. Time ticked by, second by second. 100 meters away from Dafa Seafood Market, 3 vehicles were parked by the roadside. The first and last were two Benz, and in the middle was a black camper. Inside the camper, leaning languidly against the leather seat, Emperor Su held a glass of wine in her left hand, her leg casually crossed over the other. The tips of her feet, encased in black silk, playfully tapped the crimson stiletto heels, swaying back and forth with an air of nonchalance. Lin Jean, who had just entered the vehicle, was quietly briefing her on the current situation. Madam Su, it appears that the individual in question intends to leverage the resources of the Cui family. Seeking the intervention of high-ranking officials from Yangqing to resolve the issue, Lin Jean concluded. He has wagered with Wang Jinbao, with a time frame of 1 hour. We are now approaching the half-hour mark. It is likely that a prominent official from Yangqing will personally come to assist him. He will not resort to the Cui family's connections. Even if he wished to, the Cui family would not extend their aid. With a clear understanding of the Cui family's current stance towards Cui Xiangdong, Emperor Su replied in a languid tone, to put it plainly, apart from me, Emperor Su, there exists no one else capable of aiding that rustic fellow in overcoming his current predicament. As her words lingered in the air, she caught sight through the car window of several military trucks racing towards them from the eastern outskirts, their horns blaring furiously. Chapter 81. Please remember my face. And do not provoke me again. After half an hour, they finally arrived. The military truck at the forefront screeched to a halt, and Li Hu glanced at his watch before leaping out of the vehicle. The canvas covering the truck bed was lifted, and one by one, figures clad in green descended with remarkable agility. At the commanding shout of the squad leader, they swiftly formed ranks. Generally, a platoon consists of 3 squads, each comprising around 10 individuals. However, this company was an enhanced unit, and thus, the 3 platoons under its command were likewise bolstered. Excluding non-combat personnel such as the cooking squad, the company boasted a total of 60 individuals. At attention, stand easy, left face, forward march. With Li Hu's commanding voice, 60 soldiers, armed with steel rifles, quickly arranged themselves into 2 columns and surged towards the seafood market. This scene was clearly visible to Su Huang, who sat in her RV. The delicate high heels, once playfully swaying, now stood still. The languid expression on her face and the teasing glint in her eyes seemed to have been swept away by a gust of wind. She had erred, more specifically. Su Huang had overlooked one individual, Cui Xiangdong's fiancé, Xiaoquo. Cui Lao had explicitly stated that the Cui family and the Su family must not provide Cui Xiangdong with any financial support or talent for 2 years. Even the Xiao family was prohibited from offering him any assistance. However, they could not interfere with Xiaoquo's use of her family's resources to aid her fiancé in times of peril. If anyone were to question Xiaoquo about this, she would not hesitate to deliver a sharp retort, asking, "When I strike you, will your wife stand idly by?" Just an ordinary person with the scent of fish. Particularly one who had been married once, was it necessary for Ms. Xiao to mobilize forces on his behalf? Su Huang narrowed her eyes slightly, muttering to herself in annoyance. Inside the bustling seafood market, after Li Hu and his team charged in, they did not need to inquire about Cui Xiangdong's whereabouts. The spot where Wang Jinbao and his companions stood was the focal point of the entire market. Why is there a group of soldiers here? Wang Jinbao and the others, upon seeing the menacing soldiers, wore expressions of confusion but instinctively hurried to conceal their weapons and retract their necks. Displaying arms in front of such fierce figures was tantamount to courting disaster. "Which one of you is Cui Xiangdong?" Li Hu shouted as he and his team encircled Wang Jinbao and the others. Without waiting for any response from Lao Lu and the others, Cui Xiangdong raised his hand, declaring, "I am Cui Xiangdong." Li Hu strode over briskly, stood at attention, and declared emphatically, "I am Li Hu from the station troops, here at your command." With so many people present, including onlookers, there must have been at least 500 individuals. Yet, amidst the crowd, silence reigned. Everyone appeared dazed, staring at Cui Xiangdong. Zhu is truly impressive, Cui Xiangdong thought to himself, casting a glance at Min Ro before addressing Li Hu. "Comrade Li, allow me to consult with our General Min. Our esteemed General Min has begun to dream, yet she has not forgotten to present her aloof and arrogant demeanor." Addressing Secretary Cui, she remarked, "Secretary Cui, just handle it as you see fit." Indeed, this little display of melodrama was rather well executed. Cui Xiangdong secretly commended her while glancing at Wang Jinbao. Upon observing Wang Jinbao, his thick lips quivering incessantly, staring at Min Ro as though he had seen a ghost, the harsh reality dawned upon him. He had struck a solid wall. How could this haughty beauty possibly be a mere village girl? With just one phone call, her secretary had summoned a formidable force. Just moments ago, he had foolishly entertained thoughts of pursuing her, oblivious to the peril that loomed. The person who had called him intended to leverage General Min's power to eliminate him. Time was of the essence. With a loud thud, Wang Jinbao fell to his knees before Min Ro. Without uttering a word, he raised both hands to his own fleshy face, mercilessly slapping himself. "General Min, I was wrong. Please, spare me and treat me like a dog," he cried out. "I had no idea you were here selling fish. Someone misled me, claiming you were merely a village girl from Tiandong masquerading as a wealthy heiress to deceive others. I too was a victim of deceit. I beg you, grant me another chance." Wang Jinbao understood that only by expressing the most sincere apologies and confessing everything could he hope for General Min's forgiveness. Otherwise, he would surely be taken away by the ferocious wolves, and escaping unscathed would be a distant dream. Min Ro gazed down at Wang Jinbao, kneeling at her feet. Feeling as though the world around her was utterly surreal, Lao Lu quietly glanced at Cui Xiangdong, a wave of bitterness swelling within him. "Alas, Xiaoya, do you realize what you have foolishly cast aside?" Wang Chao's face was etched with shock as he oscillated his gaze between Min Ro and Cui Xiangdong, utterly perplexed as to who among them was the true deity. Meanwhile, Niu Dafeng wished he could laugh uproariously for 300 years. "Uncle, what should I do?" Just as Wang Jinbao had bloodied his own mouth and his gaze began to dull, Min Ro finally regained her composure. She discreetly turned to Cui Xiangdong, silently seeking his counsel. In a test of her ability to handle adversity, Cui Xiangdong responded with a glance. "You must decide for yourself. I shall not intervene." The pressure on this little dramatist was immense. She realized that regardless of whether she was right or wrong, a choice had to be made. "Wang Jinbao, remember my face and do not provoke me again," Min Ro coldly stated. "Very well, you may leave." "Thank you, General Min. I will remember you. I shall never dare to offend you again." With the assistance of a few subordinates, Wang Jinbao rose, bowed deeply to Min Ro, and then turned to flee with his entourage, thoroughly disgraced. "Secretary Cui," Min Ro turned her attention back to Cui Xiangdong, instructing, "Please assist me in procuring cigarettes for these soldiers. I appreciate their efforts." Those soldiers, upon hearing the cold yet proud beauty call out "soldier," felt their hearts flutter instantly. Some even turned crimson with embarrassment. How utterly lacking in dignity, Li Hu thought to himself. Cui Xiangdong was genuinely surprised that Min Ro had the forethought to buy cigarettes for the soldiers. The growth of her little pretentiousness surpassed his expectations, especially her adeptness at knowing when to withdraw, as demonstrated when she dismissed Wang Jinbao with such aplomb. As Cui Xiangdong discreetly gave Min Ro a thumbs up, Niu Dafa burst into the office, proclaiming, "Manager Min, no need to go by. I have some right here." Indeed, he had quite a substantial half-box of Huazi cigarettes. Li Hu would never dare to ask for anything else, but when it came to cigarettes, he was more than willing to accept. Shortly thereafter, after exchanging pleasantries with Cui Xiangdong and Min Ro, Li Hu led his team out. Cui Xiangdong turned to Niu Dafa. "Shall we continue our transaction?" Niu Dafa nodded vigorously. "Manager Min, I need to make another call." Cui Xiangdong then spoke briefly to Min Ro before hastily entering the office. He needed to uncover who had informed Wang Jinbao of Min Ro's true identity as a village girl. Chapter 82. A sudden murder. Many are aware that Cui Xiangdong has come to Dongguan province to sell fish. However, only a few know that he has arrived in Yancheng to peddle his wares. Among those, only Cui Xiangdong and Su Baichuan are aware of his intention to visit the Dafeng seafood market in the eastern district of the city. Throughout his journey to Yancheng, Cui Xiangdong refrained from disclosing his plans to anyone, including Min Ro and Old Lu. Thus, it is no surprise that no one knew he intended to present Min Ro as the esteemed general manager. Even Su Baichuan was oblivious to this scheme. Although Wang Chao and a group of 20 others had seen the proceedings, they had no motive to expose Min Ro's true identity. Moreover, they were unfamiliar with Wang Jinbao and had no means to inform him. So, who was it that alerted Wang Jinbao, revealing her humble origins and prompting him to confront Cui Xiangdong? A pair of eyes had been watching me since my arrival in Yancheng. The owner of these eyes had known of my visit to the Dafeng seafood market in the eastern district, and the connection could only be traced to my uncle. Upon discerning this relationship, Cui Xiangdong picked up the phone. "Huh, Su Baichuan, is that you? You've arrived in Yancheng, I presume?" Su Baichuan's tone confirmed to Cui Xiangdong that he was unaware of recent events. "Yes, I'm currently negotiating with the largest fish dealer in the area, Cui Xiangdong replied, nodding with a smile before sobering his expression. Uncle, I need to discuss something with you. Go ahead, came the response. At that moment, Su Baichuan was back in his living room in Hong Kong, reviewing last quarter's company reports, casually lighting a cigarette. Gradually, the smile faded from his face as Cui Xiangdong recounted the sequence of events and his analysis without reservation. Their close relationship allowed for a candid exchange, free from any reservations. Thus, Cui Xiangdong directly expressed, Uncle, I suspect someone close to you harbors ill feelings towards me. You may identify this individual among those who are aware of my presence in Yanqing to sell fish. I understand. I will conduct a thorough investigation into this person. Su Baichuan responded slowly before hanging up the phone. Was there any need for further investigation? It was unnecessary. Su Huang, you truly possess audacity, Su Baichuan muttered to himself, his expression darkening as he hastened out the door. An hour later, Su Baichuan found himself seated before Su Lao, the patriarch of the Jiangsu family and chairman of the Future Group, where he meticulously recounted the unfolding events. The one you raise will never be fully nurtured, Su Lao remarked casually, then inquired, Baichuan, what is your perspective on this matter? Father, I have given it considerable thought during my journey here, Su Baichuan replied cautiously. I believe the Su Huang project should be terminated. This so-called Su Huang project was designed and implemented specifically around Su Huang himself. Su Lao furrowed his brow slightly, but remained silent. Father, as you have articulated, nurturing ultimately does not foster gratitude. Even if we provide her with the finest living conditions, she will, like the other descendants of the Su family, come to regard it as her due. Yet, when it comes to making sacrifices for the greater good of the Su family, she will inherently decline. Therefore, even if she is warned and proceeds with the Su imperial plan as originally intended, it will yield nothing but harm to Xiangdong. Su Baichuan continued, moreover, she might exploit her beauty to lead Xiangdong into error. Your concerns are indeed valid. After a moment of silence, old Su finally said, then let us terminate the Su imperial plan. Su Baichuan poured some water into his father's cup. Old Su lifted his teacup, took a sip, and inquired, what do you propose we do with Su Huang after the plan is aborted? Sighing, Su Baichuan replied, regardless of the circumstances. She is the child you personally rescued from the sea and entrusted to my third uncle for upbringing. Even though my third uncle passed away prematurely, you have still bestowed upon her the privileges befitting the eldest daughter of the Su family. Therefore, even if she proves ungrateful, we cannot strip her of everything she possesses, especially considering our familial bond of over 20 years. Old Su nodded in agreement. He shared the same sentiment. The registered capital of the Su Huang Group amounts to 5 million, and with the swiftly operating business, the total is no less than 10 million. Su Baichuan suggested, let all of it be allocated to Su Huang. From the moment she signs, she shall have no further ties to our family. Agreed, old Su affirmed, but then shifted the topic. I have heard that during her university years, a young man by the surname of Huang pursued her. Indeed, Su Baichuan replied. His name is Huang Yifeng. It is said he was quite the activist back in college, often voicing opposition to the flow of the fragrant river into the Yellow River. Su Baichuan recounted, he ardently pursued Su Huang for many years, and she held him in high regard. After graduating, when she went overseas for work, they surely maintained contact through various correspondence. However, Lin Jin, who was responsible for Su Huang's safety, would stake his life to assure that there was never even a moment of physical contact between them. After all, she is acutely aware that her marriage is not solely her decision. Yet, she would undoubtedly seek ways to gain her family's approval for her association with Huang Yifeng. I suspect her aversion to Xiangdong directly relates to her feelings for him. Huh, old Su chuckled. Initially, they were a pair of talented individuals destined for each other. Yet we are determined to forcibly separate them, compelling her to become a mistress to Xiangdong. Naturally, Su Huang would harbor no affection for him. Su Baichuan managed a wry smile. Old Su then composed himself, raising his hand gently. At that moment, an elderly man clad in a black tang suit entered from outside. Xiangzi, old Su inquired, are you familiar with Huang Yifeng? The old steward, Xiangzi, immediately responded, yes, Lin Jin mentioned him when he returned home. Lin Jin, Su Huang's personal bodyguard, is indeed the daughter of Lin Xiang. Old Su then asked, how long would it take to eliminate that Huang Yifeng? Such is the reality of the affluent families in Xiangjiang, where disagreements can swiftly lead to violence. Neither Su Baichuan nor Lin Xiang expressed the slightest surprise at the question posed by the elder Su. Such matters were not unfamiliar to them. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xiang cautiously replied, 1 hour. Upon glancing at the grandfather clock in the corner, elder Su noted the time was 3:30. Lin Xiang chose not to elaborate further and silently withdrew. At 4:15, Lin Xiang reappeared before the Su father and son, casting a glance at the clock before stating, "Sir, we are 11 minutes ahead of schedule." Elder Su waved his hand dismissively as Lin Xiang exited the parlor. A young man of striking handsomeness and grand ambitions met an inexplicable end, merely due to Su Huang's disdain for Cui Xiangdong, resulting in a cruel jest. Baichuan, summon Su Huang for me, Elder Su softly instructed as he lifted his teacup. Beep, beep. As Su Huang returned to her hotel room, her phone rang. Uncle, you called for me. Her voice was sweet and gentle. Huang Yifeng is dead. I had him sent away, Elder Su replied in a flat tone. From this moment forth, you and my Su family shall have no further ties. Chapter 83. The woman in the black dress at the staircase corner bang. At that moment, Su Huang felt her heart race wildly. Her already pallid complexion, reminiscent of cold white jade, grew even more ashen in an instant. She stumbled, collapsing heavily onto the sofa. Her male companion, with whom she shared a deep emotional bond, had been murdered. What was more critical was that the esteemed Su Lao, who had personally leapt into the sea 27 years ago to bestow upon her, Miss Su, a life of privilege, was now preparing to cast her out of the family. Buzzing, Su Huang's mind was engulfed in a cacophony, her eyes devoid of focus, lost in a stupor for what felt like an eternity before she blinked back to reality. Her voice was hoarse. Uncle, why? Your life, I granted you. You owe me. Su Lao maintained a calm demeanor. Yet you have chosen to disregard my wishes and have deliberately plotted against my grandson. This I cannot tolerate. Thus, you must depart from the Su family. In light of our 27 years of kinship, you may take the Su Huang group with you upon your departure. However, your debts must be repaid. I have sent Huang Yifeng away as a settlement for what you owe. Click. Su Huang's teeth chattered. She never imagined that her disdain for Cui Xiangdong, paired with her necessity to comply with familial expectations and serve as his mistress, would lead to such catastrophic consequences. In a moment of emotional imbalance, she had exploited his opportunity to sell fish in Yanqing for a cruel prank. Yet, it had resulted in the loss of Huang Yifeng. Moreover, it had expelled her from the Su family. Please return briefly to sign the documents. Su Lao's tone softened. Before you sign, do not harm my grandson. After you sign, should you wish to dismember him, the Su family shall endure. Beep. The call ended. Thud. The expensive motor phone slipped from Su Huang's grasp, landing squarely on her delicate toe, which resembled a charming silkworm. The silkworm turned an immediate shade of blue, undoubtedly in pain. Yet, Su Huang remained oblivious. Her gaze hollow as she stared vacantly out the window, motionless. Standing behind the door, Lin Jin remained as still as a statue. The sky gradually darkened. At the first five-star hotel in Yangcheng, Niu Dafa, who seldom visited this establishment, was hosting a banquet for General Min and his entourage, accompanied by a few subordinates. The gathering comprised nearly 30 individuals. Niu Dafa arranged 3 tables, 2 designated for his subordinates, drivers, and laborers, while he, General Min, Vice President Liu, Secretary Cui, and Wang Chao were sequestered in a private room. The expenses were certainly substantial. Yet what of it? No matter how much he spent, Niu Dafa felt no remorse as he paid. The rationale was simple. Not every underworld figure possesses the privilege to host a general like Min, who could summon a formidable force with just a phone call. Furthermore, due to the events of this afternoon, the previously brazen Wang Jinbao, who would shamelessly trample upon Niu Dafa's reputation, would think twice before causing a ruckus at the Dafa seafood market. With Wang Jinbao gone, Niu Dafa was the undisputed king of the seafood industry in the Eastern District. Come, Mr. Niu, allow me to toast you with another drink. Niu Dafa raised his glass towards the elegantly seated Min Ro, and without waiting for her response, he emptied his cup. Min Ro, having already consumed nearly 2 taels of white liquor, had her cheeks flushed, exuding a charming demeanor, though her cognitive pace was noticeably slowing. Yet, she remained mindful, frequently glancing sideways at Secretary Cui, who was seated to her left. Mr. Niu, let me drink on behalf of our General Min. Secretary Cui raised his glass, taking a sip before stating, I believe the time is right. Let us discuss some pertinent matters. The pertinent matters he referred to were undoubtedly inquiries regarding Neo Dafa's future requirements for black fish. Yes, absolutely. I will take as much as you can provide. As for the price, that will be determined by General Min, Neo Dafa declared, thumping his chest, his face reddening with fervor. General Min was quite pleased with Neo Dafa's demeanor, and she proactively lifted her glass, suggesting a collective toast. Once they finalized today's payment and established a tentative schedule for the next delivery, as well as acquiesced to Secretary Chui's request to visit a certain machinery factory the following day, Neo Dafa contentedly excused himself from the table. However, before departing, he unilaterally arranged 2 presidential suites for General Min Goodness. How much will that cost for a single night? Neo Dafa did not concern himself with how General Min would manage those suites, nor with the drivers or loaders. Chuixian, I will find a place for my brothers to rest. I shall return to see you early tomorrow, the well-fed Wang Chao announced as he prepared to take his leave. Before exiting, he seemed as if he wished to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Dongzi, what did he want to discuss with you? Old Lou, with his face flushed, inquired of Cui Xiangdong. I suppose Wang Chao aspires to become the second vice president of our future company? Cui Xiangdong jested. He is indeed quite agreeable. I shall go speak with him, and perhaps we can explore the vibrant night market of Yanqing. Old Lou let out a belch, disregarding any response from Cui Xiangdong, and casually picked up a hotel room key from the table, striding off with the exuberance of a youthful man. Cui Xiangdong found himself at a loss for words. However, seeing old Lou in such high spirits, he decided to let him be. Carrying a bag filled with cash, he escorted the slightly inebriated Min Ro to the hotel's designated floor. Upon exiting the elevator, Cui Xiangdong noticed 2 young men in black shirts patrolling the farthest door of the corridor, their expressions exuding an intimidating aura. It was evident to him that they were the bodyguards of a wealthy family. Unfazed, he followed the room number affixed to the key and located Min Ro's suite. Wow, what a stunning room! Min Ro exclaimed, her eyes widening in astonishment at the opulence that greeted her upon entering and switching on the lights. Such a rustic bumpkin. Cui Xiangdong scoffed, as he placed the bag on the coffee table after seating himself on the sofa. My, so much money. Having consumed several cups of white liquor, Min Ro, in a state of inebriation, lost all sense of her identity and descended heavily beside Cui Xiangdong, instinctively wrapping her arms around one of his. Cui Xiangdong furrowed his brow in response. Uncle, you have shown me so much, Min Ro murmured dreamily, her eyes closed. I cannot bear to leave anymore. What was it that she could not bear to part with? This life? Or perhaps someone special? Who could say? Regardless, after uttering this melodramatic sentiment, she leaned against Cui Xiangdong and succumbed to a deep slumber. Cui Xiangdong was left speechless, yet he could only carry her into the bedroom, remove her shoes, and cover her with a blanket. He had initially intended to settle the bill, but as he sat down and lit a cigarette, he realized he had forgotten his lighter in the dining room. The craving for smoke surged. After securing the money in a cabinet, he grabbed his keys and exited the guest room. Upon reaching the elevator, just as he was about to descend to procure a lighter, he noticed a woman in a black dress standing at the staircase corner, gazing silently at the night outside while smoking. After a moment's contemplation, Cui Xiangdong decided to first borrow a flame. Chapter 84. Seizing the opportunity to flaunt and win a smile from the beauty, Cui Xiangdong stepped into the corridor. A woman in a black dress, standing at the corner and smoking, instinctively turned her head upon hearing the sound of footsteps. Bathed in the light filtering in from the hallway, Cui Xiangdong beheld the visage of this woman. Truly stunning. This was the initial impression that Su Huang left on Cui Xiangdong, a sentiment echoed by all who beheld her for the first time. Cui Xiangdong soon noticed the unmistakable air of melancholy that lingered between Su Huang's brows. Just as he was captivated by her beauty, her expression shifted dramatically. The vacant gaze that once resided in her eyes was suddenly infused with shades of hatred and revulsion, surging forth like a tide. Yet, before Cui Xiangdong could fully grasp it, the emotion vanished in an instant. Cui Xiangdong was unfamiliar with Su Huang, yet she recognized him. Upon her return from overseas to Hong Kong, she had seen photographs of this man, who was her secret lover. Earlier that afternoon, while blending into the crowd at the Dafeng seafood market, she had even glimpsed the real Cui Xiangdong. However, she had never anticipated that he would appear at this hotel tonight, standing before her. Could it be that the Su family had divulged my affairs to him, prompting his visit? Su Huang suppressed her hatred and disdain, contemplating this within her mind. Excuse me, may I borrow a light? Cui Xiangdong inquired as he descended the stairs. his expression filled with contrition for interrupting Su Huang's solitary smoke. The craving has struck, and I could hardly wait to descend and purchase a lighter. So, he does not recognize me. Su Huang silently exhaled in relief, raising her right hand. In her delicate, soft-looking palm lay a limited edition lighter from a certain brand. Thank you, Cui Xiangdong said as he reached for the lighter, preparing to ignite his cigarette. But where is my cigarette? Cui Xiangdong awkwardly patted his pants and shirt pockets. Feeling embarrassed, it turned out that after collecting the cash from the table, he had forgotten to take the cigarettes and merely sought a lighter. How could he ask for a light when he had no cigarette? Just as Cui Xiangdong was sheepishly preparing to return the lighter, Su Huang silently offered him a cigarette, a menthol-flavored lady's cigarette, devoid of any strength. He initially intended to decline but ultimately accepted, saying, "My apologies for the inconvenience, madam." Su Huang shook her head, signaling that it was of no consequence. After lighting his cigarette, Cui Xiangdong returned both the lighter and the cigarette, expressing his gratitude once more. Su Huang accepted the cigarette but did not retrieve the lighter, casually stating, "Our meeting is fated. Consider the lighter a gift." This is too generous," Cui Xiangdong exclaimed. This lighter, a limited edition, was not only expensive but also held significant collectible value. He hesitated, about to refuse, when Su Huang suddenly inquired, "May I invite you to the rooftop to enjoy the breeze and take in a night view of the city?" Before Cui Xiangdong could respond, Su Huang brushed past him, ascending the stairs. As he observed her hands clutching the hem of her dress, her curvaceous figure swaying gracefully with each step, his face was a canvas of utter bewilderment. A woman of unparalleled beauty, akin to a seven-star goddess, extended an invitation to a random young man, a complete stranger, to join her on an empty rooftop to savor the night breeze and gaze upon the cityscape. This scenario, upon reflection, appeared quite peculiar. Nevertheless, after a brief moment of hesitation, Cui Xiangdong decided to follow her. If Su Huang were merely a superficial beauty, he might have been wary of falling into a trap. After all, such schemes are still prevalent in these times. However, Su Huang's exquisite allure, especially the innate pride radiating from her very essence, assured him that she would never stoop to such deceitful antics. Observing the sorrow etched upon her brow, it was evident she was troubled and sought solace in a stranger rather than confiding in someone familiar. As Cui Xiangdong stepped out of the stairwell, he fancied he had unraveled the mystery behind Su Huang's invitation to the rooftop. She needed an emotional receptacle. How noble of him to assist. Just then, he noticed a girl, clad in a trench coat with a bottle of white liquor and 2 glasses in hand, hastily approaching from the east corridor. It was Lin Jin. Upon seeing Cui Xiangdong, she instinctively paused, recognizing him unexpectedly in the hotel, and even more so in the company of Su Huang, emerging from the stairwell in succession. "I request this gentleman to accompany me to the rooftop for a drink. Please refrain from interrupting us," Su Huang stated calmly to Lin Jin. "Very well," Lin Jin replied, handing over the liquor and glasses to Cui Xiangdong. At that moment, he realized that the bodyguard they had seen upon exiting the elevator was indeed in Su Huang's employ. She had instructed Lin Jin to fetch drinks for their rooftop rendezvous just before he had sought a lighter from her. After passing the drinks to Cui Xiangdong, Lin Jin draped her trench coat over Su Huang's shoulders, concerned that the summer breeze might chill her, given that she was only clad in a black dress. Indeed, the deserted rooftop was breezy. The transition from the cramped, somewhat suffocating indoors to the expansive, moonlit rooftop invigorated Cui Xiangdong immensely. Su Huang, too, found her spirits lifted. She approached the concrete railing at the edge of the rooftop, leaned over to peer down, closed her eyes, tilted her head back, and slowly spread her arms, mimicking the iconic pose of Rose and Jack at the bow of the Titanic. Of course, the film had yet to be released, but witnessing her in such a moment stirred something within Cui Xiangdong, prompting him to jest, "My lady, might I serenade you?" This seven-star beauty not only gifted herself a limited edition lighter, but also indulged in her own smoking and drinking, while inviting him to serve as her emotional confidant. It was only fitting that he reciprocate her kindness. At that moment, she instinctively assumed the flamboyant pose reminiscent of the young Aunt Ruth. With the scene unfolding before him, Cui Xiangdong resolved to transport the timeless melody of my heart will go on from the annals of history to her. He hoped that this enchanting lady would lose herself in the classic tune rendered by his somewhat ragged voice, momentarily escaping the worries that weighed heavily on her heart. "Will you sing a song for me?" she asked. "What could someone like you, a provincial simpleton, possibly sing that is worth hearing. In the mindset of the fully westernized Su Huang, even the scions of affluent families from economically backward China were deemed unsophisticated. Surely, this was merely an opportunity to flaunt his charm, given that she found him appealing and had graciously invited him to the rooftop for a drink. He chuckled softly to himself, regarding her as a simpleton. Yet, he replied with a nonchalant demeanor, "Very well. If my singing does not meet your expectations, please refrain from laughing." In truth, Cui Xiangdong possessed a commendable singing ability. After a moment of modesty, he cleared his throat and began to sing "My Heart Will Go On" in its original English, delivering the century-defining classic with heartfelt sincerity. Chapter 85. It turns out that I am a complete, unsophisticated rustic every night in my dreams. Cui Xiangdong gazed at the distant starry sky, embraced by the gentle night breeze, and began to serenade the timeless melody of "My Heart Will Go On" in English. Although it may seem peculiar for a man to sing this song, its melody is undeniably enchanting. Moreover, Cui Xiangdong possessed not only a pleasing vocal tone but also a commendable grasp of English, having studied it during his university years, a time when proficiency in English was highly regarded. Initially, Cui Xiangdong intended to sing this classic as a token of gratitude towards Su Huang, who had offered him a cigarette, gifted him a lighter, and invited him for a drink. Beyond this, he harbored no ulterior motives. However, as the notes filled the air, he found himself transported, akin to the character Rose from a film, reminiscing about the beautiful love he once experienced in his past life. A past life, indeed. He too had known a love as blissful as Rose's, accompanied by excruciating pain. The distinction between his sorrow and that of Rose lay simply in the fact that her beloved had perished at sea, while he had been forsaken by a woman he once cherished for the sake of a so-called future. In a fit of inspiration, Cui Xiangdong, intending to use this song to respond to Su Huang's ostentatious display, inadvertently became immersed in the performance. The beauty of the song itself elicited profound resonance, especially when the singer becomes wholly absorbed in the piece, imbuing it with a soul that can touch hearts. Astonishment. No, it was sheer shock. Su Huang, who initially regarded him with disdain, gradually widened her eyes, staring blankly at Cui Xiangdong, as a tempest brewed within her heart. Were it not for her own eyes and ears bearing witness, she would never have believed that an unsophisticated rustic could sing with such captivating allure. This song, with its hauntingly beautiful melody and bittersweet lyrics, surpassed the currently popular Western disco tunes by countless degrees. The English songs she had previously admired paled in comparison, rendering them mere trifles in the face of this masterpiece. In that moment, Su Huang's self-proclaimed elevated taste was ruthlessly trampled by this century-old classic, leading her to despairingly realize that before Cui Xiangdong, she was indeed nothing more than a complete rustic. As the final notes faded, the enchanting voice lingered in Su Huang's ears, echoing softly. Yet, the singer had quietly drifted away at some point, leaving Su Huang standing alone by the rooftop railing, lost in thought. Such is the power of music. The national anthem evokes reverence, battle songs ignite fervor, and mournful melodies bring forth tears. The ethereal voice of Cui Xiangdong resonated deeply. Only when Su Huang regained her senses did she realize he had departed. Having completed his performance, there was no reason to linger. Cui Xiangdong had pressing matters to attend to, with no time to waste in idle chatter with a melancholic woman. The song he had sung was simply exquisite, a melody she had never encountered before. Lin Jin approached Su Huang and spoke softly. Su Huang did not permit anyone to disturb his conviviality with Cui Xiangdong. However, Lin Jin was concerned about the emotionally unstable Su Huang. Under the pretense of inviting Cui Xiangdong to the rooftop for some fresh air, she intended to seize the opportunity to push him off the ledge, avenging Huang Yifeng. Thus, she followed the two to the entrance of the rooftop, prepared to rush out at any moment. Yet, Su Huang did not engage Lin Jin in a discussion about the merits of the song. He merely took his phone from her hands and said calmly, "Rest assured, even if I had 1,000 intentions to eliminate him, I would not take action. Otherwise, I would not have agreed to my uncle's request to become the CEO of the Su Huang Group." Lin Jin remained silent. Even if Miss Su had discerned her true intentions, there was no reason for her to feel apprehensive, for she was merely positioned outside the rooftop door, aligned with the mutual interests of Su Huang and Cui Xiangdong. Su Huang began dialing. Soon, the call connected. "Uncle, this is Su Huang." Her voice was soft yet resolute. "I am your daughter, now and forever. But please grant me some time to accept Cui Xiangdong." to prepare adequately for the transition from my aunt's role to that of a mistress. All right. After a prolonged silence of half a minute, Su Lao finally responded with a simple affirmation. At 11 o'clock that night, Cui Xiangdong had finally calculated the total revenue from the fish sale, along with all expenses and net profit. 10 trucks of black fish, totaling 13 tons, were 123 kilograms short of the expected weight, nearly 3 tons more than anticipated. This figure did not even account for the 4 loss. The dead fish were all given to Nyo Defy. The 4 loss sufficiently demonstrated the resilience of the black fish, with Nyo Defy rounding up the weight to 13 tons and at a price of 6.5 yuan per kilogram. The total revenue amounted to 84,500 yuan. After deducting approximately 1,000 yuan in expenses per truck, totaling 10,000 yuan, Cui Xiangdong's net profit from selling fish in Yangqing reached an impressive 74,500 yuan. This significantly exceeded his initial expectations. Of course, Cui Xiangdong's substantial earnings were also owing to the market insights provided by Su Baichuan, the assurances of safety from Xiao Quo, and the remarkable performances of Min Ro and Old Lu. He felt compelled to call Zhu Zhu to express his gratitude. At 11 o'clock in the summer, Zhu Zhu was likely still unaware of the news. As anticipated, Cui Xiangdong was pleased to hear Zhu Zhu's cool voice. Cui Xiangdong? How did you know it was me? Cui Xiangdong found this curious, as the current phones lacked caller ID. Xiao Quo replied, "At this hour, who else would call me but you?" With a chuckle, Cui Xiangdong said, "Thank you, Zhu Zhu." Xiao Quo inquired, "Is there anything else?" Cui Xiangdong casually replied, "Nothing more." Beep. The call ended, and holding the receiver, Cui Xiangdong wore a bewildered expression, utterly perplexed. Xiao Quo engaged him in conversation for a brief moment. Could she truly become unsightly all of a sudden? If she was reluctant to speak with him, why had she waited for so many years? Moreover, she did not seem to mind that he was second-hand, readily agreeing when old Cui proposed marriage. The thoughts of girls, in any era, are notoriously difficult to decipher. Cui Xiangdong shook his head with a wry smile and dialed again. This time, he was calling Chun Yongshan. Though he was well aware that Wang Chao had likely already informed Chun Yongshan of the situation here, Cui Xiangdong felt compelled to convey the news directly to old Chun. "Congratulations and prosperity, Cui Zhen." Chun Yongshan's hearty laughter reverberated, causing a slight discomfort in Cui Xiangdong's ears. His boisterous mirth undoubtedly stemmed from his investment of 3,000 yuan, which entitled him to a 5% share. "Cui Zhen, allow me to report a matter to you." Chun Yongshan began discussing work, succinctly summarizing the transfer of personnel from the Chunyang Group to Tianqiao Town, emphasizing the collaboration solely with Lou Xiaoya. Finally, he remarked, "You should have seen Zhang Lianghua's expression at that moment. It was utterly dreadful." "Dreadful?" Cui Xiangdong chuckled lightly and replied, "He looked miserable just for collaborating solely with Deputy Town Head Lou. His expression will be far more ghastly in the future." "Oh?" Chun Yongshan quickly inquired. "What further misfortunes await Zhang Lianghua?" Cui Xiangdong gazed out the window and replied nonchalantly, "If I am not mistaken, Zhang Lianghua is about to be reassigned from Rainbow Town." Chapter 86. Youthful Misconduct. What? Zhang Lianghua is to be reassigned from Rainbow Town? Where is he headed? Who will take over his position as secretary? Surely it cannot be you, Mayor Cui. You have only recently taken office, and to this day, you possess not a shred of influence. These words were the result of Chun Yongshan's inquiry, prompted by Cui Xiangdong's analysis regarding Zhang Lianghua's imminent transfer from Rainbow Town. "I am merely speculating. We shall discuss the specifics in detail upon my return." Cui Xiangdong changed the subject. "Old Chun, please do not disclose my fish-selling venture to others. It is not that I desire to amass wealth in silence, but rather that I wish to remain low-key and discern who among the people is worthy of my trust. In Rainbow Town, Chun Yongshan is the sole subordinate in whom Cui Xiangdong places his trust. He speaks without reservation. The crux of the matter lies in his earnest desire to leverage the contemporary information gap to earn a substantial sum, thereby establishing his own commercial empire. He aims to demonstrate to the scions of the Cui family, who regard him with disdain, that even without a single penny of financial support, he can still uplift the economy of Rainbow Town. Another pivotal reason is that Cui Xiangdong intends to utilize Rainbow Town as a battleground against the Qin family in an economic war. If he can rise from nothing and through his own enterprise provide ample employment opportunities for Rainbow Town, rendering the Qin family's investments there insignificant, it will only serve to highlight his capabilities. What if the company established by Cui Xiangdong makes remarkable economic contributions to Rainbow Town and even to Yunhu County? Yet certain individuals, the Qin family, and perhaps even some of the Cui family's offspring, attempt to stifle his progress? In such a case, Cui Xiangdong would not hesitate to relocate his company out of Yunhu County to a place that fosters his advancement. There is no principle in this world that allows for unreciprocated effort. Of course, that is a discussion for another time. All right, I understand, Qin Yongshan readily agreed. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they concluded their conversation. Once Cui Xiangdong ignited a cigarette with his limited edition lighter and approached the window, it became evident, just as I had anticipated, that the Qin family had begun to support Lou Xiaoya. Publicly embarrassing Zhang Lianghua was merely their initial step, deliberately emphasizing Lou Xiaoya. The subsequent move will be to transfer Zhang Lianghua, thereby promoting Lou Xiaoya to the position of party secretary of Tianxiao Town. Utilizing Lou Xiaoya, who is well acquainted with me, they aim to confront me in Tianxiao while collaborating with that Lou Xiaolu to suppress me in Yunhu. Thus, the Qin family seeks to maintain a protracted grip on me within Rainbow Town. The third move in their strategy will undoubtedly involve finding a suitable partner for Lou Xiaoya. After all, a powerful official cannot be entrusted with more significant responsibilities without a family. As they execute this move, the Qin family will closely monitor Lou Xiaoya's work performance. Should she meet their expectations, the partner they introduce will likely be a prospective talent from the Qin faction, fully integrating Lou Xiaoya into their fold. If the Qin family discovers that Lou Xiaoya is of no significant use, her journey in Rainbow Town will come to an abrupt halt. The maneuver executed by the Qin family is indeed impressive. Cui Xiangdong sneered disdainfully, returning to the sofa to pick up the phone and call the old neighbor. He needed to inquire whether the old neighbor had returned home, as the old neighbor possessed the key and Cui Xiangdong could not enter. The old neighbor had indeed returned, albeit speaking in a tipsy manner over the phone. "Dong, my dear Dongzi, I am reveling in a drinking session with Wang Chao. He will be staying here tonight. You'll need to find another place. That's all." The busy tone echoed in Cui Xiangdong's ear, leaving him with an expression as if he had been trampled by a dog. Never mind. There was no need to engage with a brother-in-law who had completely surrendered to himself after the divorce. Cui Xiangdong glanced at the bedroom door and then at the large sofa in the living room. He felt that sleeping on the sofa was entirely reasonable. As dawn broke, Cui Xiangdong opened his eyes to find the little pretentious one seated on the opposite sofa, resting her chin on her left hand, quietly gazing at him. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment, seemingly lost in thought. "What are you staring at?" Cui Xiangdong hastily turned to sit up, crossing his legs and whispering angrily. "You're still young, yet you learn nothing worthwhile." The reprimand caused Min Ro to flush crimson, and she hurriedly lowered her head and retreated into the bedroom. It was hardly surprising that Cui Xiangdong scolded her for her lack of propriety. After all, a vigorous young man would inevitably pay homage to the new day in the morning, given that it was the sweltering summer, even with air conditioning in the guest room. Cui Xiangdong would only wear shorts while sleeping. The scene of him honoring the new day was hardly appropriate for the little pretentious one to witness. Were it not for her substantial utility, Cui Xiangdong would have certainly scolded her to tears and kicked her out. When Cui Xiangdong, along with the yawning and tearful old neighbor and Wang Chao, arrived at the hotel restaurant for breakfast, they encountered the stunning beauty from the previous night who had invited him to the rooftop for some fresh air. Wow, she was truly breathtaking. Today, adorned in a flowing crimson gown and black stilettos, Queen Su instantly captivated Min Ro, her eyes filled with admiration. If someone as exceptional as Min Ro reacted this way, one could only imagine the effect on the old neighbor and Wang Chao. The two were rendered utterly speechless at the sight of Queen Su. Her beauty was remarkable, but it was the innate sense of nobility and superiority she exuded that instilled an unwarranted sense of inferiority in the 100 or so patrons present in the restaurant. Cui Xiangdong, however, felt no trace of inferiority. After all, he was the only prophet in this world. Out of basic politeness, Cui Xiangdong took the initiative to smile and nod at Queen Su, just as she was finishing her meal. Queen Su returned the gesture with a slight nod of her head, before gracefully departing amidst a throng of bodyguards. With her departure, the vibrancy of the entire restaurant seemed to dim. During the meal, Wang Chao expressed, with utmost sincerity, his desire to associate with Cui Xiangdong in the future. Cui Xiangdong's response was equally straightforward. He welcomed it wholeheartedly. Following the events of yesterday, Cui Xiangdong affirmed Wang Chao's character. Currently, as Cui Xiangdong is in the midst of personnel decisions, the inclusion of a trustworthy individual like Wang Chao is indeed a fortuitous opportunity for him. With Wang Chao's involvement, Cui Xiangdong can promptly adjust the new business strategy. He intends to have Min Ro, who, despite her rapid growth, is not ideally suited for the hectic environment of a startup, oversee the headquarters. Meanwhile, Lao Lu and Wang Chao will collaborate, initially profiting from the sale of Blackfish to secure substantial seed capital. I plan to establish a food company in Rainbow Town. During a meal, Cui Xiangdong smoothly unveiled the business plan. In the initial phase, we shall produce instant noodles. I invite you all to ponder a suitable name for the company. Lao Lu was the first to speak. Happiness Food Factory. Too glitch, discarded. Wang Chao suggested. How about Marissa Foods? Too ostentatious, rejected. Min Ro cautiously inquired. Uncle, what about Dong Ro Foods? Chapter 87. The official establishment of the Jiazi Group. Dong Ro, a combination of Cui Xiangdong's Dong and Min Ro's Ro. Cui Xiangdong immediately grasped Min Ro's subtle intentions. Ironically, Lao Lu and Wang Chao, lacking in discernment, praised the name Dong Ro. Such triviality. This melodrama is her way of insinuating that she and I share an intimate connection. My ex-wife's unrelenting desire for me is palpable. Min Ro's ulterior motives are glaringly evident. Infuriated, Cui Xiangdong shot a glare at Min Ro, but then a spark of inspiration struck him as he declared, "Let us name our forthcoming company the Jiazi Group." He drew inspiration from Min Ro to Min Jiao, and from Dong Ro to Dong Jiao. The name also conjured images of the renowned tobacco brand, Jiazi, from Sichuan. Jiazi signifies the essence of being the pride of the heavens. The Jiazi Group? Splendid. Lao Lu pondered for a moment before applauding. Although Wang Chao, the brute, lacked understanding of the name's significance, he quickly echoed the approval. Min Ro, though dissatisfied, dared not voice her discontent. After settling on a fitting name for the company, Cui Xiangdong formally appointed Wang Chao as the second vice president of the Jiazi Group. Equity distribution was set with Chun Yongshan, Min Ro, and Lao Lu each holding 5%, while Wang Chao, who had bet his entire fortune, would possess 3%. Should others join later, they would not be able to command such a significant stake. In essence, Cui Xiangdong aimed to retain at least 60% of the shares firmly in his grasp. Lao Niu made his entrance. He had promised the day before to assist Cui Xiangdong in procuring production lines, clothing, footwear, and electronic watches in Yangqing. His timely arrival today underscored his earnest desire to cultivate a relationship with General Min. Cui Xiangdong had successfully penetrated the market and saw no need to conceal his true identity as the elder brother from Lao Niu. Upon this revelation, Lao Niu's eyes widened in realization. I suspected as much. You exude an extraordinary presence. A single phone call can summon a formidable force, certainly not the mark of an ordinary person. With years of experience in the competitive arena, Lao Niu recognized that failing to invest at this juncture would disqualify him from becoming a leader in the DFA aquatic market. Upon learning of the establishment of the Jiazi Group, Lao Niu, without a moment's hesitation, insisted on investing to acquire shares. Even a mere 100,000 yuan for a 1% stake was not negotiable for him. Cui Xiangdong found himself in a quandary. Lao Niu, he said, whatever you wish to purchase in Yangqing, I shall finance it. This money will serve as my investment in shares. Furthermore, when Lao Lu and the others come to sell fish, they will treat me as one of their own. With the conversation reaching this pivotal point, Cui Xiangdong had little room to argue. The crucial factor was that Lao Lu, Wang Chao, and Min Ro all nodded in agreement. Very well. We welcome you as the fifth shareholder of the Jiazi Group, with an equal 3% stake as Wang Chao. Cui Xiangdong decisively stood up and extended his hand to Lao Niu. Their two large hands clasped firmly together, a jolt of electricity coursing through them. Beep, beep. As a small car honked and sped past Cui Xiangdong's vehicle, he had already driven beyond the borders of Yangqing. This marked the third day since he personally led the team to Yangqing. Following the incorporation of Nadafa as a shareholder, Old Niu demonstrated immense sincerity, fulfilling the promise made when he requested to invest. Over the course of 2 days, Old Niu filled all 10 cargo trucks brought by Cui Xiangdong with an array of goods, clothing, shoes, toys, tape recorders, electronic watches, and more. These items, in northern cities, were genuine bestsellers with no concerns over sales. Particularly, various styles of stockings, bell-bottomed pants, pointed leather shoes, and flamboyant shirts were exceedingly favored by contemporary youth. As for the production lines that Cui Xiangdong longed for, after navigating several connections, Old Nyo finally acquired 2 second-hand ones at a remarkably reasonable price. Of course, Cui Xiangdong could not allow Old Nyo to bear the financial burden of the investment alone. The cost of merely 2 second-hand lines, along with the expenses for transporting them to Rainbow Town, was quite substantial. Cui Xiangdong also allocated most of the fish sales proceeds, retaining only a few hundred, into this venture. In summary, Cui Xiangdong's trip to Yangqing bore significant fruit. The wheels rolled on, heading north, the following afternoon, after a grueling 20-plus-hour journey. The 10 cargo trucks filled with light industrial products arrived at Qingshan City. Following Cui Xiangdong's instructions, Wang Chao directed the convoy straight to the northern suburb wholesale market of Qingshan City. This area could be deemed the light industry wholesale center of the western part of Tiandong province. From mattresses and furniture to needles and threads, all kinds of household appliances and children's toys were readily available, as long as one could procure affordable and popular goods. It was not an exaggeration to say that even a trainload could be swiftly depleted by a throng of eager merchants. For instance, bell-bottom pants, sourced from Yangqing, originally priced around 20, could retail for over 100 upon reaching the north. Even wholesale prices for various merchants could hover around 50. As for electronic watches and tape recorders, the profit margins were even more substantial. After the price reforms of '88, the private economy began to soar nationwide, particularly last year. Following the issuance of what would later be termed wealth vouchers in the magical city, it signified a complete transition from a planned economy to a market economy. The decades-long reliance on rationing tickets was formally retired from the historical stage in 1991. This era was undoubtedly the golden age for commerce. The purchasing power across the country was nothing short of formidable. There were products that could not be manufactured, yet none that could not be sold. In just one afternoon, all the diverse goods transported from Yangqing were sold out. That evening, Cui Xiangdong treated the drivers and dockworkers to a meal at a local hotel, settling their wages on the spot. Rooms were reserved for everyone to rest before their return to Rainbow Town the next day. Cui Xiangdong and Min Ro then retreated to their room, ready to count the cash packed in burlap sacks. Under the guidance of Cui Xiangdong, Lao Lu and Wang Chao, along with the drivers, engaged in discussions regarding the transportation of black fish for a second expedition to Yangqing, scheduled for the early morning of the day after tomorrow. At dawn the next day, Cui Xiangdong, accompanied by Min Ro, deposited the collected funds into the bank. He also transferred the payment for the production line to Nyo Defy. Not only did he acquire 2 sets of production lines without any cost, but he also managed to save nearly 10,000 yuan. The astonishing speed at which he was generating wealth prompted Cui Xiangdong to contemplate resigning from his official position and wholly dedicating himself to business ventures. However, it remained merely a thought. After concluding matters at the bank, Cui Xiangdong proceeded to Qingshan City to register the Jiaozi Group, which undoubtedly required numerous trips. By 5 in the afternoon, after finally finalizing everything, Cui Xiangdong, along with Min Ro, boarded the last bus back to Rainbow Town. At 7:30, after a lengthy journey of 2.5 hours, Bus 23 finally arrived at Rainbow Town. "Uncle," Min Ro said as she stepped off the bus, observing the low, dilapidated buildings around her. "I can't shake the feeling that these past few days have been a dream. Awaken, for Rainbow Town is our true world." Cui Xiangdong replied with a smile, glancing at a woman holding a little girl who was approaching from several meters away. "Though it may be backward and broken, I believe it will grow ever more beautiful." Chapter 88. The Return of Cui Xiangdong in Despair's Sister. With a voice resonating with joy yet tinged with a hint of sorrow, Zhao Zhao released her hold on Lou Xiaoya's hand and dashed towards Min Ro. Min Ro had been away for precisely a week. Previously, during her schooling in the county city, she would return home weekly, and at that time, with both parents present, Zhao Zhao felt little of the absence. However, circumstances had changed. Min Ro was Zhao Zhao's only blood relative, her sole kin. Despite Lou Xiaoya's attentive care over the week, Zhao Zhao still harbored fears of being abandoned by her sister. As Zhao Zhao leaped into Min Ro's embrace, tears welling in her eyes, Cui Xiangdong felt a pang of jealousy. "Can't you see your uncle standing right here? I have treated you like my own daughter. Yet you turn to her." Just as Cui Xiangdong wrestled with his feelings, Zhao Zhao suddenly remembered who truly held her heart. Breaking free from her sister's arms and extending her own towards Cui Xiangdong, The uncle's annoyance transformed into delight as he promptly bent down to hold her close. "Uncle, Jiao Jiao missed you so much," she whispered into his ear. "Aunt Xiaoya misses you too." Huh. Cui Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback. It's normal for Jiao Jiao to miss her uncle. But what do you mean Aunt Xiaoya misses me? I'm not lying. Jiao Jiao continued her report. "Last night, I had a nightmare and woke up feeling insecure without my sister. I saw Aunt Xiaoya sitting there, holding a picture frame, crying quietly, saying, 'Xiangdong, please don't leave me.' Can one trust the words of a child?" Cui Xiangdong chose not to seek an answer to that question. He merely observed the woman clad in a floral long dress and black leather sandals, who came to a halt a few meters in front of him, arms crossed, surveying him with unabashed disdain in her gaze. Her look made Cui Xiangdong uncomfortable. He recognized that Lou Xiaoya's feigned indifference was a means of conveying, "If you refuse my assistance, we shall be adversaries." "Lou, Sister Xiaoya," he began, intending to address her formally as Deputy Town Chief Lou. But the words transformed on his lips into a more affectionate address. "Thank you for taking care of Jiao Jiao these past days." The corners of Lou Xiaoya's brows twitched slightly. Min Ro called Cui Xiangdong uncle, yet addressed her as Sister Xiaoya. By this reasoning, Lou Xiaoya would seem to be Cui Xiangdong's niece as well. However, if the graceful Min Ro referred to Lou Xiaoya as aunt, it would certainly feel uncomfortable. Men often relish in appearing mature, while women delight in feigning youth. As Min Ro spoke, she hurriedly retrieved a shoebox from her woven bag. Inside lay a pair of new leather sandals that she had purchased for Lou Xiaoya from a mall in Yangqing. A small token of gratitude for her assistance in caring for Jiao Jiao. No need for such formality. Jiao Jiao is very well behaved. Lou Xiaoya accepted the gift with apparent pleasure, taking the sandals and turning to Cui Xiangdong, Town Chief Cui. "Why don't you join Min Ro and me for dinner at my home tonight? Even if I express my gratitude for your willingness to take my father out for a breath of fresh air, I must decline." Just as Cui Xiangdong was about to refuse, Lou Xiaoya quickly interjected, "Of course, you may refuse." Without a moment's hesitation, Cui Xiangdong acquiesced. "Then let us go. Come along." "Jiao Jiao," Lou Xiaoya said, lifting the child from Cui Xiangdong's embrace, a triumphant smile gracing her lips as she turned to leave. Even if he no longer desired her, what did it matter? She could still effortlessly find his vulnerabilities at any moment and, with a light-hearted remark at the opportune time, stir his instincts and sway his decisions. The Cui Xiangdong who ventured south to sell fish had returned. Before he could reach the family compound, news of his arrival had already spread like wildfire throughout the courtyard. His disheveled appearance, with a collar stained black and unkempt facial hair, painted a picture of weariness. Accompanying him was a young maid, still clad in her inexpensive shirt, trousers, and plastic sandals, burdened with two large burlap bags, resembling a refugee. It was evident that they had endured considerable hardships during their time in the South. "Huh, selling those black fish in the South? What a fanciful notion," one remarked. "But I heard the dockworkers saying that Cui Xiangdong made a fortune there. They say those black fish can sell for several yuan a pound. Do you believe it?" "Not for a moment." Such gossip was carried further afield by the wind. Cui Xiangdong paid no mind to the chatter. He had not explicitly instructed the dockworkers to keep his affairs secret. The tales spun by the dockworkers, no matter how extravagant, paled in comparison to his dismal return, rendering them more credible. Lou Xiaoya learned of Cui Xiangdong's return that evening from old Lou, who had come home to inform her. Old Lou and Wang Chao had gone to the fishing grounds, preparing for another southern expedition at dawn. However, old Lou adhered to Cui Xiangdong's request not to disclose the true circumstances to Lou Xiaoya, suggesting she inquire directly with him instead. Torn between his beloved daughter and his former son-in-law, who was also a formidable business figure, old Lou found himself in a difficult position and opted to remain away from home. On the table, 4 dishes and a soup were arranged, all of which Cui Xiangdong relished. As he surveyed the familiar room, the furniture, the meal, and the woman he knew so well, a sense of disorientation washed over him. Yet, he quickly regained his composure, washed his hands, and sat down to eat. The conversation flowed as they dined, primarily driven by Jiao Jiao's curious inquiries, with Min Ro patiently explaining the heights of the buildings outside and the number of vehicles on the road. "Uncle, Sister Xiaoya, I will go wash up first." Min Ro, though somewhat pretentious, was perceptive enough to recognize Lou Xiaoya's desire for a private conversation with Cui Xiangdong. After they finished eating, she took Jiao Jiao and departed. Cui Xiangdong glanced toward the door, prompting Lou Xiaoya to say, If you fear I will pester you, you may leave. There is no need to provoke me. Cui Xiangdong's tone was devoid of warmth. In truth, you are well aware that I shall never forget that day at noon when I opened the door and beheld the sight of you seated beside Zhao Jian. Lou Xiaoya's complexion instantly turned pale. However, she refrained from offering any defense. Instead, she retrieved a folder from the table. Inside lay the various investment agreements she had signed on behalf of the Rainbow Town government with Chengyang Group. Despite the fact that Cui Xiangdong's standing in Rainbow Town had plummeted to an all-time low due to the black market dealings, he remained the mayor responsible for overseeing the town's economy. Lou Xiaoya, as the deputy mayor, was merely one of his several aides. It was entirely reasonable for her to sacrifice her rest this evening to report on recent developments to Mayor Cui. Over the past week, Wang Haiyun, representing the Lady Group under Chengyang Group, had invested in a total of 11 factories in Rainbow Town, out of a total of 13 vacant lots. The total investment amounted to a staggering 13 million. Recruitment officially began yesterday. Cui Xiangdong listened attentively, nodding intermittently. After an hour, he rose and walked toward the door. It is getting late. We can discuss the specifics of the work tomorrow at the office. A voice came from behind him. Lou Xiaoya called out, Mayor Cui. Yes, is there something else? Cui Xiangdong inquired, turning back to look at her. This evening, may I invite you? Lou Xiaoya stood up. Her tone strained as she asked, would you care for some dumplings? Chapter 89. Malice from Lu County. Lou Xiaoya did not persistently cling to Cui Xiangdong. Instead, she seized the moment just before he was about to leave, reminiscent of her past endeavors, to invite him for some steamed buns. This simple phrase instantly transported Cui Xiangdong back to the days of genuine affection they once shared. He smiled, and Lou Xiaoya smiled in return. Her hand rested at her collar. Lou Xiaoya, you are stamped with the label expired. If I were to consume you now, I would surely suffer from food poisoning. Cui Xiangdong remarked before opening the door and stepping outside. Lou Xiaoya stood frozen in disbelief. Indeed, she had expired. It was unclear how much time passed before she slowly sat down, murmuring, ever since Xiangdong witnessed the day I sat on the sofa with Zhao Jian. My buns have been past their prime. As the sun had yet to reveal itself, the rooster in the courtyard crowed triumphantly. It was 7:40 in the morning. Cui Xiangdong, brimming with spirit, arrived at his workplace. Cui Town, good morning. Just then, Yan Ming rode up on his bicycle, dismounting to greet him warmly. Director Yan, good morning. Cui Xiangdong paused, waiting for Yan Ming to secure his bicycle before they ascended the steps together. As Yan Ming lifted his bike and propped it up, he casually inquired, Cui Town, was the trip to the south relatively smooth? Not too bad, Cui Xiangdong replied. Though there were a few minor troubles, they were easily resolved. He produced a cigarette and offered one to Yan Ming. Here, try this. It's a local brand I brought back. Yan Ming quickly accepted, lighting it for Cui Xiangdong, and then asking, I've heard that you managed to sell those black fish at a high price down south? At the mention of this query, several government officials who had just arrived instinctively perked up their ears. Cui Xiangdong felt a stir in his heart, nodding with a smile. He replied, indeed. I never expected that what we consider toxic fish here would be regarded as treasures there. They welcomed it with open arms, fetching as much as 6 yuan 50 per kilogram. He spoke the truth, but sometimes, the more truthful one is, the less others believe. Yan Ming paused momentarily, then let out a wry smile. The officials listening intently exchanged dubious glances. As Cui Xiangdong ascended the steps, he sighed. I had suggested long ago that the town should organize efforts to send those black fish down south for sale. However, everyone disagreed, leaving me in a rather passive position, forced to borrow money to sell them myself. As it turns out, the profits exceeded my wildest expectations. This statement quickly spread throughout the compound. In order to save face, Cui Town ended up uttering nonsense. This remark became the collective summation of all the discussions. Some found it amusing, others sighed, while more simply scoffed. Yet, it was this boastful claim, made in the name of pride, that found its way to the courtyard of Yunhu County within half an hour. Truly, it was absurd. County Party Secretary Liu Qizhao furrowed his brow and shook his head, gesturing to his secretary to dismiss any further reports regarding Cui Xiangdong. Although such words were not particularly harsh, they left an unpleasant taste in his heart. The secretary quickly acknowledged his request, internally downgrading Cui Xiangdong's standing once more. Like many counties these days, both the county committee and the county government were situated within the same expansive compound. The two main buildings were positioned to the east and west, respectively. in accordance with the tradition of placing the East at the forefront. Offices for the county party secretary and the organizational minister, among others engaged in theoretical work, were located in the Eastern building. Conversely, the Western building housed the county mayor and various deputy mayors. In the mayor's office, the newly appointed county mayor Lou Xiaoya had just concluded a conversation with the head of the Cultural Bureau when her secretary, Lou Xiaoya, entered. Sister Lou, the party and government office director of Rainbow Town, Wang Linhai, just called, Lou Xiaoya announced, pouring hot water into a thermos for Lou Xiaoya. Cui Xiangdong returned last night, looking weary and disheveled. One could tell that his trip to the south had been fraught with difficulties. Yet, upon returning to work today, he claimed to have sold the black fish for 6 yuan 50 per kilogram and publicly lamented that town officials had failed to support his initial proposal. Lou Xiaoya was already well aware of the circumstances surrounding Cui Xiangdong's fish-selling venture. In truth, she had never tasted black fish and knew little about it. Yet she could glean from the recent large-scale brawl that black fish were akin to pests, unwanted even when given away for free. How naive! With a disdainful chuckle, Lou Xiaoya remarked, since the illustrious Cui has returned, it is high time I pay him a visit. Lou Xiaoya replied, when would you like to go? I can arrange it in advance. No need for prior arrangements. Lou Xiaoya waved her hand dismissively. Just the two of us will make a simple visit. Lou Xiaoya understood that her sister Lou intended to go incognito, seizing the opportunity to give Cui Xiangdong a stern lesson upon encountering matters that displeased her. Just a reminder. Sister Lou, the organization department will be visiting Rainbow Town this Friday, Lou Xiaoya cautioned. This upcoming Friday, the organization department would be transferring Zhang Lianghua to the county CPPCC and promoting Lou Xiaoya to the position of town party secretary. Then let us go the day after tomorrow, Thursday, Lou Xiaoya lazily replied, tilting her graceful neck. I hope he can deliver an impressive performance that day. Only then might it stir my fighting spirit. At 10 o'clock in the morning, in the office of the mayor of Rainbow Town, Police Chief Chen Yongshan emerged. Upon seeing 7 or 8 officials from various units queuing outside, awaiting an audience with Lou Xiaoya, he felt a twinge of discomfort reflecting on the desolate mayor's office. It truly was a case of the hen crowing. Chen Yongshan glanced once more at Lou Xiaoya, who was in the deputy mayor's office receiving reports from the head of the Industrial and Commercial Bureau, then muttered something under his breath before hastily departing. Since morning, Lou Xiaoya's office had been bustling with visitors. Cui Xiangdong, just a door away, was certainly aware of this, but remained indifferent. After all, what was the point of caring? Not long after Chen Yongshan departed, a knock resounded at the door. Please come in, said Cui Xiangdong, momentarily lifting his gaze from the drawing he was working on. The door swung open, revealing none other than Zhang Lianghua. Taken aback, Cui Xiangdong quickly rose to his feet, a smile spreading across his face. Secretary Zhang, what brings you here? If there is anything, you could simply call, and I would come over. Despite having vocally chastised Zhang Lianghua at the restaurant that very afternoon in their long-standing discord, it was imperative for Cui Xiangdong to extend the requisite respect during working hours. Ah, Town Mayor Xiangdong, it seems you have finally returned, Zhang Lianghua remarked, his face adorned with a warm smile as he settled onto the sofa in the reception area. Cui Xiangdong prepared tea for him. The work of the deputy town head is quite demanding, I see, Zhang Lianghua casually observed, casting a glance toward the entrance, seemingly unperturbed. This was an obvious provocation. Cui Xiangdong merely responded with a smile, choosing not to engage further. Zhang Lianghua, sensing the moment, adeptly shifted the conversation. Town Mayor Xiangdong, you are aware that County Head Lou has assumed office, correct? Cui Xiangdong nodded in affirmation. I heard from Old Chen that County Head Lou arrived a few days ago. However, she has maintained an exceedingly low profile, not even convening a basic meeting with the cadres. Town Mayor Xiangdong, while I have yet to meet County Head Lou in person, I am aware of something. Zhang Lianghua deliberately paused, capturing Cui Xiangdong's attention before lowering his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. She harbors ill intentions toward you.